I am Chen Beiyuan, currently at the Longting Hotel in Yanjing City. The cold and aloof campus beauty stared at me with frosty eyes, gritting her teeth as she spat out, Chen Beiyuan, you've been scheming to please me and pursue me at Manhwa Academy. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your intentions? Isn't it just for my body? You're despicable. Tonight, I'll grant your wish. After this, we're done. Consider it as if I'd been bitten by a dog. Though she appeared composed, the redness at the base of her ears and the erratic rise and fall of her chest revealed her inner turmoil. Yet my face maintained a gentle smile, though profound astonishment lurked deep within my eyes, because I had crossed over into another world. Processing the flood of memories in my mind, I learned this was a strange world with a cultivation system, where terrifying beasts and exotic races invaded. I now embodied Chen Beiyuan, sole heir to the Chen family, among the empire's most elite clans. The woman before me was Lang Ruobing, heiress of Yanjing City's second-tier Lung family, both the aloof campus belle of Donghua Academy and one of Yanjing's 4 great beauties. This identity actually coincides with that of the destined major antagonist and warm-hearted simp from a popular urban fantasy novel I previously read called Urban Divine Doctor's Carefree Chronicles. The Eastern Splendor Chen family is a terrifying aristocratic lineage that has existed since the nation's founding. My grandfather is one of the strongest combatants in the Eastern Splendor Empire, an 8th-level war emperor who commands 1 million troops guarding the borders. My father is a military heavyweight at the peak of 7th-level war king cultivation, controlling regional garrison forces. My mother founded the Soaring Dragon military-industrial conglomerate, which ranks among the world's top 10 arms-dealing corporations. As the young master of the Chen family, my background reaches the heavens, and my innate talents are even more terrifying. Upon my birth, celestial phenomena manifested, with top-tier experts proclaiming me born with the bearing of an emperor, possessing the highest potential to ascend to the supreme war god realm. Moreover, with my gentle demeanor, refined speech, and stunning looks, I embody the perfect villain template, even overshadowing Lin Xiao, the original novel's protagonist favored by fate. In comparison, Lang Ruobing is nothing more than her beauty and aloof, icy temperament. Her family, the Langs, are merely upstarts next to the mighty Qin clan. The original villain fancied Lang Ruobing and could have easily summoned her to his chambers without the Lang family objecting. But instead, he chose to win her over with charm. At first, I thought he was just a simp until absorbing all his memories revealed the truth. He was cultivating a forbidden demonic art, using her as a medium to emulate ancient demonic practitioners, seeking enlightenment through her sacrifice. The original host ultimately failed, probably due to interference from the heroine's halo and the protagonist's halo. As a villain, is your moral standard really this high? Simps end up with nothing. The original host wasn't a simp at all, he was doing it on purpose. That's what I thought to myself. Right at this moment, the system arrived. Ding! Detecting unknown changes in the host's fate line. The destiny reverse system is now activating. The premise of this system is to alter my original fate line. Successfully changing my own or a key figure's fate line will yield substantial rewards. It also opened the attribute panel. My cultivation level was early stage war general, 4th rank. My cultivation technique was the prison suppressing demon scripture, 8th rank, and I possessed quite a few combat skills. Since I now have the system, some of my original plans will have to change. At this moment, I'm fully familiar with the original story and acutely aware of the plot point I'm currently in. Who could have imagined that the aloof campus beauty who had always been indifferent to me would suddenly take the initiative to invite me, the destined villain, to a 5-star hotel in the middle of the night, practically delivering herself to my doorstep? Would you believe it? What's even more absurd is that after transmigrating here, I discovered this was actually the doing of the Child of Fortune, Lin Xiao. As the Child of Fortune, he actually gave his beloved woman to me, the Heaven's Mandate villain. This move is absolutely earth-shattering even in the web novel circle. When I first read the original novel, my jaw dropped. What kind of urban power fantasy is this? Is this really how the author understands the genre? But according to the upcoming plot, it seems like I'm the one who's going to have the last laugh, so no problem there. At this point in the story, we're in the early stages of the Eastern Glory Academy's grand competition. Eastern Glory Academy is the premier institution of Eastern Glory Empire, with profound heritage, gathering the empire's geniuses and supplying talents to the upper echelons. Even the great noble families dare not look down on it. The prize for this grand competition is a ferocious beast secret realm controlled by the academy that's on the verge of collapse. Inside lies a dragon blood pool containing a drop of essence blood from the 8th grade ferocious beast tyrannical bloodfiend dragon emperor. It enhances physical constitution, nourishes battle souls, and with luck, one might even comprehend divine abilities, a temptation even for scions of noble families. In the original story, the chosen protagonist Lin Xiao used this opportunity to temper his body with dragon blood, nourish his battle soul, and comprehend divine abilities, thus embarking on his path to prominence. He made a dark horse rise during the competition, defeating numerous noble scions to reach the finals, only to find me, the ordained arch-villain, standing as an obstacle in his path to glory. In the original plot, Lin Xiao lacked confidence in defeating me in the finals. Fearing he'd miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he persuaded the heroine Lang Ruoshua to offer her maidenhood, though unbeknownst to either. Lang Ruoshua carried a special toxin that could silently cripple the cultivation of whoever took the bait. He used such underhanded means to defeat me, then humiliated me thoroughly. Although I retreated into seclusion for 7 days, broke through my limits and advanced further, cracks had already appeared in my previously invincible heart, causing a drastic change in my temperament. From then on, my feud with Lin Xiao became endless, until he eventually allied with aristocratic families and colluded with savage beasts and foreign races, completely annihilating the Eastern Blorichan clan. Recalling the original story's plot, cold light surged in the depths of my dark eyes as killing intent gradually rose. When reading the original story, I had found Lin Xiao amusing and novel, but now that I've become the fated archvillain, my stance has changed, and so have my thoughts. Lin Xiao was a protagonist molded in the divine physician archetype, skilled at concealing his true nature, a cunning and ruthless figure. To seize opportunities for ascendancy, he treated women as bargaining chips, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. He knew when to advance or retreat, assess situations shrewdly, prioritized profit above all, and recognized no moral boundaries. When cornered, he'd kneel and beg for mercy, even colluding with monstrous foreign tribes to betray his country if it meant crushing the Chen clan. I had to eliminate this scourge swiftly, ensuring I wouldn't repeat my original self's catastrophic fate. Lang Ruobing's emotions were in turmoil at this moment, her breathing unsteady. Initially, because of me, constant gossip surrounded her, with people saying she was my caged canary. She accepted the resources I provided, and the Lang family also leveraged my Chen family's reputation, but all of this was voluntary on my part. To distance herself from the rumors, she treated me coldly. At this time, Lin Xiao entered her field of vision, a commoner who entered Donghua Academy through sheer effort, and she began to develop feelings for him. More importantly, she discovered Lin Xiao's talent was on par with mine. If not for his humble origins, he too had the potential to become an emperor-grade genius. What truly made her decide to sacrifice herself was when her mother fell ill with a strange disease and fell into a coma. Lin Xiao claimed he could cure her and even used acupuncture to briefly wake her mother. So Lin Xiao had her lure me to a hotel and gave her a bottle of medicine, saying that if I drank it, I'd be finished by morning. He also promised to restore her dignity and marry her. Recalling Lin Xiao's desperate pleas and the poison he gave her, her heart turned icy with confusion. Her mother still relied on Lin Xiao, she had no choice. She could only murmur to herself, he said he wouldn't blame me and would marry me. Lang Ruobing understood perfectly well why Lin Xiao was doing this. In a twisted way, she knew me better than anyone. I was born with terrifying anomalies in the heavens. At 3 years old, I tempered my body and broke through to become a first-grade warrior. By 5, I cultivated chi and ascended to second-grade battlemaster. At 8, I channeled spiritual energy, advancing to third-grade war spirit. And by 12, I condensed my combat soul, achieving fourth-grade war general. This terrifying speed of breaking through left even the top-tier powerhouses awestruck, declaring that I possessed the potential to become a great emperor. In less than 10 years I can surpass the younger generation. In under 100 years, the Chen family might produce another 8th-level war emperor, perhaps even glimpse the threshold of 9th-level war god. At that time, the empire's top aristocratic families and the Eastern Glory Academy both sought marriage alliances with my Chen clan and guaranteed my admission. My name alone weighed heavily upon the entire younger generation of the empire. But after the age of 12, I chose to suppress my cultivation realm, focusing on refining my foundation and mental state. Such reckless behavior of mine caused quite a stir at the time. Many called me crazy and self-destructive, and even within the Donghua Chen family, some unfavorable voices emerged. After all, with my talent, I had the potential to break through to rank 5 warlord by age 18, allowing my commander-level combat soul to evolve into a warlord-level combat soul. Yet for 6 full years, I remained stuck at the initial stage of commander rank, showing no progress whatsoever. Just as the outside world was questioning whether I had willingly embraced downfall and mediocrity, an incident silenced all doubters. A spatial rift suddenly appeared near Donghua Academy, revealing an unstable beast realm from which many terrifying creatures escaped. A 5th-grade Bloodrage Flood Dragon happened to emerge within the academy grounds, ready to attack students, where I, Lang Ruobing, Lin Xiao, and others were present at the time. At the critical moment, I made my move, marking the only time I ever acted publicly. With just one punch and one palm strike, I crossed an entire major realm to crush the rampaging Blood Viper to death. Slaughtering a 5th-grade dire beast while only at the 4th-grade warrior's initial stage, this battle achievement defied all earthly norms. The Viper's scales, capable of withstanding heavy firearms, tore apart like rice paper before my hands, while its reinforced skull was instantly pulverized into bloody paste. What's most terrifying? I never once manifested my battle soul throughout the entire fight, meaning I hadn't even exerted my full strength. At that moment, all doubts turned ludicrous. My name re-emerged in countless minds like a towering mountain weighing upon their hearts. No one knew the true extent of my terrifying strength after 6 years of silence and suppressed cultivation, nor what monumental power would erupt once I shattered my shackles. Even Lin Xiao, the child of destiny, chose to avoid confronting me head-on, resorting to underhanded tactics against me. Although Lang Ruobing had faith in Lin Xiao, deep down she didn't believe he could defeat me in a head-on confrontation. The difference in resources and training we'd received since childhood was simply astronomical. At this moment, Lang Ruobing frowned slightly, looking at my dazed expression with inexplicable anger flashing across her icy face. What, you still expect me to make the first move? Still putting on that fake gentleman act at this point? Isn't this exactly what you've always wanted? Chen Beiyuan, you disgust me. Perhaps it was because of my tolerance towards her over the years that she'd grown accustomed to this harsh attitude with me. Combined with her mother's strange illness and the impending events, her loathing for me had reached its peak. But she didn't know I was no longer that warm-hearted simp from before. Gazing at her haughty demeanor, as if she were doling out scraps to a beggar, the smile on my face widened. I watched her calmly, like one would a clown, and sighed with amusement. Indeed, when you give someone too much face, even a roadside pheasant starts thinking itself a phoenix. Chen Beiyuan, what did you just say? Her eyes widened in disbelief, visibly wounded by my words. Rage surged within her as she raised her hand to strike me. Slap! I sent her sprawling to the ground with one vicious swing. Her delicate right cheek instantly swelled red, hair tumbling in disarray as her widened eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. She never expected me to hit her. Ignoring her venomous glare, I took a silk handkerchief from my pocket and wiped my hands, my smile unwavering though my eyes turned icy. I truly wonder who gave you the courage to lay hands on me. You don't actually believe your current status with the Lang family was earned through your own efforts, do you? Even a fox draped in a tiger's skin I provided can never become a real beast. Had that slap actually landed just now, both you and the Lang family would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. People never recognize their rightful place. You loathe me while basking in the prestige I provide, yet still consider yourselves superior. How pathetically delusional. I might indulge a spoiled canary's occasional tantrums within its gilded cage, but if it persistently forgets its station, this game must come to an end. I'm not like the original nice guy doormat who spoiled her. If she dares cause trouble in front of me, she'll get a slap first before anything else. Impossible, impossible. You're not Chen Beiyuan, who are you really? Lang Ruobing covered her face, staring at me dumbfounded as a chill crept into her heart. She saw unfamiliarity and indifference in me, as if I'd become an entirely different person. I'm not surprised by her reaction. There's simply too great a contrast between my current temperament and the original body's. After being simped over by the original owner for so many years, she'd naturally notice something amiss. But so what? Endless pretense would only require more lies to cover up. I might as well strike first. Having intimate knowledge of the original plot, I know the original path leads only to ruin, a road I'd naturally never take. Now that I've come to this extraordinary world, I intend to leave my mark. From this moment onward, I am Chen Beiyuan. You've disappointed me deeply, Lang Ruobing. I grasped her chin with enough force to cause pain. All these years, I provided you with resources and status, while the Lang family behind you has profited handsomely by riding on the prestige of Donghua's Chen family. I can confidently say I've never wronged you, yet you'd betray me for outsiders? It seems you bloodsuckers have grown accustomed to your ways. Now you want my life too. You? I don't know what you're talking about. Her pupils contracted sharply, face turning ashen with panic. She couldn't fathom how I knew about the arrangement she had made with Lin Xiao just an hour ago, what she thought was their shared secret. At this moment, she felt as though every single move she'd made over the years had been watched by invisible eyes, leaving no secret unturned. Her lips parted slightly, trying to form words, yet not a sound escaped. Watching Lang Runing's expression of pure terror, a faint smile flickered in my eyes. I've read the original plot, which practically gives me omniscient perspective. Just casually revealing known details could scare people to death. But that's not enough. I need to turn up the heat. I looked Lang Ruobing straight in the eyes and said calmly, to be honest, it's baffling that I ever fancied someone like you, utterly brainless. Getting tricked by sweet talk from some man into willingly offering yourself up, and actually feeling moved by it? Have you even considered the consequences if you actually succeeded tonight? If the young master of Donghua's Chen family were crippled, not just all of Yanjing City, no, the entire empire would be shaken. Even the millions of troops stationed at the border would riot. Could you possibly bear that responsibility? Do you have any idea that you're tampering with the lifeblood and future of a top-tier aristocratic family? When the time comes, both you and the Lang family behind you will perish without even a place to be buried. Your parents, your clansmen all will experience the most excruciating torments of hell. Come on, tell me now, what backing do you have to face the wrath of the Chen family of Donghua? The invisible pressure surged like towering waves, slowly engulfing Lang Ruobing, making it hard for her to even breathe. Her fearful gaze gradually grew dull and vacant, scenes flashing through her mind, flashing blades, cries of violence, her mother pierced through the chest by a sharp sword, her father beheaded in a foreign land, the entire Ling family obliterated in an instant. Only then did she realize the gravity of the situation. All along, what she had relied on was my affection for her. But now that she had personally destroyed her greatest pillar of support, how could she possibly face the towering rage of the colossal Donghua Chen family? Rely on Lin Xiao? That's a laugh. What could Lin Xiao, alone and without any backing, possibly do against the Donghua Chen family? That was a top-tier aristocratic family with an 8th-grade battle emperor suppressing their fortune. Everything seemed to fall into a hopeless dead end without a shred of vitality. Could she possibly reach a truce with me to save her family? That's utter nonsense. Even novels wouldn't dare write something so ridiculous. Yet in the original story, this very thing happened. After the chosen one Lin Xiao humiliated me at Donghua Academy, he went into hiding, leaving Ling Ruobing and the Lung family to bear the full brunt of the Chen family's wrath. To beg for her family's survival, Ling Ruobing knelt before the Chen family's gates for 7 days and nights, then spent another 3 days and nights kneeling outside my room, and just like that, the original body actually forgave her and spared the Ling family. The whole affair became a massive scandal that brought immense shame to the Chen family. I really want to tell my original self, you deserve to die by a woman's hand, you spineless simp, no wonder you met such a pathetic end. Of course, I knew perfectly well that the original host, having suffered shattered invincibility at that time, might have been influenced by the protagonist's halo and genuinely fallen for Ling Ruobing, transforming from the destined arch-villain into a simp. But I'm not that pathetic simp of an original host. I have no special feelings whatsoever for Ling Ruobing. Given my current status and position, what kind of woman couldn't I get? Why bother with this piece of trash? She's fine for amusement purposes, but nothing beyond that. If not for Ling Ruobing's heroine status still holding some exploitable value, given her previous actions alone, I wouldn't hesitate to twist off her head and kick it like a soccer ball. Watching Ling Ruobing's dazed expression, her vacant eyes, and her trembling voice that couldn't form coherent words, all traces of her earlier arrogance gone, completely broken, a faint smile curled at the corners of my lips, filling me with satisfaction. This was what it truly meant to be the destined villain of fate. The heroine? In my eyes, she was nothing more than a plaything. I released the fingers that had been pinching her chin and slapped her cheek lightly but meaningfully, saying, you need to grow a brain, lest someone fools you into counting their money for them after they've sold you out. Think carefully, when did you first meet Lin Xiao? When did your mother suddenly fall ill and slip into a coma? And how did Lin Xiao just so happen to possess the extraordinary medical skills capable of curing such a rare disease? My words struck Ling Ruobing like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly stunned. Her messy thoughts vanished into complete blankness as heart-wrenching pain and suffocating anguish surged through her. Her delicate features twisted with disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. She knelt dumbfounded on the spot, whispering to herself, her mental defenses completely shattered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original fate trajectory. You successfully avoided the outcome of having your cultivation destroyed. Through special verbal means, you've caused the female lead Ling Ruobing to experience mental collapse, secretly breeding hostility and resentment toward the son of destiny Lin Xiao. This indirectly weakens Lin Xiao's fortune and future support. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining special reward, Profound Heart Dao Fruit, Profound Heart Dao Fruit. The Profound Heart Dao tree blooms once every 500 years and bears fruit once every millennium. It contains the power of Dao enlightenment, aiding cultivators in consolidating their foundation before making breakthroughs at critical moments. A gleaming silver fruit imbued with profound Dao patterns appeared within the system's built-in storage space. Gazing at the quietly resting mystic Heart Dao fruit, a smile tugged at my lips. It arrives at just the right moment. According to the original body's plans, it would take at least half a year more to complete the necessary accumulation and breakthrough to the next realm. Yet tomorrow marks my first confrontation with the child of fortune, Lin Xiao. I cannot afford to underestimate him. Who knows if the son of fortune might suddenly unleash some hidden potential. It's better to play it safe. With this profound Heart Dao fruit, I can give a certain son of fortune quite the surprise tomorrow. But before that, there's one more matter to handle. My gaze fell pensively upon Ling Ruoyin at my feet, her face filled with existential despair and thoroughly broken, as I calmly commanded, on your knees. Near an alleyway outside the Dragon Soar Hotel, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, staring fixedly at the illuminated room as if waiting for something. This man is none other than Lin Xiao, the protagonist of Urban Divine Physician's Carefree Chronicles. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had been tailing Ling Ruoro, watching her enter the hotel room, then observing my entry. Soon after, as the room's lights dimmed and the curtains were drawn, Lin Xiao's face twisted into a savage snarl. His clenched fists dug nails deep into his palms, nearly drawing blood, and his teeth ground together, yet beneath it all, he secretly sighed in relief. Tonight, it's done. Chen Beiyuan, the humiliation of this night, tomorrow, I'll make you pay for it with blood. Lin Zhao's chest heaved, his breath rapid, teeth clenched, his gaze ferocious as he glared at the Longting Hotel ahead. His killing intent toward me grew ever deeper. If not for tomorrow's academy tournament, why would he resort to such extremes? Born lowly, he could only stop at nothing to reach greater heights. He had designs on the Lang family, intending to annex it, but he'd also genuinely fallen for Lang Ruobing. For their shared future, he could only make sacrifices. After standing silently for a while, Lin Zhao seemed conflicted. With a flicker of movement, he sought to verify things once more. But before he could draw near the hotel, a chilling dread crept over him. Warning bells rang loud in his mind, forcing him to melt into the shadows, utterly still. At some unknown hour, the streets near the hotel began filling with pedestrians and street vendors, subtly forming an impenetrable encirclement around the building. My name is Chen Beiyuan. Yesterday, I went to the Longting Hotel. At that time, numerous street vendors surrounded the area, their auras so formidable they made even Lin Zhao, hiding in the shadows, feel immense pressure. Hidden in the darkness, he ground his teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly as he realized he couldn't get any closer. He understood perfectly well these were all dead soldiers secretly raised by our Donghua Chen family, specially deployed to protect me, the Chen family heir. The influence of top aristocratic families is precisely like this. Every move they make affects countless hearts. If he were to rashly approach, it would definitely trigger a chain reaction, and then the trouble would be immense. At that moment, though he seemed only a street away from the Dragon Soar Hotel, the distance might as well have been the ends of the earth, impossible to bridge. This set his heart ablaze with fury, deepening his hatred toward the noble families. But beneath that burning rage in his eyes hid a trace of irrepressible yearning. He despised the wicked dragon, yet he also longed to become one. The next day, he arrived at Donghua Academy, the empire's premier institution and a revered sacred land coveted by countless citizens. Since its founding, this cradle of the empire's future elites has produced innumerable high-ranking officials and influential figures. Merely gaining admission and graduating from this academy is equivalent to obtaining a golden ticket, guaranteeing limitless future accomplishments. Yet few manage to successfully graduate, as most withdraw in silent defeat before harsh realities. To enter Donghua Academy, the minimum requirement is to reach the second-rank battlemaster before the age of 18, or possess special skills such as alchemy or artifact forging. After enrollment, students who break through to the third-rank battle spirit within 5 years can advance to the inner academy for further studies as key trainees. Those who fail to meet this standard will be expelled. Those who reach the fourth-rank battle general within 10 years can apply for graduation. Upon completing their graduation trials, they will receive a letter of recommendation, which grants them positions in various imperial departments. This is the true ladder to the heavens. Countless common-born prodigies and impoverished scholars have used it to defy fate and transform their destinies. The Academy Grand Competition held every 5 years at Donghua Academy is an opportunity for countless students to make a name for themselves, with generous rewards coveted by all within the academy. This year's grand prize is a collapsing beast secret realm provided by the higher-ups, rumored to contain the legacy of high-tier ferocious beasts. Obtaining it could completely transform one's potential. As a result, many reclusive cultivators have emerged to compete, including elites from powerful noble families who have already met graduation requirements. In previous competitions, noble descendants practically monopolized the top 3 spots through resources and family backing, making it nearly impossible for students from humble backgrounds to break in. But this year, a dark horse emerged. Lin Zhao, a commoner student, displayed the strength of a fourth-rank war general, overcoming all obstacles by defeating numerous opponents, including those from terrifyingly influential noble families, before charging all the way into the finals. On the combat platform in the inner academy, Lin Zhao stood clad in simple black robes, arms folded as he meditated with closed eyes, basking in the crowd's attention while the institute's higher-ups cast frequent approving glances his way. The students in the spectator stands were abuzz with discussion, all amazed by Lin Zhao's sudden rise to fame. 5 years ago, he had barely met the threshold of a 2-star battlemaster upon enrollment, yet now at just 21 years of age, he had broken through to the rank of 4-star battle general, meeting the graduation standards and guaranteeing him the starting rank of major upon joining the military. However, a noble-born student poured cold water on the excitement, scoffing, "Lin Zhao is nothing before me. 6 years ago, at the age of 12, I was already a 4th-rank war general. My talent ranks within the top 10 in the East Flower Empire's history. All Lin Zhao's so-called triumphant victories merely earned him the right to face me directly. In fact, I had already been pre-selected to advance directly to the finals when the competition began, and no one raised any objections. 5 years ago, I was specially admitted to the academy. At that time, I was already a 4th-grade battle general, and with a single punch and palm strike, I subdued the 5th-grade ferocious beast, Blood Rage Flood Dragon, that had escaped from a secret realm, becoming a legend within the institution. The academy's higher-ups wanted to befriend me, but over the past 5 years, I've rarely shown my face there. The few times I did appear were mostly for Lang Ruo's sake, and I've heard that many of the higher-ups secretly hold a grudge against me. On the battle martial stage, Lin Xiao heard the commotion from the spectator stands and opened his eyes to look toward the audience. Seeing Lang Ruobing, the weight in his heart finally eased. It turned out he had been keeping watch outside the Dragon Rise Hotel all last night. At dawn, when he saw Lang Ruobing emerge from the hotel with a haggard face and swollen slap marks, he thought his plan had succeeded. He believed he had poisoned me with the Yeet delusion toxin, that my cultivation would surely be lost, and that victory was guaranteed today. He even imagined making me pay a brutal price for humiliating Lang Ruobing. As time passed and I still hadn't shown up, with the final moments ticking away, the spectator stands grew restless, and the academy officials began to frown. Just then, a wave of astonished gasps arose as I appeared, radiating an aura of noble dignity, slowly making my way toward the martial stage. Chapter 6, If you lose, you kneel and bark like a dog. He's here, he's here. Chen Beiyuan is here. Hiss. So this is Chen Beiyuan from Donghua Academy, the one shrouded in such mystery? He truly lives up to the legends with that dashingly handsome look. Heh, naturally. It's said that among the 4 great beauties of Yanjing, one was deeply infatuated with him. Unfortunately, while the falling flower has intention, the flowing water is heartless. Chief Chen only showed interest in Lang Ruoyan, that cold and elegant campus belle. Over these years, no one has ever heard of him taking interest in any other woman. The Lang family is nothing more than a minor clan barely clinging to the second-rate factions. Who would have thought they'd manage to latch onto the Chun family of Donghua through this opportunity, forming a marital alliance? In the future, they're probably going to soar straight to the heavens. With Chen Beiyuan's appearance, the entire combat training district of Donghua Academy erupted into excitement. Thousands of academy students couldn't help but turn their gazes toward him. Even the high-ranking officials seated atop the main podium couldn't help casting peculiar glances his way. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan became the focal point of the entire venue, completely overshadowing Lin Xiao, who had been waiting on the combat platform all along. In the front row of spectator seats, Lang Ruobing stared fixedly at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, feeling mentally overwhelmed as scenes from last night flashed through her mind. She once believed she understood Chen Beiyuan thoroughly, yet what happened the previous night shattered all her preconceptions. Deep in memory, that always gentle and smiling figure that made one feel bathed in spring breeze now displayed an overbearing coldness and noble majesty. In that moment, Lang Ruoyue felt Chen Beiyuan had become utterly unfamiliar, as if transformed into a completely different person compared to before. The one she'd believed she knew best and disliked most now seemed cloaked in a hazy veil of mystery. Just which is the real you? At this very moment, a discordant voice abruptly intervened. Humph, how ignorant. How could a minor Lang family dare aspire to a marriage alliance with the Chun family of Donghua? Chen Beiyuan already has a fiancé. Lang Ruobing's face instantly paled, her expression filled with utter disbelief. A fiancé? He actually has a fiancé? How could I not know about this? The person who spoke suddenly paled, overwhelmed by an immense terror that gripped his heart. His face turned ashen, his body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had narrowly escaped the brink of hell, so much so that he nearly collapsed right then and there. Just moments ago, Chen Beiyuan had glanced in this direction from the battle martial platform. The originally noisy spectator stands instantly fell into complete silence. War martial platform. Chen Beiyuan calmly withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to the suffering, the child of fortune Lin Xiao before him, beginning to size him up. This was his first time meeting the protagonist of the original story. This chosen son of fortune possesses most characteristics typical of protagonists in the divine physician archetype. With handsome features, determined eyes, an upright aura, and plain black robes, he appears remarkably unassuming. At first glance, virtually everyone would feel considerable goodwill toward such a positive image. However, Chen Beiyuan knew all too well, while Lin Xiao before him radiated righteousness outwardly, the man was actually vicious to the core, willing to employ any means for personal gain. In the original story, his most adept tactic was leveraging his terrifying medical skills to befriend major figures and powerful factions, building his own influence. And sometimes, even when there was no demand, he would create it. Even if his intended targets suffered from no chronic or bizarre illnesses, within a few days of being targeted, their family members or close friends would suddenly fall gravely ill. Then, as if by coincidence, the miraculous doctor would appear. After flaunting his skills and humbling others, he'd win their heartfelt admiration, leaving them so grateful they'd practically offer him their hearts on a platter. What's more, through his machinations, some prominent figures not only handed over their own daughters but also saw their life's accumulated wealth turned into dowries. This so-called child of fortune was nowhere near as upright as he appeared on the surface. Those who caught his attention would either meet with family ruin or be thoroughly stripped of everything. Of course, Lin Xiao maintained a pristine and righteous facade all alone. Even if someone accidentally uncovered his true nature, they'd soon be silenced for good. Just as Chen Beiyuan sized up Lin Xiao, the latter was also scrutinizing his lifelong nemesis before him. For this very moment, he had already made far too many sacrifices. Chen Beiyuan, Are you unaware that today is the grand finals of the competition? The entire Donghua Academy, students, teachers, and leadership are all waiting for you alone, yet you dare to arrive late? You clearly hold no respect for the masters and leaders present. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. Lin Xiao suddenly launched an attack, directly pinning a serious accusation on Chen Beiyuan and positioning himself on the moral high ground. As these words were spoken, the crowd reacted with mixed expressions, some nodding, some frowning, others remaining silent, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. Clearly, Chen Beiyuan's last-minute appearance had left many dissatisfied. Last night, I sensed a breakthrough in my cultivation and had been meditating in my room. Busy until now, that's why I'm late, he explained. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, explaining in an indifferent tone. Many present didn't catch the double meaning in his words, failing to make any further connections. Only those seated in the first row special section of the audience platform wore amused smiles, their gazes drifting toward Leng Ruobing, who was also seated in the same row. As the saying goes, there are no secrets in Yanjing City. Regarding last night's incident where Leng Ruobing had personally invited Chen Beiyuan to a hotel, certain prominent aristocratic families naturally knew every detail with razor-sharp clarity. The so-called cultivation naturally carries some thought-provoking implications. Otherwise, without her connection to Chen Beiyuan, how could a woman born from a second-rate family possibly occupy a seat in the front row of the spectator stands, sitting as equals with these scions of prestigious aristocratic families? At this moment, Leng Ruobing could clearly sense the mocking gazes from those beside her. Her face flushed with an abnormal mix of embarrassment and pallor, her heart pounding violently as her clenched palms tightened even further. You! As a witness, Lin Xiao naturally detected the special meaning in Chen Beiyuan's words. Deep in his eyes surged intense killing intent, and his clenched fists emitted cracking sounds. He almost lost control of his emotional fluctuations. Would he not know what had happened last night? A damn cultivation session. Clearly, he was cultivating something else entirely. At this thought, Lin Xiao felt a surge of fury rushing to the crown of his head, nearly making him burst into curses. Yet, there was also an inexplicable thrill of taboo stirring in his heart. Chen Beiyuan, don't think you can brush this off by using cultivation as an excuse. Looking down on others isn't new for you, who doesn't know your true nature? Over the years, your visits to the academy can be counted on one hand. You've barely attended any courses, and every time you show up, you deliberately pester Leng Ruobing, making countless students cede silently in anger. Today, before all our classmates, teachers, and leaders, I will expose your true face. Dare you accept my wager? If I win today's finals, you must apologize publicly to the entire academy, admit your years of arrogance, and swear never to bother Leng Ruobing again. Lin Xiao's face twisted into a grimace, his composure slipping, yet he still positioned himself on the moral high ground, uniting everyone as he set his plan in motion. Witnessing Lin Xiao's behavior, many present sensed something amiss, and a few even discerned some underlying enmity between the two figures. Even the distinguished figures seated at the high platform of honor exhibited signs of unease and murmurs. After all, Chen Beiyuan's formidable strength was undeniable. By acting this way, Lin Xiao clearly believed he could defeat Chen Beiyuan in a direct confrontation. You dare gamble with me? Chen Beiyuan let out a derisive laugh. His gaze remained serene as it rested upon Lin Xiao before him. Not a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes, as though Lin Xiao had never warranted his regard in the first place. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger and was about to continue provoking Chen Beiyuan, but Chen Beiyuan's next words unexpectedly brought him delight. Forget it, consider it just a game to pass the time during idle moments. Just so happens, when I was a child, I once had a pet dog. Whenever I finished training and had nothing else to do, I loved playing with it. Sadly, time is merciless, it passed away when I was 15. If you lose, kneel before me and bark like a dog 3 times. Though comparing himself to a dog was the greatest insult imaginable, seeing Chen Beiyuan agree so readily still brought a flicker of delight to Lin Xiao's eyes, his face twisting into a vicious sneer. How arrogant! Let's see if you can keep up that lofty demeanor in a moment. Having been poisoned by his illusory toxin last night, and with the added delay allowing the toxin to spread further, even a prodigy like Chen Beiyuan was powerless now. The moment Chen Beiyuan used his full strength, his battle chi would rapidly dissipate, eventually reducing his cultivation to nothingness and leaving him a crippled waste. The winner of this academy competition was destined to be him, Lin Xiao. Today was the day he would step on Chen Beiyuan's head and ascend to the peak. At the mere thought, even Lin Xiao couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Yet, at this moment, he failed to notice the complex and peculiar gaze Leng Ruoyuan cast upon him from the spectator stands. Last night, Chen Beiyuan was genuinely cultivating in his room and didn't really touch her. At most, he just treated her to some food. Chapter 7, Lin Xiao's Trump Card, the Black Flood Dragon Battle Spirit. It must be said that Chen Beiyuan's words from last night still had an effect, successfully stirring up a trace of hidden hostility in Leng Ruobing toward Lin Xiao. Whether or not Lin Xiao was secretly responsible for her mother's sudden coma remains uncertain for now. Even if last night's scheme had succeeded, the biggest beneficiary, Lin Xiao, could simply go into hiding. In that case, both she and the Lang family behind her would have to bear the overwhelming wrath of the Chen family from Donghua. By then, the Lang family would likely be utterly destroyed, leaving no place for their burial. Precisely because of this, Lang Ruobing chose not to disclose last night's events about Lin Xiao. Instead, she remained silent and observed coldly from the sidelines. There was no denying that Lang Ruobing did indeed harbor some fondness for Lin Xiao. But last night, Chen Beiyuan's icy tone, sharp as a blade, had successfully shattered that faint affection into pieces. Moreover, Chen Beiyuan had also managed to show Lang Ruobing that beneath Lin Xiao's seemingly righteous, fair, and fearless character lay a greedy, selfish side. More importantly, last night Chen Beiyuan's unusually domineering display had stirred strange new feelings within her. Lang Ruobing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil and complexity within her heart. The image of that cold, domineering figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her body to tremble slightly. I was also deceived by Lin Xiao. Everything is Lin Xiao's fault. Beiyuan clearly knew this as well. Although what happened last night was a bit excessive, making me kneel all night. But even when I was about to harm him, he showed no intention of killing me, nor did he retaliate against the Lang family. This means he still cares for me in his heart. It was only because of Lin Xiao that he became so angry. He still likes me. At this moment, having convinced herself that she had deciphered Chen Beiyuan's thoughts, her confidence began to grow again, gradually suppressing the faint unease and fear deep within her. It must be said that the kindness shown to her by the original host had been so deeply ingrained that it made her excessively self-assured. This kind of confidence is what they call, those who are loved always act without fear. Last night's slap from Chen Beiyuan still hadn't completely shattered her misplaced confidence. As Chen Beiyuan and Lin Xiao's bet was officially made, the entire combat arena erupted into commotion, clearly astonished that things had escalated to such an extreme level. Holy crap, they're actually going through with this? Chen Beiyuan really agreed to it? Isn't this perfectly normal? Everyone in Donghua Academy knows Chen Beiyuan is obsessed with Lang Ruobing. Lin Xiao dares to openly challenge him and try to come between them? He'll probably get beaten until he's shitting himself. Hiss. Where does Lin Xiao get the audacity to provoke Chen Beiyuan like this? What gives him the confidence? Could winning a few matches have made him think he's invincible? Indeed, beauty brings trouble. For Lang Ruobing's sake, Lin Xiao actually has the guts to fight Chen Beiyuan. Now this will be quite a show. Ever since Chen Beiyuan killed a fifth-tier ferocious beast with one fist and one palm 5 years ago, he hasn't made a move since. No one knows how strong he's become over these 5 years, but today we might get a glimpse. Alas, Lin Xiao was ultimately too impulsive, letting youthful exuberance cloud his judgment. Though his combat prowess is exceptional, having defeated Wei Su, a mid-level martial general from an aristocratic family, while only at the initial stage himself, he's clearly no match for Chen Beiyuan. Still, his strength should be enough to force Chen Beiyuan to reveal a fraction of his true power. Tisk, all this over a woman, pitting two promising Donghua Academy students against each other. Place your bets, folks. How many moves will Lin Xiao last against Chen Beiyuan before he's defeated? I'm betting Chen Beiyuan beats Lin Xiao to death with his bare hands. For a moment, the entire spectator stands of the battle martial arena erupted in excitement. Countless peculiar gazes now focused on the two figures standing on the combat platform. Yet, in everyone's eyes, Lin Xiao, this dark horse who had suddenly risen to prominence, stood pitifully little chance of victory against Chen Beiyuan. At this moment, Lang Ruobing, seated in the first row of the spectator stands, also became the center of attention. Clearly, in everyone's eyes, the reason Lin Xiao would make such foolish remarks and place a bet was entirely because of her. As one of the focal points of the audience, Lang Ruobing felt an inexplicable ripple of emotion. She realized she somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. On the martial platform, the referee responsible for overseeing the competition promptly turned to consult the academy's higher-ups seated at the central high platform. Soon, a new referee with a receding hairline returned to the battle arena. Clearly, the academy leadership had approved this final match bearing the nature of a wager. I'll reiterate the rules: friendship first, competition second. No lethal attacks shall be permitted, and the match ends when one side yields. At crucial moments, I will intervene to stop the fight. For this grand competition, participants are prohibited from using divine artifacts above the 5th rank. Only weapons matching their own cultivation level may be employed. The middle-aged referee looked at Chen Beiyuan standing with his hands behind his back, briefly explaining the competition rules as his expression turned solemn and serious. A faint aura of a 6th-rank war king emanated from his body at this moment. This substitute middle-aged referee was clearly a full major realm stronger than the previous 5th-rank war martial referee. Evidently, the academy higher-ups were worried that the 5th-rank war martial referee couldn't maintain control of the situation, so they directly replaced him with a 6th-rank war king. Having two 4th-rank martial generals compete while a 6th-rank martial king serves as referee, such high-level treatment is truly a rare sight indeed. Let the match begin. Boom! A sonorous bell toll reverberated across the arena. The final round of the academy competition officially begins. Chen Beiyuan, everyone thinks I'm no match for you. I'm afraid even you believe the same. But you're all wrong, dead wrong. None of you understand what price I've paid for this very day. I'll make all those who underestimated me see clearly who is truly the future of this empire. Today marks the day Lin Xiao's name shakes the entire realm. Clad in plain black robes, Lin Xiao suddenly burst into maniacal laughter like a deranged maniac. His eyes burned with savage cruelty, a starving wolf finally tearing off its sheepskin disguise after years of repression, revealing his true nature to the world. In an instant, under countless disbelieving gazes, he violently tore off the ancient necklace hanging from his chest. His cultivation, which should have only been at the initial stage of warrior general, began to surge wildly at this moment, no longer concealed. Clearly, that ancient necklace was a rare treasure capable of masking cultivation aura. Mid-stage warrior general, high-tier warrior commander, peak warrior commander. In an instant, Lin Xiao's aura surged to the peak of a 4th-tier warrior commander. He was now just one step away from becoming a 5th-tier martial marquis. Roar! A colossal creature over 10 meters tall suddenly materialized behind Lin Xiao, its enormous shadow immediately engulfing more than half of the battle arena. The lowered ferocious head emitted a deep, resonant growl. Jet black scales covered its body, with a monstrous visage resembling both dragon and serpent. 2 pulsating fleshy protrusions bulged from its skull as if incubating something, while 4 thick, powerful claws effortlessly carved deep fissures across the sturdy combat platform. Accompanied by its savage snarl, a terrifying pressure radiated outward without restraint, stirring up massive shockwaves. This is none other than Lin Xiao's exclusive battle soul, a black flood dragon on the verge of ascending into a true dragon. For a moment, the entire arena was stunned. The spectator stands erupted into instant uproar. Even some of the high-ranking officials seated on the main platform couldn't help but rise to their feet, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the enormous battle spirit hovering over the martial arena. Chapter 8, Enough chatter. Crushed with a flip of the hand, Lin Xiao actually concealed his true cultivation level. Peak level war general? A 21-year-old peak war general? How is that possible? Born to humble origins, without the resources of noble families, he actually reached the peak of war general at just 21 years old, only a step away from becoming a 5th-rank war marshal. With such talent, if not for his poor background, he might have become another Chen Beiyuan. A flood dragon battle spirit? Such a ferocious beast-type battle spirit, this is one of the strongest beast-type battle spirits just below the top tier. Once it succeeds in transforming into a dragon, it will ascend to the highest rank, soaring to the heavens like a dragon breaking free from the abyss. With his cultivation at the peak of 4th-rank war general and this black flood dragon battle spirit on the verge of transforming, even an ordinary 5th-rank war marshal might not be a match for Lin Xiao. Now Chen Beiyuan is in trouble. No one expected Lin Xiao to have concealed his strength so deeply. Before this, he probably hadn't even revealed 30% of his true power. It seems today is destined to be a clash of titans. No wonder the audience and academy officials reacted with such overwhelming astonishment. A 21-year-old at peak 4th-rank war general level. The Eastern Hua Empire isn't entirely without such talents. They are all core members of prominent aristocratic families, or the next generation heirs to their clans. Each one has been built up step by step through unimaginably terrifying resources since childhood, coupled with their own monstrous innate talents. Yet Lin Xiao comes from commoner origins. This means the resources he can access are pitifully scarce. To put it bluntly, even the dogs raised by those noble families since childhood eat better than Lin Xiao. His cultivation to such a level was achieved primarily through his own innate talent. Despite such circumstances, Lin Xiao was able to bridge the gap with the scions of noble families through sheer effort. Standing on the same starting line as them, his talent was nothing short of astounding. What shocked people even more was that Lin Xiao had actually nurtured a black dragon battle soul, second only to the top-tier battle spirits, while still a 4th-rank war general. The cultivation system of this world is extraordinarily unique, boasting not only mighty ferocious beasts and exotic races, but also the uniquely human battle cultivators. For battle cultivators, battle soul is the most crucial source of power and reliance. A 1st-rank warrior refines the body, capable of lifting immense weights, possessing the strength to hoist a cauldron. A 2nd-rank war master nurtures battle aura, generating martial energy that can be infused into their bodies or weapons, granting them various profound and miraculous abilities. A 3rd-grade battle spirit can draw spiritual energy into the body, activating special spiritual properties between heaven and earth. This energy begins merging with the warrior's battle chi and soul, manifesting various extraordinary abilities. However, these first 3 realms all serve as foundational preparation for the next stage, the 4th-grade battle general. A 4th-grade battle general achieves perfect fusion between soul and battle chi. When the nurtured spiritual radiance within reaches its peak, one awakens their war soul. The war soul can be considered the cultivator's core essence. Every person's battle soul is unique, influenced by numerous factors: the intensity of spiritual energy that awakens it, one's innate talent, and the truest facet of their innermost self. Under the interplay of these diverse elements, battle souls naturally differ in grades, categorized as low-grade battle souls, mid-grade battle souls, high-grade battle souls, and supreme-grade battle souls. For battle cultivators of the same level, if one awakens a low-grade battle soul like Combing Rooster, while another awakens a supreme-grade battle soul like Blood Calamity Tyrant Dragon, the former's battle soul might only grant a slight boost in speed, whereas the latter endows the cultivator with the might and defenses of a dragon. The disparity in strength is glaringly obvious at a glance. In an actual fight, the latter would likely thrash the former like a helpless child, mercilessly pummeling them into the ground. Low-quality war souls are almost at the bottom of the hierarchy among those of the same rank. However, high-grade war souls can grant war cultivators the ability to fight beyond their level. Most cultivators born into wealthy and influential families can, with their clan's support, use precious treasures to assist them in absorbing powerful spiritual energy. Failures during awakening are practically unheard of among them. Their baseline is a low-grade war soul, or even a mid-grade one. As for high-grade war souls, among the Empire's top noble families, those capable of awakening high-tier battle souls are exceedingly rare. Once discovered, such individuals are immediately inducted into the inner circle of core members. In contrast, cultivators from humble origins can only rely on their own luck. If fortunate, they might successfully awaken their battle souls. If not, the spiritual energy within them may be too feeble to even awaken a battle soul, forever stuck halfway with no hope of progress. The gap between them had been widening from the very beginning. Of course, altering one's fate against the heavens wasn't impossible. If one can obtain a special opportunity, it's indeed possible to undergo a metamorphosis of their battle soul, ascending to an even more powerful form. Of course, such a heaven-defying opportunity to alter one's fate is truly the stuff of chance rather than pursuit. A mere loach dreaming of becoming a dragon? The level of difficulty involved is naturally beyond imagination. Why did Lin Xiao go berserk, desperately seeking victory in this academy competition at any cost? Even to the extent of sending the woman he loved to Chen Beiyuan's bed? All for the chance to defy fate and alter his destiny. That dragon blood pool containing the essence of the 8th rank ferocious beast, the Blood-Sin Dragon Emperor, was far too crucial to him. That dragon blood pool wouldn't just allow Lin Xiao to break through his current realm to reach new heights, it could also enable his Black Flood Dragon combat soul to successfully transform into a true dragon, becoming a top-tier combat soul in the truest sense. It would let him stand shoulder to shoulder with those prodigies of the Empire for real. Every heir groomed by the major factions of the Eastern Splendor Empire possessed nothing less than a supreme combat soul. Take that renowned genius daughter of the Eastern Splendors by family, she wielded the legendary top-tier combat soul, White Marsh Beast, said to comprehend all things under heaven with a single scent and converse with all creatures, boasting the power to ward off evil and slay monsters. The martial lunatic from the Donghua Zhu family is said to have awakened the legendary supreme war soul, Zhu Yan, mastering the aura of slaughter, capable of transforming into a berserk beast that tears enemies apart. The high-ranking heir of the Donghua Lin family has even awakened the legendary supreme war soul, Tao Tai, which can devour all things between heaven and earth, converting them into nourishment for himself. The Donghua Wei family. And then there's this Chen Beiyuan right in front of me. To be established as the young master of the Donghua Chen family and become the next heir, Chen Beiyuan must have also awakened the legendary top-tier battle soul. Otherwise, how could Chen Beiyuan have suppressed and slain a 5th-grade ferocious beast with just one punch and one palm 5 years ago? The only regret is that Chen Beiyuan has never revealed his mysterious, supreme top-tier battle soul to the outside world. Although high-tier battle souls and top-tier battle souls may seem just a hair's breadth apart, in reality, they are worlds apart. Without transforming into a dragon, he would spend his entire life as nothing more than a backdrop for those prodigies. Without transforming into a dragon, he would be forever condemned to mediocrity. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Today marks the day Lin Xiao defies destiny and succeeds in his dragon transformation. Chen Beiyuan, today, you will surely be defeated. Secret technique, Dragon Ascent Slash. Lin Xiao's aura remarkably fused with the terrifying black serpent behind him, erupting with a pressure far surpassing that of an ordinary 5th-grade war commander. With a furious roar, the man and serpent transformed into afterimages, stirring up waves of air as their undisguised killing intent surged toward Chen Beiyuan ahead. Years of restraint, years of humiliation, finally, it could all be released in this moment. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt his cultivation begin to loosen slightly, showing signs of a breakthrough. Even his state of mind underwent a metamorphosis in this instant. His aura also became more profound and heavy in this moment. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xiao erupted with astonishing killing intent, as if transforming into a colossal ancient giant. The massive black serpent seemed to morph into a pitch-black dragon sword, merging man and weapon into one, unleashing a terrifying aura of slaughter. He struck not lightly, but with a fatal blow the moment he moved. Violent killing intent instantly enveloped the entire martial platform, the overwhelming bloodlust stunning everyone present and eliciting continuous gasps of shock. No one had anticipated that Lin Xiao would unleash such horrifying combat prowess at this critical juncture. Such a terrifying offensive would likely force most 5th-rank war marshals to retreat rather than face it head-on. An ordinary 5th-rank war marshal would probably be killed on the spot. Facing such a horrifying assault, can Chen Beiyuan possibly withstand it? Even though many present held tremendous confidence in Chen Beiyuan, yet witnessing Lin Xiao successively unleash astonishing combat power, even they began to waver with shock and doubt. Even Lang Ruobing's expression changed subtly at this moment. Clearly this was her first time seeing Lin Xiao reveal his true strength. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a trace of worry inexplicably surfaced on her face now. A last-minute power surge? No wonder it's the standard equipment for a protagonist. Chen Beiyuan's eyes were as dark as an abyss, his expression calm, resembling an unshakable towering mountain as he remained standing with his hands behind his back. He paid no heed to the frenzied waves of murderous intent and the deranged shouts coming from all directions, as if he had long anticipated everything. In the original storyline, the original host was preparing to fight Lin Xiao when his cultivation suddenly vanished, leading to a crushing defeat and humiliating disgrace. What a pity, none of this would happen after he transmigrated into this world. This time, history was about to be completely rewritten. The corners of his lips curled slightly with a hint of mockery, yet his right hand remained clasped behind his back. Instead, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly raised his left hand. He actually intended to fight with just one hand. Enough of your noise. Under countless disbelieving gazes, Chen Beiyuan actually swatted at the incoming Lin Xiao as if batting away a fly. In that instant, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth grew wildly agitated, as if drawn by some peculiar energy, forming a massive vortex that effortlessly tore apart the overwhelming lethal intent. The radiance around him began to dim at that very moment. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Beiyuan instantly became the focal point of the entire scene. Just the initial stance alone summoned such extraordinary phenomena. One could only imagine what earth-shattering spectacle would unleash when he truly struck. Despite witnessing such terrifying omens, Lin Xiao showed not even a trace of fear. On the contrary, a glint of delight flashed in his eyes as a triumphant smirk crept across his face. You've fallen for my delusion toxin, yet you still dare to unleash such a powerful combat technique? Before you can even execute it, all your cultivation will vanish, leaving you a crip. That's impossible. Lin Xiao's eerie grin instantly froze on his face as an icy chill ran through his entire body. From within the colossal spiritual energy vortex emerged a terrifying giant hand, completely pitch black, covered in forbidden patterns, and wreathed in raging demonic flames, directly descending to crush him. Forbidden Extinction Demonic Flame Poem. Chapter 9, Peak War King, the protagonist's godfather. That's impossible. How could he still unleash such a terrifying battle skill? Could it be the Void Mirage poison had no effect on him? Or perhaps, Lin Xiao's face turned deathly pale in an instant as he stared in disbelief at the monstrous palm wreathed in surging demonic flames descending upon him. His thoughts became utterly chaotic, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The annihilative aura emanating from those intricate black palm lines instantly sealed off the entire martial platform, firmly locking onto his very soul. He felt utterly cornered with no path of retreat. Logically, his Black Flood Dragon battle spirit wasn't any smaller than that terrifying giant palm engulfed in raging demonic flames. Yet inexplicably, he now felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance, as if they fundamentally existed on completely different levels. Lin Xiao had considered Chen Beiyuan's strength, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined the gap between them would be so vast. Just one palm strike made him feel the threat of death. Roar! The pitch-black flood dragon guarding him suddenly let out a deafening cry of agony. Its scales shattered under the terrifying pressure of scorching heat, resembling a blood-streaked loach. The colossal body, now gradually turning illusory, began to crack with countless fissures. With a loud boom, under countless astonished gazes, the massive black flood dragon battle spirit was shattered by a single palm strike, dissolving into scattered fragments of soul light. Thunk! The destruction of his life-linked, Black Flood Dragon battle spirit, subjected Lin Xiao to unprecedented backlash. Blood and spiritual energy surged chaotically within him, causing him to vomit copious amounts of blood from his mouth and nose. His mind felt as if struck by a giant hammer, nearly knocking him unconscious on the spot. Yet as he watched in horror, the terrifying giant palm, merely dimmed after destroying his battle spirit, continued its unstoppable descent, now aimed directly at his skull. The tremendous fear between life and death, coupled with his protagonist's aura, instantly ignited a surge of new strength in Lin Xiao's weakened body. Regaining his senses, he shouted without hesitation. Seeing that Lin Xiao had miraculously regained his composure at the critical moment and was about to cry, "I surrender," to escape death. Humph! Chen Beiyuan's expression darkened, recognizing the interference of so-called plot armor. With a sudden cold snort that rumbled like thunder across the entire dueling platform, You think you can just surrender and keep your miserable life? Did anyone ask for his opinion? Lin Zhao's head jerked up instinctively at the sudden thunderous roar, his gaze snapping forward where he abruptly met a pair of pitch-black eyes shrouded in sinister demonic energy. A malicious light stabbed into his mind like lightning. Boom! Lin Zhao's pupils contracted violently as vertigo overwhelmed him, his consciousness being dragged bit by bit into an abyss. As if losing all awareness, the "I surrender" he'd been about to shout died on his lips. Not good. The middle-aged referee standing beside them had been ready to intervene the moment Lin Zhao spoke up. Yet Lin Zhao's abrupt silence froze the referee momentarily, causing his reaction to slow by a heartbeat. That split-second delay made intervention impossible. For the terrifying giant palm wreathed in raging demonic flames was already descending toward Lin Zhao's skull. In another instant, they'd witness his head exploding in a shower of brain matter. Everything happened too fast. It happened so swiftly that no one present could react in time. No one expected Lin Zhao, who had been wildly shouting and jumping around moments ago, to appear so utterly powerless before Chen Beiyuan like nothing more than a ridiculous clown. Or perhaps it's that Chen Beiyuan was simply too powerful. With just a casual palm strike, he could have easily ended Lin Zhao's wretched life. Right before the eyes of the crowd, Lin Zhao was on the verge of death and cultivation annihilation. Suddenly, a dense, mysterious radiance erupted from the dazed Lin Zhao's body, miraculously blocking the close-range, annihilation devil flame palm, for an instant. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Chen Beiyuan's expression remained impassive, though his eyes darkened slightly as if he had anticipated this all along. Indeed, a protagonist blessed with fortune isn't so easy to kill. Such beings are practically synonymous with cockroaches, their vitality is disgustingly tenacious. Trying to squash them in one go is completely impossible. Crack! The thick, mysterious radiance shattered after barely holding out for a moment. But even that brief moment was enough for people to react. Stop! A gray-robed elderly figure, clearly filled with shock and fury, suddenly appeared beside the dazed Lin Zhao, grasping him and pulling him behind. Without an ounce of excess flesh, his bony hand fearlessly reached forward to seize the slightly dimmed, hellbane devil flame palm. An immense pressure as weighty as a towering mountain erupted in an instant. 6th rank. The peak of War King. RIP. The seemingly emaciated palm forcibly tore through the significantly dimmed, forbidden extinguishing demonic flame palm, the resulting explosion transforming into a swirling tide of energy that, propelled by some unseen force, surged directly toward the waiting Chen Beiyuan. Clearly, while saving Lin Zhao, the aged figure had deliberately aimed to deliver a stern warning to Chen Beiyuan. Such blatant actions were unmistakable to anyone in the martial arena who wasn't blind. What boldness! The newcomer's malice was now laid bare without the slightest attempt at concealment. Chen Beiyuan's expression also turned completely cold, showing not the slightest intention of retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, ignoring the surging tidal wave of energy. Transforming his palm into a fist, the blood and chi within his body erupted as an overbearing fist intent surged from him, resembling a terrifying primordial deity that once suppressed countless races in ancient times. With a single punch, he met force with force. Boom! Fist clashed against claw. Primitive and raw physical strength collided in that moment. The deafening roar was akin to two high-speed trains crashing into each other at 650 kilometers per hour. The entire martial platform was instantly swept by a raging cyclone, lifting dust and rubble into the sky, while countless cracks spread wildly across the ground. Boom! Forged from special materials strong enough to withstand hundreds of tons of pressure, the martial platform shattered into pieces in an instant. The overwhelming force nearly vacuumed the surrounding air. Such domineering fist intent. The eccentric old man in grey robe suddenly paled, feeling a terrifying, wave-like force surge through his palm. The impact sent him stumbling backward with Lin Zhao in his grip, forcibly driving him 3 full steps back. Those aged eyes gazed in disbelief at the noble and dignified figure standing with hands behind his back, slowly retracting his fist after forcing him back 7 steps. It was simply inconceivable. On the surface, their collision of pure brute strength had favored him, yet in truth, he had suffered a crushing defeat. As a peak 6th-level battle king, he had actually been forced back 3 steps by a 4th-level battle general in a contest of raw physical strength. Even considering his advanced age and declining prowess, and without employing battle aura, techniques, or martial spirits, relying solely on bodily might, he should have effortlessly overpowered Chen Beiyuan, a mere 4th-level battle general. Yet the reality was completely opposite. In terms of pure physical strength, the two were nearly evenly matched. What made it even harder for him to accept was that from start to finish, Chen Beiyuan had only used his left hand, while his right remained clasped behind his back, never once employed. This was undoubtedly equivalent to a resounding slap across his face. The sting was unbearably fierce. Yet, he wasn't the only one shaken. At this moment, the students in the spectator stands and the senior faculty members on the high platform were equally startled by the scene before them. Holy shit, what did I just witness? Chen Beiyuan actually dared to face a 6th-rank War King single-handedly, going toe-to-toe with a peak-level War King expert? A sixth-rank war king's physical body, tempered and refined through countless battles with battle chi, can rival divine weapons even without utilizing battle chi. Yet, Chen Beiyuan could actually contend with it using pure physical strength, bridging two major realms? Wait, isn't that old man the eccentric fellow from the logistics department, the one who guards the academy's supplies, called Old Xiong? What's he doing here? Damn it, last time I went to exchange credits for goods, he had the deadpan face like I owed him money. Peak 6th rank war king? This weird old man was hiding his strength so deep? Wait, something's off. Chen Beiyuan hasn't shown the slightest hint of his cultivation level from start to finish. That old bastard. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring the countless incredulous gazes from all directions. His eyes fixed on the elderly figure before him, dressed in a gray robe, with disheveled hair and a somewhat unkempt appearance, immediately recognizing the man's true identity. Patriarch Cheung, Director of Logistics at Donghua Academy. One of the senior executives at Donghua Academy. However, this person holds another far more peculiar identity. That is none other than the adoptive father of the protagonist Lin Xiao, blessed by destiny. Chapter 10, What a Two-Faced, Self-Righteous Old Dog. In the original plot, this man was childless, living a lonely and bitter life with an eccentric personality. Despite his deep seniority and special status, he remained an elder of Donghua Academy. After entering Donghua Academy, Lin Xiao set his sights on Old Xiong, deliberately or perhaps inadvertently getting close to him. He flaunted his talents, seeking guidance, and gradually won over this peculiar old man. He even went so far as to kneel down and declare his willingness to become his adopted son, pledging to care for him in his old age and give him a proper funeral. This completely won over the eccentric old man. Over the years, Lin Xiao's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds was largely due to this godfather exploiting his position, secretly funneling academy logistics resources to aid him, taking public assets for his godson's benefit. Surprising he'd go that far. Lin Xiao, how are you holding up? Elder Cheung gazed at Lin Xiao in his arms, whose 7 orifices were bleeding, his breath weak, and his condition utterly miserable, feeling only an unbearable heartache. God, Father, Teacher, I can still hold on. Lin Xiao forced himself to stay alert, opening his heavy eyelids to look at the white-haired old man before him, whose face was full of concern. A warm feeling surged in his heart, and he was about to call out that familiar title when he suddenly realized the situation was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. In Donghua Academy, designations like Godfather and Godson could not be openly disclosed, lest it give others an opportunity for criticism. Seeing Lin Xiao beaten into such a wretched state, Old Xiong could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. After years of companionship, he had truly come to regard Lin Xiao as his own son. Now, my beloved son has been beaten to such a state. How could he ever let it go at that? Chen Beiyuan, how utterly vicious your heart is. As a fellow student of Donghua Academy, how could you treat Lin Xiao with such cruelty, disregarding all bonds of camaraderie? Do you presume that with your elite family background and monumental connections, you can flout academy regulations and wantonly oppress those of humble origins? If it weren't for this old man's timely intervention, wouldn't blood already be staining the ground? The Donghua Qin family, as one of the empire's foremost noble houses, has enjoyed generations of imperial favor. Yet it breeds heartless scum like you, devoid of conscience. Perhaps the Chen family's prestige is but an empty reputation after all. Old but not dead is a thief. Elder Cheung wasted no time in twisting the truth the moment he spoke, deliberately painting Lin Xiao as the oppressed party. He forcibly dragged all the students from impoverished and commoner backgrounds into the moral dilemma, clearly aiming to incite conflict and division. This move is nothing short of ruthless. Students from noble families and prestigious clans at Donghua Academy have never gotten along with those from humble or commoner backgrounds. Even those who could be friends are few and far between. The seeds of conflict between them were sown long ago. Just the slightest spark is enough to escalate tensions and blow things completely out of proportion. He deliberately downplayed his earlier maneuver, positioning himself as the righteous one. This series of manipulations had perfectly grasped the psychology of the crowd. Now, murmurs of varying intensity began rising from the audience. Clearly that distorted narrative was already taking effect. Chen Beiyuan's sharp gaze coldly observed everything unfolding before him. He understood all too well that Old Xiong would likely next play the elder statesman card, leveraging his senior position in the academy to criticize and judge him from a moral high ground. Moreover, this could be used to tarnish the reputation of the Donghua Qin family. The sheer venom of his schemes and the ruthlessness of his methods are truly beyond ordinary imagination. Had it been anyone else, they might well have been led by the nose by this old scoundrel, with one damning label after another pinned on them. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong man. Did they really think this heaven-ordained villain was made of clay, trading insults? That's literally his specialty. What a shameless old mutt, spouting hypocritical moral platitudes with that twisted tongue of yours. What did you say? Old Xiong, who was just about to pile on more accusations in an attempt to have Chen Beiyuan expelled from the academy by revoking his student status, nearly ascended to heaven from anger at this sudden rebuke. His gaze turned vicious as he glared at Chen Beiyuan, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak 6th rank battle king in an attempt to intimidate him with sheer pressure. I said you're just an old dog who twists truth and lies, spouting nothing but hypocritical moral platitudes. Chen Beiyuan remained unfazed by the intimidating aura, stepping forward with an unwavering expression. Meeting Elder Qiong's fierce gaze and the surrounding looks of astonishment, shock, mockery, and disdain, the corner of his lips curled into a smirk. You accuse me of cruelty when Lin Xiao was screaming for my blood, trying to kill me mercilessly. Where were you, old dog, barking then? Fellowship between peers? Did Lin Xiao show even half a trace of such fellowship just now? He could mercilessly attack me without regard for our shared bond, yet when I choose to return like for like, striking back in kind, suddenly that's unjust? Is weakness always right? Is strength always wrong? Have all your years been wasted on a dog? Despite lacking the capability, he dared challenge me to a bet. Ending up like this is entirely his own fault. Watching Chen Beiyuan defy his oppressive aura and repeatedly call him old dog, Elder Qiong nearly erupted in fury, his arms trembling with rage as he held Lin Xiao. If not for the need to tend to Lin Xiao's injuries, he would have gladly crushed Chen Beiyuan with a single slap. You what? As a high-ranking official of the academy, dare you distort the truth and interfere with the academy's competition? According to Manhwa Academy's regulations, unless one party admits defeat, no one is allowed to intervene. Yet before the match was even decided, you forcibly interfered, placing your own will above academy rules. What exactly are you trying to do? After intervening in the competition, you dared to bully the weak with your strength, suppressing others with your cultivation, attempting to scheme against me, a peak war king bullying a student. You're unworthy of being a teacher. And afterwards, you relied on your seniority to act pretentiously, using deceptive words to stir up students' emotions, confounding right and wrong, deliberately blowing this matter out of proportion. Do you really think everyone is a fool? As soon as these words fell, the previously noisy spectator stands instantly fell into complete silence. At this moment, all eyes gathered on the figure standing proudly on the martial platform, noble, dignified, and awe-inspiring, with his hands perpetually clasped behind his back. No one could have anticipated that Chen Beiyuan would dare to point at a peak-level 6th-rank battle king and unleash a torrent of curses, repeatedly calling him an old dog without leaving the slightest room for compromise. It must be understood a single 6th-rank battle king expert could easily serve as the cornerstone of a second-tier aristocratic family. Yet Chen Beiyuan wasn't finished. He took another step forward, his chilling gaze locking onto the so-called old dog before him. In that moment, his aura actually suppressed his opponents as he roared. You old dog, how dare you speak of the Donghua Chen clan? Since the establishment of the Eastern Phoenix Empire, the Chen family of Eastern Phoenix has guarded the empire's borders for generations, defending against fierce beasts and foreign races, spanning hundreds of years. Upon reaching adulthood, every Chen clansman assumes key military positions to protect the empire's territories. Hundreds of Chen clansmen die or are injured each year, while those left disabled or with hidden wounds are countless. Over these centuries, the blood shed by our Chen family of Eastern Phoenix for the empire is enough to dye red the very lands you stand upon. I, Chen Beiyuan, dare declare before all Eastern Phoenix scholars and all academy officials today, the Chen family of Eastern Phoenix has nothing to be ashamed of before the empire. Yet now, while Chen clansmen bleed in sweat on the front lines defending our homeland, you dare stand here distorting the truth, slandering the soldiers at the front, and defaming those who silently safeguard the empire. Old dog, what exactly are your sinister intentions? Do you truly think my sword is dull? Chapter 11, I refuse to believe Donghua Academy can blot out the empire's sky. Old dog, do you truly think my sword is dull? Chen Beiyuan's cold eyes flashed like lightning, radiating chilling light as his thunderous voice, brimming with intimidating aura, shook the entire martial arena. At this moment, his imposing aura completely overwhelmed even old Xiong before him, leaving the elder speechless in response. The entire venue fell into deathly silence. So what if he's at the peak of War King realm, throwing baseless accusations? Chen Beiyuan branded him with an even greater accusation, and far more damning. What's more crucial is that everything Chen Beiyuan said was undeniably true. The prestige and status of the Donghua Chen family today weren't merely nominal, they were earned through blood and sacrifice. Ever since guarding the empire's borders, the Donghua Chen family had lost countless members. Among them were 3rd-class war spirits, 4th-class war generals, 5th-class war marshals, 6th-class war kings, 7th-class war emperors. Even more astonishing, there was even an 8th-rank war emperor among them. Over 100 years ago, an enormous secret realm suddenly appeared at the empire's borders. Shockingly, 2 8th-rank savage beasts escaped, assaulting the border defenses and wreaking bloody havoc. At the same time, a massive tide of wild beasts emerged beyond the borders, and foreign races began their invasion. Within moments, the entire imperial border region completely collapsed into chaos, corpses littered the landscape, and the frontier Great Wall was breached by the alien races. In an instant, the cities surrounding the border were completely engulfed in the flames of war. At that time, foreign nations across the seas also watched with covetous eyes, intending to exploit the chaos for profit, stirring turmoil within the Donghua Empire. For a time, the Donghua Empire was thrown into turmoil, besieged by wolves abroad while ferocious tigers ran rampant within, unleashing a massacre. In this critical moment, an ancient ancestor from the Chun family of Donghua resolutely chose to self-immolate his imperial soul, sacrificing his own life to forcefully slay the 8th-rank dire beast, Titanic Python. On the other end, the 8th great ferocious beast, Abyssal Devourer, after being severely wounded, fled back into that massive secret realm. With these two greatest scourges removed, the upper echelons of Donghua's Qin clan led their younger generations to reorganize the imperial army. They stubbornly used their flesh and blood to annihilate the beast tide and drove the invading foreign races back beyond the border. In that battle, Donghua's Qin clan suffered heavy losses, including the permanent loss of an 8th-grade war emperor capable of suppressing a nation's destiny. Tens of thousands of the Qin family's descendants forever remained on the border battlefields. It could almost be said to have reached the point of sustaining crippling damage. At that time, if Qin Beiyuan's grandfather hadn't broken through to become an 8th-rank war emperor shortly afterward, stabilizing the situation, the Donghua Qin family would likely have fallen from its position as a top-tier aristocratic family. Only after resolving these internal troubles did the covetous wolves and tigers overseas, seeing no profit to be gained, choose to desist. This is why Qin Beiyuan dared to declare, the Eastern Splendor Qin clan has nothing to be ashamed of before the empire. Given such circumstances, how could Qin Beiyuan possibly let this old dog before him use the Eastern Splendor Qin clan as a stepping stone without consequences? Did they truly think the young master of the Qin clan was dead? Even if this matter were brought before the empire's highest authorities, the one who'd suffer would only be this wretched old dog standing before him. Even the entire Donghua Academy would face punishment from the empire. How dare a mere 6th-rank battle king utter such words? At this moment, old Xiong also realized the dire situation, his face turning dark and livid. On the high platform of honor, the Academy's senior administrators also underwent drastic changes in expression, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. A square-faced, dignified middle-aged man quickly rose to his feet, intending to mediate. I believe this must be a misunderstanding. Bang! A sudden loud explosion from the audience seats directly cut off the man's words. A towering, burly man suddenly smashed the chair beneath him to pieces and stood up, drawing countless gazes. Misunderstanding? Still talking tough at this point, is this how the higher-ups of Donghua Academy conduct affairs? Whoever dares to bully young Master Chen today will have to get through me, old Kuei, first. This towering giant was named Kuei I. His father, Kuei Mo, served as an advisor under Qin Beiyuan's father, a true blue Qin family loyalist. If he dared stand by and watch the young master of the Chen family be humiliated today, his father would hang him up and beat him half to death. Boom! Another chair was smashed to pieces. A frail-looking youth with a sinister expression rose to his feet, his icy gaze fixed on the Academy's senior officials atop the high platform. So this is the mighty prestige of Donghua Academy? After causing such a major incident, you still think you can cover it up? Do you really believe everyone present here is blind? This cold-faced youth hailed from a second-rate family in Donghua's Lin City, their entire clan being vassals under the protection of the Donghua Qin family. As the saying goes, when the lord is disgraced, the vassal must die. If he dared remain a passive spectator today, neither he nor his family would have any future left in this world. Compared to the identity of an East Glory Academy student, it's better to renounce it. Boom! East Glory Academy boasts itself as the empire's top institution, a sacred place in the eyes of all imperial citizens. Yet from what I see today, it's nothing more than a den of iniquity. Another student from Donghua Academy slammed the table and shouted angrily. The family behind this person is also one of the followers of the Donghua Chen clan. Boom! You twist the truth, seek revenge, and spew baseless accusations. You're unworthy of being a teacher. How can Donghua Academy tolerate such a person? Aren't you afraid of misleading future generations? A plainly dressed student from Donghua Academy, clearly of commoner birth, also slammed the table and rose to his feet, shouting in anger. This man was born in a border city. His grandfather had personally experienced the disaster of a monstrous beast-tide invasion, and his entire family had ultimately been saved by the Chun clan disciples guarding the frontier. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be alive today. Boom! Bullshit. You only cry misunderstanding when things escalate. Where were you earlier? Do you really think the Chen clan is so easy to bully? Then you'd better first ask if the Empire's million border garrison soldiers will allow it. Boom! The teacher once said, Donghua students facing injustice can seek help from the academy, but what if the injustice comes from the academy itself? I don't understand. Please enlighten me, teacher. In an instant, the entire martial arts training area erupted with pounding tables and incessant shouts, countless voices raised in questioning, scolding with righteous indignation, and outright cursing. The commotion was so tremendous it seemed capable of overturning the entire Donghua Academy. Even outside the academy's walls, one could faintly hear the impassioned shouts and furious interrogations. On the battle platform, Elder Cheong, who was treating Lin Xiao, instantly turned grim-faced. At the high-seat podium, the academy's higher-ups now found themselves in an increasingly awkward predicament. Even the middle-aged man who had just spoken, Lu Wenwei, vice president of Donghua Academy, now wore a slightly altered expression, feeling nothing short of scalp-tingling unease. This moment made him vividly aware of the influence wielded by a top-tier aristocratic family. By now, no fewer than 1,000 Donghua students had risen angrily from their seats in the spectator stands, accounting for nearly one-fifth of the audience. Behind these individuals lay affiliations. Some belonged to families subordinate to the Chun clan, others were military subordinates of the Chens, while others were staunch followers or beneficiaries of the Chen family's favor. Even more, there were righteous students who spoke up under its influence. The youth never lacked passionate zeal. Who could have imagined that Chen Beiyuan would single-handedly create such a situation as today? At this point, Donghua Academy could no longer back down. Want to continue protecting your own people? How could they possibly eliminate all these thousands of students together? If handled poorly, Donghua Academy might become the empire's laughingstock. The prestige of Donghua Academy, the empire's top institution and a sacred land in countless people's eyes, would plummet drastically. The young scions of wealthy and powerful families sitting in the first row of the audience wore varied expressions, their eyes flickering uncertainly. Amid the deafening clamor around them, they silently watched Chen Beiyuan on the battle martial platform, lost in unknown thoughts. Apparently, they too were stunned by the Chen family's overwhelming influence. One must realize that among their ranks were individuals whose family backgrounds weren't inferior to the Eastern Splendor Chen clan. Searching their souls, they wondered if they were the ones standing on that battle martial platform instead. Could they recreate such a magnificent spectacle of power and prestige? Lang Ruobing's starry eyes flickered slightly, her face showing a trace of emotion as she gazed silently at that noble and dignified figure on the battle platform. At this moment, she finally understood just how terrifying the influence of the top-tier Eastern Huachin family truly was, and the influence of this scion from such a paramount family far exceeded her wildest imagination. In that instant, the familiar image of that gentle and scholarly figure in her mind gradually became overshadowed by the domineering and ruthless presence before her eyes. So this is your true nature? Just as Lang Ruobing was overwhelmed with emotion, even to the point of fascination, a sudden noise from nearby abruptly snapped her out of her reverie. When she raised her gaze, she saw a fair-skinned youth, no more than 17 or 18, casually lounging with one leg crossed over the other, his face wearing an expression of arrogant nonchalance. With a sudden violent kick, he sent the table before him flying down toward the arena below. Bang! The enormous noise and commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. Under the gaze of all present, a fair-skinned youth with youthful, doll-like features slowly rose from his seat in the front row of the spectator stands. His face bore an arrogant expression as he glared straight at the academy's leadership on the high platform. What a magnificent Eastern Glory Academy, truly eye-opening. At this point, you still refuse to make a decision? Or perhaps you'd rather keep hiding like timid turtles, pretending nothing has happened. Have you no shame? Absolutely shameless. I refuse to believe Donghua Academy can blot out the heavens of this empire. As these words rang out, the entire assembly was stunned. These words showed no regard for saving face with the top brass of Donghua Academy. He might as well have pointed at their noses and cursed their mothers. However, what was even more shocking was the identity of the fair-skinned youth, the little troublemaker of the East Hua Bai family. Bai Yuza, the Bai family, the pinnacle aristocratic family of the Donghua Empire. A colossal entity that absolutely does not pale in comparison to the Chun family. As for why he would courageously speak up for Chen Beiyuan at this moment, it was for no other reason. Simply because Chen Beiyuan's fiancée also bore the surname Bai, and just happens to be his sister. Chapter 12, Instant Breakthrough, 5th Rank War Marshal. On the central high platform, Vice Principal Lu Wenwei's expression had already surpassed what could be described as merely unpleasant. The other senior officials from nearby academies were also beginning to feel uneasy. The Bai family, that was a top-tier aristocratic family with an 8th-grade war emperor. They were truly at the empire's pinnacle. To put it bluntly, the thousands of students who just leaped to their feet in protest likely carry less weight than Bai Yuza's single word. The gap between them simply isn't on the same level. Originally, the Chen family alone was enough to make the entire Donghua Academy tremble with fear. And now, the Bai family has joined the fray. At this moment, Lu Wenwei felt the urge to curse his own mother. Despite being the vice principal of Donghua Academy and a 7th-rank war emperor with esteemed status, before the colossal Chen and Bai families, he amounted to next to nothing. Only Manhwa Academy's principal, who had reached the 8th rank War Emperor realm, was truly qualified to negotiate with such top-tier aristocratic families. At this moment, Lu Wenwei looked at old Xiong on the martial platform and even felt the urge to wash his hands of the matter. East Glory Academy had always maintained a neutral stance, responsible for supplying talent to the various departments of the empire, and would not lightly provoke conflicts with top-tier powers. Backed by the imperial family, its status was truly transcendent. Even those top-tier factions would have to show it considerable respect. Yet now, it had simultaneously offended 2 leading aristocratic clans in one fell swoop. If it weren't for old Xiong's special status, senior qualifications, and his particular nepotistic ties with the principal, he truly wouldn't want to handle this anymore. This was clearly throwing him into the fire. But there was no choice, he still had to protect him regardless. To be honest, he refused to believe that with the situation blown up to such proportions, the principal could truly remain completely unaware. The reason he hadn't shown himself yet was simply because the situation hadn't deteriorated to that extent, making it inappropriate for him to intervene. Once the principal steps forward, the nature of the incident changes entirely. Under such circumstances, there was no choice but for him, the vice principal, to handle this matter personally. Lu Wenwei turned his gaze toward the figure standing majestically on the combat platform, hands clasped behind his back. Perhaps, it takes the one who tied the bell to untie it. With the abrupt and drastic turn of events, Lin Xiao's slightly flushed face instantly turned deathly pale, his settled heart once again leaping up to pound wildly thump in his chest. Clearly, the current situation had already exceeded his imagination. His greatest current reliance, old Xiong, might no longer be able to protect him. Suppressing his trembling, he glared venomously at the figures rising from the audience stands, their righteous voices condemning him, as a furious roar erupted within his heart. Damn it, why must you all help him? Why won't you help me instead? I'm the one who's disadvantaged here, I'm the one who deserves help. Just because I have no power or influence, does that mean I should suffer such humiliation? You all deserve to die. I refuse to accept this, I refuse. If I can just survive this calamity, I'll climb step by step to the very top. I swear such shame as today's will never happen again. He who is righteous will have many allies, he who is unrighteous will find few. All men weigh gains and losses, knowing full well what choice they'll make. A protagonist of fortune who hasn't yet grown is nothing before this great villain chosen by fate. So-called reliance is but a paper tiger that crumbles at a touch. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing everyone's shifting moods with a faint curl at the corner of his lips. He wasn't the least bit surprised. In those brainless villain tropes, the protagonist, blessed by fate, always manages to seize the moral high ground at critical moments during their early weakness. They lecture and shamelessly humiliate the villain, who boasts influential connections, just to achieve their goals. Even the bystanders seem to have been struck by a stupor-inducing aura, unconsciously siding with the protagonist and mocking the villain with cutting remarks. Yet the villain, despite their immense background, always hesitates and frets, second-guessing every move, too timid to retaliate? Is that really possible? Would a villain with such formidable backing let anyone bully him so easily? Don't be ridiculous. How could an underdeveloped protagonist of fortune possibly compare to him? Outnumber him? Most people present are his men. Compare influence? He's the heir to the empire's top power. Talk about connections? The network of a top aristocratic family exceeds your imagination. Under these circumstances, how could Lin Xiao possibly turn the tables? Could it be that he's relying on that old dog he calls his godfather? Silence. On the high platform, Vice Principal Lu Wenwei seemed to have made up his mind. He cleared his throat to quiet the clamor in the venue, then turned his gaze to Chen Beiyuan on the martial platform, his tone softening. Chen Beiyuan, Elder Qiong indeed acted impulsively in the heat of the moment and misspoke. The Manhwa Academy is willing to offer you appropriate compensation and will reprimand. Before he could finish, Chen Beiyuan ruthlessly interrupted him with a scornful laugh. At this point, you still think you can gloss things over and turn big matters into small ones and small ones into nothing. Is this the Empire's top academy? Truly awe-inspiring. Chen Beiyuan paid no attention to Vice Principal Lu Wenwei's frozen expression. His gaze settled on the ever-silent old Qiong, and he spoke in an indifferent tone. I want an answer. Elder Qiong's face darkened as he snorted coldly, offering no response. He simply continued healing Lin Xiao in his arms. Clearly, he was aware that the current situation was highly unfavorable for both himself and Lin Xiao. Hadn't everyone seen how even Vice Principal Lu Wenwei was now speaking submissively to Chen Beiyuan? Otherwise, given his eccentric temperament, he would have already started hurling abuses. However, he firmly believed that as long as he remained within Donghua Academy, he could handle any situation that arose. No matter how arrogant Chen Beiyuan appeared before him, at most he could only show off and talk big, nothing more. After all, he was just a junior. He refused to believe the Chen family of Donghua would dare send experts to forcibly enter the academy and confront him. It's a pity he overestimated himself and underestimated Chen Beiyuan too much. Excellent. Truly proving the saying one won't stop until they reach the Yellow River. Seeing this old dog still stubbornly holding his head high with that disdainful look, Chen Beiyuan nodded with a smile, as if he already knew exactly what was going through the other's mind. The next moment, under countless disbelieving gazes, he strode straight forward. His right hand, which had been clasped behind his back, slowly dropped to his side. This unusual move instantly left everyone present in utter disbelief. Could it be he actually intended to fight against Elder Cheong? That was a 6th grade war king after all. Chen Beiyuan was merely a measly 4th grade war. Bang! An abyssal, unfathomably terrifying demonic aura abruptly erupted from Chen Beiyuan's body. The dark purple demonic energy carried an intense oppressive sensation that originated from the depths of one's soul, instantly engulfing the entire scene with a shuddering dread. For a moment, the entire audience was stunned. Even Lu Wenwei, who possessed the cultivation level of a 7th-rank war emperor, now had a drastic change in expression. He felt an inexplicable sense of oppression rising from the depths of his heart, and an involuntary look of astonishment appeared on his face. What sinister demonic art! It could even affect someone like him. Amidst the eerie boiling surges of demonic energy, Chen Beiyuan finally revealed his cultivation level before everyone's eyes. Early stage war general. Yet what happened next completely surpassed all imaginings. With every step Chen Beiyuan took, his cultivation explosively soared, breaking through realms in succession as the demonic energy around him grew increasingly profound and icy. The mystic heart Dao fruit, obtained from the defying fate system, after a night of refinement and continuous absorption during this period, began to take effect. A profound enlightenment and powerful energy instantly surged through his body at lightning speed. The slight deficiency in accumulation at this moment was completely replenished. Middle tier battle general, general high tier, general peak tier, marshal initial tier. In mere moments, he had broken through from a 4th tier general to become a 5th tier marshal through consecutive breakthroughs. In an instant, the entire hall fell into silence. Countless pairs of disbelieving eyes stared fixedly at that noble and majestic figure engulfed in demonic flames, mouths suddenly feeling parched with shock. At this moment, every single person grasped this truth. Chen Beiyuan had already reached the 4th rank warrior realm 6 years ago. For 6 years, he had been suppressing his cultivation level. 6 years of arduous training, accumulating strength for a sudden leap forward. In an instant, he broke through from 4th rank to 5th rank, advancing from war general to war marshal. An 18-year-old 5th rank war marshal? Such a young 5th rank battle marshal would likely rank among the top 3 in the entire history of the Eastern Glory Empire. Truly monstrous. Yet, at this moment, Chen Beiyuan merely smiled faintly. This isn't over yet. The residual power of the profound heart Dao fruit within his body was rapidly absorbed at this moment. Just after reaching the 5th rank war sovereign realm, his foundation instantly stabilized and became flawless once more. In the next instant, the expressions of everyone present twisted from astonishment to outright horror as they looked at Chen Beiyuan, because he had broken through yet again. Boom! Middle tier battle commander. Boom! High tier battle commander. Chapter 13, One Punch suppresses a 6th rank war king. Is this really happening? An 18-year-old high-level 5th rank war commander? I must be insane. Breaking through with every step, as if ascending the heavenly ladder without obstruction, advancing from 4th rank to 5th rank in mere moments. This feels like reading mythological legends. War commander advanced stage? Everyone present felt like an overwhelming tsunami had erupted in their minds, their eyes glazed over with an air of shock bordering on horror. From war general initial stage straight to war commander advanced stage, what kind of concept is this? Countless people endure years of arduous cultivation, experiencing untold hardships and life or death crises just to have a chance at breaking through a single minor realm threshold. And to break through a major realm, how much serendipity, how many treasures, how much time would it take, not to mention the unknown price one must pay. Yet Chen Beiyuan crossed 5 minor realms and 1 major realm in an instant, advancing directly from a 4th rank war general to a 5th rank war marshal. Moreover, he was just 1 step away from reaching the peak of 5th rank war marshal. What countless people could never achieve in their lifetime, he accomplished as effortlessly as breathing or drinking water. Such a world-shocking breakthrough speed must only exist in mythical legends. What shocked certain observant individuals even more was their inability to discern what demonic cultivation technique Chen Beiyuan was practicing. The top cultivation techniques of the Eastern Huachen clan definitely shouldn't possess such peculiar demonic arts. Boom! The eerie dark purple demonic energy surged violently, shooting straight into the sky, nearly covering the entire heavens and plunging the martial arena into complete darkness. That noble and imposing figure was encircled by the strange demonic aura, resembling a terrifying demonic deity that had walked straight out of ancient times. Pairs of dark purple eyes radiated a sinister demonic charm. Anyone who met their gaze would feel an instinctive terror, as if standing at the edge of an abyss, slowly falling into its depths. The prison-suppressing devil scripture, practiced by Qin Beiyuan, was a mysterious demonic manual capable of cultivating one up to the 8th Great War Emperor realm. This eerie demonic scripture was discovered by an ancestor of the Chun family on a stone tablet within a pitch-black, perilous beast domain. Not only does this eerie demonic scripture contain various terrifying combat techniques and mystical supernatural abilities, but the prison-suppressing demonic chi cultivated from it possesses the sinister characteristic of suppressing all things between heaven and earth, truly embodying the utmost domineering might. According to the Chen family ancestor, the power of this eerie demonic scripture likely surpassed even their clan's 8th grade inherited cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, for centuries, not a single descendant of the Chun family has succeeded in cultivating it. Even the Chun family's ancestor, who was an 8th rank war emperor at the time, couldn't master it, believing this sinister demonic scripture might not be meant for human cultivation. After all, the demonic scripture was far too malevolent. In the end, the sinister demonic scripture wound up collecting dust on a high shelf, forgotten by all. That was until Chen Beiyuan's birth, which triggered celestial anomalies. The sky split open with an unfathomably deep rift, startling almost every 8th rank war emperor powerhouse in Yanjing City. At the moment when the celestial and terrestrial anomalies appeared, the mysterious steel enshrined in the Chen family's secret vault, which recorded an eerie demonic scripture, shattered directly, transforming into a beam of demonic light that infused into the newly born Chen Beiyuan's body. Thus, at the very moment of his birth, Chen Beiyuan mastered without a teacher this bizarre demonic scripture that no one had successfully cultivated for centuries. Over the years, Chen Beiyuan rarely made moves in public, and no one knew that he had cultivated such an uncanny demonic scripture. Even within the Chen family, only a handful of individuals were privy to this matter. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan's dark purple eyes were fixed intently on the stunned-looking old man and young boy before him, emanating a chilling aura. Not good. Old Xiong suddenly felt an icy sensation rising from the depths of his heart. His originally gloomy and scornful elderly face changed dramatically, clearly sensing an indescribable threat. As a 6th rank war king, how could he possibly sense a threat from a mere 5th rank war marshal? It sounded almost like a joke. After all, there was a whole major cultivation realm between them. Yet he had genuinely sensed it. He knew perfectly well that Chen Beiyuan before him could not be treated as an ordinary 5th rank war commander. In this world, there always exist some monstrous beings who are innately powerful, terrifying in combat strength, and capable of fighting beyond their levels. For some reason, at this moment, he inexplicably felt a faint hint of regret, one so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Perhaps, swallowing my pride wouldn't have been so bad. Yet, unfortunately, it was already far too late. Chen Beiyuan's lips curled into a sinister grin as he reveled in the surging, eerie demonic energy coursing through his body. His gaze fixed onto the old dog before him, his hitherto motionless right hand slowly clenched into a fist. Like crystal and white jade, his translucent knuckles suddenly retracted, instantly drawing upon the overwhelming suppression-held demonic chi to form a massive vortex of demonic flames. A colossal dark purple fist emerged from the maelstrom of demonic fire, its distinct ridges seemingly woven from ancient, sinister demonic runes, radiating a bizarrely malevolent power. With devastating force, it crashed toward the old dog and the half-dead pup cradled in his arms. Forbidden annihilation hell fist. At the same moment, his thunderous voice resounded throughout Donghua Academy and echoed outward beyond its walls. Old man, since you won't give me an answer, then it's my turn to give you mine. Damn it! Old Xiong's expression changed drastically as he attempted to shield Lin Xiao, but he suddenly felt the surrounding air currents grow oppressively dense. An indiscernible spiritual fluctuation seemed to lock onto them, leaving him no room to retreat. The enormous dark purple fist projection gave him an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Without hesitation, he hurled the weakened Lin Xiao in his arms backward to evade the impending battle. Youngster, you sorely underestimated this old man. Elder Qiong howled with hair-standing fury, his heaven-shaking roar making it clear he'd been thoroughly provoked. As a peak 6th rank war king powerhouse, how could he possibly be driven to desperation by some junior? After decades of traversing through deadly battlefields, he refused to believe he could be defeated by some inexperienced brat. The boundless blood chi within his body instantly erupted. His withered, skeletal frame suddenly expanded outward, muscles bulging and nodding, while the aged wrinkles on his face noticeably faded, faintly revealing traces of his handsome youth. A bizarre, dragon-like roar reverberated from the depths of his being. A monstrous creature with bulging muscles covered in gray scales, a bizarre serpent-like head, a thick elongated python body, and twisted limbs suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This was unmistakably Elder Qiong's king-class battle spirit. Mid-tier battle spirit, venomous python drake. This was a beast-type battle spirit possessing potent toxins and carrying within it trace amounts of draconic bloodline. The reason Elder Qiong valued Lin Xiao so highly was because he saw in him the potential to transform into a dragon. His mid-level battle spirit, the venomous python drake, had almost no chance of achieving draconic ascension. In fact, even completing its transformation into a full-fledged flood dragon and ascending to a high-level battle spirit seemed like an extravagant hope. As he gazed upon that noble, dignified figure wreathed in overwhelming demonic flames, a trace of ruthless determination flashed through Elder Cheong's eyes, clearly preparing to stake his life on this fight. "Youngster, today I'll make you understand, the dignity of a war king must not be insulted." "Humph." Chen Beiyuan gave a cold snort, his dark purple eyes reflecting something that seemed positively forbidden. The instant old Cheong met those dark purple demonic eyes, he saw an endless abyss of darkness instantly engulf him, and the words on his lips froze abruptly. At that very moment, his soul seemed to freeze solid. His entire body stiffened, rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. Behind him, the poison python drake let out a terrified wail, trembling uncontrollably as if it had glimpsed some higher, unimaginable horror. Not good. At the high platform of the main seat, Vice Principal Lu Wenwei instantly detected the anomaly emanating from Elder Cheong and instinctively moved to intervene. Just as this thought surfaced, he felt an icy chill rise from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to his brain. Damn it! His head remained stiff, not daring to move an inch, yet his gaze involuntarily darted sideways. There, an armless old man had somehow appeared in the room, clutching a bloodstained broken knife in his hand, his milky white eyes fixed directly on him like a silent warning. Even as a 7th-grade battle emperor, he couldn't suppress the creeping dread on his scalp. If this person could sneak up behind him without a sound, he could just as easily lop off his head unnoticed. Lu Wenwei forced a stiff smile that twisted into a bitter expression, sighing inwardly as he obediently returned to his seat, not daring to make any further moves. Such ferocious killing intent could only belong to those insane warriors from the Eastern Splendorchen clan who spent their days battling dire beasts and alien races on the border fronts. He had absolutely no desire to test whether his skull was as hard as those monstrous extraterrestrial creatures. Boom! A mournful howl pierced the air. The venomous python dragon was instantly pulverized by a massive dark purple fist silhouette. Old Cheong, who had been standing motionless with vacant eyes, was jolted awake by excruciating pain surging through his mind. As awareness returned, he saw the slightly dimmed colossal fist silhouette mercilessly descending upon him, instinctively raising his arms in defense. No! Boom! The entire combat platform instantly shattered, violently crushed into a massive crater. Chapter 14, Special Reward Dragon Blood Dao Fruit. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the combat arena as violent winds mixed with shattered stone and dust instantly swept through all directions, causing faint tremors across both the ground and spectator stands. Countless pairs of eyes stared in dumbfounded silence, filled with shock and utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The eerie dark purple demonic energy that once shrouded the sky, along with the massive vortex of demonic flames, had vanished without a trace. Brilliant light pierced through the murky dust clouds from above, fully revealing the scene below. What had once been an indestructible battle martial platform now lay as a colossal crater viewed from the sky. It resembled a gargantuan fist imprint, as though a sky-blotting titan had smashed its fist down with devastating force. The outlines of knuckles and the gaps between fingers could still be clearly seen etched into that enormous fist imprint. Yet within that crevice, there knelt an utterly wretched figure, hunched forward in utter disarray. The once grey robe now hung in tatters, revealing an emaciated frame that had lost all traces of its former muscular bulk. His aged face bore the pallor of death, dull eyes staring blankly at the pitch-black crater beneath him as if unable to comprehend reality. Empty sleeves drooped against the pit's surface, both gaunt arms had completely vanished, evidently obliterated by that previous strike of the forbidden annihilation demon prison fist. Old Cheong was defeated? Am I dreaming? That was a peak 6th rank War King powerhouse. A single punch, just one punch, subdued a 6th rank War King. Such combat power is truly terrifying. A 6th rank War King's physical body rivals divine weapons, easily shrugging off conventional firearms. Even ordinary 5th rank war marshals would struggle to breach it, yet his arms were utterly obliterated. There was something strange about that fight just now. Elder Cheong clearly froze suddenly. Chen Beiyuan must have used some mysterious ability. But what could immobilize a peak 6th grade War King? Could it be some kind of mental attack? Whatever method it was, the fact remains that a 5th grade war marshal defeated a 6th grade War King. At this moment, the murmurs weren't just coming from the spectator stands. Even the higher-ups on the main platform were stirred into commotion. Many people couldn't help but gulp at this moment, finding it hard to believe their eyes. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out, causing another commotion. Wait a minute, it seems we've all overlooked one thing. Chen Beiyuan hasn't used his battle soul even once from beginning to end. Without using his battle soul? This implies that Chen Beiyuan hadn't truly exerted his full strength just now. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Elder Cheong never dreamed that he would actually be defeated, and to suffer such a miserable defeat at that. Having lost both arms, he was practically no different from a cripple. unless he could obtain a top-tier treasure capable of reviving the dead, regenerating flesh, or regrowing limbs. But treasures of that caliber were considered priceless even by 8th-rank war emperors, utterly beyond the reach of a crippled 6th-rank war king like him. All his earlier arrogance had vanished. His face was now ashen, like an old dog with a broken spine. That punch not only directly crushed his strange temper, but completely tore apart all his arrogance. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Beiyuan walked step by step towards Elder Cheong, hands clasped behind his back, no trace of that eerie demonic aura remaining, just as he'd first appeared. His shadowed eyes looked down imperiously. That's my answer for you. Out of respect for Donghua Academy and that person, I won't kill you, but I'll break both your arms as a small lesson, lest you forget your place and presume upon your seniority to bully others. Put. Old Xiong abruptly raised his head, staring at Chen Beiyuan before him. Overwhelmed by fury, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original fate line. In the early stages of the plot, you've directly crippled the important supporting character Old Xiong, indirectly weakening part of the protagonist Lin Zhao's fortunes in future support. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining special reward, Dragon Blood Dao Fruit. Dragon Blood Dao Fruit. This fruit contains a trace of refined dragon blood, considered the supreme treasure in the eyes of body-refining cultivators. Once consumed and refined, the dragon blood within can greatly enhance one's physical body. Dragon Blood Dao Fruit? Chen Beiyuan stared at the peculiar fruit covered in red dragon scales inside his system storage space, his heart swelling with joy. This is truly a rare and exotic treasure. In a certain sense, the Dragon Blood Dao Fruit wasn't meant for human consumption, but rather for dragons. The Dragon Blood Dao Fruit was cultivated by ancient dragon clans through nourishing the dragon blood ancient tree with their own vital essence. This precious fruit was specifically used for newborn dragon offspring to accelerate their growth and awaken their inherited memories. Dragons were inherently renowned as mighty beings with formidable physiques. True pure-blooded dragons were beings that even 8th-grade war emperors would hesitate to provoke. The Dragon Blood Dao Fruit, a treasure specifically designed for young dragons to accelerate their growth and strengthen their physique, had an even more astonishing effect on humans. As the champion of this academy competition, the 8th grade vicious beast Bloodfiend Dragon Emperor's blood pool will naturally fall into my hands. To maximize the benefits of this Dragon Blood Dao Fruit, the optimal approach would be to consume it while bathing in the dragon's blood pool. With dual enhancements working simultaneously, my physical body would undoubtedly gain tremendous benefits, which would also aid me in comprehending the formidable beast's divine abilities. Chen Beiyuan's eyes flickered with evident satisfaction regarding this reward. Yet when his gaze fell upon the unconscious Old Xiong on the ground, a trace of regret flashed through his deep, shadowed eyes. If possible, he would have preferred to kill him outright. But he understood all too clearly, this simply wasn't an option. Killing someone and crippling someone are entirely different concepts. If deaths occur, things become complicated. As one of the Academy's higher-ups, genuinely killing this old dog would mean crossing the Rubicon with Donghua Academy. By then, even acquiring the dragon blood pool from the 8th grade savage beast, Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, would likely become impossible. More importantly, the absent dean of Donghua Academy would never allow it. In the original story, Old Xiong had taken a bullet for the mysterious dean of Donghua Academy in his youth, sustaining a hidden injury that permanently confined his cultivation to the 6th-rank Battle King level for life. Precisely because of this connection, Old Xiong, a 6th-rank Battle King of humble origins, managed to secure a high-ranking position at Donghua Academy, overseeing its lucrative logistics department. This was also why Vice Dean Lu Wenwei, despite his intense disdain for Old Xiong, had no choice but to stubbornly protect him. Who could blame Elder Qiong when he held a life-saving debt over that principal of Donghua Academy and 8th grade war emperor? In the original story, after Chen Beiyuan was framed by Lin Xiao, causing his cultivation to dissipate and suffering brutal humiliation, the Chen family of Donghua flew into a rage. In the end, it was Elder Qiong who cashed in that old favor, pleading with the mysterious principal of Donghua Academy to withstand the pressure and stubbornly protect Lin Xiao. Later, after Lin Xiao successfully underwent his dragon metamorphosis and began his rise to power, he repaid Elder Qiong by procuring rare treasures of heaven and earth to heal his hidden injuries and mend his foundation, allowing him to advance further and break through to the 7th grade war king. It can be said that in the early stages of the original story, Old Xiong was practically one of the most important benefactors for Lin Xiao, the protagonist of Destiny. Not only did he shield Lin Xiao from multiple life and death crises, but he was also crucial in his rise to power. In the later arcs of the plot, when Lin Xiao came into conflict with Chen Beiyuan, Old Xiong often acted as the vanguard, enduring immense pressure on Lin Xiao's behalf. This time, it was only because he had the moral high ground and the terrifying backing of his family background that he could take things to such an extreme, directly crippling the opponent. Had it been anyone else? It's already been left unresolved. Chapter 15, Fulfilling the Bet, Kneeling Like a Dog. Seeing that Chen Beiyuan didn't deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious elder Cheong, Vice Principal Lu Wenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As long as no one died, it was fine. As long as someone isn't dead, things haven't reached the worst possible outcome. At least both sides still have some room for maneuver. He was genuinely afraid that Chen Beiyuan might act recklessly and kill someone on the spot, which would then leave him stuck in an impossible situation. The death of a high-ranking academy official would be nothing short of a blatant slap in the face, truly pushing matters to a point of no return. Putting everything else aside, Donghua Academy would have no choice but to grit its teeth and confront the Chen family once and for all. Otherwise, decades of prestige accumulated by the empire's top academy would be completely ruined. However, things hadn't reached the worst possible outcome yet. Although Patriarch Xiong had lost the use of both arms by now and thus suffered a massive blow to his pride, it still left some room for maneuver. After all, who told him to run his mouth about things he shouldn't have mentioned, and worse, actually dared to lay his hands on them? Did he really think the Chen clan of Donghua was so easy to bully? Do they really think the Chen family's 8th grade battle emperor stationed on the front line is just for show? And those million-strong, no, I mean the empire's million-strong army garrisoned at the border, are they just decorations? The head of the Donghua Chen family, Chen Zhiqing, is not only a peak-level 7th grade battle monarch but also the actual controller of the empire's 3rd war zone, undoubtedly a top-ranking military figure with overwhelming authority. Chen family members are spread throughout every major department of the empire's military, holding key positions. That's a behemoth with the empire's might at its command. Who in their right mind would dare pick a fight with military power? Got a death wish or something? Vice Principal Lu Wenwei secretly glanced backward out of the corner of his eye, only to find nothing there. The one-armed old man clutching the blood-stained broken sword, his eyes glazed white, had vanished without a trace at some unknown moment. Clearly, he was gone. Phew! Lu Wenwei finally let out a sigh of relief. His anxious heart completely settled at last. No one stays relaxed with a blade pressed against their neck. Now, it's finally time to bring this to an end. Lu Wenwei immediately turned translucent and retreated to a corner, shooting a meaningful glance at the middle-aged referee hiding there, signaling that it was his turn to step in. This worldly-wise middle-aged referee had sensed impending disaster the moment Chen Beiyuan and Elder Cheong clashed fists in their standoff. Without hesitation, he'd slipped away quietly, not even attempting to mediate. The protruding rafters are the first to rot. How much are you even earning a month to be courting fame like this? Getting caught between two behemoths for no reason at all will absolutely get you killed in the worst way. There's no need to throw yourself into the fire. Seeing the situation had stabilized and clarified, coupled with the old leader's meaningful glance from above, the middle-aged referee with a receding hairline decisively stepped forward before the audience wearing an expression of unwavering righteousness. The outcome is decided. I declare the final champion of this Academy Grand Competition to be Chen Beiyuan. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk. The middle-aged referee began clapping for himself, the applause sounding eerily out of place in the silent venue. It wasn't until the college leaders, led by Vice Principal Lu Wenwei, rose from their seats on the main platform to join in the applause, that sparse responses finally emerged from the audience, gradually growing into roaring cheers that filled the entire stand. The jubilant cheers nearly lifted the roof off the entire combat arena. There's no doubt that this year's Academy Grand Competition has been the most thrilling in decades. Who could have imagined such a monster as Chen Beiyuan would emerge? Not only did he effortlessly defeat the dark horse Lin Xiao, but he also instantly broke through to the mid-tier of 5th-rank battle commander before suppressing a peak 6th-rank battle king with a single punch, practically grinding Donghua Academy's prestige underfoot. Such exhilarating spectacle even overshadowed the concurrent Donghua graduation trials. Even those decade-long veteran graduates of Donghua Academy would likely stand no chance against Chen Beiyuan. At this moment, old Xiong, lying unconscious and vomiting blood in the deep pit, and the so-called fated protagonist playing dead in a corner were completely ignored by everyone. Even Leng Ruoyue, who was seated in the front row of the audience, didn't spare Lin Xiao a single glance. Her gaze remained fixed on Chen Beiyuan. This is a world of reality, where only the victors are remembered. Beiyuan, congratulations on your victory in this academy competition. As a special reward, the 8th rank Fierce Beast Secret Realm will open in 3 days, granting you 1 full day to. Lu Wenwei's face brimmed with a kindly smile as his form of address grew noticeably more cordial. He was determined to swiftly conclude this farce in order to preserve Donghua Academy's dignity as much as possible. Wait, there's one more matter. Yet Chen Beiyuan abruptly cut him off mid-sentence. His words silenced the entire chaotic scene in an instant, and all eyes instinctively turned toward him. Lu Wenwei's face faltered slightly, yet there was no trace of anger at being challenged. His smile remained unshaken, showing complete indifference, a clear display of a powerful man's composure and magnanimity. At this moment, he had roughly guessed Chen Beiyuan's intentions. Chen Beiyuan lifted his gaze and looked toward the far corner, where Lin Xiao lay feigning death. His voice was calm as he spoke. Lin Xiao, it's about time you honored your previous bet. A bet? At this moment, everyone present remembered that Lin Xiao had previously made a peculiar bet with Chen Beiyuan. If Lin Xiao lost, he would have to kneel before Chen Beiyuan in front of everyone and bark like a dog 3 times. At this moment, Lin Xiao, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, could clearly sense the entire martial arena's attention focused on him, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. He could naturally discern the undeniable authority in Chen Beiyuan's words. It was clear that this ordeal could not be avoided. Sometimes, if you won't leave with dignity, someone will make sure you do. He had no other choice. Even though resentment and unwillingness gnawed at his internal organs like venomous vipers, assaulting his sanity and making him wish he could perish together with everyone. Yet in the end, he forced his eyes open, clenched his fists, and tremblingly stood up. Head bowed, he limped step by step toward Chen Beiyuan. Unlike the protagonists of other trashy web novels, Lin Xiao, this fate's chosen one, possessed an extremely unique trait. He is exceptionally skilled at enduring humiliation. Just how much could he endure? In the original story, to defeat Chen Beiyuan, he continuously sent women close to him to be enjoyed by this sworn enemy, forcing himself to watch helplessly. This earned him the nickname in the martial world, the wife-gifting gentleman. Not in the process of giving women away, then on the way to giving women away. Lin Xiao of that time had another classic quote, "It's fine with me, I'll definitely marry you all." Listen, just listen. This is pure garbage talk. Helpless, in the original novel, Chen Beiyuan, this heaven-defying villain, would always rise stronger after each crushing defeat, his demonic might shaking the heavens, swiftly leaving behind Lin Xiao, who had only just begun to revel in his momentary triumph. To keep up with Chen Beiyuan's relentless pace, Lin Xiao, who had barely started gloating, could only curse under his breath while throwing himself into frenzied cultivation and scouring for resources, resorting to underhanded tricks and sacrificing allies along the way. This time, all he had to do was kneel and act like a dog, something he could still endure. Chapter 16, Since you chose to be a dog, you must bow before your master. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xiao walked slowly, clearly still severely injured. As he limped into the enormous crater, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down. Sharp rocks carved bloody gashes across his skin along the way. When he finally rolled to the bottom, he lay sprawled on the ground. Lifting his head, what met his eyes was a disheveled old man missing both arms, clad in tattered rags and reeking of foul odor. Godfather! Lin Xiao's pupils trembled violently as his mind reeled in shock, his breathing becoming noticeably ragged. The sight before him had struck him with tremendous impact. Memories of his first encounters with his godfather flashed through his mind. He couldn't deny that his initial approach had been calculated and deliberate. But after years of companionship, how could there not be even a trace of genuine affection in his heart? Yet, he could never have dreamed that his meticulously crafted scheme, the grand ascension plan he'd forged for himself, would collapse in such a miserable fashion. Not only was his adoptive father crippled, but he himself now had to endure this humiliating disgrace. After a moment of heavy silence, Lin Xiao's trembling hands removed his outer robe and draped it over Elder Cheng's body, shielding the elder's wretched appearance to preserve his last shred of dignity. Chen Beiyuan, isn't this exactly what you wanted? To humiliate me before this entire assembly? Fine. Today I've lost. I admit defeat and accept the consequences. The humiliation I, Lin Xiao, suffered today shall never be forgotten. Lin Xiao struggled to his feet from the ground before the watching crowd, crawling towards Chen Beiyuan like a dog. Then, he let out 3 dog-like barks. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head to gaze at the lofty Chen Beiyuan before him, as if hoping to detect even a shred of smugness on his adversary's face. However, to his surprise, what he saw in Chen Beiyuan was nothing but undisturbed calmness. Those profound eyes seemed to pierce through him from head to toe, making him feel as if he were standing naked in a snowfield. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly, feeling a sudden shock in his heart, the hairs on his back standing on end. Even at this point, you're still trying to put on airs, portraying yourself as a tragic victim, crafting an image of someone unyielding to power, just to win sympathy. You are indeed clever, but unfortunately, too clever for your own good. Had you devoted even half of that cunning to other pursuits, you wouldn't have ended up in this wretched state today. You reap what you sow. Here's a word of advice for you: scheming and trickery may bring temporary success, but they'll never achieve anything great. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze dark and profound as he looked down at the kneeling protagonist of destiny groveling at his feet like a dog. Suddenly lifting his foot, he directly pressed it against the other's head and stomped down with ruthless force. Bang! Lin Xiao's head was instantly buried into the dirt, sinking deeply as the suffocating agony twisted his expression into contortions. He struggled wildly, but the foot pressing down on his skull felt as immovable as a mountain, rendering him powerless to resist. Since you chose to be a dog, you must learn to bow before your master. Chen Beiyuan was acutely aware that had he not transmigrated into this body and altered its original fate, he would be the one lying on the ground right now, suffering humiliating abuse. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Sympathizing with a piece of trash who wanted to harm you? Ha, ha, are you out of your damn mind? Soon, Lin Xiao, pinned beneath the foot on the ground, gradually stopped struggling violently, as if he had completely accepted his fate. Yet his clenched fists, with fingertips biting deep into his own flesh, drawing scarlet blood that pooled darkly on the ground, betrayed the relentless fury and forced endurance within him. Ding, congratulations, host, for altering the original fate trajectory. By trampling the son of destiny Lin Xiao beneath your feet during the Academy Grand Competition Finals, interrupting his ascending dragon transformation, making him miss a crucial opportunity, and pushing his mentality toward collapse, you've severely weakened the protagonist's fortune of the son of destiny Lin Xiao. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining special reward, Wordless Medical Classic, Unique. Wordless Medical Classic, Unique. This is an enigmatic medical text without any recorded words, concealing various bizarre medical techniques. As this medical classic possesses uniqueness, only those endowed with heavenly ordained destiny can perceive its contents. The Wordless Medical Classic? It's actually this treasure. Chen Beiyuan's expression shifted slightly, his pupils contracting as he stared fixedly at the blank suspended scripture floating within the system's storage space. Clearly, even he was startled by this particular system reward. Isn't this one of Lin Xiao's core cultivation techniques? And also his greatest cheat ability. In the exhilarating novel Urban Divine Doctor's Carefree Chronicles, the protagonist Lin Xiao, as the chosen one of destiny, possesses 2 golden fingers, wordless medical canon, and great mysteries of dragon transformation scripture. Though born an orphan, Lin Xiao's meteoric rise began when he was accidentally sucked into a collapsing mystical pocket dimension during childhood, where he inherited the legacy of a supreme master and obtained these 2 scriptures. We'll set aside wordless medical canon for now. As the chosen one of this medical-themed power fantasy, this mysterious scripture serves as Lin Xiao's greatest source of confidence. The wordless medical canon conceals numerous mystical and peculiar medical techniques that can not only heal but also kill. It can be said that in the original story, most of the face-slapping and bragging plots revolved around this extremely mysterious blank medical scripture. Lin Xiao's other cheat skill, the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture, is also far from ordinary. This is a 9th grade cultivation technique that directly points to the path of becoming a god of war. Bear in mind, in this world, the god of war realm is already a legendary level. All top-tier cultivation techniques stop at the 8th grade. Even the prison-suppressing demon scripture that Chen Beiyuan practices is merely an 8th grade technique. If Lin Xiao's possession of a 9th grade technique were exposed, it would instantly cause an uproar, shaking the entire empire. Even those 8th grade war emperors standing at the pinnacle of the world would be unable to suppress their greed and come after him. The Taoist Dragon Transformation Scripture lived up to its reputation as a 9th grade cultivation technique in the original work. In the original story, Lin Xiao's cultivation talent was considered weak, even bordering on worthless. He struggled his entire life just to break through to the 4th grade warrior realm and condense a battle soul. Yet after cultivating the Taoist Dragon Transformation Scripture, he miraculously altered his fate and embarked on the path of dragon transformation, elevating his innate talent to second only to Chen Beiyuan, the story's primary antagonist favored by destiny. Later, during his breakthrough to 4th grade warrior, he even succeeded in condensing a high-tier battle soul, Black Flood Dragon. According to the original plot, Lin Xiao would receive the opportunity to enter the Dragon Blood Pool after winning the Academy competition, allowing his Black Flood Dragon battle spirit to successfully evolve into a dragon, becoming a top-tier battle spirit. It's only at that stage that the true power of the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture would gradually reveal itself. In a way, it was precisely Lin Xiao's mediocre talent that held back the full potential of this 9th grade cultivation method, the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture. Had anyone with stronger aptitude obtained it, they would have soared to greatness long ago. But now, stripped of his destined opportunity, whether Lin Xiao can still achieve dragon transformation has become entirely uncertain. What a pity! The 9th grade cultivation manual, Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture, is currently hidden deep within Lin Xiao's soul, making it impossible to obtain through any means. Otherwise, I might have borrowed it for a quick read. In the original storyline, an 8th grade war emperor once captured Lin Xiao, intending to use mental combat techniques to coerce him into revealing the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture. However, he accidentally triggered its forbidden aspects and ended up suffering heavy losses instead. Now that Chen Beiyuan had obtained the wordless medical scripture, he found himself coveting yet another of Lin Xiao's golden finger techniques. Of course, while the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture is powerful, the suppressing hell demonic scripture I practice isn't weak either. Currently, this bizarre demonic scripture I cultivate is merely a fragmented version. If I could complete it, it would also rank as a 9th grade cultivation manual. Besides, by disrupting Lin Xiao's chance at dragon transformation, this time, I've already obtained the wordless medical scripture. Sooner or later, the Taishan Dragon Transformation Scripture won't escape my grasp either. As Chen Beiyuan's thoughts raced, the force beneath his feet unknowingly intensified, pressing Lin Zhao's wretched head deeper into the ground. Bubbles of blood emerged from pits in the earth. Lin Zhao's entire body began convulsing violently, his breath growing shallow, barely drawing air in, scarcely letting it out. Seeing that Lin Zhao was about to be trampled to death, Chen Beiyuan leisurely lifted his foot. For now, a half-dead son of fortune still held significant value to him. Before completely exhausting his usefulness, it wouldn't hurt to let the dog keep its life. Chapter 17, After dealing with the son of fortune, I nearly forgot about the daughter of fortune. Of course, Chen Beiyuan was well aware that Lin Zhao, the chosen one of destiny, wasn't so easy to kill. Hidden within him was a certain forbidden power that could save his life at critical moments. During their previous confrontation, that suddenly appearing dense earthen yellow glow had been the external manifestation of this forbidden power. The only pity was this forbidden power came with a fatal flaw: it would only emerge on its own when Lin Zhao was on the verge of death. In situations like this, where someone is beaten half to death, it still wouldn't trigger the emergency mechanism of that forbidden power. It must be said that Chen Beiyuan, with his knowledge of the original plot, practically possessed an omniscient god's perspective. He knew all of Lin Zhao's hidden cards inside out, giving him an iron grip on the situation. Vice Principal Lu, my matters have been resolved. I'll leave the remaining affairs to the Academy's discretion. Chen Beiyuan raised his gaze toward the high platform at the head of the hall, where Vice Principal Lu Wenwei and other Academy elites sat, speaking with unshakable composure. With that said, paying no heed to the expressions of the Academy's leadership on the stage, his dark and profound eyes swept across the figures in the audience as he declared in a resonant voice, "Your bold actions just now, classmates, have all been witnessed by Beiyuan, and I naturally won't forget them. If anyone fails to pass this Academy's test and must leave, the doors of the Chen family will be open to you, should you not disdain such an offer." These words sent a wave of astonishment through the entire hall, with many students' faces blooming with unmistakable delight, erupting in cheers on the spot. Some secretly congratulated themselves. Wasn't this exactly what they'd hoped for when they spoke up on his behalf? According to the regulations of Donghua Academy, the admission requirement for students is reaching Tier 2 Warrior before the age of 18. Within 5 years of enrollment, students must advance to Tier 3 Warlord to continue their studies, otherwise they will be expelled. Within 10 years of enrollment, achieving Tier 4 War General is required to apply for graduation. The Academy Grand Competition is held every 5 years. Apart from testing the cultivation progress of new students over these years and motivating them to improve, it also involves one brutal tradition. That means expelling a batch of students who haven't met the requirements. Over these past 5 years, those who haven't ascended to third-rank battle spirits will face compulsory expulsion. Among the thousands of students present, at least one-third haven't met the criteria. Most of these come from commoner backgrounds or minor noble families. Not everyone is like Chen Beiyuan, for whom breaking through cultivation realms is as effortless as drinking water and breathing. For most people, even a minor advancement in cultivation realm could leave them stagnant for years, suffering unbearably. As the Empire's premier institution, Donghua Academy was undeniably ruthless. Only those refined like gold through relentless sifting could remain. Those who fell slightly short would inevitably be purged from its halls. Still, even these expelled students remained valuable resources in their own right. After all, being able to gain admission to Donghua Academy from all across the empire signifies that they are talents selected from hundreds, even thousands, just slightly weaker in terms of innate gifts, family background, and luck. After these individuals are expelled, major external factions, including even top aristocratic families, will extend olive branches to them, inviting them to join and serve as fresh blood. A full 1,000 young and vigorous second-rank battle masters, with many even being peak-level second-rank students who wouldn't covet such potential. This is nearly equivalent to an entire regiment of cultivators in the army. Moreover, with proper training, these eliminated students would undoubtedly be able to break through to become third-grade battle spirits. It's even possible for them to reach fourth-grade battle generals. Compared to the olive branches extended by outside forces with unknown backgrounds, it's clear that Chen Beiyuan, as their former classmate, feels more recognized and approachable to many students. What's more important is that given Chen Beiyuan's terrifying innate talent and future prospects, combined with his extraordinary family background, it's highly likely he'll achieve emperor status in the future. If we don't cling to such a powerful Phi now, then when? As the saying goes, master both literary and martial arts, then sell them to the imperial household. Since we're selling our talents, naturally we should fetch a good price and find a worthy destination. For a moment, the many students present struggled to suppress their excitement, rising one after another to respond. Since senior brother Chen has extended the invitation, this junior naturally cannot refuse your kindness. Senior brother Chen, I wish to join the Eastern Glory's Chen clan. Senior brother Chen, this junior sister hails from Cloud Clan of Bincheng and has studied artifact forging since childhood. Senior brother Chen, this junior was born in the borderlands and has always held the utmost respect for the heroic deeds of the Donghua Chen family's descendants who guard our borders and defend our nation. To receive your invitation today is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes, fulfilling my youthful aspirations. In the front rows of the spectator stands, the students from prominent aristocratic families wore unpleasant expressions as they listened to the cacophony of fawning praises from all directions. After Chen Beiyuan's speech, nearly 80 to 90% of the students slated for expulsion had been rescued, leaving only scraps for the rest. What the hell kind of game are you playing? How the hell are they supposed to explain this to their families after what you've done? Of course, cursing is one thing, but actually confronting Chen Beiyuan over this? Hell no. Unless they want to end up like that poor bastard who got his head stomped into the dirt and left half dead. A bunch of cowards. Leisurely crossing his legs, Bayuza glanced at the dead-faced people around him, curled his lip and muttered under his breath, immediately drawing furious glares from the crowd. But upon recognizing the notorious young devil of the Bai family, they ultimately chose not to engage with him. Watching these spineless fools, Bayuza let out a scornful sneer. His purpose in coming to Donghua Academy was simple, to keep an eye on his brother-in-law for his elder sister. As for anything else, he couldn't care less. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. He turned to look beside him, only to find nothing there. The frosty Ruobing, who should have been sitting to the side, had disappeared at some point. After representing the Chen family and issuing an invitation, Chen Beiyuan was about to take his leave. Someone will naturally take care of what comes next. Whether these people will be assigned to the Chen family's businesses or appointed to key positions in the military depends on the family's arrangements. Such matters are not for him to worry about. The dragon blood pool of the 8th tier fierce beast, sinful blood dragon emperor, won't open for another 3 days, so there's no reason for him to stay at Donghua Academy any longer. In comparison, he was actually more interested in a blank medical scripture within the system space and planned to return to the Chen family first to study it further. Just as he was about to leave, however, a strikingly cold and beautiful figure blocked his path. It was none other than Lang Ruobing. The once aloof and disdainful campus belle, who had previously treated him with indifference and outright disgust, now wore an unusual blush on her icy, proud face, her demeanor exuding a peculiar charm, as if she had become an entirely different person. Beiyuan, I have something to tell you. Apologies, I almost forgot about you. Chen Beiyuan directly cut off what she was about to say next, a look of sudden realization flashing across his face. After dealing with Lin Xiao, the child of fortune, he had nearly forgotten to settle accounts with Lang Ruo, the female lead of fortune. Kneeling in the room all night yesterday hardly counts as punishment. As an accomplice who wished him harm, that matter wasn't settled yet. However, such affairs don't require his personal involvement, others will handle it. For now, all he needs to do is make his stance clear. From this day forward, you and I have no ties whatsoever. You and your Lang family behind you have profited greatly over the years under the banner of the Eastern Huachen family. You'd best look out for yourselves. Chapter 18, Killing Doesn't Require a Blade. Lang Ruobing's flushed face suddenly turned pale as she stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to react immediately. The apology she'd prepared got stuck in her throat. By the time she regained her senses, Chen Beiyuan before her had already brushed past and walked away from the academy without looking back. At the moment they brushed past each other, a faint breeze stirred her jet black hair. Yet that once so familiar figure showed not the slightest trace of nostalgia, just like a complete stranger. Lang Rohan had imagined many scenarios how Chen Beiyuan would forgive her after she took the initiative to apologize. After all, she had merely been deceived by Lin Xiao, which led her to commit some mistakes. Fortunately, no seriously irreversible consequences had ultimately resulted. Then everything could naturally be treated as if it had never happened. Yet she never could have dreamed that Chen Beiyuan would leave so decisively, so utterly without hesitation, as if they were nothing more than strangers to each other. Hadn't he loved her? Lost in confusion, Lang Ruok didn't understand why she felt an inexplicable wrenching pain deep in her heart, as though she'd misplaced something irreplaceable. However, the hesitant Lang Ruobing had yet to realize the severity of the situation. After all these years, the reason she could enjoy special treatment at Donghua Academy, why everyone treated her politely, even though scions of aristocratic families didn't dare act presumptuously in front of her, why her insignificant Lang family, barely clinging to the second-rate tier, could recklessly expand, greedily profit, and act with impunity while no one dared provoke them, was solely because standing behind her was Chen Beiyuan. Who is Chen Beiyuan? The young master of the Donghua Chen family, the future head of the Donghua Chen family, a young prodigy with the potential to become an emperor. With such a colossal entity providing backing, who would dare to provoke its formidable might? With this formidable shield in place, anyone would have to think twice before acting. Yet now, Chen Beiyuan had openly and voluntarily removed this protective shield in full view of everyone? This was truly headline-worthy news. Originally, the attention of everyone present was fixed on Chen Beiyuan, but when he coldly said "you're on your own" to Lang Ruobing, it was like a massive missile detonating, instantly igniting the entire scene. Suddenly, the entire place fell into silence. By the time Lang Ruobing realized what was happening, she sensed something strange. The gazes of those around her were gradually shifting with an odd intensity. The previously respectful, friendly, ingratiating, and fawning gazes instantly transformed into mocking, disdainful, disgusted, and icy looks. The abruptness of his transformation left Lang Ruobing feeling extremely unsettled. What she found even harder to accept were the subsequent brazen remarks. I always knew young Master Chen wouldn't seriously regard a woman from such an insignificant background, just someone to play around with. Goods like her are a dime a dozen at Donghua Academy. If it weren't for young Master Chen's favor, when would someone like her ever qualify to be ranked among the 4 great beauties of Yanjing? Just a golden canary trapped in a cage for people's amusement. Once the owner gets tired of playing, she'll naturally be tossed aside. Thinks she's all high and mighty, but she's nothing special. If it weren't for young Master Chen, who'd even want to hang out with her? Always putting on that cold face, like the whole world owes her, so annoying. Who does she think she is? You guys probably don't know this, but beneath that icy, pure demeanor, well, TSK. I've got insider info. Last night, this woman actually invited young Master Chen to the Dragon Soar Hotel herself. And guess what? She limped out the next morning. Wow, that's wild. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Who'd have thought such a cold, aloof woman could be so open behind closed doors? Bet she didn't even satisfy young Master Chen properly. Before, those classmates who had held her in high regard now seemed to have completely changed their faces, hurling endless insults and malicious words at her. Among them were even some dear sisters who had shared the same dorm with her, played together intimately, and fawned over her in every possible way. The gazes of the young masters from noble families, once clear and respectful, now brimmed with malice like wolves freed from their restraints. Lang Ruobing felt as though she had plunged from heaven straight into hell, surrounded by good people who had instantly transformed into villains. At this moment, she felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. The sudden and violent changes fiercely assaulted her mind, leaving her in a daze, utterly blank and unable to accept reality. How had things come to this? It was as though the entire world had abandoned her at this very moment. In the front row of the spectator seats, Bayuza, who had been lounging with crossed legs, saw his furrowed brows relax as a trace of delight surfaced on his arrogant face. Without paying attention to the idle chatter around him, he simply stood up and left. He casually pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. After just one beep, the call connected immediately, and from the other end came a languid yet sultry and seductive voice. "Little Bai, what's up? Sis, good news. Your husband probably got bored and dumped that canary he was keeping outside." At the head table on the elevated platform, Vice Principal Lu Wenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief only after Chen Beiyuan's figure had completely disappeared from view. If this harbinger of misfortune hadn't left, things would have indeed become rather difficult for him to handle. He couldn't be bothered with all those messy affairs between men and women. Instead, his gaze fell upon the pit below, where 2 figures, one elderly and one young, lay unconscious together in a pitiful state, their fates uncertain. He sighed and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to swiftly transport Zhang Lao and Lin Xiao for medical treatment. Simultaneously, his eyes turned toward the departing luxury car outside the academy, his expression laced with complexity. With such a huge commotion, I fear that by the next day, not just the entire Yanjing city, no, the entire empire, will know of it. Everything that happened today, everyone involved, including myself, will become stepping stones and background props for him. An 18-year-old 5th-rank war commander. On the way back, seated in the luxurious car, Chen Beiyuan closed his eyes, a subtle curve forming on his handsome features as if he had already foreseen everything unfolding at the academy. Physical harm was nothing to Lang Ruobing, such injuries wouldn't even elicit a hint of remorse from her. On the contrary, it was psychological damage that proved truly devastating. After growing accustomed to the privileged life Chen Beiyuan provided, having that foundation violently pulled away would send her plummeting from her lofty heights into an abyss, where darkness would gradually consume her. The violent contrast between before and after, coupled with this fundamental shift in human nature, would be enough to break anyone. It's just like the old saying goes, when you're thriving, everyone around you seems like a good person, with no bad apples in sight. But the moment you fall from grace, you'll likely experience firsthand the harsh cruelty of human nature. At Chen Beiyuan's level of status, one doesn't need to wield a blade to kill. Most matters don't even require his direct involvement, just a single word from him would send countless sycophants scrambling to handle everything thoroughly on his behalf. Everything has just begun. Chapter 19, The Empire Trembles, His Fame Spreads Far and Wide. Just as Chen Beiyuan was returning to the Chen family in Donghua, the events that had transpired at Donghua Academy were swiftly spreading through various channels. In an instant, all the top forces across Yanjing City, and even the entire empire, were stirred into action. No one had anticipated that this year's Academy Grand Competition would create such a massive uproar, overshadowing even the ongoing Eastern Glory graduation trials. Originally, all major factions within the empire had been focusing their attention on the Eastern Glory graduation trials. After all, this year's Eastern Glory graduates surpassed the average standards of previous years, boasting several Academy graduates who had reached the cultivation level of 5th rank war commanders. On the surface, these graduates just need to pass the Academy trials to obtain recommendation letters that would qualify them for positions in various imperial departments. But in reality, while they were undergoing their trials, all their detailed information had already been laid out before the major factions. The empire's various departments had already begun their covert and overt struggles to recruit talent. Imperial Military, Imperial Investigation Bureau, Imperial Intelligence Agency, Imperial Security Department, Imperial Research Institute, Imperial Logistics Department. Just as the various forces were openly vying and arguing incessantly, they suddenly received urgent intelligence delivered by their subordinates. What did you say? A freshman at the peak of 5th rank war commander level actually emerged in this year's Academy Grand Competition? Where did this 5th rank war commander come from? Where? Have you lost your mind, or have I? Even among this year's graduating class, only a handful reached the 5th rank war commander level. Those freshmen have only been enrolled for 5 years, finding any who broke through to 4th rank war general is as rare as phoenix feathers. And you're telling me there's a 5th rank war commander? Just what has the intelligence division been doing? Chen Beiyuan? That young monarch from the Eastern Prosperity Chen clan, the one hailed as having the potential of an emperor? Well then, that explains it. That absolutely explains it. Such talent is utterly terrifying. Having just achieved his breakthrough, he instantly subdued a 6th rank battle king with a single punch. Though it was a battle king in decline, this still displayed his invincible momentum. Could the prophecy of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master actually come true? Back then, he divined the fortunes of the 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan and proclaimed that within 10 years, this youth would surpass all prodigies of his generation. At the time, people thought it mere flattery intending to set him up for a fall, but now it seems there might be considerable truth to it. Among the top talents of the Donghua Empire's major factions, several have already broken through to 6th rank battle king, yet they're nearly a dozen years older than Chen Beiyuan. Everyone assumed Chen Beiyuan would need 10 more years of cultivation to catch up to them, but looking at this now, TSK, it's those young prodigies who should be feeling nervous. In an instant, all the Empire's top officials present from various departments couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even the Academy graduates currently undergoing trials on the screen before their eyes suddenly seemed lackluster by comparison. There was no helping it, comparisons are odious. This is simply the difference that exists between people. The average graduate from the academy, aged around 28, mostly ranks only as a 4th grade battle general, with only a handful reaching 5th grade battle commander. Compared to Chen Beiyuan, an 18-year-old 5th grade battle commander, they indeed pale in comparison. At this moment, the Empire's top officials present couldn't help but recall the enigmatic prophecy given to Chen Beiyuan by the mysterious Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master 6 years ago. Within 10 years, he would overpower all the young geniuses of his generation. Within 100 years, he will become another 8th grade war emperor capable of suppressing the Empire's fortunes. Moreover, there's even a chance to impact the legendary realm of War God. At the time, this special prophecy caused quite a stir and stirred up much controversy, with most considering it excessive flattery or even an attempt to set him up for failure. In this world with its cultivation system, the lifespans of cultivators are incomparably longer than those of ordinary people on the former Blue Star. Cultivators under the age of 35 are considered part of the younger generation. In this situation, Chen Beiyuan undoubtedly suffered a great disadvantage. This meant that after the special prophecy appeared, he would have to compete with those young monsters who were a whole generation older. It could be said that 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan at the time bore tremendous pressure, as the attention of the younger generation's strongest talents focused almost entirely on him. Under such circumstances, the 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan made a shocking decision. He resolutely chose to suppress his cultivation realm, forcibly maintaining the initial stage 4th rank warrior level for 6 whole years. Throughout those 6 years, rumors, gossip, mockery, and scorn never ceased. Yet Chen Beiyuan never paid them any mind, silently amassing his strength to astonish everyone in one fell swoop when the time came. This was precisely why, in the original story, after Lin Xiao resorted to underhanded tactics that crippled Chen Beiyuan's cultivation and left him humiliated, his personality underwent a drastic transformation. Back then, that 12-year-old youth endured pressures unimaginable to ordinary people. Everyone saw only the surface-level brilliance, yet none truly witnessed the silent suffering behind that young man's unspoken solitude. Everyone would simply marvel and attribute it all to extraordinary natural talent. Yet they overlooked the hardships and sweat behind such achievements. Old Chen, you sure raised a fine son, keeping such a low profile all this time. then stunning everyone in one fell swoop. An 18-year-old 5-star war marshal, who wouldn't envy that? If only I'd acted sooner back then, damned old by got all the luck. What can I say? That kid Baiyuan takes after me, even his cultivation follows the fine traditions of our Chen family genes. Modesty, modesty. At this moment, after their exclamations of awe, the assembled imperial magnates all turned to offer their congratulations to a middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform. The man's face bore some resemblance to Chen Baiyuan's, yet appeared more mature and commanding. This figure was none other than the head of the Donghua Chen clan, Chen Baiyuan's father, Chen Zhiqing. Just as the titans of the empire's upper echelons were shaken by these events, the incident at Donghua Academy, propelled by unseen forces, began spreading across every corner of the empire. One after another, the empire's younger generation of powerhouses learned about the Donghua Academy incident through their respective factions and connections. Within a primordial sacred beast domain, a savage close-quarters melee was unfolding. No, to be precise, what transpired was a methodical one-sided slaughter. The two combatants were, on one side, a burly man with a bare, muscular upper body and fearsome beast pelts hanging at his waist, and on the other, a savage behemoth the size of a small hill, its entire body covered in silver-white fur and sporting a thick, powerful tail. This raging behemoth was none other than a 6th-grade savage beast, the Silver Behemoth. This was a formidable savage beast renowned for its physical strength, capable of rivaling giants. Yet, at this very moment, this Silver Behemoth, famed for its physical prowess, was being utterly overpowered in a head-on confrontation. The burly man, exuding ferocious killing intent without using a trace of battle energy, solely relied on his physical strength to forcibly grind the 6th-grade savage beast into the dirt. His copper-colored fists, large as sandbags, rained down like a storm, smashing massive bloody craters into the Silver Behemoth's body, exposing stark white bones and pulsating internal organs. The Silver Behemoth's shrill howls echoed through the forest, growing progressively weaker. Soon, the blood-drenched burly man seemed to grow bored of his brutal amusement. With a single explosive punch, he shattered the head of the formidable beast, splattering brain matter across his own demonically savage face. So fragile, and yet you thought you were strong. Seems I should try finding a golden behemoth next time if this little secret realm even has such premium goods. The burly man slowly rose to his feet, giving his arms a shake that produced explosive cracking sounds as he loosened his muscles. Pores emitted billowing steam, as though he'd merely completed a warm-up routine. This robust man's origins were anything but ordinary. The direct lineage heir of Donghua's Zhu clan. Nickname, Crazy Zhu. His physique surpasses even that of wild beasts. It's like he's just wearing human skin. This madman is notorious for craving fights, and when he strikes, either his opponent dies or ends up half dead. The entire Yanjing city learned to steer clear of him, dodging encounters while cursing under their breath. Even those top-tier prodigies found him irritating. And so, this lordling found a savage beast dimension within his clan and went straight in to fight the beasts. Suddenly, a piece of beast bone hanging beneath the burly man's animal hide waistcloth emitted a faint glow, as if conveying some message. That slightly bored yet ferocious face suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. The next moment, thunderous laughter resounded through the forest, forming sonic waves that rippled out in all directions. Damn, Chen Baiyuan. 6 years in hiding, only to stun the world with a single feat. You've really given me one hell of a surprise. I thought you'd gone soft all these years. Secret Realm. In the depths of a pitch-black valley, an eerie hiss sound slithered through the darkness. Deep within the valley's depths, countless venomous snakes of every hue writhed in tangled masses, their mouths incessantly spewing poison as they converged toward a secluded pool. There, within the murky waters, a human figure could vaguely be seen sitting cross-legged, immersed in the toxic pool, gradually absorbing its concentrated lethality. Suddenly, the figure trembled slightly as multicolored light radiated from its body, as if conveying some crucial message. A cold snort abruptly echoed from the black and poisonous pool, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instantly crushed the writhing serpents outside into bloody pulp. Humph, he merely defeated an elderly and feeble 6th-rank war king. Does that truly make him the number one among the younger generation? Despite the extreme disdain in the tone of the one who uttered that cold snort, there was a hint of hidden solemnity. This person hailed from the Donghua Lin clan and was the next heir to the Lin family. The frigid Snow Mountain. A bewitching figure clad in snow-white robes, her peerless beauty veiled behind a gauzy curtain, stood atop the snow-capped mountain peak. Not far away, a colossal beast exuding terrifying pressure lay obediently on the ground, its fierce demeanor completely absent, like a docile creature stripped of all savagery. The massive head periodically nudged toward the enchanting figure, swaying back and forth like a pet begging for affection. The shocking contrast of this scene defied all logic. No one could reconcile this overly obedient giant pet with the bloodthirsty, rampaging monster it was known to be. When that jade-like hand with skin like congealed cream stroked the beast's fluffy head, it would let out a roar indicating pleasure, its thick tail swaying back and forth. The alluring figure lightly raised her eyes, gazing through her veil at the icy wilderness ahead, looking towards the direction of the Eastern Radiant Empire, the corner of her lip curling subtly. That little fellow from back then has finally grown up. This captivating figure hailed from the Bai family of Eastern Radiant. Apart from that, she had another special identity. She was Chen Beiyuan's betrothed. Similar scenes like this continued to unfold one after another. And as events at Donghua Academy continued to unfold, the situation escalated further. The name Chen Beiyuan once again resounded throughout the entire Donghua Empire, capturing the attention of countless people. Chapter 20, Even the imperial family cannot dishonor my Chen clan. Donghua Empire, border frontline. Inside a towering steel fortress, there suddenly erupted a vigorous, hearty laugh that carried the vigor of an elderly man. A terrifying heavenly pressure instantly swept across the frontline Great Wall, alarming the million-strong garrison stationed there and spreading outward beyond the ramparts. In that instant, within a 100-mile radius beyond the border, all savage beasts and foreign tribes felt a dreadful pang of fear, as if some calamity was about to descend upon them. Within a Minotaur tribe encamped near the border frontline, a gold-armored Minotaur chieftain radiating the aura of a 7th-grade war sovereign suddenly raised his head toward the sky, his bovine face instantly contorting with terror. What is that? Rip! Suddenly, the gray misty clouds in the sky gathered together, frantically churning until they gradually formed the massive visage of an ancient figure. Its dark, abyssal eyes slowly lowered as a terrifying demonic light descended from the heavens, enveloping the earth below. Boom! In the blink of an eye, wherever those profound demonic eyes swept across the sky, all the savage beasts and foreign tribes stiffened as if their souls had been seized, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Good, good, good. My Chen family's prodigy has truly lived up to this old man's expectations. Today, the empire's border shall expand another 100 miles to celebrate the glory of my Chen family's prodigy. As the ancient, sky-obscuring giant face let out a heaven-shaking roar, the military order was issued. Instantly, the million-strong army across the entire imperial border front was mobilized, triggering a chain reaction. Countless armored cultivator troops, riding warhorses infused with savage beast bloodlines, poured out from the city gates like a dark tide, sweeping the battlefield, plundering beast corpses, raiding alien camps, and planting imperial banners. Such colossal movements naturally couldn't escape the notice of those 8th-grade savage beasts and foreign powerhouses. But those gazes looking up at the enormous face in the sky all revealed wary expressions. The stronghold of the Eastern Glory Chen clan was fundamentally located at the northern border front line of the empire. Nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of territory to the north of the empire, though nominally belonging to the empire, was in truth controlled by the Chen clan. This was precisely why the Chen clan's rank 8 battle emperor, the revered Elder Chen, guarded the border front line, and why all adult descendants of Eastern Glory Chen clan enlisted in the military to defend their homeland at the frontier. As the saying goes, in the adult world, it's all about interests. At its core, the Donghua Empire is a powerful shareholder-style empire. It somewhat resembles a supercharged, fantasy-adapted version of the Tang Empire. The Donghua imperial family is the empire's most powerful noble clan, controlling the largest territory. The other top-tier noble families each hold their own domains and spheres of influence, collectively dominating most of the empire's resources from the apex of power. Beneath the top-tier aristocratic families, there were numerous prominent clans and middle to small families, all interconnected like strands in a web. Naturally, the imperial family and the aristocratic clans who reaped the greatest benefits also bore the greatest responsibilities. As Chen Beiyuan stated, over the centuries, countless members of the Eastern Splendor Chen family had died in battle for the empire, enough to dye the soil beneath their feet red. Whether other top-tier families had prodigal sons or had committed heinous acts, Chen Beiyuan did not know. However, the Eastern Hua Chen family absolutely did not. Most Chen family youths would be sent to the borders as soon as they came of age, to fight desperately against ferocious beasts and foreign races. Those who remained in the empire's heartland were the family's elites, responsible for safeguarding fundamental interests. None would be foolish enough to make reckless moves. Of course, as a top-tier aristocratic family, the Eastern Hua Chen family maintained its exclusive estate in Yanjing City, covering an expansive area of several thousand acres. Similar situations were roughly the same for the other aristocratic families. Yanjing, the Chen family. Upon returning to the family, Chen Beiyuan did not rush to check the gains from the system space. Instead, with a solemn expression, he cupped his hands in gratitude to the one-armed elder beside him. Master Chen, I truly appreciate your intervention at the academy earlier. It's all right. The old master has tasked me with watching over the young master, and I naturally won't let any harm come to him. Although the Eastern Glory Academy has the backing of the imperial family, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on the young master. The one-armed elder Chen's milky white eyes paused for a moment on the youth bowing before him in gratitude, then he faintly shook his head. His voice was hoarse, like the grating of rusted blades, sending shivers down one's spine. This one-armed old man had an extraordinary background. Having served as a personal guard for Chen Beiyuan's grandfather, Old Master Chen, for decades, his cultivation had long reached the 7th-rank War Emperor realm. Trained in a top-tier killing technique, he had slain over a dozen 7th-rank monstrous beasts on the border battlefields, with 6th and 5th-rank beasts falling under his blade too numerous to count. Sadly, during an unexpected incident, Elder Chen was ambushed by a monstrous beast. Not only was he severely injured, but he also permanently lost his right arm, resulting in diminished strength and a lingering sense of melancholy. As a top-tier aristocratic family, the Donghua Chun clan naturally possessed heavenly treasures capable of regenerating lost limbs. However, Elder Chen firmly declined the offer. In the end, the old man was recalled to the empire's heartland by Elder Chen and served as the guardian of the Chen family head, Chen Zhiqing. Later, as Chen Zhiqing matured, he also took on the role of Chen Beiyuan's guardian cultivator. Once Chen Beiyuan's life is in danger, the old man will intervene. Don't judge this old man just because he's missing a hand and has a disability. Even with just one hand left, as long as he could still grip a blade, ordinary 7th-grade ferocious beasts would fall beneath his strikes. Back at Donghua Academy, even someone like Vice Principal Lu Wenwei, a 7th-grade battle emperor who had never faced many life-or-death crises, would have been effortlessly cut down by Elder Chen. For this venerable and utterly loyal elder, even Chen Beiyuan and his son treated him with the utmost respect. Elder Chen shook his head, then suddenly paused before adding, "However, this old man sensed a chilling presence at the time. It must have been that enigmatic principal of Donghua Academy. I must admit, I was somewhat afraid he might intervene." "Ha, Elder Chen needn't worry. He wouldn't dare. Since I'm clearly in the right regarding this matter, I'm naturally entitled to demand an explanation. If that man dares to leverage his 8th-rank War Emperor cultivation to suppress me, my grandfather won't stand idly by. By then, I fear my grandfather might personally pay a visit to the imperial family to demand answers from them. The people of the Donghua Chen clan don't seek trouble, but they don't fear it either. At worst, we'll settle things with a fight. Even the imperial royal family cannot insult our Chen clan." Chapter 21, reporting the godfather of the Son of Destiny, tearing off his dog's hide. Chen Beiyuan viewed Elder Chen's minor worries with remarkable composure. The Chen family's control over most of the empire's military power wasn't achieved through empty boasts, but through hard-fought battles. Which of the other top aristocratic families didn't covet the authority in the Chen family's hands, dreaming of replacing them? Yet who truly dared make a move? When the Chen family's founding ancestor perished after slaughtering one 8th-tier ferocious beast and severely wounding another, the Eastern Splendor Chen family was immediately plunged into precarious turmoil. Yet Old Man Chen managed to coincidentally break through to the 8th-level War Emperor realm at this precise moment. He directly stabilized the situation and intimidated all opposing forces. The waters here run deep indeed. The Eastern Glory Chen clan is far from as simple as it appears. In the original storyline, even Lin Xiao, a child of destiny, needed to employ a strategy of internal-external collaboration to topple the Eastern Glory Chen clan, allying with savage beasts and foreign tribes at the border, resorting to treacherous acts, and conspiring with a top-tier aristocratic family to stab them in the back. He ultimately achieved only half-hearted success at best. In some aspects, even the imperial royal family has to show deference to the Donghua Chen clan. Moreover, this is a shareholding-based mighty empire. Even a power as formidable as the royal family can't act with absolute impunity. Certain actions could easily stir public wrath. Old Master Chen, rest assured, as long as the patriarch lives, the heavens won't collapse just yet. Chen Beiyuan meaningfully reassured Old Chen before him. This old man understands. Old Chen nodded silently. As the next heir of the Donghua Chen family, the young man before him undoubtedly knew far more than he did. With that, Old Chen retreated into the shadows and vanished into thin air. Chen Beiyuan was well aware that Elder Chen had already left the room, using his unique high-level battle soul, Shadow Veil, to lurk somewhere outside, silently ensuring his safety. The advanced battle soul, Shadow Veil, that Elder Chen had awakened was extraordinarily rare. Not only did it possess formidable lethality, but it also had terrifying concealment abilities, making it the innate talent of an assassin. When wielded skillfully, it could potentially surpass even certain top-tier battle souls in power. Most importantly, Elder Chen's loyalty to the Chen family was absolute, so unwavering that he would sacrifice his life when the moment demanded it. This is precisely why Elder Chen arranged for Old Chen to serve as Chen Beiyuan's guardian. Without any hesitation, Chen Beiyuan reached into his pocket, though in reality, he retrieved the wordless medical classic from his system space. Is this the golden finger that Lin Xiao relied on to rise to prominence? Chen Beiyuan examined the wordless medical classic in his hand, flipping through its blank pages with casual indifference. But when his gaze fell upon the parchment, the snow-white page suddenly burst forth with a gleam of golden light, as tadpole-like characters began to emerge and assemble themselves one by one. Chen Beiyuan's profound and icy eyes flickered with an indescribable delight as a strange smile gradually crept across his usually placid face. Muttering to himself, he said, Only those blessed with the mandate of heaven can perceive the writings upon this scripture. Who said only the chosen one could see? With the fate of a destined archvillain, how could I not also possess the aura of divine providence? As Chen Beiyuan leafed through the pages, the eerie medical arts and peculiar methods recorded in the wordless medical classic were unveiled before his eyes one after another, lifting their mysterious veils. Their exquisite ingenuity even left Chen Beiyuan utterly astonished. To think such unfathomably enigmatic techniques existed in this world. Suddenly, his movements halted as his gaze abruptly froze on the contents of the next page. Delusion toxin, extract the heart of a void beast, combine it with skyroot water, then add 81 spiritual ingredients. Refine with heartfire while maintaining perfect mental focus and unwavering willpower. Any mistake during the process may cause mental chaos and corrosion by the toxin. Note, the quality of materials directly determines the toxin's potency. This colorless, odorless poison will completely dissipate the cultivation base of any practitioner below 7th grade Battle Emperor. Even 7th grade Battle Emperors will suffer effects if caught off guard. This page unmistakably recorded the formulation of delusion toxin, the very poison Lin Xiao had originally intended to use against him. Below the 7th grade War Emperor level, once afflicted, one's cultivation is effectively ruined, leaving no choice but to start over. Even a 7th grade War Emperor would be affected upon poisoning, requiring them to expend energy to suppress the toxin, significantly weakening their combat power. This terrifying poison technique could almost be considered Lin Xiao, the Child of Fortune's signature move for ambushes and underhanded attacks in the early stages. Normally, the illusory toxin could be administered through various means to reach its target, without needing to use Lang Ruo as the initial medium. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao had no access to Chen Beiyuan's regular meals, and any deliberate attempts to approach would draw the attention of the Donghua Chen family. One wrong move could bring fatal consequences. For this reason, Lin Xiao ultimately chose to take a dangerous gamble, using Lang Ruobing as the medium for poisoning. Of course, aside from this reason, it was probably also due to the inferior quality of the illusory toxin in Lin Xiao's possession. After all, refining such a rare poison requires an enormous amount of special ingredients, each with extremely stringent requirements. Even Lin Xiao's adoptive father couldn't provide him with much assistance. Under those circumstances, even Lin Xiao couldn't be certain whether the low-quality illusory toxin in his hands would work on me. He had no choice but to opt for a more invasive method of poisoning. If it were the original body, you might have succeeded by now. Unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. The medical scriptures and exotic poisons you rely on have now become my supreme protective tools. Chen Beiyuan smiled, admiring the wordless medical scripture in his hand with great fondness. Unlike the fortune-favored protagonist of humble origins, as the destined great villain, he possessed the most prestigious background in the entire empire. The ingredients for illusory toxin were extremely rare treasures to Lin Xiao, requiring exhaustive efforts to gather. To Chen Beiyuan, it might not be as common as roadside weeds, but it certainly wasn't excessively rare either. Gathering them would be fairly simple. Once successfully refined, he would gain yet another powerful trump card. This trump card could even have an effect on a 7th grade War Emperor. Just the first few pages of the medical scriptures contain a strange poison like illusory toxin. There must be even more powerful things hidden in the later sections. Chen Beiyuan forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and attempted to flip through the subsequent contents, but it was as if some peculiar force obstructed him, rendering him unable to turn the pages. Could it be that my cultivation level isn't high enough? Am I still unable to see the content that follows? He frowned suddenly as a thought flashed through his mind. In the original novel, the wordless medical classic and Tai Xian dragon transformation scripture obtained by Lin Xiao were not physical entities, but two spiritual imprints that appeared deep within his soul. Lin Xiao didn't immediately receive the complete contents of both scriptures from the start either. It was only as his cultivation level grew progressively higher that he gradually unlocked increasingly profound and esoteric information from these two scriptures in his mind. At this thought, Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but glance at the blank medical scripture in his hand, revealing a peculiar expression on his face. Wordless medical classic, unique. The word only here is remarkably eye-catching. The wordless medical classic, in my hands, is either a replica created by the system, or it's the original manuscript. And the latter possibility is highly likely. Soon, Chen Beiyuan suppressed the turbulent emotions stirring in his heart, stowed the wordless medical classic back into the system space, and silently murmured to himself, 3 days should be enough time for me to refine my trump card, the illusory venom, while also studying the medical classics to enhance my healing skills. Once the time comes, I'll head to Donghua Academy to claim my reward and bathe in the dragon blood pool. However, letting Lin Xiao, the Child of Fortune, stay idle for these 3 days would be far too lenient. It'd be better to stir up some trouble for him instead. Butler. Snap. Chen Beiyuan snapped his fingers. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a butler's uniform, pushed open the door and entered, completely naked, before bowing respectfully. Young Master Chen, what are your orders? have several individuals file formal complaints at Donghua Academy against Senior Administrator Cheon Baitsong, accusing him of openly violating academy regulations by adopting student Lin Xiao as his godson, abusing his authority to misappropriate logistical resources, and withholding supplies from other students to fuel his godson's cultivation. All this time, he had remained silent precisely to strike at this moment. Chen Beiyuan considered himself a member of Donghua Academy as well. Being upright by nature, he couldn't bear witnessing such a malignant tumor continuing to tarnish the academy's reputation. Then have some people file formal complaints under their real names. Have the Imperial Daily reporters go interview them as well. Just need to stir up the burning anger in Donghua University students' hearts. Lin Xiao and his godfather won't escape unscathed, they'll be lucky to keep their skins intact. Of course, Elder Cheong had connections with that East Flower Academy's principal, perhaps he could request their intervention to suppress the matter. But in this world, where does inexhaustible gratitude exist? Chapter 22, Dimensional Reduction Strike. East Flower Academy, Medical Pavilion. Lin Xiao, who had just regained consciousness, stared blankly at the ceiling with a numb and lifeless gaze. At this moment, his physical injuries had mostly healed under the treatment of the Academy's physicians. Yet compared to his bodily wounds, the devastating blows to his soul and dignity were what truly plunged Lin Xiao into silence. Kneeling on the ground like a dog and barking before all the students of Donghua Academy, that was the source of his anguish. Still having his head stomped on, being ruthlessly humiliated beneath someone's foot. This wasn't just about shattering his dignity into fragments. Even his reputation lay in tatters. No matter how great his future achievements might be, people would always vividly remember how he'd been treated like a dog, the dark chapter of being trampled beneath another's boot. This humiliation was destined to follow him for life. At this moment, he could still vividly remember the peculiar, eerie gazes of the doctors and nurses around him when he first woke up. That feeling was like a venomous thorn deeply embedded in his flesh, taking root and spreading wildly. Chen Beiyuan, the disgrace I suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. I, Lin Xiao, hereby swear upon my path of cultivation, on the day I reach the pinnacle, I shall slaughter every last member of the Donghua Chen clan. Chen Beiyuan, not only must you die, but your family behind you and all the Chen clan branches must die too. They will all pay the price for your mistakes, a terrible price they'll regret. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath with venomous hatred, his face twisting into a grotesque mask of malice. Gone was the righteous demeanor he had worn before, now he resembled nothing so much as a demon clawing its way up from the deepest pits of hell. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. He could endure much, but that didn't mean he was truly the sort of spineless coward who'd swallow injustice forever. Even a turtle will bite when cornered. Just as Lin Xiao began to rage helplessly, a fit of violent coughing erupted beside him, abruptly jolting him awake. Godfather! Lin Xiao hurriedly rose and rushed to the hospital bed across from him. A bony old man wearing loose hospital pajamas suddenly woke with a start, his sleeves draping to the floor as he coughed violently like something was choking him. His face was pale and speckled with age spots. Lin Xiao was startled into action, immediately helping the old man lean against the hospital bed and feeding him warm water. With practiced hands, he tapped specific acupoints on the old man's back to ease the choking cough. Perhaps Lin Xiao's technique worked. The old man, who had woken in a coughing fit, gradually calmed. His clouded eyes stared blankly at his empty sleeves for a long while. Only when he noticed Lin Xiao before him did his gaze sharpen with clarity. Lin Xiao. Godfather, it's me, it's Xiao. Please don't worry, Godfather. I swear I'll do everything in my power to find treasures that can restore your arms. Lin Xiao quickly reassured his godfather, who now appeared utterly broken and devoid of vitality. The once proud and domineering Elder Cheong now resembled nothing more than an old dog with a broken spine and crippled limbs. Not only had he lost his vigor, but faint traces of suicidal thoughts seemed to surface in his defeated demeanor. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't stand by and watch, quickly using words and promises to reignite his foster father's will to live. If nothing else, he hadn't yet repaid the kindness his foster father had shown him. How could he possibly die now? More importantly, even if his foster father was crippled, he remained one of the high-ranking officials in charge of the Academy's logistical resources. His authority remained intact, and he could still continuously provide Lin Xiao with resources for further advancement. Under normal circumstances, Donghua Academy wouldn't strip his foster father of authority without cause. This means he could still mooch off, no, should we say, still show filial piety to his godfather. Perhaps Lin Xiao had moved himself with his own words, or perhaps the grand vision he painted had struck a chord in old Xiong's heart. The old man's emotions stabilized considerably, and the look of resignation in his eyes faded by half. Just as Lin Xiao couldn't help but begin to relax, several thunderous voices brimming with malice and grievance suddenly erupted from outside. I, Wang Xiao, hereby publicly denounce Cheon Baitsong, a senior official of our academy, for maliciously withholding cultivation resources and substituting inferior goods. After toiling for a full year to complete academy tasks, I saved 8,000 credits to exchange for a 4th grade spiritual artifact to aid in awakening my battle soul. But this old cur actually handed me a defective 4th grade artifact. Such vile behavior is utterly deplorable. You old swine, blocking my path to enlightenment, may you die a wretched death. I, Xiaobaihe, hereby publicly accuse that old villain Xiong Baizong of corruption and malpractice. My brother had already reached the peak of 2nd grade warrior rank. All he needed was a 3rd grade spiritual item to assist his spiritual energy induction and achieve 3rd grade battle spirit realm, allowing him to continue advanced studies at the academy. Yet this profit-blinded old dog provided a 3rd grade artifact with only half its proper efficacy, causing his breakthrough to fail and subsequent expulsion from the academy. I, Wang Baichuan, testify having personally witnessed this old scoundrel secretly giving Lin Xiao special treatment, letting him sneak into the academy treasury to take public treasures. This old dog has utterly lost all conscience. Lin Xiao, you're truly remarkable, recognizing an old dog as your godfather. Just by kowtowing a few times, you've risen meteorically, wielding treasures that don't rightfully belong to you for your own benefit. The booming voices resounded throughout Donghua Academy one after another, practically stripping Lin Xiao and Elder Qiongbear, exposing them completely before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the entire Donghua Academy fell into dead silence, all eyes turning towards the scene in disbelief. Quickly reacting, the Academy's leadership promptly had the troublemakers apprehended. Yet the words that had just been spoken already detonated like a silent bomb, sending shockwaves rippling through the Academy. The entire Donghua Academy fell into an inexplicable eerie silence. Inside the hospital ward, Lin Xiao wore an expression of utter disbelief. He never imagined his relationship with his godfather would ever be exposed. More critically, even their secret dealings had been dragged into the light. It was as if a pair of unseen eyes in the shadows had witnessed everything that had transpired. For some reason, Lin Xiao's immediate suspect at this moment was none other than Chen Beiyuan. Bang! The door suddenly burst open. A middle-aged man barged in abruptly, followed by several members of the law enforcement team. The middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Vice Principal Lu Wenwei. Xiong Baizong, multiple Donghua Academy students have lodged formal accusations against you for embezzlement and abuse of power. The Academy has temporarily suspended you from your position as head of logistics and will conduct an internal investigation. Given your special circumstances and existing injuries, you're exempt from the interrogation room. For now, remain in the medical ward. You're not to leave until the investigation concludes. Lu Wenhui wasted no time in undermining Lin Xiao's greatest reliance with a single decree stripping Elder Qiong of his position. Perhaps considering the special relationship between Elder Qiong and the principal, Lu Wenhui hadn't yet driven matters to the extreme by bringing him to the interrogation room, leaving some wiggle room. Even so, Lin Xiao grew frantic. Principal Lu, Elder Qiong is innocent. This is all Chen Beiyuan's doing behind the scenes. Lin Xiao, shut your mouth. Do you have any proof? How dare you slander a classmate without cause? Lu Wenhui reprimanded him sternly. Given that you are also involved in this case, Donghua Academy has temporarily placed you on academic suspension. The Academy will issue a final decision only after the investigation clarifies the matter. If the allegations prove true, the Academy will not only revoke your student status but also transfer you to the judicial court to face imperial trial. Lin Xiao turned pale. He had actually been placed on academic suspension by Donghua Academy. This meant that not only would he be unable to obtain resources from Donghua Academy in the future, but he would also lose the Academy's protection. Thunk! Seeing the situation deteriorate to such an extent, Elder Qiong couldn't suppress a surge of rage-induced blood, spraying it out violently before collapsing into unconsciousness once more. Godfather! Godfather! While the Lin Xiao father and son were going through dire straits, as the female lead, Lang Ruobing's current predicament wasn't any better. The sudden change in people's attitudes around her and their sarcastic remarks left this ice-cold campus belle deeply bewildered and at a loss. Before she could even react, she received another piece of bad news from the Lang family. Ruobing, things are terrible. Someone is maliciously targeting our family's listed company. The stocks have plummeted to worthless scraps, and the Lang family has lost at least several billion. Ruobing, have you lost your mind? How could you provoke young Master Chen into severing ties with the Long family? Now the Li, Yuan, and Yu families have all terminated their cooperation with us. Lang Ruobing, you wretched woman, what have you done? My son was perfectly fine. How could he end up half dead after being beaten in a bar? If you've made a mistake, don't drag down the entire family. Ruobing, I beg you, go apologize to young Master Chen. Otherwise, everyone in the Long family will die. Ruobing, it's terrible. The family head was ambushed by a mysterious, ferocious beast and severely injured. He's been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. One phone call after another kept coming in, bringing angry curses, desperate pleas, and shocking bad news from family members. Lang Ruobing felt her mind go completely blank as she stood frozen in place. She didn't even react when her phone fell to the ground. At this moment, She felt as if the sky had collapsed. Chapter 23, Enlightenment Pill, Divine Transformation Stone. Lang Ruobing never dreamed that barely a few hours had passed since Chen Beiyuan's declaration of cutting all ties. Her world had turned upside down. All of the Long family's businesses were maliciously targeted by various forces one after another, pushing them to the brink of bankruptcy. Several prominent families that had previously cooperated smoothly now shamelessly turned their backs, not only forcibly canceling prior collaborations and kicking them while they were down, but also demanding compensation for breach of contract. Several young scions of the Lang family got into a jealous brawl at a bar over another man's girlfriend. Over the years, they'd grown accustomed to swaggering about invincibly under the protective banner of the Donghua Chen family, believing no one would dare lay a finger on them. But this time, their arrogance cost them dearly. A young master from a first-tier family broke their legs on the spot. Now, these troublemakers from the Lang family, with their legs broken, were being held at the bar waiting for the Lang family's head to come and bail them out. Lang Yaofeng, the head of the Long family and father of Lang Ruobing, was a 6th-grade battle king. Upon learning that his clan members had been detained, he set out to rescue them. However, he was ambushed by a mysterious savage beast along the way, sustaining severe injuries and falling unconscious on the road. Fortunately, a kind-hearted passerby discovered him and rushed him to the hospital. According to eyewitness accounts at the time, the fleeing mysterious beast had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a single head looking almost human. After Lang Yaofeng was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, the entire Lang family lost their backbone and instantly fell into chaos, like ants on a hot pan. The once dominant Lang family of Yanjing City became homeless strays in an instant. Previously, the second-rate Lang family had leveraged their connection with the influential Donghua Chen family to extract countless benefits everywhere, forcing many to swallow their anger silently. Even aristocratic families more powerful than the Langs had to endure as much as possible. When they couldn't endure, they endured a little more. Who in all of Yanjing City doesn't know that Lang Ruobing of the Lang family is Chen Beiyuan's caged golden canary? To provoke the Long family is to risk offending Chen Beiyuan. But when Chen Beiyuan publicly severed all ties with Lang Ruobing, the situation changed entirely. The aristocratic families that had previously held back no longer had any reason to restrain themselves. The Lang family must now regurgitate every morsel they had greedily devoured before. Moreover, they'll have to slice off their own flesh piece by piece, break their own bones, gouge out their own hearts, and dig out their own livers to satiate those bloodthirsty hungry wolves scenting the carnage. Just as Chen Beiyuan had declared, at his current status and position, killing required neither personal action nor direct orders. A single word, a mere glance, would send countless sycophants scrambling to execute his will. Could I truly have been mistaken all along? Lang Ruobing stood bewildered on the spot, staring at this unfamiliar world that had suddenly transformed before her eyes. A suffocating sensation gradually enveloped her. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original fate trajectory. You overwhelmingly crushed and dimensionally suppressed the situation, stripping the important supporting character Old Xiong of his high-ranking academy position. This led to the luck-born Lin Xiao being suspended from Donghua Academy, losing his greatest pillar of support. The drastic psychological impact has severely weakened the protagonist's aura of destiny surrounding Lin Xiao. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special reward, Enlightenment Pill. Enlightenment Pill, a heaven and earth spiritual elixir imbued with the essence of the Tao. Once consumed, the user will enter a state of Tao enlightenment, enhancing their comprehension and learning abilities 100-fold. Duration, 48 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for altering the original fate trajectory. By publicly severing ties with the luck-affiliated female protagonist Lang Ruobing and the Long family behind her, those parasitic blood-sucking worms attached to the Donghua Chen family have received their deserved cruel punishment. Moreover, the psyche of the luck-affiliated female protagonist Lang Ruobing has suffered an unprecedented impact, beginning to manifest emotions of regret and despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, Divine Metamorphosis Stone, Soulbound. Divine Metamorphosis Stone, Soulbound, an ancient divine stone imbued with eerie energy. Since this stone is soulbound to the host, it cannot be used by others. Upon activation, it forcibly elevates the user's cultivation by one major realm for a duration of 30 minutes. After usage, the user will enter a state of extreme weakness, with their cultivation temporarily sealed. Usage limit, 3 times. Chen Beiyuan, who was preparing to start concocting illusory poison, suddenly paused his movements. His deep, abyss-like eyes abruptly radiated a divine glow. Although he had anticipated the system's notification, he never expected this instance would yield such bountiful rewards. His gaze instantly fell upon 2 special prizes within the system space. Tao Comprehension Pill, Divine Transformation Stone. The former is a heaven and earth spiritual pill that can temporarily enhance the user's comprehension 100-fold, allowing them to enter an enlightenment state. The latter is an ancient divine stone capable of briefly forcing the user to ascend by an entire major realm. At this moment, his gaze was practically glued to that utterly ordinary-looking stone in the system space. It might as well have been picked up from the roadside, while completely ignoring the mystically glowing pill beside it. Subconsciously, he murmured, "To think such a divine treasure actually exists. It can forcibly elevate cultivation by a major realm, turning a 5th-rank war commander into a 6th-rank war king, a 6th-rank war king into a 7th-rank war emperor, a 7th-rank war emperor into an 8th-rank war sovereign, and an 8th-rank war sovereign into a 9th-rank war god. Though it carries significant side effects and limited uses, compared to its terrifying effects, those minor drawbacks are utterly negligible." Chen Beiyuan swore that the value of the divine transformation stone could no longer be put into mere words. A divine treasure of this caliber could not even be matched by an 8th-rank divine weapon. This item could be considered his greatest trump card at present. In fact, it will remain his most powerful trump card for a long time to come. With this ace up his sleeve, as long as an 8th-grade war emperor doesn't personally intervene, he fears no one. Furthermore, once his cultivation advances sufficiently, even 8th-grade war emperors will cease to pose a threat. Chen Beiyuan's eyes burned with the flames of ambition, as if he was already envisioning scenes from the future. "However, I still need to find a guardian beast or a guardian puppet to protect myself during the periods when my cultivation is temporarily sealed, allowing me to safely pass through the vulnerable stage." Even though he had Elder Chen, a 7th-rank war emperor, as his protector, the meticulous Chen Beiyuan still instinctively planned to keep an extra safeguard. To force him to use the divine transformation stone, he must be in grave peril. At that point, even Elder Chen might not be able to protect him. In such situations, a guardian beast or a guardian puppet would certainly come in handy. Given the influence of the Donghua Chen family, securing a guardian puppet or beast wouldn't be difficult on its own. But if its cultivation is too low, it would be useless to him. The higher the cultivation level required, the difficulty of obtaining it would increase substantially. Let the family handle the search for now. Chen Beiyuan understood perfectly well. Whatever he needed, the Chen family would spare no effort to provide it. His greatest repayment to the Chen family would be to swiftly break through to the 8th-level War Emperor realm and stabilize the family's fortunes. Nothing else could compare to this. No other family achievement could rival the presence of an 8th-level War Emperor. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his heart, Chen Beiyuan directly took out the enlightenment pill and swallowed it without hesitation. This enlightenment pill could enable him to comprehend and master the wordless medical classic in the shortest time, directly catching up to over a decade of medical expertise possessed by Lin Xiao, the protagonist and renowned divine physician, even surpassing him. Truly, when fortune comes, even heaven and earth lend their strength. Chapter 24, Expanding Territory, a meritorious deed for humanity worthy of being recorded in the Empire's annals. After the momentary confusion, Lang Ruobing still decided to leave Donghua Academy immediately and return to the Lung family. Originally, she had planned to go straight to the hospital to see her seriously injured and comatose father. But the Lang family members, in their efforts to force her to return, forcibly took the unconscious Lang Aofing from the hospital emergency room back to the Lung family. They even declared that for every day she didn't return, they would refuse to send Lang Aofing back to the hospital for treatment. Those elders who had once been kind and even obsequiously respectful to her now seemed to have completely changed their tune, acting as though they wished her dead. Lang Ruobing didn't have many belongings left at Donghua Academy, just some clothes in her dormitory at most. But the thought of her dormmates' dramatically changed faces made her decisively choose to give up. Just as she was about to leave the academy gates, a familiar figure stepping out from the corner abruptly blocked her path. Lin Xiao. Lang Ruobing stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. The man before her no longer carried the same radiant vigor and righteous aura as before. Instead, he appeared disheveled and wretched. But what did that have to do with her? Her expression instantly returned to calm, her eyes indifferent as she looked at the man before her, as though seeing a complete stranger. What do you want? If you have nothing important, step aside now. Lin Xiao's face was filled with complex emotions as he gazed at the icy beauty before him, his heart seemingly tormented by endless confusion and anguish. Had her current predicament not been virtually identical to his own, he might have even suspected Lang Ruobing had been colluding with Chen Beiyuan from the very beginning to plot against him. Why did all the previous plans fail? Why is Chen Beiyuan completely unharmed? Why did he suffer such a crushing defeat? He must uncover the truth. And Lang Ruobing, who was with Chen Beiyuan that night, must know something. However, at this moment, Lang Ruobing's indifferent gaze and frosty expression undoubtedly stabbed deep into Lin Xiao's heart. This finally made the fated protagonist, who had been suppressing his grievances until now, lose control. Even the calm facade on his face vanished as he roared in madness. Why? Just tell me why. Ruobing, how could you become like this? You never treated me this way before. Didn't you despise Chen Beiyuan? Didn't you hate Chen Beiyuan? Why has everything changed after that night? Why didn't Chen Beiyuan show any signs of being affected? Why did I lose so miserably? Did you tell Chen Beiyuan something? Do you know how much I love you? Love me? Your love is sending me to another man's bed. Is this what you call love? Then your love is truly twisted, Lin Xiao. I must have been a fool to thank you so naively. Now tell me, if your scheming had succeeded, who would withstand the wrath of the Chun family from Donghua? Lang Ruobing gazed coldly at Lin Xiao, who was behaving like a rabid dog before him, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. With a single retort, he rendered Lin Xiao utterly speechless. What could Lin Xiao say? That he had been watching from outside that night, even planning to sneak close to the room for a peek? To witness with his own eyes the woman he loved being humiliated by his sworn enemy. Lin Xiao wanted to say he would shield them from the pressure of the Donghua Chen family and protect Lang Ruobing and the Lang family, but such nonsense wasn't even believable to himself. Perhaps seeing Lin Xiao speechless and at a loss for words. Yet at this moment, Lang Ruobing felt an exhilarating sense of release, as if the suffocating resentment in her heart had dissipated significantly. How naive I was, actually foolish enough to believe you, to think you were a good person. But in truth, you were an utter scoundrel from start to finish, using me all along just to further your own goals. Have you ever considered that you, who seem to have plotted every conceivable scheme, are actually just a clown? You're far too arrogant. Everything you've done, all your plans, Chen Beiyuan has known about them all along. What's more, he's even been deliberately playing along with you. Boom! Lin Xiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place with a look of utter disbelief in his eyes. Chen Beiyuan knew all along? No wonder he lost so miserably. He vastly underestimated the heir of a top aristocratic family. Just as Lin Xiao plunged into self-doubt, Lang Ruobing's next words finally shattered his composure. Lin Xiao, you're truly ruthless. To exploit me and make me willingly sacrifice everything, you deliberately poisoned my mother, leaving her comatose. Then you pretended to have the ability to cure this mysterious illness, making me indebted to you. If Chen Beiyuan hadn't told me the truth, I would have. Ha! Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly as he stared intently at Lang Ruobing before him. What the hell? What do you mean poisoning someone on purpose? Holy crap, you're framing me with such a huge crime? He's not that much of a beast, alright, he has medical ethics too. At most, he would intentionally delay the treatment progress to make Lang Ruobing and the entire Lang family even more grateful to him, while also achieving some personal goal. Chen Beiyuan, you damned schemer. Lang Ruobing, don't believe Chen Beiyuan, he's a despicable villain. I never poisoned your mother, he's the one framing me. Lin Xiao, even now you're still stirring up trouble, refusing to admit your guilt while trying to frame Chen Beiyuan, you truly disgust me. Lang Ruobing dodged Lin Xiao's grasping hand, her pale and icy beauty showing undisguised disgust as she kicked him to the ground. Without another glance at the bewildered Lin Xiao lying on the floor, she strode toward the main gate. At that moment, a booming laugh resonated from the distant northern borders of the empire, carrying an overwhelming, domineering presence. Today, the empire's frontier has expanded 100 li outward. This victory celebrates my Chen family's rising phoenix. The domineering voice rumbled like heavenly thunder, instantly reverberating throughout the imperial capital, startling the entire city in a flash. Countless astonished faces turned in disbelief toward the empire's northernmost region. Even Chen Beiyuan, who had been contemplating the wordless medical canon, was startled by this overwhelmingly powerful aged voice and halted his movements. Old master. Deep within the imperial palace, a tall and imposing figure opened majestic eyes to gaze toward the northern direction, slowly rising to his feet. This emperor is not a petty man. As the aged yet domineering voice echoing from the distant northern border gradually faded away, suddenly, an authoritative and noble voice echoed from the imperial palace. The Donghua Chen clan has expanded the empire's borders by advancing the front line by 100 miles, achieving a great merit for humanity. This shall be recorded in the imperial annals and circulated throughout the realm. According to imperial law, those who expand humanity's territory may claim half as their hereditary fiefdom, to be passed down for 5 generations. Chapter 25, Division of Benefits. According to imperial law, those who expand territories for humanity may claim half the conquered land as fiefdom, hereditary for 5 generations. As the majestic and noble proclamation echoed from the depths of the imperial palace, the entire capital of the empire trembled with astonishment. All the empire's foremost aristocratic families couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the Chen family's direction, their eyes brimming with unrestrained envy and jealousy. The major aristocratic families and smaller clans were currently stunned by this earth-shattering news, their scalps tingling with shock. Even the lowest commoners were frightened by this sudden turn of events. It must be understood that expanding territory by 100 li doesn't mean the total area is merely 100 li. That method of calculation is completely wrong. For example, if a small country moves its border marker forward by just 1 meter, the total territorial area it claims increases by no less than tens of thousands of square meters. What appears to be a mere meter encompasses land that an ordinary person could scarcely obtain in 10 lifetimes. When the Eastern Glory Empire expands its front lines by 100 miles, the territory gained would be no smaller than 2 of its major provinces. This outstrips the total land area of most small nations in the world. This is precisely why the Emperor of Donghua Empire declared this achievement as humanity's great merit, worthy of being recorded in the empire's annals and circulated throughout the lands as fundamental justification. The Donghua people possess an insatiable greed for land. How many dedicate their entire lives just to own a piece of land completely theirs? Only with land comes a rightful place to establish one's destiny and settle one's existence. This desire burns fiercer than all worldly riches. Moreover, the territories along the border front line were inherently fertile in soil, containing vast untapped primitive resources and undiscovered secret realms, making the Donghua Empire salivate with covetousness long ago. It was simply because the lands had long been occupied by foreign tribes and fierce beasts, making mining and utilization impossible. The empire had repeatedly debated internally whether to take action, yet Qin Shanha, the guardian of the Great Wall border, remained unmoved and never showed any initiative to launch an attack. Over time, those in the empire who only knew how to wag their tongues gradually fell silent. They were well aware that if Qin Shanha, the battle emperor of the Chun family, was unwilling, even an imperial decree would be tossed aside like scrap paper, not even fit for wiping one's backside. Nowadays, Qin Shanha took the initiative and conquered such vast territories, practically expanding the Eastern Hua Empire's presence on the world map by a significant portion. Eastern Hua Academy. Haha, expanding our borders, this is the true heroic spirit of us men of Eastern Hua. My goodness, with the front lines pushed back by hundreds of miles, the sheer amount of land seized must be at least several million square kilometers? Damn, so the Donghua Chun family gets to take half? That's over 1 million square kilometers of land. What, you got a problem with that? Those who expand the empire's territory perform unparalleled feats. Taking just half is already modest. You think war is some child's play? It's fought with human lives. With such vast territory and resources, plus hereditary rights for 5 generations, the Donghua Chen family's power is bound to reach new heights. The sounds of arguments and discussions erupted one after another within Donghua Academy. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Lang Ruobing, standing at the academy's entrance, wore completely different expressions. Lin Xiao's face was dark and ugly, as if his entire family had just died. Lang Ruobing, however, wore a complicated expression, her gaze drifting toward the Chen family's direction as if lost in thought. The Chen family of Donghua. Old master, what a grand gesture indeed. Chen Beiyuan, currently in a state of enlightenment, seemed to have entered a state of unity between heaven and man, nearly merging with the cosmos itself. His comprehension and cognitive abilities were elevated to an unimaginable level. With just a slight contemplation, he discerned the old master's true intentions. He had just caused such a tremendous commotion at Donghua Academy, shaking the empire and drawing attention from all sides. Immediately after, old Master Chen, who had been immersed in the border warfront for many years, suddenly took action, pushing back the alien beasts across 100 miles of territory and even greater disturbance. Though it appeared merely as territorial expansion, was it not also a silent display of military might? The Chen clan of Donghua, this empire's greatest spear, remains unrusted and sharp as ever. Who dares touch my Chen family's young phoenix? This old man will blow your damn head off with one shot. Even Chen Beiyuan, with his usually indifferent temperament, couldn't help feeling a touch of warmth at this moment. No man is made of wood or stone, who among us is truly without feeling, though he cultivated the demonic path. Yet I have no desire to become a heartless demon devoid of humanity and passion. Rather, I wish to be a demon who roams freely and acts as he pleases. He knows full well who has treated him kindly. Now that the Chen family has already swallowed the largest portion of that lucrative border warfront pie, the remaining half would likely spark fierce competition among the top factions. The imperial family is certain to claim the lion's share, followed by the Lin, Bai, Zhu, and Wei families. None of them will yield easily, each will fight for their own share. By now, every family's 8th-rank war emperors have probably rushed to the border front lines to start carving up the spoils. Chen Beiyuan understood clearly, such a massive feast couldn't be swallowed whole by the Chen family alone. They'd have to share it with the other great houses. Only by gathering the elite forces of the entire empire's upper echelon could they hold a territory of this scale. Profit division is inevitable. One should measure one's appetite according to one's bowl. Hogging all the benefits easily breeds resentment. Now that the Chen family has taken the largest share, let the other factions divide the rest. Once the Chen family fully digested this juicy piece of meat, their overall strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. By then, as the young master of the Chen family, he would be able to enjoy even greater privileges. The old man has shouldered most of the pressure now, it's time for me to step up. A 5th-grade war commander at 18 is still too young, too eye-catching. Some people just won't be able to sleep soundly at night. Yet it's just as well, for only through relentless tempering can one reveal the true gold within the flame. Chen Beiyuan smiled faintly as he examined the freshly brewed, phantom venom, before him, carefully storing it away. He then picked up the blank medical scripture, and resumed his contemplation of its secrets. Though the Eastern Glory Chen clan stood mighty, their list of enemies was no less formidable. These days, which family doesn't have blood on its hands? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by in a flash. During these 3 days, Chen Beiyuan remained holed up in his room, never stepping outside or even eating. Day and night, he devoted himself solely to comprehending the wordless medical scripture. These past few days, the threshold of the Chen family in Donghua had nearly been worn down by endless visitors, as top forces from across the empire came knocking one after another. Nowadays, when it came to that big cake at the empire's border, the Chen family also held considerable influence. During that time, Lang Ruobing had visited the Chen family, but she couldn't even get past the front gate. In the end, she waited outside in bitter despair for a whole day and night before leaving disheartened. Chapter 26, Family Bonds. The Enlightenment Pill is truly extraordinary. In just 3 short days, it helped me comprehend the intricate scriptures of the wordless medical canon, saving me years of accumulated effort and laying a solid foundation in medicine. At this point, in terms of medical skill alone, I'm afraid I've already surpassed Lin Xiao, the protagonist and renowned divine doctor. After all, Lin Xiao is currently only a 4th-rank battle general, and the unlocked content from the spiritual imprint of the wordless medical canon in his mind is still less than what I've unlocked from the original version in my possession. What a pity! If only I had more enlightenment pills. Such a divine item would be the perfect tool for mastering techniques, secret arts, and breaking through cultivation realms. Chen Beiyuan's naturally handsome face, exuding inherent nobility and dignity, now showed traces of weariness as he murmured to himself. 3 consecutive days and nights of sleepless meditation, even with Chen Beiyuan's constitution far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, had drained him mentally and physically to the point of exhaustion. With that, he put away the wordless medical scripture in his hand, then retrieved a jet-black pill from a white jade medicine bottle and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill's potent medicinal properties surged violently through his body, swiftly rejuvenating both his physical fatigue and mental depletion. This pitch-black medicinal pill is called Devil's Heart Pill, a special elixir originating from the wordless medical scripture. For practitioners of demonic arts, it offers tremendous restorative benefits, enabling one to quickly return to peak condition within a short period. When Chen Beiyuan discovered the extraordinary effects of this unique pill, far superior to the demon flame pill exclusively supplied by his family, he decisively abandoned the family-provided medication and switched entirely to using Devil's Heart Pill for his daily needs. It must be said that the wordless medical scripture, as the greatest asset of the protagonist and divine Dr. Lin Xiao, contains countless profound supplementary techniques, encompassing not only life-saving medical arts and lethal poison skills but also pill-refining methods to aid in cultivation. It can be said to encompass all things, leaving no oddity untouched. Chen Beiyuan dared to claim that this bizarre medical scripture could rightfully be called the most extraordinary book in the world. System, open the status panel. Ding, the status panel has been activated. Host, Chen Beiyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, high-tier war commander, 5th rank. Techniques, prison suppressing devil scripture, 8th level, wordless medical scripture, unique. Battle techniques, forbidden extinction demonic flame palm, forbidden extinction hell fist, forbidden extinction demon blood slash, prison suppression shackles. Battle soul, fate, destiny's great villain. After 3 days of contemplation, the wordless medical scripture also appeared directly in the skill column, indicating that Chen Beiyuan had stepped into the hall and successfully mastered it. It's time to head to Donghua Academy and claim the rewards that are rightfully mine. After a quick wash, Chen Beiyuan pushed open his door, ready to depart. Yet the moment he stepped out, he froze in surprise. There stood Elder Chen, missing an arm, clutching his broken blade as he stood guard outside the door. And beside Elder Chen loomed a tall, burly figure of a middle-aged man. "Dad!" Chen Beiyuan called out. The middle-aged man before him was none other than Chen Beiyuan's father, the current head of the Donghua Chen family, a top military leader of the empire's 3rd theater. Chen Zhiqing. The 1st Warzone and 2nd Warzone are both directly controlled by the imperial royal family. Currently clad in simple civilian attire, this leading figure of the younger generation in Donghua Empire's military appeared like a handsome middle-aged uncle, far from being as stern and unapproachable as ordinary people might imagine. "Finished your closed-door cultivation?" Chen Zhiqing carefully examined his son who had just emerged from seclusion. After confirming the young man's cultivation had reached the peak of 5th-rank battle commander level, he couldn't help but nod approvingly, a gratified smile spreading across his face. "Before you began isolation, you asked the family to help find suitable guardian puppets and protector beasts. We did locate some options, but most fell slightly short of expectations. Fortunately, with numerous visitors arriving these past few days, I've already enlisted the Bai and Wei families to assist in the search. We should receive news soon." Chen Beiyuan froze momentarily, surprised by how seriously his father Chen Zhiqing had taken this matter. The Bai family, the Wei family. Both families are top-tier aristocratic houses within the empire, each possessing a war emperor of the 8th rank to safeguard their fortunes. The Bai family of Donghua is the lineage behind Chen Beiyuan's fiancée, renowned for their unique beast-taming techniques, earning them the prestigious title of beast-taming aristocrats throughout the empire. The Wei family stands as the most low-profile among the empire's elite aristocratic houses, often maintaining such a transparent presence that they resemble invisible observers, yet no one dares underestimate this clan. Because the Wei family's greatest expertise lay in the art of puppetry, Chen Beiyuan understood clearly that although Chen Zhiqing made it sound effortless, enlisting the help of these two families would not be easy. It would inevitably require spending some favors and interests. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even though the Bai family was engaged to the Chen family, certain necessary interests still had to be settled clearly. Though Father Chen Zhiqing said the items the family had found were somewhat lacking, Chen Beiyuan was certain their quality couldn't be lower than 6th rank War King level. The reason they weren't given directly to him, but instead required assistance from the other two top aristocratic families, was simply because a father always strives to give his child the very best. Chen Beiyuan fell silent. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the silent care and support from his family. It's worth noting that even among top aristocratic families, most are riddled with entangled interests, where conflicts arise at the slightest disagreement. Yet, the Donghua Chen clan gave him something more: family bonds. This top-tier aristocratic family, which faced extermination in the original story, might be the only one that valued kinship above all else. In the original story, regardless of the choices the original protagonist made, the Chen family always chose to offer silent support and unwavering allegiance. Even at the moment when the Chen family was on the verge of destruction, Chen Zhiqing still chose to send the original protagonist away, staying behind alone to bear the greatest pressure. Suddenly, a trace of dark determination flickered in Chen Beiyuan's eyes, as though a decision had been made. Since he had arrived, all the events that were fated to happen would cease to exist. Alright, I know you still need to head to Donghua Academy, so I won't keep you any longer. However, there's one more thing you should know. All the young monsters from the Empire's prominent families are gradually returning, clearly targeting you. Since this involves the younger generation, the Chen family can't intervene directly. You'll have to handle this yourself. Oh, and that little miss from the Bai family, your fiancé, should be returning soon too. According to your mother's wishes, you two should settle matters quickly. She's eager to hold a grandchild. But personally, I'd advise against rushing things. You've just turned 18. There's no need to leap into the grave of marriage so soon. You've got plenty of time to enjoy yourself first. Chen Zhiqing rambled on incessantly. As for those past incidents between Chen Beiyuan and Lang Ruobing, the head of the Chen family didn't even mention them. Such matters weren't even worth mentioning. Who hasn't been young before? Who in all of Yanjing City doesn't know? Both the Bai family of Donghua and Chen Beiyuan's fiancé are aware of Lang Ruoyan's existence. But so what? Who would care? Chapter 27. A good dog doesn't block the path. Donghua Academy. A strikingly beautiful figure stood at the academy gates, dressed in a flowing white gown, her skin as fair as snow, with long, cascading hair drifting in the breeze. Despite her meticulous grooming, that strikingly beautiful yet icy face now bore traces of exhaustion and weariness, completely devoid of its former aloof pride. Her bloodshot eyes carried a distinct tinge of worry. Her gaze kept darting toward the doorway, as though anticipating and awaiting someone's arrival. Every time there was movement at the door, her eyes would inevitably flicker in that direction. But when she saw that the person arriving wasn't the one she was waiting for, disappointment would flash across her face. For these past 3 days, Lang Ruobing had been enduring immense pressure, teetering on the brink of complete collapse. In just 3 short days, the Lung family's once lucrative assets, now eyed by countless jackals and wolves, were gradually carved up and dismantled piece by piece. Not only were they forced to surrender all they had previously acquired, but every single business under the Lang family's banner was utterly stripped bare by various factions. The experts cultivated by the Lung family over the years have been successively attacked by a certain mysterious beast, either beaten half to death or directly crippled in their cultivation. Lang family members have been continuously reported for numerous corruption and law-breaking offenses, directly taken away by the judicial court. Some Lang family members, unable to withstand the pressure, attempted to flee Yanjing City to seek refuge in other countries. However, shortly after leaving Yanjing, they mysteriously vanished. Now, the Lang family has only their ancestral home left in Yanjing City. All Lang family members hide inside, living in constant fear and not daring to even step outside, clearly terrified out of their wits. All the Lang family members who had previously mocked and humiliated her without restraint now desperately pleaded with her, hoping she would go apologize to Chen Beiyuan and reconcile. Even Lang Aofeng, the head of the Lung family who briefly regained consciousness, lost his former vigor and became dispirited, urging her to try her best to obtain Chen Beiyuan's forgiveness so the Lung family could survive this calamity. It was abundantly clear to everyone in the Lang family that with just one word from Chen Beiyuan, all their crises would instantly vanish into thin air. Even Lang Ruobing understood this perfectly well. However, just as she lowered her head intending to seek out Chen Beiyuan, she couldn't even step through the Chen family's front gate. For the past 3 days, only the empire's top aristocratic families and most influential factions had the privilege to enter the Chen residence bearing gifts. Even the imperial royal family had specially dispatched envoys to pay their respects during this time.
The Lung family? Lang Ruobing? A woman from some nouveau riche family?
Sorry, you're truly not qualified yet. Lang Ruobing endured the bizarre, mocking, disdainful, and amused gazes of the passing guests through sheer force of will, standing steadfast at the Chen family's gates for an entire day and night, clinging to the hope that Chen Beiyuan might deign to see her.
Unfortunately, she clearly overestimated herself.
From start to finish, she never even caught a glimpse of Chen Beiyuan's shadow. When she returned to the Lang family in utter disappointment and devastation, she received yet another piece of terrible news. Her mother, who had been in a long coma, had suddenly disappeared. This news instantly became the last straw that broke Lang Ruobing, completely shattering the dignity of this destiny's chosen female lead.
It's the third day. He'll come. He will come.
Lang Ruobing's eyes lowered slightly, her fingertips clutching the hem of her white dress as her delicate frame trembled faintly.
Her face was deathly pale, devoid of any color.
Not far away, Lin Xiao watched the frail white-clad figure who looked like she might be blown away by a gentle breeze, his heart twisting with unbearable pain. He had been thoroughly informed about the recent situation in the Lang family, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. At this moment, he could barely ensure his own safety. Originally, having been ordered to take a leave of absence by Donghua Academy, he wasn't permitted to remain on campus and was required to depart. Yet Lin Xiao feared that stepping beyond the academy gates would immediately lead to an ambush by the Chen family of Donghua. For this reason, he insisted on staying at the academy, claiming he needed to care for his severely injured godfather. The academy leadership, wary of old Xiong's special relationship with the principal and his status, ultimately didn't drive Lin Xiao away. It could be said that over these 3 days, not only was Ling Ruo, the luck-blessed female lead, thoroughly harassed, even Lin Xiao, the child of fortune himself, was relentlessly tormented beyond measure.
Chen Beiyuan, you truly deserve to die.
Lin Xiao roared with fury in his heart, but all he could muster was impotent rage. At this moment, he was utterly powerless against Chen Beiyuan. Instead, he found himself completely at the other's mercy. Just as Lin Xiao was engulfed in helpless rage, Lang Ruobing, who was ahead, suddenly heard movement. Raising her eyes, she caught sight of a figure emanating elegant nobility stepping out of a car. Unable to contain her delight, her heart leapt with joy. For some inexplicable reason, the moment she laid eyes on that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, the restlessness deep within her vanished without a trace.
Beiyuan.
With unconcealed joy coloring her expression, Lang Ruobing called out to the approaching Chen Beiyuan. But the next moment, she froze completely, the joy on her face halting abruptly as a gentle breeze lifted strands of her ink-dark hair. Yet Chen Beiyuan didn't even pause for a second, nor did he spare her a glance. Instead, he walked past her shoulder as though they were strangers from entirely separate worlds. Just as Chen Beiyuan stepped through the academy gates and prepared to move deeper inside, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve from behind. His brows furrowed, and his footsteps halted.
Let go. I won't let go.
Lang Ruobing's face, clutching the hem of her clothes, was full of grievance, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared stubbornly at the heartless man before her, her voice trembling.
Chen Beiyuan, I can apologize for what happened before.
I know I was wrong, and I'm willing to pay for my mistakes. Just spare the Lang family, spare.
Lang Ruobing, do you really think I'm the one responsible for the Lang family's current predicament?
Chen Beiyuan's expression turned cold as he abruptly cut off Lang Ruobing's next words.
Though Lang Ruobing remained silent, her pleading eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Had it not been for Chen Beiyuan's machinations, how could the Lang family have fallen into such dire straits?
Seeing Lang Ruobing's expression, a sinister smirk twisted Chen Beiyuan's stern features, brimming with malicious mockery and disdain.
You're being naive.
I can tell you plainly, I never directed anyone to target the Lang family.
The predicament you're in today is entirely of your own making. Did you know how many things the Lang family has done under the banner of the Eastern Huachin family?
Forced purchases and sales, driving people to their deaths, wanton land grabs, crushing competitors, petty jealousies and rivalries.
A minor family at the bottom of the second-rate ranks thinks they can act arrogantly and unrestrained just by clinging to the Chen family?
All these years, how many prominent families have chosen to endure and retreat out of regard for the Chen family's name, avoiding direct conflict with the Lang family?
Yet this has only fueled the Lang family's arrogance and aggression. Do you know that a few years ago, the Lang family even dared to boast about being the top family beneath the elite clans? A second-rate family with only a 6th-level war king, not even a 7th-level war emperor, dared to be so audacious? Who gave you the courage? Do you even realize how many powerful families across Yanjing you've offended with that single claim?
Heaven's arrogance brings storms, man's arrogance invites disaster.
The Lang family's current predicament is nothing but the consequence of their own actions. With those words, Chen Beiyuan paid no heed to the incredulous and dumbstruck expression on Lang Ruobing's face.
With a casual wave of his hand, he yanked back his sleeve and strode forward without looking back. Lang Ruobing, caught off balance, was directly pulled to the ground. Her snow-white knees and palms struck the ground, leaving angry red marks, while her disheveled hair completed the picture of utter disarray. She seemed to have completely lost her spirit, muttering to herself like one possessed. Brought it upon myself, brought it upon myself. She had once thought that everything was Chen Beiyuan's doing behind the scenes, all to take revenge on her. Yet in the end, it turned out to be the retribution for the Lang family's years of reckless behavior. Everything, after all, was brought upon themselves. She, who had long been teetering on the brink of the abyss, felt reality's cruelty give her a fierce shove in that moment, plunging her straight into its depths. Chen Beiyuan paid no attention to the soul-shaken Lang Ruobing behind him, striding forward with unwavering resolve. At this very moment, Lin Xiao, consumed by impotent rage, happened to be blocking his path. Chen Beiyuan didn't hesitate either, he stepped forward and slapped without a second thought. Good dogs don't block the way. Smack! Chapter 28, Jiang Bai. Slap. Lin Xiao was slapped to the ground. The searing pain on his face instantly snapped him out of his powerless rage. His head buzzed as if filled with swarming bees, and his left cheek quickly swelled up. The distinct palm print was deeply imprinted on his face like a branding iron. Put. The thick taste of iron spread through his mouth as shattered fragments of molars mixed with sticky blood were spat out in one go. Lying on the ground, Lin Xiao gasped for breath, staring blankly at the blood-stained broken teeth. The intense pain on his face relentlessly assaulted his nerves, gradually sharpening his dazed consciousness into clarity. Gasp! Lin Xiao never dreamed Chen Beiyuan could be this outrageously arrogant. He had merely stood in his way, only to receive a vicious slap that left his head ringing and literally knocked his back teeth out. This is outright bullying, ain't it? You! Lin Xiao's gaze turned venomous, his eyes boring into the retreating figure of Chen Beiyuan, itching to hurl curses and retaliate. Yet reason within him reigned in the fury threatening to spill over. If they really came to blows, he would be the one to suffer. What's more crucial is that he'd already been ordered to suspend his studies by the academy, which meant he could no longer seek its protection. In the end, after a brief consideration of the pros and cons, Lin Xiao, the genius doctor protagonist, made a decision reminiscent of those often made by the crooked smile dragon lords. Endure. Chen Beiyuan, I'll repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Lin Xiao once again seethed with helpless rage deep in his heart. The commotion here naturally drew the attention of many Donghua Academy students. Countless curious gazes now focused on Lin Xiao and Lang Ruobing, and whispers of gossip began to chirp like sparrows. Only then did Lin Xiao notice Lang Ruobing's dazed state, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight in his heart. I have to admit, he still harbored affection for Lang Ruobing in his heart. Even though he had personally sent this woman to his enemy's bed, it didn't diminish his love for Lang Ruobing. These two facts weren't contradictory at all. And now, Lang Ruobing was clearly at her weakest and most vulnerable moment, precisely when she needed him to lean on. Perhaps tonight might still bring him a favorable moment. Lin Xiao endured the excruciating pain from his swollen left cheek and the mocking gazes around him as he slowly stood up, making his way towards Lang Ruobing, who had fallen to the ground in despair. He extended his right hand, reaching for Lang Ruobing's wrist to help her up. Forcing a strained smile on his face, he struggled to make his swollen, bruised features appear somewhat appealing. Ruobing, are you ALR? Slap. His right cheek was also struck. Don't think I don't know your dirty thoughts. Lang Ruobing lowered her head, her jet black hair obscuring her face as she slowly withdrew her hand. Without sparing a glance at Lin Xiao, who stood frozen in place, she walked toward the academy gates with a despondent air. Pfft, ha 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 ha. This is killing me. First time I've seen someone so eager to offer their face for a slap. Just look at that idiot's lustful expression, even a dog could tell what he's thinking. Does he really take others for fools? With brains like that, how dare he oppose young Master Chen? Where does he even get the confidence? Lin Xiao stood frozen in place, both sides of his face swollen symmetrically, resembling a freshly baked pig head. The unrestrained mocking and sarcastic laughter from the surrounding crowd still echoed in his ears. Watching Lang Ruoyuan's distant figure walk away, Lin Xiao felt such burning rage that it seemed to shoot straight through the crown of his head, so intense he nearly ground all his molars to dust. Damn bitch! I came with nothing but good intentions to comfort you, and what do I get? A slap right across the face. At that moment, he was so furious he nearly stormed out of the academy to confront Lang Ruobing, but after much hesitation, he ultimately lacked the courage to step beyond the academy gates. Swallowing his humiliation, he could only force himself to run toward the infirmary instead. Yet Lin Xiao failed to notice that among the jeering crowd. At this moment, an unusual pair of eyes watched his figure intently, emitting a thoughtful gleam. Silently, the figure retreated toward a corner, took out a mobile phone, and dialed a special number. When the call connected, his tone turned reverent. Young Master Lin. For a moment, it's hard to tell whether Lin Xiao is holding the script of a miraculous doctor or a dragon king. He's endured this long without revealing himself. Chen Beiyuan smiled faintly and shook his head, clearly having witnessed the entire scene unfold before him. This genius physician protagonist from the original work, known for his extraordinary wisdom and exceptional ability to endure, now had his mental state nearing collapse after successive suppressions from Chen. But what did that have to do with him? Once he had drained every last bit of usefulness from this so-called divine doctor protagonist, he would naturally chop off that dog's head and kick it like a ball. Lost in thought, Chen Beiyuan walked into the depths of the institute, approaching the most majestic building, the office of the mysterious president of Donghua Academy, who rarely appeared before the students. Knock, 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 come in. A deep, resonant magnetic voice emerged from within, carrying the authoritative dignity of someone long accustomed to high positions, commanding respect without raising anger. Chen Beiyuan's expression remained composed as he pushed open the door and stepped inside without hesitation. Inside the spacious office, a middle-aged man with graying temples, a square-jawed face, and an unsmiling, somewhat stern demeanor sat behind the desk, reviewing and signing documents. This person was none other than the enigmatic principal of Donghua Academy, Jiang Bai. The surname Jiang holds a particularly special status in the Eastern Glory Empire, for this is the surname belonging to the imperial family. The Jiang Bai before them was not only the principal of Eastern Glory Academy, but also an 8th grade battle emperor powerhouse. He was the biological younger brother of the emperor of the Donghua Empire, an imperial prince. This was why Chen Beiyuan had said that the backing behind Donghua Academy was the imperial family. Principal Jiang. Chen Beiyuan spoke with a hint of deference. For an 8th-rank war emperor, basic respect was still necessary. Beiyuan, no need to stand on ceremony. Have a seat first. Jiang Bai looked up, his tone unexpectedly cordial. He pointed to the sofa beside him, gesturing for Chen to wait momentarily while he finished handling the matter at hand. Alright, Principal Jiang, you go ahead with your work. Chen Beiyuan wasn't surprised and directly took a seat on the sofa with ease. As the heir of one of the empire's top aristocratic families, Chen Beiyuan had naturally met Jiang Bai before. 6 years ago, when Chen Beiyuan was specially admitted to Donghua Academy, it was Jiang Bai, an 8th-rank war emperor, who personally visited Old Master Chen to discuss the matter. Otherwise, the Chen family hadn't originally planned to let Chen Beiyuan enter Donghua Academy. And at that time, there were naturally some minor incidents. For example, Jiang Bai had mentioned that the imperial family intended to arrange a marriage between one of their princesses and the 12-year-old Chen Beiyuan to forge an alliance. However, the elder Chen declined at the time and instead chose to form a marriage alliance with the Bai family of Donghua. Otherwise, Chen Beiyuan could almost be considered part of the imperial family by now. Chapter 29, The Fall of a Rank 8 Ferocious Beast? Chen Beiyuan wasn't at all surprised by the imperial family's desire to arrange a marriage alliance with the Chun clan. As the leading military family of Donghua Empire who held the biggest guns, it would be downright suspicious if the imperial family didn't have such intentions toward the Chun clan. In truth, during that period, practically every major aristocratic family, not just the imperial family, had been eager to forge marriage ties with the Chun clan. To put it plainly, given Chen Beiyuan's displayed talent at that time, attaining the rank of an 8th-grade battle emperor in the future was practically guaranteed. The position of family head in the Donghua Chun clan was also as good as promised. Once the marriage alliance succeeded, their daughter would essentially become the matriarch of the Chen family. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, why Patriarch Chen had refused the marriage alliance proposed by the imperial family and instead chosen someone from the Donghua Bai family, this was something Chen Beiyuan couldn't comprehend. After all, even in the original novel, the reason behind this decision was never clearly explained. To uncover the truth, he would likely need to personally inquire with the old patriarch himself. Of course, Chen Zhiqing, the current head of the Chen family, might also hold some clues to this mystery. In comparison, he, the supposed person concerned, had somehow gained a fiancé while being completely oblivious to it. Speaking of which, my fiancé seems to be 8 years older than me. Isn't this a case of the old cow eating tender grass? Chen Beiyuan recalled the memories from his childhood, his lips twitching slightly at the thought. 6 years ago, having just broken through to the 4th-rank warrior level at the tender age of 12 and bored out of his mind after ending his dull cultivation routine, he was idly wandering around with a little black dog when he happened to run into a pair of long legs. Looking up, he happened to see a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin, long legs, and an unmistakable domineering big sister aura. She stood towering over him at that moment, her formidable assets emanating overwhelming pressure as she scrutinized him intently. A faint smile played on her lips. Had she just licked those crimson lips too? One was a 12-year-old little pretty boy, the other a 20-year-old mature sister. Not only was there an 8-year age gap between them, but Chen Beiyuan at the time had to crane his neck just to look up at her, standing at barely half her height. That was the first time the two met. Back then, the big sister smiled as she reached out to pat his head, and even gave him a lollipop. At the time, during their first meeting, Old Master Chen and Old Master Bai were secretly watching from a distance, murmuring something under their breath. Who knows what they were saying? However, Chen Beiyuan at the time was only thinking about taking the little black dog for a walk, so he didn't dwell on it much.
I vaguely remember that the lollipop back then seemed quite sweet and tasty. A single lollipop was enough to buy her over. Children really are easy to satisfy. However, my so-called fiancée happens to be one of this world's blessed female protagonists, and her abilities somewhat counter mine as the destined great villain. Just as Chen Beiyuan lowered his gaze, lost in thought, sitting behind his desk, Jiang Bai had nearly finished handling the documents in front of him and casually set aside the file he was holding. The slight rustling sound drew Chen Beiyuan's wandering thoughts back. Beiyuan, what's on your mind? You seem so absorbed. It's nothing, President Jiang. Just some cultivation-related matters. Facing Jiang Bai's warm and amiable inquiry, Chen Beiyuan also responded with a smile. To be honest, since the establishment of Donghua Academy, I've seen no shortage of prodigies and geniuses. But in terms of pure potential, no one rivals you, an 18-year-old 5th-rank battle commander. Gee, your elder brother once considered marrying Yunhua to you. We could have been family. Jiang Bai sighed, his face showing a trace of regret. Thank you for Principal Jiang and His Majesty's affection and high regard for Beiyuan. However, this matter was personally decided by the family's elder. As such, Beiyuan has no choice but to comply. Chen Beiyuan also sighed helplessly, appearing as though he had no choice in the matter. He didn't believe his grandfather would ever harm him. Back then, there must have been other reasons for not choosing to marry into the imperial family. There was no need for him to step into that pitfall now. In the original work, the colossal entity of the imperial royalty had always remained hidden behind the scenes, observing the shifting tides with subtlety, rarely making overt moves. Even when they did intervene, it was merely to mediate conflicts between various factions, serving as neutral arbitrators without ever showing excessive favor to any party. The more they maintained such restraint, the more unusual it appeared. Seeing Chen Beiyuan invoke his family's patriarch at the very outset, adopting an impenetrable stance that allowed no loopholes, Jiang Bai also secretly cursed the little fox, then quickly subdued his petty thoughts. Senior Chen is the mighty white jade pillar and purple gold beam that upholds our Donghua Empire. The venerable elder surely has his own considerations. Very well, let's set this matter aside for now and attend to our main business first. Jiang Bai opened a cabinet, retrieving a rusted token carved with a blood dragon totem. Placing it before Chen Beiyuan, he spoke deliberately. This is the reward for this year's academy competition, the token that opens the mysterious secret realm. That realm is extremely special, containing a dragon blood pool formed from a drop of essence blood from the 8th grade ferocious beast, the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor. However, through years of investigation by the Empire, it's been discovered that the essence blood forming the dragon blood pool is no ordinary drop, it should be a drop of origin dragon blood. Origin dragon blood is critically important to dragonkind, as it may carry fragments of draconic ancestral memories. Dragons would never force out their origin dragon blood unless facing life or death circumstances. So it seems that the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, that 8th realm ferocious beast, must have perished. What a pity though, the Empire once searched the entire secret realm but never found the corpse of the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor. Speaking of this, Jiang Bai also felt some regret. The value of an 8th realm ferocious beast's corpse was naturally beyond imagination. Especially when it's a powerful ferocious beast with pure dragon bloodline. For an existence of this level, ordinary 8th rank war emperors wouldn't dare face it head-on, only able to avoid its sharp edge. Even if several 8th rank war emperors join forces, there's no guarantee they could hunt it down. Its dragon scales, horns, fangs, and other precious materials could probably forge several 8th rank divine weapons. You must understand, even some 8th rank war emperors might not possess 8th rank divine weapons. When the imperial family first discovered this mysterious secret realm back then, they were overcome with a mix of shock and delight. It felt like manna had fallen from heaven. Yet after years of searching and expending untold amounts of manpower and resources, they found neither hide nor hair of the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor's remains, not even a single dragon scale. As for that peculiar dragon blood pool, though extraordinary, it required decades of accumulation before it could be used even once. What's even more frustrating is that after the dragon blood pool is opened, the energy contained within drains away extremely quickly, as if the pool itself was inherently flawed. It could be said that this item is now essentially a chicken rib in the hands of the imperial family, tasteless when eaten, yet a pity to discard. If you say it's useless, it does have some use. At the very least, it can strengthen one's physical body. If you say it's useful, its usefulness is severely limited. Before you can even absorb much of its benefits, most of the energy drains away uncontrollably. That's precisely why the imperial royal family offered it as a prize for that academic grand competition. Anyway, this thing only has one last usage left. After this final use, the entire secret realm will collapse. Hearing this, Chen Beiyuan felt his mind buzzing. None of this had ever been mentioned in the original novel. If Jiang Bai hadn't brought it up himself, he would have remained completely unaware. Regardless, Beiyuan, once you enter, absorb the dragon blood pool's energy as quickly as possible. It will undoubtedly bring you significant benefits. With a stronger physical body,
breaking through to 6th rank War King will become considerably easier.
I understand, Principal Jiang. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, and Beiyuan will remember it. Chen Beiyuan was well aware that Jiang Baiyi's detailed explanations and numerous warnings were ultimately an attempt to curry favor with him. Not everyone is worthy enough to have an 8th grade war emperor voluntarily owe them a favor. At the very least, in the original work, Jiang Baiyi never shared such matters with Lin Xiao, the Son of Destiny. Chapter 30, Chen Beiyuan's Mysterious Battle Spirit? When the disparity in strength is too vast, and the other party can still explain things to you in detail with a kind and amiable expression without the slightest air of superiority, it can be said they're already showing considerable face, even intentionally trying to owe you a favor. But this kind of favor, unless you reach a certain level, you wouldn't even be qualified to accept. Of course, if both sides were of equal strength, this wouldn't be about owing favors anymore but about avoiding offense. Giving me such a useless chicken rib of a thing, and you still want me to owe you a favor? If I haven't turned hostile yet, it's only because of your powerful backing.
At this moment, Chen Beiyuan was naturally the former. After once again thanking Principal Jiang for pointing him in the right direction, he directly activated the rusted token in his hand. RIP! With a ripple of spatial distortion, Chen Beiyuan, holding the Blood Dragon token, was instantly transported into the Blood Dragon's secret realm. As he raised his eyes, what greeted him was a primitive forest shrouded in a bloody haze, dark, terrifying, and filled with deathly silence, occasionally swept by eerie, bone-chilling winds. The blood-tinted sky bore faint cracks that gradually expanded, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. A thick, metallic stench of blood saturated the air, mingled with the revolting odor of rust and decay. Behind Chen Beiyuan, there lay a vast crimson blood pool as large as a lake, none other than the oft-mentioned Dragon Blood Pool, containing the vital dragon blood of the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, an 8th-tier ferocious beast.
Is this the secret realm?
It's practically a miniature world of its own. Chen Beiyuan paid no attention to the dragon blood pool behind him and instead observed his surroundings with keen interest. The existence and origins of the secret realm were difficult to trace back to any specific time. Perhaps hundreds of years, perhaps thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. However, the only verifiable fact is that before the appearance of the secret realms, this world had no ferocious beasts, no alien races, no cultivation system. When one secret realm after another suddenly descended upon this world, along with countless powerful ferocious beasts and alien races, they also brought humanity's cultivation system. To this day, no one has yet been able to decipher the origins of the secret realms, or the secrets behind them. However, because most secret realms contain abundant resources and hidden opportunities, the major top-tier human forces regard these secret realms as mobile treasure troves. To ordinary people, the perilous unknown of the secret realm may be akin to hell, but for the truly powerful, it is merely nourishment to strengthen their foundation.
Every top-tier power has its own secret realm, whose clan doesn't. The Donghua Chen family possessed one as well. However, Chen Beiyuan had never entered before.
Most of his time had previously been spent in seclusion, cultivating and comprehending the prison-suppressing Devil Sutra.
Even during his pursuit of Lang Ruoxue, he never slackened his cultivation progress.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach the rank of 5th grade war marshal at the age of 18.
Just as Chen Beiyuan was surveying his surroundings with keen interest,
the calm blood-red lake behind him suddenly began to show subtle ripples of movement.
Of course, this minute change couldn't escape Chen Beiyuan's notice.
When he turned to look, he happened to witness eerie transformations beginning in the vast lake's crimson waters. The once purely scarlet blood pool now shimmered with faint golden rays that gradually expanded and spread, as though the lake itself had awakened to life. The stench of blood in the air began to shift, as if an unusual richness had been added to it. It made one feel as though the blood in their veins was stirring restlessly. A terrifying draconic aura erupted from the vast golden blood pool, instantly sweeping through the entire secret realm.
Faintly, Chen Beiyuan seemed to hear an ancient, earth-shaking dragon's roar.
The dragon blood pool had begun. If Jiang Baiyi's words are to be believed, while the dragon blood pool is indeed special, its effects aren't as monumental as one might imagine. At best, it enhances physical strength and slightly reduces the obstacles to breaking through to the 6th rank Battle King. Yet, in the original story, Lin Xiao derived significant benefits from the dragon blood pool and even comprehended a powerful beastly divine ability. This suggests that the current dragon blood pool likely conceals some undisclosed secrets, which may very well manifest during this secret realm's final opening. Though it's unclear whether Jiang Baiyi possesses any special means to observe the specifics of this secret realm, for safety's sake, it's better to conceal it with Battle Soul. Chen Beiyuan raised his gaze to the blood-red sky, his pupils reflecting the awakening of some unknowable, unseen horror that was gradually descending upon the world. Suddenly, the crimson sky was gradually engulfed by pure darkness as a massive twisted fissure tore through the heavens, resembling a barely opened eye peering through the slit.
This scene bore an eerie resemblance to the celestial phenomenon that had appeared during Chen Beiyuan's birth.
At the same time, this was also the supreme battle soul unique to Chen Beiyuan, the fated villain, something even the heaven-defying destiny alteration system couldn't detect. Abyss. For 18 years, this was Chen Beiyuan's first time manifesting his own mysterious battle soul. However, for the sake of forthcoming secrets and potential opportunities, he had no choice but to veil the entire secret realm. At the very moment when the entire secret realm was engulfed by the abyss, Jiang Bai, who was in the principal's office of Donghua Academy, suddenly raised his head, acutely sensing that a trace of his spiritual mark left in the secret realm had been severed. A look of astonishment and curiosity flashed across his face. How could a mere 5-star battle commander possess such formidable power? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bai shook his head and dismissed certain thoughts from his mind. With his cultivation level, he could naturally tear open the veil hiding the secret realm by force to investigate, but doing so would inevitably alert Chen Beiyuan, who was currently bathing in dragon's blood. That would undoubtedly lead to outright hostility between them. Just after having done him a favor, immediately turning into enemies would indeed be an unwise move. A mere Chen Beiyuan was nothing to fear, but the Eastern Splendor Chen family behind him was not to be trifled with, especially since the Chen clan was notorious for fiercely protecting their own. Forget it. Secret realm. After completing all preparations, Chen Beiyuan removed his garments, revealing pale yet powerfully built muscles as he stepped into the golden blood pool before him. Activating the suppressing prison fiend scripture, he forcibly absorbed the terrifying energy contained within the dragon blood pool to strengthen his physical form. Instantly, an excruciating pain akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades erupted throughout his body. Under the terrifying baptism of dragon blood, fine cracks began appearing across his skin. This was precisely the legendary effect of bathing in dragon's blood. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan could naturally sense the inexplicable draining of energy from the dragon blood pool, clearly proving Jiang Bai's earlier words to be true. Without hesitation, Chen Beiyuan pushed the prison-suppressing demonic scripture to its peak, his tyrannical demonic chi madly absorbing the violent energy. Simultaneously, the dragon blood Dao fruit that had been stored in his system space was retrieved and shoved into his mouth, swallowed whole, pit and all. In an instant, Chen Beiyuan felt as though he had ingested a scorching mass of molten lava, its fiery torment searing and dissolving his internal organs. He instinctively wanted to let out a scream, but it was forcibly suppressed by his iron will. Soon, with the blessing of the dragon blood Dao fruit, Chen Beiyuan felt the speed at which he absorbed dragon blood increase by at least 100-fold. His physical body was also swelling violently at an utterly unreasonable rate. His entire being sank into an indescribably mystical state. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan's absorption rate of dragon blood unexpectedly surpassed even the mysterious vanishing speed of the energy within the dragon blood pond. Yet unbeknownst to Chen Beiyuan, the very instant he extracted the dragon blood Dao fruit, a faint disturbance stirred within the blood-soaked earth deep beneath the dragon blood pool, as though something had begun emerging. Was that a perfectly round egg? Chapter 31, Lin Zhao's chance to transform into a dragon? Thud, thud, thud. Chen Beiyuan's body bathed in the golden dragon blood, greedily absorbing the colossal energy from the dragon blood pool like a whale swallowing the ocean as he underwent physical refinement and blood transformation. His pale skin began gleaming with golden hues, and faint golden threads gradually emerged within his bloodstream. In an instant, the entire dragon blood pool began swirling around him, forming a massive vortex. Invisible forces drew in vast quantities of golden dragon blood, layer by layer encasing him until a gigantic golden dragon egg took shape. Within the golden egg, an eerie heartbeat began sounding faint at first, but growing progressively louder, deeper, and weighted with a terrifying oppressive force, as if some dreadful creature was being born. In an instant, that heart-pounding rhythm carrying immense pressure reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Right at this moment, from beneath the dragon blood pool's crimson soil, a spherical monster egg covered in eerie vascular patterns suddenly emitted a faint red glow. It began floating upward from the blood-soaked earth, gradually approaching the gigantic golden egg above. A soft, joyful dragon's chant emerged from within the monster egg. Imperial VIP Suite, Kyoto Nightclub. Young Master Lin, it's confirmed Lin Xiao is definitely not a spy covertly trained by any other faction. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly of common birth. The reason he managed to reach the rank of 4th-class war general and awaken a high-level battle soul by age 21, aside from his terrifying innate talent, is that his methods are far from weak. He's secretly engaged in plenty of shady dealings, amassing considerable resources. At present, there are several massacres tied to him in one way or another, though there's no solid evidence. According to our analysts' calculations, this man's cultivation talent is among the very best, not inferior in the slightest to the core heirs of the top noble families. The only pity is his lowly background. Had it been otherwise, he might have achieved far greater things. Seated on a sofa, a ruthless-looking man currently holding onto a girl next door and a pure-hearted teacher was listening to his subordinates' reports while enjoying imperial treatment, occasionally bursting into unrestrained laughter. The subordinate standing nearby appeared completely unfazed by this scene. Having finished his report, he lowered his head respectfully, not daring to glance up even once. Clearly, this sinister-looking man was none other than young Master Lin. To be seated in the Emperor's VIP room of a Kyoto nightclub that exclusively served the nobility, young Master Lin's status and the formidable power backing him were practically self-evident. Donghua Lin clan, one of the empire's top aristocratic families. A terrifying existence with an 8th-rank war emperor suppressing its fortune. Only those with humble origins can be of use to me. Otherwise, how could this young master possibly control them? I was originally wondering how to show courtesy to worthy talents, but now it's actually much simpler. All Lins under heaven belong to one family. Investigate which branch that country bumpkin surnamed Lin originated from. Donghua Academy, Medical Center. An elderly man who had lost both arms lay sound asleep on a hospital bed. Surrounding medical equipment continuously monitored his vital signs, ensuring his safety. Don't be fooled, although Elder Cheong has been under house arrest in the hospital these past few days, temporarily relieved of his high-ranking duties pending investigation, most of the time he's lived quite comfortably, even enjoying top-tier medical treatment. The investigation team has only occasionally dropped by these days, conducting brief procedural inquiries before hastily leaving, showing no intention of making things difficult for him. Everyone is waiting. No one wants to risk offending others unnecessarily. Suddenly, the deeply asleep old Cheong slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Lin Xiao sitting beside him, his face swollen like a pig's head, with uneven but clearly visible palm prints on both cheeks. Looking at this pitiful state of his adopted son, old Cheong displayed neither anger nor agitation, merely sighing quietly to himself. It was evident he had realized that without his support, Lin Xiao's situation must have become quite dire. "Godfather, you're awake." Seeing his godfather regain consciousness, Lin Xiao's swollen face momentarily flashed with joy as he hurriedly helped the old man sit up and fed him some water, putting on the act of a filial son. Observing how Lin Xiao remained unchanged from start to finish, maintaining his undying filial devotion towards him, a glimmer of determination finally appeared in old Cheong's eyes. He had clearly made up his mind. "Shower, your foster father still holds one final trump card that can help you transform into a dragon. If successful, you'll soar through the 9 abysses and break free from your current predicament. But this opportunity carries extreme danger with minuscule chances of success. The slightest misstep will mean certain death. Are you willing to try?" "Foster father, I'm willing. That vile, shameless villain Chen Beiyuan has brought you to this state. Not only have you lost both arms, but you're trapped here now. If I don't undergo the dragon transformation, I'll never catch up to him in this lifetime. Never defeat that despicable scoundrel to avenge you. If the transformation fails, Lin Xiao would rather die." Lin Xiao's face first flashed with a mix of astonishment and joy, then settled into solemn determination as he gave his resolute reply. "Child, your devotion warms this old man's heart. I don't expect you to seek vengeance against Chen Beiyuan. The Eastern Huachen family isn't as simple as you imagine. I only hope this chance to defy the heavens and change your fate might free you from this dire situation. Living well is more important than anything else." The Dome Elder sighed, his expression somewhat dejected, clearly having his spine shattered by Chen Beiyuan had left him completely crippled. "I'll heed my godfather's words. Rest assured, godfather, in the days to come Shao will surely find heaven and earth spiritual treasures for limb regeneration, to restore you to your former peak condition." Lin Xiao pledged solemnly. "Having this intention of yours is enough." With a face full of relief, Elder Cheong slowly rose with Lin Xiao's support and began making his way toward the hospital room door. At the doorway, 2 investigators assigned to guard duty quickly moved to block them as they saw Elder Cheong and Lin Xiao preparing to leave. The older of the 2 investigators spoke with an awkward expression. "Elder Cheong, please don't make things difficult for us juniors. Vice Principal Lu instructed that you're only permitted to stay in the hospital room. I demand to see the headmaster." Supported by others, old Cheong didn't even lift his eyelids, as if dismissing the 2 men with his tone that brooked no argument. At this moment, he seemed to have regained his former status as one of the academy's top administrators. Upon hearing this, the 2 investigators visibly paled, hastily stepping aside to return to their original positions, eyes cast downward in feigned ignorance. Letting Lin Xiao support Elder Cheong as they walked toward the principal's office. Both of them understood clearly that although Elder Cheong was currently a prisoner, as long as he was willing to exert his special connections, he could regain his position as a high-ranking figure in the academy at any time. Some things couldn't be judged by their surface. It was better not to make enemies unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you might get a thrashing afterwards. However, at this moment, neither of the 2 nor even old Cheong, who was being supported, noticed the eerie smile that flickered at the corner of Lin Xiao's swollen, pig-like face. That strange smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never been there. Chapter 32, The Gears of Fate Begin to Turn.
Lin Xiao had known one thing since childhood, that even the most insignificant person could unleash terrifying energy at a critical moment. Back then, the reason he had taken old Xiong as his godfather was precisely because he coveted the old man's special connections. How could an eccentric old man with only the cultivation level of a 6th-rank war king hold such an important position at Donghua Academy, to the point where even Vice Principal Lu and other high-ranking officials treated him with such respect? Wasn't it because this peculiar old man had once risked his life to shield Donghua's principal Jiang Baiyi from an attack in his youth, leaving him permanently disabled and cutting short his path to the Dao? If nothing else, the single act of kindness alone could ensure old Xiong's carefree life for the rest of his days. Even though he was currently under investigation, Vice Principal Lu and other high-ranking academy officials didn't believe old Xiong would come to harm, still refraining from taking extreme measures against him. Yet, under Lin Zhao's deliberate guidance, old Xiong had now made up his mind to expend his greatest protective talisman. Boom, boom, boom. After many years, Elder Xiong once again knocked on Jiang Baiyi's office door. The principal's office. Following Chen Beiyuan, 2 more uninvited guests had arrived. This undoubtedly displeased Jiang Baiyi, who was in the middle of his work. Had the visitors' identities not been somewhat special, he would have long since kicked them out. Originally, he thought Xiong Baizong had come to beg for his help in resolving the notorious academy embezzlement case that was currently causing an uproar. Yet, he was mistaken. Baizong, are you certain about this? Jiang Baiyi frowned slightly as he set down the documents in his hand, his expression grave as he observed the gaunt, hollow-cheeked old Xiong standing before him, his arms missing, his frame drowning in oversized patient garb. As for Lin Xiao standing respectfully and stiffly off to the side, he was utterly ignored. Had Lin Xiao not been the one supporting Xiong Baizong into the room, he likely wouldn't have even been allowed through the office door. Principal, I've made up my mind. All these years, I've never once asked for your help. I never wanted to trouble you. But today, for this boy's sake, I've swallowed my pride and come to beg. I know the imperial family possesses a special large-scale secret realm where lies the venomous dragon abyss, formed from the poison sac of an 8th-grade fierce beast, the demon mire poison dragon, after its demise. This useless son of mine possesses the black flood dragon battle spirit, which has reached the critical moment of dragon transformation. All that's missing is the most crucial opportunity. I hope the headmaster will be gracious enough to grant him this one chance to attempt the dragon transformation. Elder Xiong struggled to stand upright, his aged face showing an almost pleading expression. This was what he had referred to, the one opportunity he could secure for Lin Xiao to achieve dragon transformation. No one knew that in his youth, he had once been Jiang Baiyi's personal bodyguard. Having served by Jiang Baiyi's side, he became privy to many of the imperial family's secrets. Among them was naturally the venomous dragon abyss, formed from the poison sac of the fallen 8th-tier dire beast, the Yaoming venomous dragon. As a draconic dire beast, the Yaoming venomous dragon possessed powerful dragon bloodline traits, which held tremendous transformative potential for Lin Zhao's black flood dragon combat soul. It could also become the key to its transformation into a dragon. However, the toxicity of the poisonous dragon abyss is terrifying. Previously, a 7th-grade battle emperor with a flood dragon battle spirit attempted to enter, hoping to evolve his battle spirit, but was contaminated by the dreadful dragon poison. Without timely treatment, he ultimately perished. This is precisely why Elder Xiong said that this dragon transformation would be a matter of life and death. 9 chances to die, 1 chance to live. This is practically gambling one's life for a chance at success. At this moment, Lin Xiao standing nearby was also extremely nervous deep down, his heart pounding intensely, because he could clearly sense the gaze of the enigmatic Principal Donghua settling upon him. Facing the scrutiny of an 8th-grade battle emperor standing at the pinnacle of the world, even with his ancient inheritance from formidable ancestors, he was stretched to his limit with tension. The only way he could steady his emotions and calm himself was by visualizing the Taishian Dragon Transformation Sutra in his mind. At this moment, Jiang Baiyi had none of the amiable kindness he had shown Chen Beiyuan earlier, fully displaying the majesty of a powerhouse. Soon, Jiang Baiyi's scrutinizing gaze, filled with intense pressure, shifted away from him. Lin Xiao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that some of his hidden motives might have been seen through by this 8th-grade war emperor. Then, Jiang Baiyi fell into silence, not giving an immediate response, as if considering whether to agree. After all, this matter concerns a large secret realm belonging to the imperial royal family. It would indeed be somewhat inappropriate to rashly allow an outsider to enter. For a moment, the entire office fell into deathly silence. In truth, in Lin Zhao's heart, the dragon blood pool of the 8th-grade ferocious beast, Blood Calamity Dragon Emperor, was his first choice for dragon transformation. After all, that entity possesses the pure bloodline of the dragon race, standing virtually at the pinnacle among beings of the same level. The effects of its dragon blood pool on him were undoubtedly significant. Once the draconic transformation succeeded, his battle spirit would very likely evolve into a top-tier mutated dragon soul comparable to the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor.
In comparison, the venomous dragon abyss of the demonic nether Wyrm was undoubtedly far inferior, carrying considerable risks to boot. Had he not possessed the legacy of the wordless medical classic, which gave him substantial confidence, and truly lacked other options, he would never have chosen this path. But now, even this inferior choice depends entirely on Jiang Baiyi's decision. Bite-san, after all these years, this is the first time you've ever asked me for anything. I have no reason to refuse. However, Bite-san, you'd better think carefully. Some things, once used, can never be regained. Some past matters also require you to take responsibility. If you regret it now, there's still time. I'll pretend you never said those words. Jiang Baiyi pondered for a moment while looking at old Xiong's pleading face. In the end, he still didn't outright refuse, and his meaning was naturally quite clear. He could agree to the matter of the poison dragon abyss. However, all the favors owed would be cancelled. But as for the previous matters, Xiong Baisan would have to bear the responsibility himself. Just as Chen Beiyuan had said, there was no such thing as a limitless supply of favors in this world, especially not when the disparity in status and position between them was so vast. In this situation, old Xiong would only get one chance to speak. If you retract your statement now and make a different request, all previous matters can be wiped clean. You'll still remain a high-ranking official of Donghua Academy. All public opinion and pressure will dissipate like mist. As an imperial prince and the headmaster of Donghua Academy, Jiang Baiyi naturally possessed such authority. Even just a single word from him would suffice. Such is the allure of power. Xiang Lao naturally grasped the underlying meaning. Was he truly going to use his heaven-favored debt of gratitude to secure Lin Xiao a mere fleeting chance? Or perhaps, to regain my former high position and live a carefree life? Although he had already made up his mind, at this moment, Elder Qiong was clearly wavering. But seeing the hopeful gaze of Lin Xiao beside him, the aged elder finally steeled his resolve. Among all the talents Elder Qiong had encountered in his lifetime, Lin Xiao's potential was second only to Chen Beiyuan of being truly worthy of becoming an emperor. Once he successfully transformed into a dragon, he would soar to great heights. By then, even his godfather might benefit from it. This was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble, yet Xiong Baizan took the bet. Principal, I'm old now. The future belongs to the young. I only hope you can give Lin Xiao a chance. Soon after, Lin Xiao helped Xiong Lao out of the principal's office and they made their way back to the medical ward. At that moment, an unusual token engraved with a poison dragon pattern appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. It was unmistakably the token granting access to the poison dragon abyss. Lin Xiao clutched the token in his hand tightly, unable to suppress the excitement surging in his heart. Success! It really worked! He had actually managed to secure for himself an opportunity to transform into a dragon. Chen Beiyuan probably never imagined that after having the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor's dragon blood pool snatched away and his chance for dragon transformation severed, Lin Xiao would still stumble upon a new opportunity for dragon transformation through sheer coincidence. It can only be said that the gears of fate belonging to Lin Xiao, the child of destiny, though temporarily disrupted, never ceased turning. Chen Beiyuan, once I succeed in my dragon transformation, the debts between us will surely be settled thoroughly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Blood Dragon's Secret Realm. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 days and 3 nights passed, the golden dragon blood pool as large as a lake gradually lost its dazzling golden radiance. Evidently, the terrifying energy it contained had been almost completely absorbed. At this moment, the thunderous heartbeat emanating from the golden giant egg suspended at the center of the pool grew slower and lower, as if entering its final stages. Simultaneously, numerous cracks began appearing throughout the entire secret realm space. Clearly, it was also on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. The golden giant egg began to crack with fissures, as if the life nurtured within was about to break free. Bang! Perhaps impatient with the sluggish crumbling of the golden shell, a violent impact erupted from within. A fair, jade-like fist shattered the eggshell in one swift motion, revealing perfectly toned muscles beneath. The seemingly delicate flesh concealed a monstrous, beast-like strength. Roar! A vast dragon's cry suddenly erupted from the broken gap in the golden giant egg, instantly resounding through the entire secret realm. In that instant, all living creatures within the secret realm felt a terrorizing pressure emanating from the depths of their bloodline, compelling them to kneel and tremble uncontrollably. Some of the weaker, ferocious beasts were instantly scared to death by this terrifying pressure on the spot. Bang! A naked figure burst forth from the shell, transforming into a streak of light as it soared toward the sky, to traverse the heavens through sheer physical might. This was unmistakably the unique ability exclusive to a 6th-rank war king. Upon reaching the 6th-rank war king, one's physical form would fuse seamlessly with their battle spirit, gaining the opportunity for physical enhancement. This process would rectify bodily flaws, elevating one's physique to rival divine weapons while also granting the ability to tread upon the void and traverse the skies. The combat cultivation system of the Donghua Empire primarily revolves around war souls.
Most cultivators lack formidable physical constitution without the enhancement of combat energy.
After all, the human physique can never match the innate superiority of monstrous beasts or otherworldly races. Countless instances exist during warfare where cultivators, having exhausted their combat energy, failed to maintain bodily defenses and subsequently fell victim to firearms. However, after a cultivator breaks through to the 6th grade Battle King realm, their physical body and battle soul undergo a high-density fusion, experiencing comprehensive tempering that reaches a level comparable to divine weapons. At this stage, even without utilizing battle chi augmentation, a 6th grade Battle King can rely on their physical body alone to withstand most thermal weapon damage, and even engage in direct combat with ferocious beasts. It can be said that the 6th grade Battle King realm nearly compensates for a cultivator's inherent physical fragility, guiding them toward a more perfect state of evolution. Yet, at this very moment, Chen Beiyuan's cultivation aura remains at the 5th grade Battle Commander level, not yet a 6th grade Battle King. Clearly, he had already unlocked the special abilities of a 6th rank Battle King in advance. Bang! That soaring figure still didn't stop even after reaching a height of 1,000 meters, instead accelerating dramatically as if intending to pierce straight through the vault of heaven. We had guests over at home, causing tonight's update to be slightly delayed. My sincerest apologies. To make amends, this chapter contains over 1,000 extra words compared to regular updates, nearly 2 chapters worth of content. Dear esteemed readers, this book will enter its verification period tomorrow. If possible, please don't put it on hold, your support would mean the world to me. Many thanks. Chapter 33, Beast Divine Ability, Blood Dragon Transformation. Boom! The figure charging toward the celestial vault at breakneck speed was gradually enveloped by terrifyingly high temperatures as it ascended, until its body ignited with scorching flames, transforming into what resembled a blazing meteor. Yet Chen Beiyuan appeared oblivious, continuing his rapid movement as if completely unaffected. Meanwhile, the terrifying atmospheric pressure, capable of effortlessly crushing a 13-meter-long, 4.5-meter-wide, 189-ton mouse tank into scrap metal, had no effect on his physical body whatsoever. Instead, it served to temper him through repeated trials. His 36,800 pores inhaled and exhaled in unison, instantly generating rolling waves of white mist that extracted sufficient oxygen from the thin air to sustain his bodily needs. Soon, after breaking through layer upon layer of obstacles, the blazing meteor finally came to a halt. Bang! High up in the firmament, a towering naked figure stood imposingly within the abyss, close enough to reach out and touch the on the verge of collapse spatial rift of the secret realm. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a flash of golden light abruptly shot out from his pupils as an intimidating pressure from the depths of his bloodline wantonly spread out, permeating throughout the entire hidden realm. Host, Chen Beiyuan, age, 18. Cultivation level, Peak Battle Commander, 5th rank. Cultivation techniques, Prison Suppressing Demon Scripture, Level 8, Blank Medical Scripture, Unique. Battle skills, Forbidden Extinction Demon Flame Palm, Forbidden Extinction Demon Prison Fist, Forbidden Extinction Demon Blood Slash, Prison Suppressing Shackles. Divine Power, Blood Dragon Transformation, Ferocious Beast Divine Power. Battle Soul, Destiny, Heaven's Ordained Great Villain. The Dragon Blood Pool condensed from the Blood Sinfang Dragon Emperor's vital dragon blood is truly extraordinary. With the assistance of the Dragon Blood Dao Fruit, my current physical body has likely reached a level comparable to a 6th grade divine weapon 100 times stronger than before. An ordinary 6th grade Battle King whose body has been tempered may at best compare to 2nd or 3rd grade divine weapons. Those who can elevate their physical form beyond 3rd grade divine weapons are exceedingly rare. At this moment, even without utilizing demonic energy, battle techniques, or battle spirit, I can rely purely on my physical body to contend with ferocious 6th grade beasts. If I had possessed such physique during the Academy tournament, that old bastard Shone would have been pulverized into mincemeat had he dared to trade bare-fisted blows with me. Chen Beiyuan could now clearly perceive the terrifying power of his own flesh. His fair, jade-like skin and muscles could effortlessly repel the sharp claws of savage beasts and tear them apart with sheer strength. At present, he might as well be regarded as a terrifying beast clad in human skin. Most 6th-rank war kings couldn't match him in physical prowess. Even among those 6th-rank war kings who specialized in physical cultivation, those who could rival his bodily strength were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Enhancing one's physical body wasn't as straightforward as regular cultivation. It required not only terrifying amounts of resources but also innate talent in physical conditioning. With the support of his top-tier aristocratic family, Chen Beiyuan had been tempering his body with various heavenly spirit medicines since childhood. By the time he reached 5th-rank War Marshal, his physique could already rival 3rd-rank divine weapons and was no weaker than ordinary 6th-rank war kings. Moreover, with the enhancement from the Dragon Blood Pool of the 8th-grade Ferocious Beast, the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, and the aid of the system-rewarded Dragon Blood Dao Fruit, he forcefully elevated his physical body to a level comparable to 6th-grade divine artifacts.
Moreover, I also acquired a savage beast divine ability called Blood Dragon Transformation. Once activated, it can briefly awaken the dragon bloodline within me, granting both the power and defensive boosts of a blood dragon. I'm afraid this ability alone could push my physical body's toughness to rival that of a 7th-tier divine weapon. Chen Beiyuan began to enact the Blood Dragon Transformation, as the golden-tinged blood within his body started boiling and rising in temperature like scorching magma. With a series of popping and cracking sounds as his tendons and bones stretched and realigned, his already towering frame grew even taller. The bare, robust torso gradually became covered with crimson dragon scales that shielded vital areas, emitting an eerie red glow. Similarly, faint draconic markings appeared on his face, while a pair of sharp, blood-red dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, exuding a bizarre blend of sinister beauty and majesty. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan felt as though he had transformed into a terrifying blood dragon soaring through heaven and earth, capable of stirring storms with every movement. Boom! With a single punch, the crimson dragon scale-covered fist actually shattered the void, obliterating a section of the dimensional rift before it and revealing the terrifying black hole-like scene lurking behind. The entire secret realm space trembled violently, instantly accelerating its collapse. Such terrifying power. With this strength, even a 7th-rank war emperor wouldn't dare let me get close. I could easily obliterate their physical form. What a horrible way to die. As expected of blood dragons, these mutated dragon breeds are truly in a class of their own when it comes to physical prowess. Nowadays, the strength of my physical body has actually surpassed my cultivation realm, becoming my greatest reliance. In comparison, bathing in dragon's blood this time only allowed me to break through a minor realm and reach the peak of battle commander level, which seems rather insignificant. Chen Beiyuan's eyes flickered as he raised both hands, gazing at the crimson dragon scales covering his fists with what seemed like contemplation. His contemplative expression quickly darkened as his brows furrowed slightly. However, the more powerful the force, the greater its consumption becomes. In less than a minute, I could already feel myself straining. True enough. Normally, only a 7th-grade war emperor could truly master the power of divine abilities. What I'm doing now is essentially cutting corners. If not for my physical body being comparable to a 6th-grade divine weapon, I'd probably have been drained of vital energy within a second of activating Blood Dragon Transformation, completely exhausted. As Blood Dragon Transformation was lifted, the crimson dragon scales covering my body shattered into strands of bloody mist, flowing back into my body. The once awe-inspiring power capable of roaming heaven and earth, capable of rending the void, dissipated without a trace, replaced instantly by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and weakness. Chen Beiyuan nearly lost control of his stance, almost plummeting from the lofty heights of 10,000 miles in the sky. It wasn't until he swallowed several devil heart pills in succession that he managed to shake off that debilitating sensation of frailty. As things stand, Blood Dragon Transformation can only be used as a trump card to deliver a decisive final blow for now. At a critical moment, if used well, even a 7th-grade battle emperor could die. A 7th-grade battle emperor is considered high-level combat power. In some smaller nations, they could almost serve as guardian deities, receiving offerings from an entire country. Back on solid ground, Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This expedition to the secret realm had indeed brought him immense benefits. Not only had his cultivation reached the peak of War Commander realm, but his physical body had also been refined to rival a 6th-grade divine weapon. Most importantly, he had gained early comprehension of the savage beast divine ability, Blood Dragon Transformation. His strength had increased by more than tenfold compared to before. As expected, seizing the opportunities meant for the child of destiny was indeed the fastest way to rise. If he had followed the conventional path, who knows how long it would have taken him to reach this level. Just as Chen Beiyuan stood by the foul-smelling dragon blood pool with a sigh, his expression suddenly froze in disbelief, and he blinked incredulously. What's going on? He seemed to have spotted a round, bizarre blood-colored egg floating around in the dragon blood pool. Chapter 34, Dragon Egg? The reborn Blood Sin Dragon Emperor. Chen Beiyuan picked up the strange egg floating toward him in the dragon blood pool, feeling its rough surface texture, the eerie network of blood vessels covering it, and the faint rhythmic pulsations of its shell. His expression abruptly turned peculiar. He could distinctly sense the vibrant life force contained within this strange egg, along with an inexplicable yet profound sense of familiarity emanating from it. Could this be the dragon egg of an 8th-grade fierce beast, the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor? An utterly preposterous notion instantly surfaced in Chen Beiyuan's mind. No wonder Chen Beiyuan would have such thoughts after all. The dragon blood pool was formed from the lifeblood essence of the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, and the only thing that could be tightly concealed within it would be the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor's dragon egg. Yes, a concealed dragon egg. Chen Beiyuan could guarantee that if the imperial family had known about the existence of the dragon egg, they would have taken it long ago. The reason it hadn't been found earlier was almost certainly because the dragon egg had been deliberately hidden. Just imagine the immense value of a dragon egg with pure dragon bloodline. This virtually guarantees at least a future 8th grade ferocious beast. Not to mention it's actually a mutated variant, the legendary blood dragon among dragonkind. Once matured, it would rank among the top existences among ferocious beasts of the same tier. Even an ordinary 8-star battle emperor would have to steer clear of its might. Simply hatching it and establishing a master-servant contract would essentially guarantee the acquisition of a top-tier beast companion. The value of this dragon egg was sufficient to drive even top-tier factions into a frenzy. Even the imperial royal family wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye to this. Thankfully I set up isolation measures in advance, otherwise I'd be the one in trouble now. My life isn't actually endangered, Zhang Bai wouldn't dare kill me anyway, but there's 90% chance this dragon egg will be lost.
Chen Beiyuan gazed at the abyss, enveloping the entire secret realm space, secretly counting his blessings.
His momentary caution had actually brought him a tremendous opportunity.
Though Zhang Bai had previously treated him with the benevolent demeanor of an elder, that was only because no significant conflict of interest existed between them. If the other party were to learn about the existence of the dragon egg, betrayal would be inevitable. The imperial family would never stand by and watch him take away what might potentially be the dragon egg of the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor.
In the face of profit, all rules are bullshit. A 5th grade war commander isn't qualified to negotiate with the imperial royal family. Only an 8th grade war emperor barely qualifies.
A genius who hasn't fully grown is still just a genius after all. So it seems, the real reason for the rapid depletion of the dragon blood pool's energy has been found. It was intercepted mid-process by this dragon egg. No, perhaps interception isn't the right word. Essentially, that energy was its rightful possession all along. Compared to it, those who entered the secret realm are the true outsiders. Yet in the original storyline, this dragon egg never appeared. Why has it manifested now that I'm here? Could there be some special predestined connection involved? Chen Beiyuan gently stroked the dragon egg in his hands, his gaze deep and contemplative as he recalled all the anomalies since entering the secret realm. Suddenly, his motions froze, an epiphany striking him with perfect clarity.
Dragon blood Dao fruit.
The dragon blood Dao fruit rewarded by the system appears on the surface to be a supreme holy medicine for cultivators to refine their bodies.
But in reality, it was nurtured by the ancient dragon race using their own essence blood, specifically bred as a bloodline treasure to aid the growth of their descendants.
This dragon egg most likely sensed the aura of the dragon blood Dao fruit, which is why it chose to emerge. In the original story, Lin Xiao, the son of fortune, didn't possess a bloodline treasure like the dragon blood Dao fruit, so naturally, he couldn't lure out the dragon egg. In the end, after the secret realm collapsed, this dragon egg was naturally lost in the void, its whereabouts unknown.
It seems you truly are fated to meet me. Encountering me has spared you from calamity.
Chen Beiyuan held the dragon egg and sighed with emotion. Originally, he had planned to ask his family to help him find a guardian beast. But now, what other guardian beast could compare to the future 8th level fierce beast, the Blood Calamity Dragon Emperor? To avoid complications later on, Chen Beiyuan decided to formally bind the dragon egg with a blood pact first, establishing ownership in advance to secure his ultimate advantage. Once ownership is acknowledged, even if others try to seize it by force, it will be futile. With just a single thought, he could make the soul of his beast companion collapse. And once he dies, his contracted beasts will perish as well. However, if the beast companion dies, he would also suffer severe soul damage. Compared to the negligible cost, the benefits gained were obviously far more substantial. As the heir of a top-tier aristocratic family, Chen Beiyuan had received comprehensive education since childhood, which naturally included knowledge of blood oaths like the master-servant contract. Watching closely, Chen Beiyuan bit his fingertip, drew out a drop of essence blood, and began carving mystic runes onto the dragon egg, establishing the blood oath of the master-servant contract. However, as the ceremony concluded, Chen Beiyuan failed to perceive any soul connection with the dragon egg.
Failed? How could this be? Chen Beiyuan frowned deeply. Everything had gone smoothly just moments ago, so why had it failed? Try again.
After attempting several times in succession, he kept failing without any effect. Chen Beiyuan's expression turned ugly as he stared fixedly at the half-meter-tall dragon egg in his hands. Unless someone set up a blood oath in advance, it's impossible for me to keep failing like this.
But how could that be? Who would place a dragon egg here after establishing a blood oath? Aren't they afraid it might get stolen? Wait, perhaps this isn't the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor's egg at all. Rather, it's the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor's true form.
Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted sharply as understanding dawned upon him in an instant. Blood Sin Dragon Emperor was fundamentally a mutated variant among dragonkind, inherently distinct from other dragon species. It possesses not only immense physical strength and terrifying regenerative abilities, but also an exceptionally unique talent.
That talent is rebirth.
Legend has it that when the Blood Calamity Dragon Emperor suffers irreparable damage, it chooses to degenerate, reverting from adulthood to youth, then to infancy, until ultimately transforming into a newly formed dragon egg.
The reborn, Blood Calamity Dragon Emperor is practically an entirely new entity, devoid of its previous memories. Only by growing back to become an 8th grade fierce beast and returning to its peak state would it awaken all memories from before its rebirth. Upon returning to its peak strength, the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor would not only recover from previously incurable injuries but also become even more powerful in combat. This could almost be called a bug-like innate ability, equivalent to having an extra life. However, this ability also carries immense uncertainty. If things go wrong during rebirth and one perishes, that naturally means complete annihilation. No wonder the Imperial family hasn't been able to locate Bloodsin Dragon Emperor's corpse all these years, only discovering the dragon blood pool, because it had already been reborn as a dragon egg, having prepared the dragon blood pool in advance to nurture itself and facilitate growth. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan was 90% certain that the dragon egg in his hand was none other than that 8th grade ferocious beast, the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor. Chapter 35, The Son of Destiny successfully transforms into a dragon. Among dragonkind, the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor was truly an anomaly, because it did not belong to the normal dragon race. It is a special offspring born from the union of two powerful evil dragon races, the Blood Dragon and the Sin Dragon. With the fusion of these two malevolent dragon bloodlines, the temperament of the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor is, as one might expect, even more savage and cruel. This guy is essentially the monstrous version of a dragon pride heaven archetype. He picks fights with anyone he encounters, lashes out at whoever displeases him, and when bored, casually slaughters a few just to liven things up. Even among the dragon clans, most dragons held an attitude of rejection and disgust towards existences like the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor. The reason for the consecutive failures of the Blood Oath had naturally been uncovered. At its core, the dragon egg in Chen Beiyuan's hands was the reincarnation of an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor. Though currently weak and unhatched, its soul remained undeniably imperial tier in nature. Under these circumstances, Chen Beiyuan, merely a 5th-tier Grand Marshal, stood no chance of successfully establishing a master-servant contract, Blood Oath. Even if an 8th-rank War Emperor were to personally intervene, the likelihood of successfully sealing a Blood Oath would be extremely slim. After all, the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor was exceptionally formidable in combat during his lifetime, and the strength of his dragon soul far surpasses that of an ordinary 8th-rank War Emperor. Moreover, before his rebirth, the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor would undoubtedly have prepared countermeasures deep within his soul to prevent himself from being enslaved, lest all his efforts end up benefiting someone else. A pure-blooded dragon capable of evolving into an 8th-rank ferocious beast is far from being as simple as one might imagine. Now, what was originally an immense opportunity has turned into a hot potato. Without establishing a blood oath, no matter how well Chen Beiyuan treats the dragon egg in his possession, once it regains its peak strength and recovers its memories, it will revert to being that cruel and tyrannical Bloodsin Dragon Emperor. When that time comes, we might witness the classic scene of the wicked dragon devouring its master. Tell me, what should I do with you? Chen Beiyuan cradled the dragon egg in his hands, his gaze profound as he examined the shell covered in eerie blood-red patterns, as if he could peer through it to see the developing dragon embryo within. A faint heartbeat pulsed through the shell, transferring its rhythm into his palms. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose within him. Clearly, this dragon egg harbored a natural affinity for Chen Beiyuan, who had bathed in the dragon blood pool, consumed the dragon blood Dao fruit, and awakened the beast god's divine ability, even to the extent of subconsciously regarding it as kin, as family. Under such circumstances, even without establishing a blood oath, Chen Beiyuan could exploit this familial bond to manipulate the Bloodsin Dragon Emperor for his own purposes. The Bloodsin Dragon Emperor had been reborn, and with sufficient resources, its strength and cultivation realms could advance rapidly, enabling it to become combat-ready in the shortest time possible, even to the point of reclaiming its status as a Dragon Emperor. However, once its cultivation reached a certain level, this creature might become dangerously uncontrollable. For anyone else, this moment would likely be filled with hesitation, uncertain of what decision to make. But for Chen Beiyuan, the answer had been predetermined from the very beginning. Once something is in my hands, how could I possibly spit it back out? As the heavens' chosen great villain, if I can't even suppress a single Bloodsin Dragon Emperor, that would truly be laughable. The Secret Realm. A massive emerald green toxic pool continuously bubbled up with poisonous froth, emitting terrifying toxic fumes. Even a 7th-rank War Emperor, if momentarily careless and allowing these dreadful fumes to invade their body, would meet certain death with nowhere to bury their remains. In the depths of the toxic pool, piles of rotting carcasses and bones of ferocious beasts accumulated, among which were numerous remains of 6th and 7th-rank monstrous creatures. This is a forbidden zone for the living, a paradise for the dead. At that moment, an eerie roar resembling a dragon's cry erupted from the depths of the venomous pool, carrying with it a spine-chilling, terrifying pressure. The entire poisonous pool instantly boiled as countless beast carcasses began sinking bit by bit, as if some horrifying entity hidden beneath was silently feeding. An inexplicable sense of oppression and dread began to spread throughout the venom dragon abyss. Boom! A massive figure unexpectedly emerged from the emerald green toxic pond, what appeared to be an enormous dragon's head. Yet this colossal emerald dragon's head lacked the grandeur of mythological legends, instead emanating a terrifying aura of dread. What should have been a head covered in scales now bore numerous rotting wounds, with sinister green fluid oozing from the decaying flesh and slowly dripping across its surface. Its enormous draconic eyes gleamed with a sinister emerald light, radiating undisguised cruelty and brutality. With a tremendous noise, the colossal dragon body and claws surged forth from the depths of the poison lake, creating a massive disturbance that overturned the entire gloomy abyss, sending terrifying jets of venom splashing in all directions. Roar! This terrifying rotting dragon, draped in venomous green toxins, let out a heaven-shaking roar, as if announcing its birth to the entire world. A supreme warrior soul's oppressive aura instantly flooded throughout the entire secret realm. On the colossal dragon's head sat a naked figure whose entire body emitted a green glow. It was none other than Lin Xiao, the child of fortune. He had actually succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Indeed, he had elevated his high-level battle soul, Black Flood Dragon, into a top-tier battle soul, Phantom Abyssal Venom Dragon. The Mystic Abyssal Poison Dragon is a mutated variant of the Abyssal Poison Dragon, possessing even more terrifying toxicity and an inherently savage nature, an extraordinarily formidable evil dragon. At the very moment the Mystic Abyssal Poison Dragon was born, Lin Xiao's aura began to shift into something mysterious and unfathomable, faintly merging with the terrifying poisonous dragon beneath him. His cultivation level surged wildly in this instant, directly skyrocketing from peak 4th rank battle general to mid-tier 5th rank battle marshal. The supreme profound dragon transformation scripture has finally been mastered. Indeed, the 9th grade cultivation technique is truly profound. Seated cross-legged atop the enormous dragon's head, Lin Xiao remained silent with his eyes closed. Strangely enough, it was the terrifying venomous dragon that lowered its head, glancing at its own rotting flesh before speaking in an eerie human voice. And astonishingly, this voice was identical to Lin Xiao's. No one could have imagined that I, Lin Xiao, would survive the abyssal poison marsh and successfully transform into a dragon. With the wordless medical classic in my possession, I fear not the deadly poison of the venomous dragon abyss. In fact, I can assimilate the dragon's venom into my body, causing my battle spirit to undergo a metamorphosis and evolve into a terrifying venomous dragon. Although the Phantom Abyss Venomous Dragon wasn't the most ideal choice I had envisioned, its innate toxin perfectly complements the wordless medical classic, significantly enhancing my combat power. This misfortune has indeed turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I have successfully crossed the threshold of the 9th grade cultivation technique, Taishian Dragon Transformation Scripture. This breakthrough has caused my cultivation to surge, setting me firmly on the path of dragon transformation. As I stand now, I already possess the qualifications to rival those top-tier monstrous geniuses. No, having cultivated a 9th grade technique, I'm destined to rise above those mere monsters. What I currently lack is merely accumulated time. Chen Beiyuan, the score between you and me will be settled sooner or later. As the terror dragon head spoke his final words, an intense killing intent and resentment visibly surfaced in his eyes. Clearly, this son of destiny harbored a deep-seated hatred for someone. Chapter 36, A Favor Granted Along the Way. No wonder Lin Xiao harbored such intense malice and hatred toward Chen Beiyuan, putting aside the repeated humiliations he suffered that tarnished his reputation. Just consider this dragon transformation opportunity alone. On the surface, he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, soaring to new heights without constraints. But in reality, he had paid an immense price for it. Despite the protection of the wordless medical canon, his cultivation level was ultimately too weak. After 3 consecutive days of immersion in the depths of the poisonous dragon abyss, both his body and spirit had been thoroughly contaminated by the dragon's toxins, leaving him with a formidable side effect. His fertility was ruined. Although that part still functioned, it had lost all vitality. This meant he was destined to remain childless for the rest of his life. He was practically as good as withered. This incident was undoubtedly a massive psychological blow to Lin Xiao. At this moment, his psyche had begun to twist and warp. Yet as the cunningly profound protagonist who excelled at enduring humiliation, the divine physician, Lin Xiao quickly adjusted his mental state. I should leave the secret realm first and share this good news with my godfather. The principal's office. Jiang Bai, who had been flipping through documents, suddenly paused as if sensing something and lifted his gaze. In an instant, Chen Beiyuan's figure abruptly materialized on the office sofa, precisely in the same spot he had occupied before using the token. At the same time, the rust-covered blood dragon token in his hand rapidly decayed, dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke before vanishing without a trace. Chen Beiyuan wasn't surprised by this. With the collapse of the secret realm, the key in his hand naturally lost its value. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan could clearly sense the newfound uncertainty in Jiang Bai's gaze towards him. This 8th-rank war emperor had evidently detected the abnormal changes in his physical physique. After all, his current physical body could rival a 6th-grade divine weapon, surpassing the physiques of most 6th-grade war kings and even some 7th-grade war emperors. This was an earth-shattering difference compared to his condition before entering the secret realm. As a top powerhouse in this world, how could Jiang Bai fail to notice unless he was blind? The royal heirs who bathed in dragon blood previously never achieved such exaggerated enhancement effects. Bei Yuan, it seems you've made quite the haul this time. It's all thanks to Principal John's fortune. I merely stumbled upon some trivial benefits. Faced with Jiang Bai's suggestive remark, Chen Beiyuan responded with unshakable composure. The dragon egg was now safely concealed within his system space. No matter how formidable Jiang Bai's cultivation might be, he could never detect the system's existence. With the biggest problem of the dragon egg gone, his suddenly enhanced physique alone wouldn't cause any trouble. At most, Jiang Bai might suspect he obtained some hidden benefits from the secret realm. But now that the secret realm has collapsed, there's simply no way for Jiang Bai to verify this. Besides, would Jiang Bai really risk antagonizing the Chen family of Donghua over some uncertain hidden gains to take action against him? Did they really think he was one of those soft persimmons without any backing, easy to be pushed around? The Chen family of Donghua, the empire's most formidable spear, could naturally be pointed outward or inward just as easily. Thus, at this moment, Chen Beiyuan had every reason to stand his ground with unwavering confidence. Jiang Bai, of course, immediately recognized the source of Chen Beiyuan's unshakable resolve and understood that uncovering the truth of what truly happened within the secret realm would be no easy feat. In that case, it would be better to do him a favor. After all, given Chen Beiyuan's current growth rate, he will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse on par with him within 100 years. Ah, Beiyuan, you're just like your father, every word you say is flawlessly measured. Remember, you're always welcome to visit Donghua Academy whenever you wish. You're part of the academy, and the academy is your home. It'd be nice for you to visit more often. I know there were some unpleasant incidents between you and the academy during the previous competition. Let me take charge and settle all those past grievances for you. Alright then, we'll leave it to Principal Jiang. Chen Beiyuan flashed a beaming smile. At this point, he naturally had a rough idea of what kind of favor Jiang Bai was about to perform as a goodwill gesture. Outside the medical ward, with a tremor through the void, Lin Zhao's figure suddenly materialized in a corner of the space. Bang! The token clutched in his hand began cracking bit by bit, shattering completely into worthless fragments of scrap metal. This Venom Dragon token was merely a single-use key to access the secret realm, good for only one passage. Jiang Bai wasn't insane enough to hand over the genuine secret realm key to an outsider. The value contained within a large secret realm was beyond ordinary people's imagination. Xiong Baizong's so-called debt of gratitude was actually only worth a single entry into the secret realm at most. Lin Xiao silently stared at the token fragment in his hand, clenching it so tightly that the metal edges pierced deep into his palm. Deep within him grew a new understanding of the profound depths and overwhelming power possessed by those top-tier factions. Everything he fought tooth and nail to obtain meant nothing in the eyes of those lofty, high-ranking figures. Sooner or later, I'll eradicate all of you cancers. Lin Xiao suppressed the restlessness and longing in his heart as he stepped out of the corner, heading toward the medical ward with the intention of sharing the good news of his successful dragon transformation. Yet when he arrived outside the familiar medical ward, the sight before him left him utterly shocked, freezing him in place. Before him, outside the medical ward, had gathered a considerable number of academy higher-ups, law enforcement officers, and a large crowd of Donghua Academy students, an unmistakably formidable assembly. And his adoptive father, Xiong Baizong, was being roughly hauled out of his sickbed by a few investigators who had previously stood guard. Shackled and chained, he was dragged out of the ward like an old dog, thrust into the open for a public trial. Xiong Baizong, after thorough investigation by the review committee over several days, your embezzlement and withholding of student resources have been conclusively proven. Xiong Baizong, the principal has specially approved the formal removal of your high-ranking position. From this day forward, you are no longer a member of Donghua Academy. Next, you will face the fair and impartial judgment of the Empire's laws. Students of the Academy, Xiong Baizong has confessed to all his crimes without reservation. At present, we are detaining this individual and transferring him to the judicial court for disposition. Vice Principal Lu declared with righteous solemnity to the gathered Donghua students before him. At this moment, he seemed like the very embodiment of justice. While beneath him, the disheveled and grime-covered Xiong Baizong resembled a villain about to face judgment. Just as Jiang Bai had said, some things can only be used once. Instead of saving yourself, you chose to gamble it all for your godson's elusive chance at dragon transformation. Then, there are some things you'll have to shoulder. After all, we must give all the students of Donghua an explanation. Official business must be handled officially, there's no alternative. This also conveniently allows us to return a favor. A casual favor whisked away the god of fortune's adoptive father, such as the power of authority. the upcoming plot gets even more thrilling. Esteemed readers, your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 37, Young Master Chen, kind-hearted as always, couldn't bear to see others suffer. Drag him away, drag him away. Ah, immensely satisfying, immensely satisfying. You old bastard, you ruined my brother's cultivation path, forced him out of Donghua Academy, and robbed him of his chance to advance further. I hope you die a miserable death. Xiong Baizong, you are nothing but a beast. How dare you exchange a useless pill for me back then? Do you know Yunner died in that secret realm expedition 3 years ago precisely because of that damned pill? For these past 3 years, I've fantasized about skinning you alive, drinking your blood, and chewing your flesh. You old dog. Previously, leveraging your position among the Academy's higher-ups, you repeatedly oppressed me just because I privately spoke a few ill words about that cur Lin Xiao. You took personal vengeance under official guise. You're unworthy of being called a teacher. Heaven has eyes. Finally, you've met your deserved end today. Once upon a time, he was a lofty figure among the Academy's upper echelons. Now, he has become nothing more than an old dog being dragged along the ground, publicly tried for all to behold. Facing the pointing fingers and loud curses from those around him, Xiong Baizong seemed to have anticipated it all along, showing little reaction. He simply lowered his head, as if this could preserve the last shred of his dignity. He knew all too well that what those people were saying was true. Over the years, to accelerate Lin Xiao's growth, he had indeed exploited the rights of many Donghua Academy students and misused the Academy's reserve resources without authorization. These matters had actually spawned some rumors within Donghua Academy itself. However, previously, his high-ranking position within the Academy meant he could suppress any rumors that arose. But presently, he had clearly been abandoned. At that very moment, the utterly dejected Xiong Baizong spotted a familiar figure standing not far away, staring at him in blank astonishment. Lin Xiao. He succeeded in his dragon transformation. Xiong Baizong's pupils contracted sharply, the expression of devastation on his face dissipating in an instant as traces of joy emerged instead. This news was undoubtedly the best possible outcome he could have hoped for. As long as Lin Xiao could one day break through to the 8th grade battle emperor, all the humiliation he suffered today would be worth it. By then, as the adoptive father of a battle emperor, he would also have a chance to rise from adversity again. However, before that, he still had one last thing to do: bear all the burdens himself. He absolutely couldn't let any of it affect his adoptive son. He quickly gave a meaningful glance, urging Lin Xiao not to act rashly. East China Academy intended to make an example of him to deter others and pacify the crowd. With Lin Xiao's abilities alone, there was no way to save him. Godfather. Lin Xiao could only watch helplessly as his godfather was shackled by East China Academy's lackeys, chains on his hands and feet, even an iron collar around his neck like a leashed dog, dragged away mercilessly. His entire body burned with fury, the surge of hot blood nearly pushing him to act recklessly and intervene on the spot. But before he could take action, the surrounding Donghua Academy students spotted him and immediately surrounded him. Lin Xiao, you dare show your face? Little Lin dog, that old dog of your family has already been captured, you're next. Lin Xiao, don't think I don't know how your cultivation rose so quickly. Feasting on the blood and sweat of others, was it tasty? In an instant, Lin Xiao, the favored son of destiny, became the target of public criticism. Some emotionally charged Donghua Academy students even took out rotten eggs and stones, hurling them at Lin Xiao. Slap! Caught off guard, Lin Xiao was directly hit by a rotten egg. Black, foul-smelling egg yolk trickled down his forehead. Not far away, Chen Beiyuan, who had just stepped out of the principal's office, witnessed this carefully orchestrated spectacle unfold before him. Clearly, this was the explanation Jian Baiyi had promised. Earlier, when that old dog Xiong Baizong had attacked him, Donghua Academy had suppressed the matter without punishment, precisely due to concerns about Xiong Baizong's special connection to Jiang Baiyi. But now, Xiong Baizong had exhausted all the favors he once had. Thus, Jiang Baiyi naturally wouldn't continue protecting this old dog. Next, to forge good relations with Chen Beiyuan and the Donghua Chen family behind him, it was only natural to make Xiong Baizong pay the price he deserved. The favors of great figures are not so easily used. Once used up, it's truly gone. However, compared to Xiong Baizong's miserable state, Chen Beiyuan's gaze was more intently focused on Lin Xiao, surrounded by Donghua Academy students, in the distance. At this moment, he actually found himself unable to discern the cultivation level of this child of fate. Has he succeeded in dragon metamorphosis? Indeed, as the chosen one of this world, even after I seized his opportunities and oppressed his circumstances, he wouldn't collapse so easily. Dragon metamorphosis was inevitable. In that case, he must have successfully cultivated the Taishan Dragon Metamorphosis scripture, that 9th grade technique. In the original story, the Taishan Dragon Metamorphosis scripture was hailed as the strongest body refining technique, possessing myriad profound and unpredictable abilities. I wonder how much of its power Lin Xiao can unleash now. Chen Beiyuan's expression remained calm, but his deep eyes flickered with a hint of restless excitement, and the corner of his mouth curled into an eerie smile.
At this moment, Lin Xiao had already remedied his shortcomings and mastered a 9th grade technique clearly. There would be no repeat of that humiliating scene where he'd been effortlessly pressed to the ground like before. The question was, just how strong had Lin Xiao become by now? Would he be worthy of a good, hearty fight? Chen Beiyuan. Lin Xiao, surrounded and covered in foul-smelling egg liquid, immediately noticed Chen Beiyuan's gaze. His face twisted with deep hatred, barely able to suppress the fury raging in his heart. Both he and his adoptive father's current predicament were entirely caused by this good-for-nothing playboy Chen Beiyuan. He wished he could kill this scourge with his bare hands. But when Vice Principal Lu Wenwei and several high-ranking academy officials appeared before him, Lin Xiao knew it simply wasn't possible anymore. Facing several 7th-level war emperors blocking his path, even approaching Chen Beiyuan was an impossible dream for him. Brother-in-law, why bother watching such a clown who can only rage helplessly? After he's expelled from Donghua Academy, I'll have someone twist his head off for you to use as a kicking ball. How about that? A lazy, irreverent voice suddenly sounded as someone directly slung an arm over Chen Beiyuan's shoulder from behind, casually shaking him a little. Chen Beiyuan didn't even need to look to know who had arrived. Only one person would dare use such an address and even place a hand on his shoulder within Donghua Academy. The Bai family's Bai Yuza, the younger brother of his own fiancée, his future brother-in-law. A classic archetype of a spoiled young master from a prestigious family. Although this fellow was technically his brother-in-law, he was actually a few months older than him. Though they were technically brother-in-laws, their bond resembled that of blood brothers. Yi Chen's original temperament was aloof and proud, with few close friends, Bai Yuza being one of the rare exceptions. However, in the original story, after the original protagonist was defeated by Lin Xiao through underhanded means, his personality underwent a drastic change. Unexpectedly, he genuinely developed feelings for Lang Ruobing and sought to annul his engagement with the Bai family. This move thoroughly offended the Bai clan. Bai Yuza had outright severed ties with him, vowing never to interact again. However, after Chen Beiyuan's transmigration, such things would never happen again. Not likely, he's not that simple. Chen Beiyuan outright rejected Bai Yuza's proposal. As the destined archvillain who also possessed omniscient perspective, he alone could thoroughly suppress Lin Xiao, the chosen one of fortune, keeping him dancing in the palm of his hand. Bai Yuza had no such capability. Should they rashly send assassins after Lin Xiao, his protagonist's halo would inevitably interfere, mishaps would abound, not only failing to eliminate him but likely resulting in counter-kills, transforming the pursuers into delivery boys bringing him treasures. Chen Beiyuan had no habit of giving the son of fortune an opportunity to build his legend. Bai Yuza pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced and about to say something. At that moment, several investigators happened to drag that old dog Chong Baitsong before the two of them. Just as the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Shan, Bei, Yuan. Gazing at Chen Beiyuan mere inches before his eyes, Chong Baitsong's eyes instantly reddened with rage, his malevolent stare fixed upon the culprit who had ruined his reputation. Just as he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of abuse, a vicious investigator behind him kicked him square in the head, slamming his face into the ground with brutal force. Blood gushed from his shattered forehead, and several teeth were knocked loose from the impact. Chen Beiyuan's gaze remained calm, silent, showing not a trace of pity toward the aged Xiong beneath his feet. Mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Since they dared oppose him, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to waste time gloating over them. An old dog isn't worth it. Only, he'd clearly forgotten Bai Yuza was right beside him. Are your dog eyes blind? Can't you see I'm chatting with young Master Chen? What's the meaning of dragging this old dog over here? You ought to know young Master Chen is kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. Take it away, take it away. Chapter 38. To survive in this world, one needs connections and a powerful patron. Under Bai Yuza's stern rebuke, the faces of several fierce investigators instantly paled. They hastily put on ingratiating smiles and whispered apologies, clearly aware of the terrifying reputation of this young troublemaker from the Bai family. Then, they hurriedly dragged away the half-unconscious Chong Baitsong, his bloodied, battered face leaving a gruesome bloody trail along the ground as they hauled him off. Brother-in-law, you're truly formidable. That old dog had been throwing his weight around East Hua Academy for years after saving Principal Zhang's life back in his youth. No one dared challenge him, not even the noble scions. Even I've gotten scolded by him several times. But the moment he crossed you? Just 3 days, and this old mutt got what he deserved. Bai Yuza winked at Chen Beiyuan beside him with an utterly admiring expression, then lowered his voice and whispered, Brother-in-law, should I have the Judiciary Academy give him some special treatment? Given all the crimes he's committed, he wouldn't see daylight for at least 80 to 100 years. But that'd be letting him off too easy. It'd be like sending him in for retirement. How about I arrange for him to be exiled to the frontier to pioneer for the empire? Pioneer. As the name suggests, it meant expanding new territories and frontiers for the Eastern Prosperity Empire on the front lines. Most of them are cultivators who have committed grave mistakes. To make use of these waste materials, the empire shackles them with special restraints and forms them into cannon fodder squads, forcing them to risk their lives scouting the movements of ferocious beasts and alien races, thus contributing to the empire. It's fair to say that once someone is sent to pioneer work, almost none survive. If they don't die, keep using them until they do. Death erases all debts from their past life. Chen Beiyuan was well aware that Baiyuza possessed such capability, because the presiding officer of the imperial tribunal was Baiyuza's third uncle. With just one word, old man Xiong Baizong's fate could be altered, immediately reassigned to the empire's front lines. Still dreaming of retiring in prison? Dream on. Don't even think about it. Better go serve on the front lines for your country. Such is the influence of top-tier aristocratic families. A single word from them can alter a person's destiny. Over the years, Xiong Baizong has offended many scions of noble houses. Even if Baiyuza doesn't act, others will surely make trouble for him. Chen Beiyuan didn't say yes or no, but instead looked at the grinning Baiyuza and suddenly blurted out, "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" Unwanted attention often heralds deceit or theft. Normally, this little demon of the Bai family wouldn't be so attentive for no reason. What crime could I even commit? Baiyuza lifted his chin with an expression that scoffed at the very notion. Under Chen Beiyuan's gaze, his expression gradually turned into an awkward smile as he rubbed his hands sheepishly. "Well, there is actually one more thing. Brother-in-law, you know my sister's about to return. Before she left, aside from telling me to keep an eye on you at the academy, she also told me to focus on cultivation. But these past few years I've been busy with other matters and let my training slip a bit. I still haven't broken through to 4th rank battle general. When my sister comes back, she'll really kill me. So you'll have to put in a good word for me when the time comes. She listens to you the most." An 18-year-old at peak 3rd rank battle spirit, to be honest, that still counted as genius territory. For comparison, take Chen Beiyuan, also 18 years old, yet already at the peak of the 5th rank war commander realm. That would truly be a piece of shit. Chen Beiyuan knew full well that his brother-in-law's talent was far from lacking, it was among the finest. The only reason he hadn't already broken through to the 4th rank warlord realm was his casual, playboy nature. That depends on your performance. Don't say no, old man. If you don't protect me, my sister will actually kill me. I've got wind that she's already broken through to the 6th rank war king realm. And while training in the far north, she even tamed a 7th rank savage beast as her battle companion. My frail body wouldn't last a second against her. Just as Xiong Baizong was forcibly dragged away to be sent to the imperial tribunal, Lin Xiao, the child of destiny, found himself shoved out of Donghua Academy under the watchful eyes of its senior faculty. Despite having already been on an unofficial leave of absence, he had stubbornly lingered within the academy's walls until now. Now that his greatest backer had fallen, naturally no one would show him any courtesy. Faced with several academy elders whose cultivation had reached the 7th rank battle emperor realm, even Lin Xiao, stubborn as he was, couldn't possibly confront them head-on. In the end, he could only choose to swallow his pride. Outside the academy, a disheveled Lin Xiao was covered in filthy, stinking egg liquid. Gone was the triumphant air he'd had after successfully transforming into a dragon. Instead, he looked like a whipped dog. Gritting his teeth hard enough to nearly shatter them, he glared fixedly at the tightly shut gates of Donghua Academy. His hands clenched into fists so tight that his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. No matter how strong your talent is, in the eyes of those powerful figures, it ultimately counts for nothing. Without strength or backing, they can crush you easily with just a word. From the very beginning, Chen Beiyuan never regarded me as worth his notice. A single command from him would send countless wolves under his command after me. Those influential figures would gladly abandon a low-born genius like me to curry favor with him. To oppose Chen Beiyuan, I must find a backer powerful enough to rival the Donghua Chen family, otherwise, I'm as good as dead. Lin Xiao had thought that after successfully transforming into a dragon, a whole new world would open before him, freeing him from all constraints. But clearly, he'd been too naive. Wave after wave of devastating setbacks brutally hammered the truth into him. Talent doesn't mean everything. In this world, what matters is having connections and powerful backing. A genius who never grows to their potential is nothing at all. These days, countless talents end up dead in back alleys or gutters. Who dares say these fallen geniuses were necessarily inferior to him? Yet they all perished along the way, lacking influential backing or powerful patrons. Others faced no constraints when eliminating them. Suddenly, his pupils contracted into dangerous needlepoints, goosebumps erupting across his skin as he sensed an overwhelming threat. Without warning, a silhouette had materialized soundlessly behind him. The hoarse voice slithered like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. "Mr. Lin Xiao, come with me. Young Master Lin wants to see you." Young Master Lin? Those aren't the Chen family's people. Could it be? The killing intent in Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly dissipated, and his covert movements came to an abrupt halt, as if he had deduced something. "Alright, I'll go with you." Chapter 39, The Lin Family of Donghua.
Kyoto nightclub, the Emperor's Supreme VIP lounge. Ah Shan, you really went too far. Brother Lin is my esteemed guest, how could you resort to such rough methods? If this incident were to spread, where would the dignity of our Donghua Lin family be?
Brother Lin, I must sincerely apologize, it's entirely the fault of my underlings for their lack of manners and nearly causing this misunderstanding. Here, let me punish myself with 3 cups, 3 whole cups, as my way of making amends to you on their behalf.
The handsome yet sinister-looking young man raised his wine cup with an apologetic smile.
After reprimanding his subordinate lurking in the shadowy corner, he straightened his expression and addressed Lin Xiao before him with solemn gravity.
Master Lin, you're too kind. It's nothing, really not worth mentioning.
Lin Xiao looked at the gloomy-faced young man of similar age before him, wearing a polite smile.
Yet inwardly, he was experiencing stormy waves of shock and barely restrained excitement.
Although he had already formed a rough conjecture before arriving. Only upon seeing this young man did Lin Xiao truly confirm the person's identity before him. The third young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhouxiao.
The Lin family of Donghua. Yet another top aristocratic family with an 8th grade war emperor safeguarding its fortunes.
More importantly, the Lin family was also a military family, serving as the empire's second spearhead.
Moreover, they didn't get along well with the Chen family at all.
This was undoubtedly a piece of extremely good news. At this moment, Lin Xiao could already roughly guess the reason for their invitation. 9 times out of 10, they had taken a fancy to his potential and wanted to recruit him. In fact, given the potential he had shown earlier at Donghua Academy and his impeccable family background, someone should have already come knocking to recruit him. It was all because of Chen Beiyuan that none of the major factions dared to easily offend the Donghua Chen family, choosing instead to adopt a wait-and-see approach. As a result, he had been stuck in an awkward position. However, today, someone finally came knocking at his door.
And Lin Zhouxiao's next words would undoubtedly confirm his suspicions. Brother Lin, why young Master Lin? That's too formal, just call me Zhouxiao.
To be honest, ever since your rise in Donghua Academy, our Lin family has been keeping a close eye on you. I even had someone cross-check the family records and discovered that your ancestors were part of the Lin family's main bloodline centuries ago. We're practically family, just a bit distant these years due to less contact, that's all. Lin Zhouxiao's face was filled with emotion and excitement, his tone brimming with warmth. It was as though Lin Xiao before him was a long-lost family member.
But in reality, such words were nothing more than empty pleasantries meant to deceive ghosts.
After centuries, even millennia, of flourishing lineage, top-tier aristocratic families like these inevitably had countless collateral branches scattered across the land.
To the Lin clan of Donghua, those surname-sharing outsiders might as well have been complete strangers.
If any branch bloodline relative dared to entertain delusions of associating with the Donghua Lin family, they'd likely be beaten off with sticks by the servants, who'd curse, "Where did this mud-legged peasant come from?
Has he gone blind with dog eyes, trying to claim kinship?"
Unless an exceptional talent suddenly emerged from the branch bloodlines, only then would the main family take notice and personally recruit them to replenish fresh blood. As a protagonist who rose from the bottom to become a divine physician, Lin Xiao understood all too well the fickleness of the world and the ways of human relationships. Immediately channeling his inner Oscar-worthy acting skills, he put on a face trembling with excitement.
"So, it's actually true? My ancestors were close relatives of the Donghua Lin clan? Young Master Lin, no, Zhouxiao, are you telling the truth?"
The Lin clan wanted to recruit him, to maintain their supply of fresh talent. And he was more than willing to cling to the Lin clan as his powerful backing, using them as his own background. Both parties could be said to have gotten exactly what they needed. At this thought, Lin Zhao's gaze covertly swept toward the shadowy figure coiled like a venomous serpent in the corner. Clearly, that person was the Ashan that Lin Zhouxiao had just mentioned.
7th grade war emperor.
To command as 7th grade war emperor as one's subordinate at will. The terror of the Donghua Lin family, as a top-tier aristocratic clan, can naturally be imagined. With the Lin family as his backing, he wouldn't be as thoroughly suppressed when facing Chen Beiyuan. What's more, after joining the Lin family, he could secretly devise a scheme to replace the original heir, taking over the entire Lin family. Lin Xiao wore a smile on his face, but deep within his eyes, sparks of ambition had begun to blaze.
Brother Lin, of course it's true, after all, we're family now.
I know you've encountered some troubles lately, but such matters are mere trifles for the Lin family.
I heard Brother Lin got suppressed just because he offended that Chen Beiyuan guy?
What happened before is none of my concern, but now that Brother Lin has joined the Lin family, I can't ignore it. Here's what we'll do, I'll find an opportunity soon to set up a meeting and settle this matter between you guys. No matter how arrogant and domineering Chen Beiyuan is, he'll have to show some respect to me and the Lin family.
Lin Zhouxiao declared with an imposing demeanor,
his tone dripping with an exaggerated air of self-importance.
Young Master Lin is so domineering.
Watching Lin Zhouxiao preparing to stand up for him on behalf of the Lin family, Lin Xiao was overjoyed and deliberately flattered. With the Lin family as his backing, Chen Beiyuan and his lackeys would have to think twice before coming after him.
When the time comes, he'll also have a chance to wash away his past humiliation. Chen Beiyuan, the day when our accounts are settled between you and me isn't far off. Lin Xiao cursed bitterly in his heart. For a moment, under Lin Xiao's deliberate flattery, the atmosphere in the private room gradually became more harmonious. Especially when Lin Xiao inadvertently revealed his successful dragon transformation, with his battle soul advancing to the apex level, the atmosphere reached its peak. Lin Zhou's attitude toward him visibly grew even more enthusiastic, and the fervor in his gaze intensified. In less than a moment, the two were already arm in arm, gulping down wine while embracing women, and showering each other with flattery. Seeing how chummy they were, if anyone claimed they weren't long-lost bosom friends or sworn brothers, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Just when the miraculous doctor protagonist Lin Xiao was rejoicing at having found himself a powerful backer, Chen Beiyuan had also returned to the Chen family and retreated to his own quarters. However, at this moment, he wasn't alone in his room. Another figure shared the space with him. That was his father, Chen Zhiqing, patriarch of the Chen family and ruler of the empire's third military district. Upon receiving the covert letter from his son, this imperial magnate hastily departed from the third war zone and rushed back to the Chen family overnight. At this moment, the Chen father and son pair silently gazed at the eerie dragon egg before them, its surface shimmering with a sinister crimson glow. It was none other than the one retrieved from the blood dragon's secret realm. Chen Beiyuan stood by quietly, offering no words but watching intently. Chen Zhiqing stared fixedly at the eerie dragon egg before him for a long while, his expression growing increasingly grave. Finally, he spoke in a tone brimming with finality. It is indeed the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor. Chapter 40, Then Let Me Become the Emperor. Unlike those selfish and brainless antagonists commonly found in simplistic urban fiction, Chen Beiyuan didn't conceal the existence of the eerie dragon egg. Instead, after returning to his clan and confirming his safety, he immediately informed his father, Chen Zhiqing, the patriarch of the Chen family. He understood perfectly well that some things didn't need to be concealed. Trying to hide them would only lead to trouble. Could it be that his own family would actually dare to steal from him? As the next head of the Chen family, the entire Chen household would eventually become his anyway. This fundamental truth had to be made absolutely clear first. To put it bluntly, even if we wanted to keep it a secret, how long could we possibly hide it? As soon as the cursed dragon egg hatched and the young master of the Chen family suddenly gained a blood dragon hatchling by his side, the imperial royal family would inevitably catch wind of it and connect the dots. No one in this world is a fool. When that time comes, the Manhwa Chen family will have to bear the pressure for him. Rather than keep it that way, it's better to lay all the cards on the table with the family from the very beginning and give them the full picture. Beiyuan, you did the right thing by not keeping this from me and telling me immediately. That Jiang Bai is no pushover. Don't let his smiling, harmless demeanor around you fool you. When it comes to interests, he'll definitely make underhanded moves to test the waters. Chen Zhiqing exhaled deeply, the solemn expression on his face vanishing as he gazed at his beloved son with a warm, affectionate smile. Dad, will this have any repercussions on the Chen family? Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke up. Bullshit consequences. Once this treasure reaches the Chen family, it belongs to the old Chen clan. Would the imperial family really start a war with House Chen over such a trifle? The blood dragon mystic realm has been in the imperial family's possession for so long, yet they never found this dragon egg, proof they'd been raising a bunch of useless fools. The moment you entered and acquired it means this treasure was destined for you. Chen Zhiqing, this empire's heavyweight, directly swore without the slightest intention of saving face for the imperial family. Rest assured, I've already discussed this matter with the old master. He said he'd personally intervene and negotiate directly with the imperial family. Right now, the border front line is a powder keg. The newly expanded territories contain many unexplored secret realms harboring untold resources. The old monsters from major aristocratic families are practically at each other's throats over every inch of land, all hoping to win over our Qin family's support to gain more territory. Even the imperial family currently relies heavily on the old master's influence. With the old master's prestige backing us, the imperial family will have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. However, after this dragon egg hatches, when dealing with outsiders, claim it's a contracted mutated blood dragon to avoid arousing envy. One is a reborn 8th rank ferocious beast, the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor. The other is merely a contracted mutated blood dragon. There remains an enormous gap between them. The former might unfortunately attract the covetous eyes of a rank 8 battle emperor. As for the latter, though rare, bearing the prestigious name of the Eastern Huaqin family would normally deter anyone from daring to act recklessly. Watching his father before him, chattering away with endless reminders and earnest admonitions, Chen Beiyuan felt a wave of undisguised familial warmth, stirring deep emotion within his heart. For this matter, the head of the Chen family set aside all his affairs, abandoning the third war zone overnight to quietly return. Far away on the border front lines, old Master Chen, caught in the whirlpool of events, also chose to personally intervene and clean up the mess for him. It could be said that the hidden dangers of this bizarre dragon egg before them were nearly all eliminated.
The current situation was far better than if he had kept it concealed by leaps and bounds. From beginning to end, Chen Zhiqing never mentioned what trouble Chen Beiyuan had brought upon the family, nor did he say much more. Instead, he immediately nipped the matter in the bud. Sometimes, familial love is silent. Chen Beiyuan understood clearly that the best way he could repay his family now was to quickly enhance his strength, break through to the 8th rank battle emperor, and change the Chen family's future destiny.
Dad, I understand.
With this Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, we can stop the previous request to the Bai family for searching a pet beast.
Chen Beiyuan was very cautious.
Back at Donghua Academy, when Bai Yuze had proactively mentioned this matter, he deliberately didn't instruct Bai Yuze to stop the Bai family's search efforts, precisely to avoid arousing Jiang Bai's suspicions.
He could guarantee that every single movement within Donghua Academy wouldn't escape Jiang Bai's notice. That old fox was almost certainly watching his every move. Only upon returning to the Chun family could he finally relax.
It's just as well. No matter how powerful the tamed beasts the Bai family procures, they could never compare to a reborn Blood Dragon Emperor.
If old Master Bai knew about this, even he would be tempted.
In the next few days, I'll arrange for people to deliver some high-tier ferocious beast essence blood to nourish this dragon egg and hasten its hatching. Chen Zhiqing gazed for a moment at the eerie dragon egg glowing with a scarlet light, then turned his eyes to Chen Beiyuan with a touch of admiration on his face. The luck of his own son was unimaginably strong. Just a single exposure to dragon blood in the secret realm had yielded such immense benefits, not only elevating his physical body to the level of a 6th grade divine weapon but also stumbling upon the reborn egg of the Blood Calamity Dragon Emperor. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he might have doubted whether he was reading a myth. The protagonists in those myths were all born with extraordinary phenomena, terrifying talents, bolstered by fate's favor. Chen Beiyuan's current situation bore an astonishing resemblance to the protagonists of ancient myths.
The Donghua Chen family would likely reach even greater heights under his leadership.
At this thought, his expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Chen Beiyuan before him and said,
Beiyuan, are you truly prepared?
Undeniably, because you've bathed in dragon's blood, when the dragon egg hatches, the newly born Blood Sin Dragon Emperor will likely regard you as its closest kin, obeying your every word. But after all, it's a reborn 8th grade fierce beast.
Its growth rate is terrifyingly fast. It will probably reclaim its Dragon Emperor throne and regain its memories in no time.
When that happens, what you'll face is a savage and ruthless Blood Sin Dragon Emperor.
How powerful would a Blood Sin Dragon Emperor in its prime be?
Even across the entire Donghua Empire, few 8th grade war emperors could stand against it head-on.
What will Chen Beiyuan do then?
Facing his father's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Beiyuan simply flashed a composed smile, showing not even a hint of retreat. His tone was calm, yet imbued with unrivaled arrogance and confidence.
Then I'll just become an emperor. Chapter 41, The Divine Assistance of the Brother-in-Law. The reborn Blood Sin Dragon Emperor could ascend once more to become an 8th-ranked dire beast, reclaiming his imperial throne.
Chen Beiyuan naturally could likewise break through to the 8th-rank Battle Emperor realm, ascending as human emperor. No matter how powerful the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor might be, could he possibly surpass this heaven-ordained ultimate villain? In the original story, the original body without the heaven-defying destiny system had managed to reach the legendary, pinnacle war god realm solely through its own extraordinary talent, becoming the first pinnacle war god in the original novel. Such cultivation speed was something even Lin Xiao, the child of destiny, couldn't hope to match. With both the heaven-defying system and destiny's favor now at his disposal, his breakthrough speed would only become exponentially faster. Who would ascend to the Emperor realm first had truly become an open question. At that time, it would merely be a scene of an old father beating his unfilial son. If the awakened Blood Sin Dragon Emperor dared show even a hint of rebellion, Chen Beiyuan could pound its dragon head into a dog's head. I hope you can be a wise dragon who knows what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Beiyuan gazed at the strange dragon egg before him that gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity and muttered these words to himself. The dragon egg glowing with a crimson light shuddered slightly under Chen Beiyuan's peculiar gaze, as if feeling an unsettling dread like a pitiful puppy wagging its tail. Who would have thought the famously brutal and savage Blood Sin Dragon Emperor could reveal such an adorable side?
This is truly some dark history. Ha! This is exactly the kind of domineering spirit a man of the Chun family should have. Chen Zhiqing couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily at the scene before him. Chen Zhiqing came quickly and left just as swiftly.
As the head of the Chen family and the governing authority of the empire's 3rd military district, a true heavyweight within the empire, his schedule remained incredibly packed. If not for something involving Chen Beiyuan, he wouldn't have rushed back to the Chen family from the empire's 3rd military district in the middle of the night. However, after Chen Zhiqing departed, the empire's 3rd war zone promptly organized a high-level demon beast hunting exercise, specifically targeting high-level demon beasts with dragon lineage. Over the next 3 days, a continuous supply of high-level demon beast essence blood was delivered to Chen Beiyuan's residence to nourish the mysterious dragon egg. To accelerate the hatching of the mysterious dragon egg, Chen Beiyuan had a blood pool specially constructed at his residence, replicating the dragon blood pool from the blood dragon secret realm. The eerie dragon egg was placed directly at the center of the blood pool, nourished by the essence blood of countless ferocious beasts to accelerate its growth. The Blood Sin Dragon Emperor possessed the bloodlines of both the Blood Dragon and the Sin Dragon, two of the most malevolent dragons. Among them, the Blood Dragon lineage held greater dominance, making the essence blood of powerful beasts the perfect nourishment for it. In just 3 days, the half-meter-tall airy dragon egg became covered in even more intricate crimson patterns, its scarlet glow growing brighter and more sinister, while a clear heartbeat began to pulse from within. It seems it won't be long before the reborn Blood Sin Dragon Emperor hatches from its shell. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands behind his back before the blood pool, indifferent to the thick scent of blood permeating the air. His shadowed gaze rested on the sinister dragon egg floating aimlessly in the pool as he murmured to himself. Anyone else would probably be frantically hunting ferocious beasts on the frontier battlefields or in unknown secret realms at this moment, desperately extracting their essence and blood to feed the eerie dragon egg. Who knows how many years it would take before the peculiar dragon egg could finally hatch under such circumstances. Yet, born into the Eastern Huachen family, all he needed was to issue a command, and countless people would prepare exactly what he required, delivering it straight to his doorstep. In just 3 days' time, the eerie dragon egg had already shown signs of hatching. Suddenly, the strange dragon egg that had been swimming in the blood pool slowly drifted to his feet. A sinister bloody glow rippled across its shell surface, exuding an odd sense of familiarity, almost as if inviting him to come play in the blood pool. Over these 3 days, apart from cultivating in the blood pool, Chen Beiyuan would occasionally feed his own blood to the bizarre dragon egg to strengthen their bond. He'd even dive into the blood pool for a swim from time to time. In just 3 short days, the relationship between Chen Beiyuan and the eerie dragon egg could almost be described as inseparable. It was clear that the eerie dragon egg had come to regard him as its closest companion, even showing a hint of childlike adoration. Moreover, to Chen Beiyuan's astonishment, while cultivating beside the eerie dragon egg, he noticed something extraordinary happening to his own beastly divine ability, blood dragon transformation. It seemed to be undergoing a peculiar enhancement, growing even more powerful. Between them, a unique psychic connection seemed to have formed. At this moment, he could roughly sense the emotional fluctuations and intended meaning of the eerie dragon egg. Come, play with me. The sinister dragon egg floating in the blood pool glowed red, radiating waves of excited emotion. Just as Chen Beiyuan was about to respond, a sudden ringtone interrupted their interaction. The caller turned out to be his brother-in-law, Bai Yuza. What's up, Xiao Bai? Brother-in-law, I've already arranged everything with third uncle. That old bastard Xiong Bai Tsung's case is settled. The tribunal has sentenced him to the front lines, assigned to the prisoner battalion for imperial reclamation work. That old coot won't survive this even if he wants to. However, he's quite the tough nut, actually took all the blame without dragging that bastard Lin Xiao into it. Otherwise, I'd have immediately asked my third uncle to send the tribunal squad to arrest him. Bai Yuza's careless voice came through the phone. Ding, congratulations host for altering the original fate trajectory. By indirectly causing important supporting character Cheong Baitsung to be sentenced to frontline reclamation duty and enlisted in the prison camp, you've severed a future pillar of support for the Son of Destiny, Lin Xiao. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining special reward, Dragon Blood Grass. Dragon Blood Herb, a heaven and earth spirit herb steeped in potent dragon essence, predominantly thrives in the fallen domains of ancient dragons. It holds significant allure for dragonkind, enhancing their growth and vitality. Chen Beiyuan gazed at the dragon blood grass that had appeared in the system space, realizing that the value of Cheong Bai Tsung, that crucial supporting character, had likely been squeezed dry. This nominal godfather of the Son of Destiny had reached the end of his lifespan. From the moment their fates clashed in opposition, his doom had been sealed. He could have been the Son of Destiny's sworn uncle, foster mother, stepmother, it wouldn't matter. Crossing Chen Beiyuan meant certain death. I got it. Chen Beiyuan felt slightly pleased. His brother-in-law's execution ability was quite good after all. He had merely mentioned it casually last time, yet the young man had actually gotten it done. By the way, brother-in-law, there's one more thing. That dog Lin Laosen sent people to the tribunal a few days ago, trying to pull strings and get them to turn a blind eye. He wanted the tribunal to give the Lin family face and bail out that old bastard Xiong Baitsung. I was absolutely furious. As you know, I despise people who abuse power for personal gain more than anything. That scoundrel Lin Laosen blatantly touched my reverse scale. I immediately had my third uncle detain his men and throw them straight into the water dungeon. Bai Yuza declared with righteous indignation. Chapter 42, Invitation from the Imperial Club. In Bayu's eyes, asking his third uncle for a small favor to assign Cheong Baitsong to the front lines was merely a family matter, an act of righteous justice. Lin Zhouxiao dared to have someone put in a word at the high tribunal to get the prisoner released. It's blatant abuse of power, a downright sinister scheme. Though it might seem a bit hypocritical, that was just Bayu's nature. Chen Beiyuan didn't say anything about this. He knew full well that his brother-in-law was the type who would side with family over principles. As the beneficiary of such favoritism, it'd be downright foolish to complain or nitpick. Compared to that, he was actually more interested in another matter altogether. Lin Xiao, this chosen one of fortune, has ultimately become entangled with the Donghua Lin family. It seems that even when the gears of fate are interfered with, causing slight deviations, they never cease turning. Chen Beiyuan reached out to stroke the eerie dragon egg with an inscrutable gaze, showing little surprise at this outcome. 3 days prior, when Lin Xiao was invited away by Lin Zhouxiao, the third young master of the Lin family, he had already received detailed information about it. In the original storyline, the reason Lin Xiao was able to annihilate the Donghua Chen clan during the middle and late stages was because a top-tier noble family intervened. That top-tier noble family was none other than the Donghua Lin clan. Only another top-tier family like the Lin clan could deliver the fatal blow to the Chun clan at the critical moment. There were only two unshakable pillars in Donghua Empire's military hierarchy. One bears the surname Chen, the other Lin. The former controls half of the empire's military power, wielding the largest arsenal. The latter commands a third of the empire's military might, possessing the second largest arsenal. Their relationship might be described as that between the top dog and its immediate rival. Since ancient times, every underling has dreamed of overthrowing their boss to take the throne themselves. The Lin family was no exception, only that this aspiration had always been ruthlessly suppressed by the Chun family. In the original storyline, Lin Xiao had conspired with the third son of the Lin family, Lin Zhouxiao, ultimately forming a profound connection with the Lin clan. To bring down the Chen family, Lin Xiao first secretly colluded with the beast races on the border to betray his country, then had the Lin family stab them in the back. In the end, this colossal entity that was the Chen family was utterly destroyed. Of course, in the original novel, Lin Xiao, as the protagonist, naturally represented justice. The Lin family likewise stood on the righteous side, joining forces to eradicate the wicked Chen family. As for the fall of the Chen family leading to the complete collapse of the entire frontier defense, with over half of the Eastern Hua Empire's northern territory being lost and hundreds of millions of imperial citizens perishing, these were merely minor details, small sacrifices necessary for the greater justice, hardly worth mentioning. Sometimes, for the sake of justice, a few deaths are nothing to fuss over. As for a certain renowned physician protagonist turning against the Lin family, his righteous allies, after rising to power, uprooting them completely to bury his dark past, well, that's nothing either. What goes around comes around. Lin Xiao, the Lin family, it seems there's still some fun to be had. Chen Beiyuan's eyes darkened, his fingers pausing mid-stroke across the eerie dragon egg. From the reflection in the blood pool, his face twisted into an uncanny grin. Since fate has entangled them together again, he might as well deal with both at once. The dragon blood grass from the system space was directly retrieved and placed into the blood pool by him. As soon as it made contact with the blood pool, the dragon blood grass instantly melted, merging completely with the pool. In an instant, an even thicker and more terrifying blood aura spread from the blood pool, causing the entire pool to boil. The temperature soared sharply as crimson mist began to rise. The eerie dragon egg floating in the blood pool immediately emitted waves of delight, its shell patterned with flickering crimson veins, clearly having gained significant benefits. Chen Beiyuan also casually removed his clothes, revealing his fair and robust physique, then stepped into the blood pool without hesitation. With the addition of the dragon's blood herb, the boiling blood pool continuously stimulated his physique, strengthening the bloodline within his body, bringing a comfort akin to soaking in a volcanic hot spring. Chen Beiyuan leaned against the edge of the pool, closing his eyes, his left hand resting on the eerie dragon egg while his right held a phone, lazily chatting with Bayuza. By the way, brother-in-law, that golden canary you got tired of has been desperately pleading with people everywhere lately, completely devoid of her usual cold and haughty demeanor. But nobody dares to cross you. Heard she's gotten quite thin recently. Want me to quietly help out? Don't worry, as your sworn brother, I've got your back. I won't breathe a word to my sister about this. Bayuza's teasing voice emerged from the other end of the call. Just hearing that cheeky tone of his, you could practically picture him winking and making faces. Clearly, Bayuza still didn't believe Chen Beiyuan had truly let go of Lang Ruobing completely. After all, the original bodyguard's previously displayed devotion had left quite a memorable impression. Still, going behind his own sister's back to help his brother-in-law hide another woman that was truly going above and beyond for a friend. No need, I have my own arrangements. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. He had been keeping an eye on Lang Ruoyue, the protagonist favored by fortune all along. After all, there was still considerable profit to be squeezed from this woman. One cannot simply die.
At the very least, one must extract every last drop of benefit before death. After a brief exchange, Chen Beiyuan hung up the phone and focused entirely on absorbing the energy of the blood pool to strengthen his body. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his absorption. Chen Beiyuan frowned slightly, his tightly closed eyelids parting just a slit as he spoke. What is it? Young Master Chen, the third young master of the Lin family, has sent someone with an invitation, requesting your presence at the Imperial Club's banquet. Shall we accept it? The elderly steward stood respectfully outside the door, holding a dark golden invitation in his hands. Lin Zhouxiao? Interesting. It seems someone can no longer restrain themselves. Chen Beiyuan's downcast eyes flickered with an ominous light, as if already guessing something, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. Take it. Imperial Emperor VIP room, Capital Nightclub. Bang! Everything on the liquor table was instantly swept to the floor. Lin Zhouxiao's eyes burned with furious flames, his handsome face clouded with malice. Bai Yuza, well played, sneakily setting me up behind my back. When he had recruited Lin Xiao earlier, he had promised to help get Lin Zhao's adoptive father out of prison. On one hand, he intended to make Lin Xiao indebted to him, on the other, it was a display of his influence. What happened next, however, turned out to be a blatant slap in the face. His subordinates sent to the High Court was directly thrown into its water dungeon. And they actually had the gall to demand he personally come to retrieve the man, or else they wouldn't release him. What the hell was this if not a slap straight to his face? Even someone as simple-minded as Lin Zhouxiao could tell there was someone manipulating things behind the scenes. The Chen family's entire power base lies within the military, so it's definitely not them stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Currently, the chief administrator of the tribunal is from the Bai family. Moreover, the Bai family happens to be the Chen family's in-laws. Bai Yuza is also Chen Beiyuan's brother-in-law, and the two get along quite well. Lin Zhouxiao immediately identified Bai Yuza as the culprit. It was almost certain Bai Yuza was acting on behalf of his brother-in-law Chen Beiyuan, deliberately targeting him. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, silently observing the scene before him with a grim expression, his brows furrowed tightly. It was clear he'd just learned his godfather had been assigned to frontier reclamation duty. Frontier reclamation missions were practically a death sentence. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly entered and whispered something into Lin Zhouxiao's ear. The anger on Lin Zhouxiao's face gradually dissipated, as if he had regained his previous composure. He burst into laughter and turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao, who remained silent in the corner. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, Chen Beiyuan has accepted my invitation. When the time comes, I'll personally negotiate with him to have him release the prisoner. Rest assured, no matter how arrogant he is, he'll have to show some respect to our Lin family. In his view, Chen Beiyuan's acceptance of the invitation meant he didn't want to push the Lin family too far. The verification period and launch are beginning, dear esteemed readers. Your support would be greatly appreciated, many thanks in advance. Chapter 43, Interrupting the Son of Destiny's Grandstanding, Becoming the Center of Attention. Imperial Club. This was a premier club located in the capital of the Eastern Glory Empire. Having money alone isn't enough to gain entry. One must also possess sufficient status and secure recommendations from current members. Here, you routinely encounter globally influential superstars, stunning beauties, regional tycoons capable of shaking entire industries with a single stomp, and VIPs from various sectors. Yet these big shots with tremendous external influence are merely decorative fixtures in the club, barely making it past the bottom rung. Those born into prestigious aristocratic families, inherently extraordinary and nearly holding the reins of the empire's upper echelons, these scions were the true clientele of the Imperial Club. The so-called big shots who were desperately elbowing their way in merely sought to curry favor with these young masters from prominent families, hoping to find themselves a patron to serve. Inside the Empire Club, the game of power plays out at every moment. At this very moment, in the banquet hall of the Imperial Club, there stood a solitary figure, a strikingly beautiful yet noticeably haggard woman. The surrounding crowd instinctively maintained a considerable distance from her. Numerous peculiar gazes converged upon Lang Ruoshua's expression, some smirking with muted laughter, others wearing mocking smiles, while some bore complex, unreadable emotions. Lang Ruobing's face was deathly pale, her eyes carrying unconcealable worry and exhaustion. Dressed in white plain robes, she resembled a fragile snow lotus standing atop an icy peak. It seemed like a gust of wind could blow her away at any moment. Her entire frame had grown noticeably thinner than before. Clearly, these past few days hadn't been kind to this lucky female protagonist. His father was in a coma, his mother was missing, and the entire Ling family was falling apart. In recent days, she had practically begged everyone she could possibly turn to. Yet whether it was her father's former friends, families allied with the Lang clan, or even her own close friends, they all avoided her as if she carried the plague, terrified of being associated with her in the slightest. This once famed ice beauty of Yanjing's four great bells had now become nothing but a laughingstock. This was the rumor circulating outside that she had already been played with by young Master Chen,
which made many who coveted her wary, afraid of inviting big trouble and hesitant to make a move. Otherwise, the fate of a woman who had lost her backing of power and family influence yet retained extraordinary beauty was all too easy to imagine. She might very well vanish without a trace one night, only to reappear in some dark little room, serving as entertainment for others. Lang Ruobing, of course, understood this all too clearly. Over these past few days, she had sought help from numerous people. Amidst these encounters, she had glimpsed malicious intent in some gazes, fleeting yet unmistakable only for them to vanish into thin air, as if afraid of inviting calamity upon themselves. Even Lang Ruobing herself probably never expected that it was precisely because of the wild rumors circulating externally about her in Chen Beiyuan that she was able to maintain her chastity all this time. However, that was about it. Is there really no hope left? Lang Ruobing's face was ashen, her gaze vacant as she stood frozen in place. At this moment, she remained unaware that another pair of eyes was watching her intently from nearby. Ruobing. Lin Xiao, dressed in a crisp suit and radiating handsome elegance, observed the seemingly forsaken Lang Ruobing from the second floor, his eyes flashing with a hint of heartache. Although feeling somewhat aggrieved after being slapped by Lang Ruobing for no apparent reason earlier, he clearly understood that it was all because of that scoundrel Chen Beiyuan's instigation in framing, which led to Lang Ruobing's misunderstanding. Deep in his heart, he still harbored affection for Lang Ruobing. Back when he dedicated everything to enter Donghua Academy and saw Lang Ruobing for the first time, he had already resolved that this was the woman he would marry in this lifetime. The passions of youth, or rather, the stirrings of first love, always leave an indelible mark. Ruobing, don't worry, I won't despise you. I'll make up for all the wrongs done to you before. In the past, without any backing, he had no choice but to watch helplessly as the woman he loved suffered humiliation. Now that he had secured the towering support of the Donghua Lin family, the troubles of the Lang family no longer seemed so insurmountable to him. He believed that as long as he stepped in to resolve the Lang family's troubles, the woman Lang Ruobing would almost willingly become his. At this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within him. Straightening his collar, he strode toward the main hall, ready to appear before Lang Ruobing like a savior, to shine a light upon this woman lost in confusion and darkness. He could already imagine the uproar it would cause at the banquet when he stood before Lang Ruobing, sheltering the Lang family under the name of the Donghua Lin clan, how he would become the center of attention for everyone present. He was ready to show off. Boom! As Lin Xiao first stepped into the banquet hall, a sudden commotion and uproar arose ahead. Numerous influential figures who had been conversing abruptly furrowed their brows in displeasure. In an instant, all eyes instinctively turned toward the noble and imposing figure whose grand entrance into the Imperial Club's banquet hall had caused such tumult and clamor. Even Lang Ruobing, who had kept her head bowed low, was now staring blankly at that familiar figure in this moment. In an instant, the entire hall fell into complete silence. The banquet hall seemed as if someone had pressed a pause button. Yet that noble and imposing figure remained utterly unaffected, carrying himself as if this were entirely natural, as though his mere presence was destined to become the focal point for all. That's Chen Xiao. He actually came to the Imperial Club. Chen Xiao, the mysterious young master from the Donghua Chen family? That man has never attended any formal banquets and rarely appears in public occasions. That's a truly significant figure, the young master of Donghua's Chen family, designated as the next heir, a future 8th-rank war emperor, one of the empire's most elite privileged second-generation heirs. Chen Beiyuan ignored the continuous exclamations echoing through the hall, walking straight towards a corner of the grand hall before casually sitting down on the sofa in the alcove, crossing his legs. His gaze swept across the entire venue with an overwhelming sense of pressure, like an emperor surveying his domain and subjects. At the very moment he took his seat, Lang Ruobing could only watch helplessly as those previously arrogant, important figures who had turned up their noses at her now scurried toward Chen Beiyuan like groveling lapdogs spotting their master. Many young ladies from prestigious families blushed and walked over with dazed, infatuated gazes. Young Master Chen, I am Huang Qianqiu, ranked 28th on the Eastern Glory Empire's rich list, owning several international trade companies. Young Master Chen, I'm Yan Xiao from the Yun family. Years ago when I accompanied my father to the Chen family, I had the honor of briefly meeting you. Young Master Chen, I'm Kuei Xiaoqiu of the Kuei family. My father currently serves under the Chen family patriarch. Mr. Chen, my name is Bai Jie. Lin Zhao's smile froze instantly, his eyes locked fiercely on Chen Beiyuan surrounded by countless people, trembling with rage. I haven't even started showing off yet, and you're already stealing the spotlight? Chapter 44, trying to play the hero? She's not even interested. As a genius physician protagonist, the habit of flaunting superiority and crushing faces had been deeply ingrained in Lin Zhao's bones. Although he excelled at biding his time, after restraining himself for so long, if he couldn't vent some of that pent-up frustration, he might as well suffocate himself. Before, he had come from the bottom, no background, no backing, and had to tread carefully in everything he did. Now that he had joined the Lin family of Donghua, he naturally had immense confidence. But before he could even begin his arrogant posturing and face-slapping routine, Chen Beiyuan had already stolen the spotlight. Lin Xiao, this so-called son of destiny, was absolutely livid, especially when he saw Lang Ruobing unconsciously walking towards Chen Beiyuan's direction, completely ignoring his existence. He couldn't help but feel like a shade of green was sprouting above his head. Chen Beiyuan. As the young master of Donghua's Chen family, Chen Beiyuan was naturally the object of countless people's fawning. What a pity, the original owner of this body had rarely made public appearances before. Either he cultivated at home while walking the dog, or he ran off to Donghua Academy to find Lang Ruobing. Thus, it created his enigmatic and elusive image. Now that he had taken the initiative to appear at the Imperial Club's banquet, it naturally stirred up a whirlwind of astonishment. Many who sought to establish connections with him instantly swarmed around. There are empire tycoons worth tens or hundreds of billions, seeking shelter under powerful patronage. There are cultivation experts long since renowned, desiring to pledge allegiance to worthy masters. There are scions of families whose forebears aligned themselves with the Chun clan, considered half-insiders already. There are young masters born into prominent noble houses, simply wishing to play their roles. There were alluring and enchanting young noble women and aristocratic ladies eager to make a name for themselves overnight. In just a few short minutes, Chen Beiyuan casually pointed out a few that caught his eye to take in as dogs. Those who were chosen looked as if they had won the lottery, barely able to contain their excitement and nearly bursting into joyful cheers. Those who weren't chosen wore expressions of disappointment and despair. These days, even the chance to serve as a lapdog for someone like Chen Beiyuan, a scion of a top-tier aristocratic family, represents an opportunity to defy fate and change one's destiny. Most of the time, the intimidating reputation of the Eastern Flower Chen family is enough to ward off countless covetous and prying eyes. While many noble ladies and high society matrons outwardly scorn Lang Ruobing with disdain, deep down they secretly yearn to become one of Chen Beiyuan's caged golden canaries. Unfortunately, those few individuals Chen Beiyuan selects are either billionaires with family fortunes or descendants whose fathers have established connections with the Chen family, people whose backgrounds are thoroughly vetted. As for women, not a single one. At that moment, a slender and strikingly cold figure abruptly cut through the crowd, heading straight towards Chen Beiyuan. This sudden move instantly drew countless eyes in her direction. Some women born into prominent families who weren't selected couldn't help but sneer in disdain. How shameless. Young Master Chen has already grown tired of her, yet she still throws herself at him. What's this about the four great beauties of Yanjing? If it weren't for young Master Chen, would she even be on that list? The other three are far beyond the reach of a small-time girl like her. Exactly. Yesterday she acted all pure and aloof, but privately, TSK. I heard she was the one who invited young Master Chen to a hotel in the middle of the night. Lang Ruobing paid no attention to the gossip behind her. These past few days, she had lost count of how many similar words she'd heard. Her dark eyes, faintly glistening with mist, stared fixedly at the indifferent Chen Beiyuan. With a delicate vulnerability that evoked pity on her face, she unconsciously clenched her dress and whispered, "Beiyuan, what is it?" Chen Beiyuan remained seated on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. His profound eyes, dark as an abyss, gazed intently at the cold-faced Lang Ruobing before him. He could clearly sense that this icy campus beauty's mental state was noticeably unstable. It even appeared to be trending toward an outright breakdown. "Can you help me? Please help the Lang family. My father has been unconscious for days, and my mother disappeared without a trace. The Lang family members have either been captured or vanished inexplicably. I can do nothing. I know I was wrong before. Will you help me? I'm begging you." Lang Ruobing stood frozen in place, her voice trembling noticeably, completely devoid of her usual coldly elegant and haughty demeanor. Days of brutal reality and the cruelty of the world, coupled with the devastation of her family's downfall, would have driven any normal person to madness. For this female lead of fortune to endure so long without breaking completely speaks volumes about her remarkable mental resilience. The current Lang family now only has her left to hold up the facade alone. That gaunt figure in plain white dress had reached her limit and might collapse at any moment. Seeing Lang Ruobing tortured to such a pitiful state by reality, Chen Beiyuan remained utterly composed, without a trace of pity in his thoughts. In the original story, the original owner of this body suffered tremendously at the hands of this woman. Now it's simply time to make her repay little by little. "Give me one reason to help you," Chen Beiyuan teased with amusement. Lang Ruobing's bloodless face suddenly flushed red, as if noticing Chen Beiyuan's unrestrained gaze, and she murmured softly, "As long as you're willing to help me, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want." "Shut up, Chen Beiyuan, you're going too far. Bullying a woman in public like this, what kind of cowardice is that? If you've got any backbone, take it out on me." Lin Xiao suddenly rushed out from the side, interrupting Lang Ruobing's next words. At this moment, he could already feel a green glow gradually emerging above his head. Although he had previously sent Ling Ruobing to Chen Beiyuan's bed, willingly putting a cuckold's hat on himself, that was only done under extreme duress. But now, to wear another such hat? He would never agree to that. Ruobing, don't worry. I've now joined the Eastern Lin family and been adopted as the Lin family head's godson. I have enough power to protect you and the Lin family. Lin Xiao revealed his trump card right from the start of his appearance. The Lin family of Donghua, the adopted son of the Lin family patriarch. The surrounding crowd who had initially been ready to mock him instantly changed their expressions, falling silent in an instant. Even Lang Ruobing couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao at this moment. However, the moment she recalled the terror of the man sitting on the sofa before her, she silently lowered her head again. Clearly, over the past few days, she had come to fully grasp Chen Beiyuan's fearsomeness, and the mark of fear had been branded deep in her heart. She didn't believe Lin Xiao stood a chance against Chen Beiyuan. Unless Chen Beiyuan spoke up, the Lang family's predicament would never come to an end. Looking at Lang Ruobing's bowed head, Lin Xiao's expression instantly turned grim. This wasn't how he'd imagined it at all. Shouldn't he have been the gallant hero swooping in, with the beauty throwing herself into his arms while they publicly humiliated their rival? With her acting like this, wasn't he just turning into a complete clown instead? Slap, slap, slap. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Finding yourself a new father to call your own, and you can still say it with such pride. Forget whether your mother would even agree. Luckily for you, your real father died early, otherwise he'd surely be rolling in his grave right now. Lin Xiao, you want to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. I can understand that. What a pity she doesn't think much of you as a hero, nor does she believe you can actually save her. Chen Beiyuan clapped his hands, sizing up Lin Xiao's bitter expression with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Chapter 45, Chen Beiyuan, you bastard, you're playing me. As the saying goes, when hitting someone, strike their face, when killing someone, destroy their spirit. With just a few words, Chen Beiyuan had practically slapped Lin Xiao, the protagonist and miracle doctor, so hard his face swelled. What do you call trying to show off only to get bitch slapped instead? That's what this was. That's it. Lin Xiao's face instantly turned green. He considered himself quite eloquent already. But this fellow Chen Beiyuan had a tongue vicious enough to anger even the dead. You! He wanted to retort. But seeing Lang Ruobing's bowed head beside him, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The hero has intentions, but the beauty is heartless. If she doesn't want his help, what can he do? Lang Ruobing, seems Lin Xiao is truly devoted to you. Beiyuan, I'm not close with him. Facing Chen Beiyuan's meaningful words, Lang Ruobing's delicate figure trembled as she hurriedly attempted to explain. Yet this very action undoubtedly inflicted tons of psychological damage upon Lin Xiao, the divine physician protagonist. However, Chen Beiyuan still hadn't stopped his combo attacks, instead shifting his target towards him. Lin Xiao, it seems you really fancy Lang Ruobing, always so eager to stand up for her. But while the falling flower has intent, the flowing water is heartless. It's clear Lang Ruobing has no feelings for you. Well then, since we've crossed paths like this, I'll give you one chance. If you sever one of your own arms, I might consider calling off all forces targeting the Lang family. Every past grievance will be wiped clean. How does that sound? This is the ultimate test of your love for Ruobing Lang. Chen Beiyuan's abyssal, demonically seductive whisper echoed through the banquet hall, causing dramatic changes in the expressions of both Lang Ruobing and Lin Xiao. Chen Beiyuan, stop your demonic bewitchment. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly as he instantly grasped Chen Beiyuan's malicious intent. He quickly turned to Lang Ruobing to explain. Ruobing, you can't trust Chen Beiyuan's words. Believe me, I've already joined the Donghua Lin family. Both the Lin and Chen families are top aristocratic clans of the empire. They will definitely protect you and the Lang family. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lang Ruobing's face. But right at that moment, Chen Beiyuan's beguiling voice spoke up again. So you think you're so impressive? Then how come I remember your godfather Cheung Bakang getting exiled to the frontier wastelands? Is it your incompetence, or the Lin family's failure, that you couldn't even protect your own godfather? And yet you dare promise protection to others? The moment these words were spoken, Lin Xiao's confident expression froze instantly, his eyes turning ferocious. This was nothing less than poking straight at his most vulnerable spot. And not just poking, it was a brutal, merciless stab. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, the last glimmer of hope in Lang Ruobing's eyes completely dimmed. If even his own godfather couldn't protect him, why expect him to protect the Lang family? That would truly be nonsense. Watching Lin Xiao left speechless, Chen Beiyuan smiled faintly and continued speaking. Lin Xiao, my earlier offer still stands. Sever one of your arms, and I might consider sparing the Lang family. Think carefully, you only lost a hand, but what you might gain is love. You're not scared, are you? A real man wouldn't hesitate. Why, I'd chop off both hands without batting an eye. Chen Beiyuan's sarcastic tone made Lin Xiao's face flush crimson with rage, his entire body trembling with anger. Someone in the surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Lang Ruobing was lowering her head at this moment, shoulders trembling, her expression unreadable, one couldn't tell whether she was crying or laughing. It seems your love for Lang Ruobing isn't that deep after all. You're unwilling to pay even such a small price. Well then, let me sweeten the deal. Your foster father who was exiled to the frontier for land reclamation should still be en route, not yet arrived at the prison camp. I could speak up and have him pulled back. The price remains unchanged from before, I only want one of your hands. Now, it's your turn to give me an answer. Is love and family worth sacrificing one of your hands? Chen Beiyuan added fuel to the fire, pushing Lin Xiao into a corner with no way out. At this moment, he was like a demon in human skin, constantly alternating between coercion and temptation, manipulating minds, forcing Lin Xiao to make a choice. Lin Xiao's expression completely changed. Glaring at Chen Beiyuan with clenched teeth, he felt a chill run through his entire body, experiencing for the first time the terror that Chen Beiyuan embodied. Using words and authority as blades, love and kinship as cages, he was nearly driven into a corner with no retreat. This was practically a death trap. If he agreed, it would cost him a hand. If he refused, the label of ungrateful and heartless would be slapped on him. Once this big hat is placed on him, who would dare to trust or employ him in the future? His reputation is completely ruined. As for staying silent? When it comes to something like this, silence isn't needed. Everyone already knows exactly what kind of person he really is. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt Chen Beiyuan's calm gaze piercing through his selfish nature, realizing it had all been a carefully laid trap designed specifically for him. This person's mastery of human psychology is almost inhuman. At this moment, even the gazes of those around Chen Beiyuan changed, their eyes unmistakably brimming with deeper layers of awe and fear. It seems familial bonds and romantic love still can't compare to one of your hands. How disappointing. Very well, I'll give you one final chance. Just kneel down and kowtow to me once. Chen Beiyuan looked at Lin Xiao's gloomy face and abruptly changed his tone as he spoke. He knew very well, with Lin Xiao's temperament, breaking his own arm was simply impossible. Smack! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao decisively dropped to his knees, and in full view of the crowd, forcefully kowtowed toward Chen Beiyuan. His movement was so swift and his bow so forceful that it cracked the floor tiles beneath him. Many of those present couldn't react in time. Chen Beiyuan, a promise is a promise. My silence earlier was merely because the thought of freeing my godfather and Lang Ruojiang with just one hand filled me with such excitement that I momentarily lost myself. By the time I came to my senses, you'd already lowered your conditions. That's no longer my concern. Lin Xiao maintained a straight face as he justified his previous silence. As for whether others believed him or not, that was none of his concern. The sneering faces around him made it abundantly clear that no one believed his sophistry. Yet Lin Xiao remained utterly unfazed, secretly sighing in relief. Luckily, Chen Beiyuan had lost his composure first and lowered his demands. Against all odds, this had cracked open a sliver of survival in what should have been a fatal deadlock. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Chen Beiyuan as his tone grew more intense. Chen Beiyuan, I've fulfilled your demand. Now it's your turn to honor your promise. Facing Lin Xiao's piercing stare and Lang Ruochuan's instantly expectant eyes, Chen Beiyuan simply smiled faintly, sitting on the sofa while propping his chin with his right hand. You're still too young. How could you believe such words? I only said I'd consider it. I never promised anything. Alright, how about this? You kowtow a few more times, and I'll think it over some more. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll agree. Chen Beiyuan, you bastard, you screwed me over. Third update, dear esteemed readers, your continued support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 46, what does the Lin family think they're doing? Trying to start a war with the Chun family. Chen Beiyuan, you're fucking playing me. Lin Xiao saw red in an instant. It was clear they were making a fool out of him. You're just realizing that now? Chen Beiyuan leaned back on the sofa, staring with exaggerated astonishment at the furious monkey before him, and sighed helplessly. How has someone like you with such a brain even managed to survive till now? Put. A voluptuous noblewoman with an alluring demeanor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only realizing it now? Seems like your brain really doesn't work too well. I'm dying of laughter. With that pig brain of yours, you still think you can play with young Master Chen? All that righteous posturing earlier, and it turns out you're just a worthless pretty face. The others around them were infected by the noblewoman's laughter and couldn't help but chuckle along. Their gazes toward Lin Xiao were filled with amusement, as if watching a monkey being made a fool of. The banquet hall instantly brimmed with joyous atmosphere. Chen Beiyuan, you're courting death. Lin Xiao felt his blood boiling to the point where he could barely restrain himself from smashing that detestable face of Chen Beiyuan standing before him. With the Lin family backing him, he naturally wasn't afraid of Chen Beiyuan's petty tricks. Since successfully accomplishing the dragon transformation, he had mastered the Tai Xian dragon transformation scripture, increasing his combat power by dozens of times compared to when he was at Donghua Academy, far surpassing Chen Beiyuan at that time. At this moment, he was confident he could face Chen Beiyuan head-on in battle. As long as he could display strength comparable to Chen Beiyuan in battle, his name would spread throughout Yanjing before the night was over. By then, the Lin family would regard him with significantly greater importance. It would be even better if I could successfully stir up conflict between the Lin and Chen families, those two behemoths, and let them tear at each other's throats like dogs. Lin Xiao, stop! Just as Lin Xiao was about to strike, a somewhat sinister voice abruptly rang out behind him. Lin Jiuxiao, his face full of dark malice, strode down from the second floor with large steps. Behind him, there was also a figure draped in a black cloak, their features indistinguishable. The appearance of the Lin family's third young master immediately stirred another wave of exclamations from the crowd. It was clear that many had already sensed tonight's banquet was likely to take a troublesome turn. Damn it! Seeing that it was Lin Jiuxiao who arrived, Lin Xiao felt somewhat regretful but suppressed his urge to take action. Originally, according to the initial plan, he and Lin Jiuxiao were supposed to negotiate with Chen Beiyuan together. Unfortunately, midway through, Lin Jiuxiao received some news and said he needed to handle it first, so he left for a while. I never thought I'd come back so soon. Lin Jiuxiao arrived in the hall with a grim expression, surveyed the tense situation before him, then directed an icy glare toward Chen Beiyuan lounging on the sofa. Chen Beiyuan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Letting that little bastard Baiuza wreck my place, arresting my men, luring me away, and then you have the gall to openly mess with my Lin family. Lin Jiuxiao was absolutely furious. It was supposed to be a perfectly civil negotiation. Yet, he received news that his own establishments had been smashed by Baiuza. What's even more infuriating is that one of the women he kept outside was captured by Baiuza. In a fit of rage, he naturally prepared to settle scores with Baiuza. However, halfway there, he realized it was likely a diversion tactic and hurried back. Sure enough, he arrived just in time to witness Lin Xiao being provoked and about to take action. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxiao seemed to notice the presence of Leng Ruochen nearby, and his gaze appeared slightly dazzled by this cold and glamorous campus belle, flashing with a hint of greed in his eyes. His small movement seemed covert, yet how could it escape the notice of Chen Beiyuan and Lin Xiao? Even Leng Ruochen herself, being the one involved, had sensed it. According to rumors, Lin Jiuxiao, this scion of a prestigious family, was extremely lustful, especially fond of married women. Fuck your mother, Lin Laosan. How dare you talk to my brother-in-law like that? You must have eaten shit, your words stink like dung. Baiuza's arrogant voice suddenly rang out from outside. He swaggered into the banquet hall with an insolent expression, not giving Lin Jiuxiao the slightest bit of face. The entire banquet hall fell into stunned silence. An ordinary banquet unexpectedly attracted members of the three top aristocratic families, the Chen, Lin, and Bai clans. Some who sensed the looming trouble, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire, had already begun slipping away quietly. Baiuza, how dare you show your face in front of me? We'll settle the score later for wrecking my event and stealing my woman. Lin Jiuxiao glared at Baiuza with eyes full of hatred, wishing he could slice him into 1,000 pieces. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his rage, his gaze fixated on Chen Beiyuan, who remained unmoved on the couch. Chen Beiyuan, is this your attitude in negotiations? I demand an explanation. Who the hell do you think you are, asking me for an explanation? Chen Beiyuan sneered. His gaze at Lin Jiuxiao was filled with contempt, as if looking at a ridiculous clown. In the original story, this third young master of the Lin family was wildly ambitious, determined to seize sole control of the family. Yet he'd been thwarted time and again by his own lack of strength and status. After that, he met Lin Xiao, the child of fortune, and they instantly hit it off as kindred spirits. Lin Xiao first helped him eliminate his eldest brother, allowing him to smoothly become the next heir of the Lin family. Later, when Lin Jiuxiao's father learned about him killing his own eldest brother, he promptly strangled his own father and directly rose to power, becoming the head of the Lin family. After that, he also wholeheartedly supported Lin Xiao in dealing with the Chun family. This is a heartless bastard who would even kill his own elder brother and father just to climb the ranks. Without the slightest hesitation, he then remarked ruthlessly, "Your eldest brother is dead? So the Lin family chose you as successor? You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Demanding explanations from me? Just where do you get such nerve?" These words instantly shattered Lin Jiuxiao's defenses. This truly struck a nerve, because in the Lin family, he was merely the third child. Above him stood an elder sister and an elder brother. The heir of the Lin family is his elder brother, Lin Jiuzhou. In terms of status and position, he was simply not on equal footing with Chen Beiyuan. Only a family's heir could represent the entire clan. All others had no such right. He finally realized Chen Beiyuan had no intention of negotiating with him from the very beginning. It was clear he'd been toying with him all along. Fine. Chen Beiyuan, do you have any idea how grave the consequences will be for mocking the Lin family like this? Lin Jiuxiao laughed in extreme fury. Those who knew him well understood, the third young master of the Lin family had reached the peak of his wrath. The Lin family? You, a mere younger sibling, are qualified to represent the Lin family? Very well, I'll assume your elder brother is truly dead, and you've replaced him as the Lin family heir. I, the young master of the Chen family,
future head of the Chen clan, I can represent the Chen family. Now, tell me, what does the Lin family want? Do you wish to start a war with my Chen family? Chen Beiyuan's expression turned solemn as he slowly rose from the sofa. For the first time, he looked directly at Lin Jiawei before him and delivered his shocking pronouncement. In an instant, complete silence fell over the entire venue. Chapter 47, tonight, uproot all of the Lin family's industries and affiliated forces entirely. The Chen family, the Lin family, the two strongest peaks of the empire's military forces, the two gun barrels, were actually about to clash. This is practically asking to poke a hole in the heavens. At this moment, the entire club fell into deathly silence. In an instant, all eyes converged on Chen Beiyuan and Lin Jiaoxiao. Lin Jiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply, his sinister face instantly flushing lobster red. He glared fiercely at Chen Beiyuan, who was even younger than him, his eyes flashing with venomous hatred. He had actually been driven into a corner by a brat who had just turned 18. Why won't you spare me any dignity? How dare you refuse to spare me any dignity? How can you, at such a young age, already become the heir of the Chen family, and even be hailed as the destined young monarch who will tower above all peers of your generation? Yet he was merely what others called a good-for-nothing playboy, someone even his eldest brother looked down upon. All he wanted was to accomplish something, anything, to earn the Lin family's recognition. Envy, resentment, bitterness, dissatisfaction. A surge of negative emotions began to churn within his heart. But at this moment, could he afford to show weakness? If he backed down now, he'd be slapping the Lin family in the face. Right now, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't dismount. If he backed down now, he'd surely become the laughingstock of all noble heirs. He refused to believe the Chen family could truly be that formidable. Both were top-tier noble families. Could the Chens really keep the Lins suppressed forever? Behind him, the Lin family's black-cloaked guardian's expression shifted slightly as he moved to intervene, but he was a step too late. War it shall be then. Do you think our Lin family fears your Chen family? Tomorrow, the battle begins. Lin Jiaoxiang suppressed the unease and hatred in his heart, glaring straight at the overwhelmingly oppressive Chen Beiyuan as he roared in fury. Yet strangely, his roar carried a hint of bluster and weakness, as if lacking true conviction. Clearly, he was aware that he lacked the authority to represent the Lin family. The reason for claiming the battle would begin tomorrow was merely a petty trick to put on a brave front and buy time. Yet, how could Chen Beiyuan possibly fail to see through such a transparent scheme? The very reason he had personally accepted the invitation to the Imperial Club tonight. Hadn't it been precisely to seize this pretext and make his move? How could it be possible without making some noise? If the leader doesn't occasionally give the second-in-command a knock, the latter might genuinely start getting ideas of their own. How dare a mere third son of the Lin family speak to him, the young master of the Chen family, in this manner? Do they really think the Chen family is an easy target? If we've decided to wage war, why wait until tomorrow? Then let's do it right now. Chen Beiyuan gave Lin Jiaoxiao no chance to reconsider, directly drawing an obsidian token from his waist. The black token bore a prominent Chen character. This was unmistakably the identity token of the Chen family's young master. This token is not only a symbol of status and authority, but it can also mobilize most of the power of the Donghua Chen family for one's own use. Should anything happen to the family head, holding this token allows one to temporarily take control of the entire Chen family, acting in place of the family head. Chen Beiyuan directly activated the black token in his hand. Tonight, all of the Lin family's businesses in Yanjing and all their affiliated family forces are to be eradicated, root and branch. In an instant, his words thundered across the entire Imperial Club like a lightning strike. Through special channels, they directly reached the ears of every Chen family descendant throughout Yanjing City, and simultaneously transmitted to all subordinate forces under their command. Instantly, the entire Yanjing City was shaken to its core. The countless hounds and minions under the Chen family, as if receiving their master's command, launched frenzied attacks on the Lin family's businesses without the slightest hesitation. All of the Lin family's subordinate forces also began suffering relentless assaults like a violent storm. Such large-scale conflict instantly drew the attention of all factions across Yanjing City. Empire Club. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. He's actually serious about this. The Chen and Lin families have truly gone to war. Even now, they could faintly hear the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons outside. Lin Xiao, the protagonist known as the Divine Physician, stared at Chen Beiyuan in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend how terrifying the other's authority truly was. With a single word, he could command countless people to charge into battle. With a mere wave of his hand, he could stir up storms and tempests. Could this really be the power of a top-tier aristocratic heir? Even though he had repeatedly overestimated Chen Beiyuan's fearsomeness, yet in the end, he'd still underestimated his opponent. Lin Jushu wasn't even in the same league as this man before him. So this is the power of authority? Lin Xiao silently observed Chen Beiyuan, his breathing growing slightly ragged as something inexplicable stirred within him like seeds taking rapid root and sprouting unbidden. Lang Ruobing stared blankly at Chen Beiyuan, who stood before her radiating domineering authority and overwhelming power. Her heart pounded wildly, and her legs turned weak beneath her. Power is not just an intoxicating poison that men obsess over. For women, its allure is no less potent. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. Standing to the side, Bayuzo watched his domineering brother-in-law with undisguised admiration. He had merely disrupted Lin Jiaoxiao's little game at most, yet with a single move, his brother-in-law was about to crush the entire Lin family's businesses and affiliated forces in Yanjing. This was practically grinding the entire Lin family's face into the dirt. Now this was the kind of domineering man worthy of being called his brother-in-law. Damn it! Lin Jiaoxiao's face instantly turned deathly pale. The icy demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by visible panic and indignation. He looked at Chen Beiyuan as if he were staring at a madman. His declaration of war was just empty bravado. Are you fucking serious? The situation has escalated to such an extent that no matter how it's ultimately resolved, his fate won't be favorable. Not even having the Lin family patriarch as his father can save him now. Chen Beiyuan, do you have any idea what you've done? The Lin family will never let you get away with this. My elder brother will make you pay. You're doomed. You're done for. My elder brother will definitely. Lin Jiaoxia was clearly panicking now, not only rambling incoherently but also dragging his elder brother into this. You'd better worry about yourself first. Out of respect for the Lin family, I've been more than tolerant with you. How dare you still speak to me like this at this point? Who the hell do you think you are? Chen Beiyuan's face also turned cold as he threw a direct punch. Boom! It was just an ordinary punch without any battle chi attached, yet it instantly created an air explosion. With each swing of the fist, it directly unleashed terrifying gale force winds of magnitude 7 or 8, flipping the entire banquet hall's floor outward. In an instant, everyone in the banquet hall paled drastically, scrambling about in panic. A chilling sense of mortal danger instantly enveloped Lin Jiaoxiao. His cold face instantly drained of all color, his mind going completely blank. His fourth-grade war general cultivation seemed utterly useless in this moment. At this moment, Lin Jiaoxiao seemed to see the shadow of his elder brother Lin Jiaozhou reflected in Chen Beiyuan before him. So overbearing, so powerful, so invincible. Ah Shan, save me. There will be one more update tonight, though it might be a bit late. Your continued support is greatly appreciated, dear readers. Don't forget to leave those 5-star reviews. Chapter 48, The Lin Family. Lin Jiaozhou. Not good. The black-robed guardian standing behind Lin Jiaoxiao abruptly changed expression. With the strength of a 7th-level war emperor erupting instantly, he attempted to intervene. If Lin Jiaoxiao died, he would probably have to follow him to the grave. Swish! Yet at that very moment, a broken blade abruptly appeared, pressing against his neck. His hair stood on end as he froze in place. The one-armed elder Chen had appeared silently behind him at some point, his clouded eyes staring at him in silence. It was clear that if he dared make another move, he'd likely be beheaded on the spot within moments. Both were guardian elders from top aristocratic families, both were 7th-grade war emperors. The disparity between them was immediately apparent. They simply weren't on the same level. No! Lin Jiaoxiao gazed upon this scene, his face instantly contorting with despair. Ah Shan was specifically assigned by the family as his guardian, and also the very trump card that allowed him to act arrogantly without restraint, untouchable by anyone. But now, he had been subdued with such ease. As Chen Beiyuan's fist edge drew closer and closer to his skull, the muscles on Lin Jiaoxiao's face trembled violently, his hair blown wildly backward by the fierce wind. Under the crushing pressure of imminent death, warmth instantly spread between his thighs. He had wet himself on the spot. Seeing Lin Jiaoxiao falling into a desperate situation, Lin Zhao's expression changed subtly. Instinctively, he wanted to intervene, but suddenly remembered something. Wait, if Lin Jiaoxiao dies at Chen Beiyuan's hands, the Lin family will surely turn against the Chen family. In that chaos, I might be able to profit from the turmoil. No, if Lin Jiaoxiao dies, Chen Beiyuan might not necessarily face consequences since he's the Chen family's young master. Meanwhile, as a direct witness, I'd inevitably draw the Lin family's wrath. Not only would I lose the Lin family's protection, my greatest backing, but I'd also face Chen Beiyuan's suppression. That would truly be walking into certain death. Damn it, Chen Beiyuan appears to be targeting Lin Jiaoxiao, but in reality, he's severing my connection to the Lin family. The thought of potentially being hunted down by 2 top-tier aristocratic families sent a chill down Lin Zhao's spine. This assassination plot wasn't just aimed at Lin Jiaoxiao, it was targeting him as well. Chen Beiyuan, what a cunning and profound scheme. But by the time he realized it, his movements were already a split second too slow. That mere split-second delay caused him to miss the perfect opportunity. Just as Lin Jiaoxiao was about to meet his demise, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. With one hand, it seized the petrified Lin Jiaoxiao and shielded him behind its form. He immediately threw a punch in return, aiming straight for Chen Beiyuan. Seeing the newcomer gave him an eerie, chilling sense of danger. Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but feel genuine excitement welling up from within. Perfect timing. Boom! A terrifying impact instantly collided. The entire banquet hall was instantly rippled by the sheer force of the shockwaves. It was as if two monstrous beasts had clashed head-on. The ground split open with massive cracks. Chen Beiyuan stood firmly in place, unyielding and refusing to retreat a single step. The shadowy figure's expression suddenly shifted as a tremor ran through its fist. Unable to withstand the clash, it was forcefully driven back several steps by Chen Beiyuan. Thud! 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 The ground instantly bore several deep footprints. He forcibly dispersed the force through a special method, transferring it into the ground. When that dark figure came to a halt, his true face was instantly revealed to everyone's gaze. That face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Jiaxiao's, yet it was far more stern and composed. In an instant, someone from the Imperial Club recognized the newcomer's identity. Lin Jiuzhou. It's Lin Jiuzhou, the heir of the Eastern Hualin family. This guy is already 32 years old and is said to have broken through to the 6th rank Battle King last year, making him one of the Empire's strongest top-tier freaks. Chen Beiyuan is only a 5th rank battle marshal, not yet having undergone the tempering process of fully merging with his battle spirit, yet in a contest of pure strength, he actually defeated Lin Jiuzhou and forced him back several steps. Just how terrifying must his physical body be? Absolutely terrifying. Could the prophecy of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master be true? That Chen Beiyuan will ascend to become the youthful king towering over all his peers within 10 years? In an instant, the entire banquet hall erupted in astonished exclamations, filled with disbelief. Countless eyes were now intently fixed on the standoff unfolding before them. Bloody hell! Is this guy some kind of savage beast in human skin? When it comes to raw physical strength, he's on par with that crazy Zhu family bastard. How the hell is he only 18? Lin Jiuzhou's face remained stern, but a trace of astonishment flickered deep in his eyes. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that one day, he'd be surpassed in a contest of pure physical prowess by an 18-year-old brat. His gaze gradually turned solemn, no longer carrying the slightest trace of disdain, clearly regarding Chen Beiyuan as an existence of the same caliber. Meanwhile, Chen Beiyuan was also sizing up Lin Jiuzhou, who had suddenly appeared before him. This top-tier monster of the Donghua Empire was no simple figure either. Keep in mind, his physical body, tempered by dragon blood baths and enhanced by the dragon blood Dao fruit, had already reached a level comparable to 6th grade divine weapons. He actually managed to block it head-on and forcefully dissipated the force by redirecting it. His physical body is undoubtedly formidable, at least strong enough to rival a 5th grade divine weapon. And that sudden ghostly speed he displayed far surpasses what any ordinary 6th grade war king could achieve. Moreover, this man possesses one of the legendary supreme battle spirits, the glutton. It is said that once manifested, it can devour all things between heaven and earth. In the original story, this monstrous talent of the Lin family even achieved the fearsome feat of a 6th rank battle king assassinating a 7th rank battle emperor, truly a terrifying existence capable of fighting beyond his level. This person was vicious, ruthless, and exceptionally cunning, like a venomous snake concealed in the shadows. Yet in the end, he met a tragic death at the hands of his own younger brother and Lin Xiao. As the two stood in confrontation, Lin Jiuxiao, who had been frightened out of his wits nearby, finally regained his senses. Especially when he saw his elder brother shielding him, his pale face instantly twisted into a savage and terrifying expression. Clearly, the near-death experience at Chen Beiyuan's hands had left him with significant psychological trauma. Brother, kill him, kill him. That bastard tried to murder me, slaughter him on my behalf. I want him to beg for death but find no release. Snap! Lin Jiuzhou immediately swung his hand back and delivered a fierce slap across his face, instantly swelling it red. Lin Jiuxiao froze in place instantly, staring at his elder brother in utter disbelief. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. After scolding, Lin Jiuzhou turned his gaze towards Chen Beiyuan, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. My apologies, Beiyuan. The Lin family has spoiled Jiuxiao too much over the years, making him excessively arrogant. Let me apologize to you on his behalf. Third update. Chapter 49, What, you want to fight me? Lin Jiuzhou actually apologized. For a moment, everyone present gasped in shock, finding it utterly unbelievable. You should know, this individual is a long-established monster among the Empire's younger generation, whose strength is in no way inferior to some of the older generation's powerhouses. He once manifested the legendary, Tao Tai, martial spirit, tearing apart and devouring a 7th-ranked war emperor alive. Among the numerous monstrous talents of the Empire's younger generation, Lin Jiuzhou ranks within the top 5. In comparison, Chen Beiyuan belongs to the rising stars of the newer generation. After all, Chen Beiyuan was far too young, barely 18 years old at present. Yet with that single punch that forced Lin Jiuzhou back, displaying his invincible might, who would dare underestimate this young master of the Chen family? At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Chen Beiyuan, eager to see how the young master of the Chen family would respond. For the Lin family heir and future head of the Lin family to voluntarily apologize was undoubtedly an extraordinary concession. Anyone else might have taken the opportunity to step down at this moment. Unfortunately, the person Lin Zhozhou was facing now was none other than Chen Beiyuan. Arrogant and domineering? I'd say it's his true nature showing. Just moments ago, he was representing the Lin family and declaring war against my Chen family. So here's the question, while you're still alive, can your brother speak for the entire Lin family? Or has your Lin family always harbored intentions of war against my Chen family? Chen Beiyuan's gaze was profound, his expression indifferent as he spoke calmly. He clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. Today he came to the Imperial Club precisely to trample on the Lin family, so how could he easily let it go? Do you think a single sentence from you can gloss over everything? How dare you have the nerve to say that? Lin Zhozhou's expression darkened as he backhanded another slap, striking Lin Zhozhou hard across the face and instantly sending him sprawling to the ground. He roared angrily. Who gave you the right to represent the Lin family? Are you even worthy? It seems I've neglected disciplining you for too long, allowing you to lose all sense of reverence. How dare you act recklessly under the Lin family's banner? After his furious rebuke, Lin Zhozhou ignored his stunned younger brother lying on the ground and turned his gaze back to Chen Beiyuan. Only this time, the smile had vanished from his face, and his voice carried a noticeable chill. Is this explanation satisfactory to the Chen family? Not enough, Chen Beiyuan said calmly. Now, with the initiative in his hands, unless the Lin family truly wished to start a war with the Chen family, they had to give him a proper account. Let me say it again, how dare a third-rate member of the Lin family defy me, the young master of the Chen family? Do they really think the Chen family is some pushover? Starting a war with my Chen family, do you even have the strength for that? All these years, the Chen family has firmly held the top military position in the empire. When not busy fighting against foreign beasts, we've made it a pastime to keep the Lin family, our eternal runner-up, in check. Just to remind this second best not to harbor any delusions of grandeur. Smack! Lin Zhozhou swung backhand for another slap. Lin Zhozhou on the ground immediately shivered in fright. Except this time, the one being struck wasn't the already toppled Lin Zhozhou lying on the floor. It was Lin Xiao who had been watching the show. Lin Xiao? While peacefully spectating, he suddenly got slapped for no reason? Damn, that's just bullying. You were supposed to stop Zhou Xiao from misbehaving. Was the Lin family's food eaten for nothing? Zhou Xiao spoke out of turn and was wrong. But you didn't even try to stop him. Your mistake is even greater. Over the years, it's precisely because of people like you around him that Zhou Xiao ended up spoiled. Lin Zhozhou ignored Lin Xiao's stunned expression and scolded him harshly. Lin Xiao, slapped without reason, instantly darkened with fury, barely restraining himself from snapping back. Damn it, don't you know what kind of scumbag your little brother is? Damn it, saying he turned evil because of me? I've only known him for a few days. You're worried about hurting your own buddies and can't bear to strike them, so you just go straight for me, huh? Bastard! But the thought of openly opposing Lin Zhozhou, the heir of the Lin family, was virtually equivalent to declaring war on the entire Lin clan. By then, he would completely lose the Lin family as his backing, with no room for turning back. Lin Xiao, the protagonist with miraculous medical skills, could only suppress his indignation and continue using his innate protagonist abilities. Endure in silence. Is this explanation satisfactory to the Chen family? Lin Zhozhou stared coldly and unwaveringly at Chen Beiyuan. Not enough, Chen Beiyuan said calmly. Not enough. Slap. Another slap. Not enough. Smack. Another slap. Not enough. Smack. Another slap. They weren't even blood brothers. Lin Zhozhou truly put his back into those face slaps, without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, Lin Xiao activated his innate skill, forbearance, no less than 5 times. His righteous and imposing face was instantly beaten into a swollen mess. His fists trembled violently. Yet he still refrained from acting out now, as expected of the genius physician protagonist. The sight made Chen Beiyuan's heart ache. He had never been that forceful with Lin Xiao. Lin Zhozhou, on the other hand, was putting every ounce of strength into it, practically leaping to stomp harder, as if afraid it wasn't enough. On the ground, Lin Zhozhou watched as Lin Xiao was beaten mercilessly by his own elder brother. He chose to play dead immediately, not uttering a single sound, afraid that if he made any noise, he'd be next in line for a brutal slap. The Chen family still isn't satisfied? Lin Zhozhou's face had now turned completely cold. His gaze towards Chen Beiyuan became icy as well. As the esteemed young master of the Lin family, he had already given Chen Beiyuan enough face, had humbled himself sufficiently. If Chen Beiyuan still wasn't satisfied, then they'd have no choice but to fight. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has 3 parts of temper. The Lin family isn't made of clay either. Faced with Lin Zhozhou's near-interrogative attitude, Chen Beiyuan didn't back down an inch, meeting him tit for tat. Not enough. What? You want to fight me to the death? Suddenly, the entire Imperial Club was instantly enveloped in an aura of deadly tension. 2 terrifying auras began to surge violently, clashing fiercely against each other. The 2 young prodigies of the Empire seemed ready to come to blows at any moment.
Just then, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly emerged, immediately drawing the gazes of the two opposing figures. When they saw the newcomer, both Chen Beiyuan and Lin Jiuxiu raised their eyebrows slightly and instinctively retracted the terrifying auras they had just unleashed. The woman who appeared was dressed in a snow-white gown adorned with golden embroidery that faintly outlined the vivid image of a phoenix. Her exposed skin was pristine, her features breathtaking. She possessed a pair of flawlessly proportioned long legs and carried an innate air of noble majesty. Her entrance instantly captivated everyone present. Her presence outshone every noble young lady and distinguished matron in attendance. Empire Club, given that it could bear the imperial name as its prefix, one could easily imagine the formidable forces standing behind it. Naturally, it was the imperial royal family itself. And the master behind this top-tier establishment was none other than the Sixth Highness of Donghua Empire, Jiang Yunhua. Chapter 50, the second female lead of fortune, Empire's sixth princess Jiang Yunhua. The Imperial Club, as an establishment with royal backing, has seen most troublemakers meet miserable ends since its founding. Once, a scion from a powerful aristocratic family, relying on his clan's influence that boasted a peak 7th-grade war emperor ancestor, harassed the club's staff only for his entire family to face unprecedented suppression. In the end, the aristocratic family's patriarch had to drag the offending member to apologize with tokens of penitence and pay an enormous price before the matter could be settled. After that, the name and rules of the Imperial Club instantly spread throughout Yanqing City. Countless prominent figures regarded it as an excellent place for socializing. Unfortunately, today the Imperial Club had encountered someone they couldn't handle. The Chen family of Donghua, Chen Beiyuan, Lin Jiuxiu of the Donghua Lin family. The heirs of two top-tier aristocratic families clashed at the Imperial Club, appearing ready to wage all-out war against each other. Neither of these two cared a whit about the Imperial Club's so-called rules. They themselves were the ones who dictated the rules. Jiang Beige, the general manager of the Imperial Club, a collateral descendant of the royal family with the cultivation level of a 7th-tier war emperor, was well aware that in the eyes of others, he was a significant figure. But before these two young masters, he was nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at their whim. He wasn't qualified to intervene, nor did he dare. Stepping forward would be suicide. The only solution was to notify the true owner of the Imperial Club, the sixth prince of Donghua Empire, Jiang Yunhua. Only a royal representative like him would carry enough weight to halt the rivalry between these two top-tier aristocratic heirs. Your Highness, the white-haired Jiang Beige, already over 100 years old, secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the sixth prince Jiang Yunhua arrive before the two could clash. He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward to stand behind him. Young Master Lin, might you grant Yunhua this small favor? The sixth prince Jiang Yunhua's gaze first paused briefly on Chen Beiyuan's face, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his expression, before shifting to Lin Jiuxiu. Since the sixth prince has spoken, Lin would naturally not refuse. The moment Lin Jiuxiu laid eyes on Jiang Yunhua, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes before he promptly took the offered exit. After all, the imperial family's dignity must be preserved. As Emperor Donghua's most beloved daughter, Jiang Yunhua's status was unique to begin with. With the additional support of royal resources, his strength was sufficient to rank among the top of the empire's younger generation. Most of the time, Lin Jiuxiu didn't mind giving the sixth prince of the empire some face. Of course, another reason was that he wasn't ready to provoke Chen Beiyuan and the Chen family behind him so soon, risking open confrontation. After all, the distribution of benefits regarding the alien territories along the border front lines hadn't been settled yet. The Lin family hadn't secured their share of the spoils. Offending the Chen family at this juncture would indeed be unwise. Seeing Lin Jiuxiu make his stance clear, Jiang Yunhua also let out a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze toward Chen Beiyuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Her exquisitely beautiful, jade-like face softened slightly, and even her tone became gentler. Beiyuan, what do you say? One addressed him as young Master Lin, while the other called him Beiyuan. Anyone with eyes could see the difference in intimacy between them. 6 years ago, the imperial family had intended to arrange a marriage alliance between the Eastern Huachen clan and the royal family. The one chosen for the political marriage was the sixth prince, Jiang Yunhua. This sixth prince had nearly become Chen Beiyuan's betrothed years ago. Since it's you asking, I naturally won't refuse. Meeting Jiang Yunhua's gaze, Chen Beiyuan's profound eyes radiated a sinister demonic aura. His exquisitely handsome features, carved with icy precision, curled into a faint smile. Jiang Yunhua's identity as a woman was extremely special. She was also one of the fated female protagonists in Urban Divine Physician's Carefree Chronicles. In the original story, this imperial princess concealed her identity and entered a dangerous secret realm, only to be severely injured by a powerful extraterrestrial attack. She was then discovered and treated by the protagonist Lin Xiao. As a result, the imperial princess developed some favorable feelings toward Lin Xiao and constantly sought to repay him. Soon, during a major crisis, Lin Xiao found himself in peril, captured by Qin Beiyuan, the designated villain of fate, and subjected to brutal torment. At the critical moment, Jiang Yunhua learned of the situation. She personally sought out Chen Beiyuan, offering herself in exchange for Lin Xiao's wretched life. Afterwards, Lin Xiao was deeply moved and declared he didn't mind that he would marry Jiang Yunhua. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know at the time was that Jiang Yunhua, the favored female lead of destiny, had always harbored special feelings for Qin Beiyuan, the designated villain of fate. Whether her offer was truly to save someone or simply to sleep with Chen Beiyuan, only the parties involved would know. After giving herself to him, Jiang Yunhua stated that their debts were settled and they would have no further connections, ignoring Lin Xiao, the child of destiny. Yet, as the child of destiny, Lin Xiao believed she was deliberately provoking him, trying to spur him into striving harder. Because every time he ran into trouble, Jiang Yunhua would rush to the Chen family to find Chen Beiyuan, enduring endless humiliation. However, Lin Xiao didn't know that even when he was fine, Jiang Yunhua would still visit the Chen family. In his past life, when Chen Beiyuan read those detailed plot descriptions in the original novel, he was utterly astonished. Wonderful, simply wonderful. This is truly urban wish fulfillment fiction at its finest. The gratification it delivers is absolutely extraordinary. To some extent, Chen Beiyuan held great admiration for Jiang Yunhua, the imperial princess with her spirit of devotion. Since she spoke up, Chen Beiyuan saw no harm in giving her face. In essence, he had never intended to wipe out the Lin family entirely. After all, as one of the empire's top aristocratic families, the Lin family possessed unfathomable strength and was only slightly weaker than the Chun family. How could it be that easy to kill him? This time, he was merely seizing the opportunity to make an example of them. Consider it a welcoming gift for the Lin family. Facing Qin Beiyuan's meaningful words, Jiang Yunhua, the imperial princess, felt a sudden palpitation in her heart, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Especially when Chen Beiyuan's appreciative gaze rested upon her, an indescribable peculiar sensation welled up within her. However, Chen Beiyuan soon averted his eyes from her, making her secretly heave a sigh of relief. Just as the two locked eyes and conversed, Lin Xiao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, stared obsessively at Jiang Yunhua, his eyes brimming with greedy desire. It wasn't just Jiang Yunhua's stunning beauty that captivated him, but also her formidable strength, influential background, and overwhelming authority. There's no denying that in terms of appearance, Lang Ruobing could compare with this imperial princess, but when it came to temperament, she was instantly crushed to dust. Not to mention the disparities in strength, background, and authority. They were simply polar opposites in every way. As the 6th Imperial Highness who enjoyed Emperor Donghua's utmost favor, if one could marry her, it would probably be enough to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Clearly, the benevolent-hearted protagonist, who embodies the spirit of universal love, was moved. The plot promises to be thrilling. Esteemed readers, please lend your support and give us a wave of 5-star reviews. Chapter 51, Chen Beiyuan, your younger brother is exceptionally talented. I quite admire him. For Lin Xiao, the destiny-favored son who rose from the lowest ranks, he never let slip any opportunity that could lead to success. And the 6th Prince Jiang Yunhua before him was undoubtedly the most promising chance at success he'd encountered thus far. Once he could marry this imperial princess, he would ascend to the heavens in a single step, entering the upper echelons of the empire and joining the imperial faction. This was countless times better than being some damned adopted son of the so-called Lin family head. That Lin family head had at least a dozen adopted sons, he was just one among many. If only a loved one of Her Highness the 6th Princess suddenly fell gravely ill, then I'd have my chance to get close to her. Even if no one suddenly falls ill, it can be artificially induced. Lin Xiao thought to himself. It had to be said that Chen Beiyuan's previous act of framing him for poisoning in front of Lang Ruoyan had given him tremendous inspiration. So this was how medical skills could be played. First poison someone, then make a timely entrance to showcase remarkable medical skills, leaving the victim overwhelmed with gratitude. This was supposed to be a method that Lin Xiao independently realized in the original story. Yet by some twist of fate, it slipped from Chen Beiyuan's lips and reached Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, through other channels, awakening his understanding ahead of time. Sometimes, fate can be so unpredictable. At this very moment, perhaps noticing Lin Xiao's blatant attention, Jiang Yunhua glanced toward him and immediately saw a pig-headed fellow staring at her with infatuation and greed, making her stomach churn in disgust. But drawing upon her royal upbringing, she maintained a faint smile on her face. She smiled at me. Could it be that the 6th Highness has taken a liking to me? Lin Xiao's heart leaped with joy when he saw Jiang Yunhua give him a faint smile in return, completely disregarding the intense pain on his face, his entire body suddenly brimming with energy. He flashed what he assumed to be a dashing smile and nodded back like a refined gentleman, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Her Highness the 6th Princess. However, his self-proclaimed charming gentlemanly grin, framed by a face swollen to the size of a pig's head from repeated slap injuries, looked downright terrifying, something straight out of a horror movie. While claiming it could scare children to death might be an exaggeration, frightening a few into fainting was certainly within reach. However, this overly confident son of fortune clearly didn't notice that Jiang Yunhua's smile had already stiffened slightly, with unconcealed disgust flashing deep in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this pig-headed freak was from the Lin family, she would have had him thrown out long ago. Lang Ruosi, who had been left aside all along, even deliberately ignored, naturally also saw Lin Xiao's lewd and disgusting smile and felt waves of nausea and revulsion. Yet compared to Lin Xiao, she was far more concerned about Chen Beiyuan's special attitude toward Jiang Yunhua. That exclusive treatment showcasing the demeanor of a noble scion, cultured, amiable, and graceful, was once something only she could enjoy. Yet now, Chen Beiyuan was displaying this very attitude toward another woman. Meanwhile, she had already lost this privileged status. This unquestionably kindled an inner jealousy and resentment in Lang Ruobing toward Jiang Yunhua, causing her to instinctively clench her fists. To some extent, a woman's jealousy and possessiveness can be extremely intense. Yet the moment she contemplated the terrifying gap between them, Lang Ruoyue was overwhelmed by intense inferiority and confusion. Even though they were both ranked among Yanjing's 4 great beauties, one was the imperial princess of the empire's royal family, while the other was merely the daughter of a fallen noble house. The disparity between them could be described as poles apart. Previously, there had been rumors circulating that the only reason she could squeeze into the ranks of Yanjing's 4 great beauties was because of Chen Beiyuan, not due to her extraordinary beauty. She had never believed it. Now, it seems this might actually be true. Because among Yanjing's 4 great beauties, the family backgrounds of the remaining 2 were in no way inferior to Jiang Yunhua's. Back then, she had still confidently believed she could, through her hard work, measure up to the other 3. But now it seems my so-called pride was just a joke. Could it be, everything they said was true? Chen Beiyuan merely regarded me as a plaything. I was just someone else's replacement. The heirs of top-tier families will only seek matches from other major powers of equal standing. For a moment, Lang Ruobing fell into profound self-doubt, her body trembling uncontrollably as she bowed her head even lower, hiding her expression from view. It must be said, only a superior female rival could deliver such a dimensional demotion to this icy campus belle's mental state. Ding, due to the host's special attitude towards the fate-favored heroine Jiang Yunhua, it has strongly stimulated another fate-favored heroine Lang Ruobing, causing her to fall into self-abandonment and despair. This has triggered a trend of dark transformation within her, resulting in uncontrollable effects on her heroine's fate energy. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, Enlightenment Pill, 48 hours. Chen Beiyuan was startled, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Lang Ruobing bowing her head not far away, seemingly somewhat surprised. Damn! All my previous provocations failed to trigger any rewards. But just saying one sentence to Jiang Yunhua made Lang Ruobing instantly drop rewards. Are women's jealous hearts always this intense? Could it be that this woman has actually fallen in love with him? The original host had simped for her for 6 years, yet she remained utterly indifferent. Yet after he transmigrated over, he turned hostile, instantly tormenting and humiliating her in every way possible, and instead, she ended up uncontrollably falling for him? Could this be some twisted kink awakening or what? Though inwardly surprised, Chen Beiyuan didn't show it on his face, nor did he pay too much attention to Lang Ruobing. Since everything's clarified, Your Sixth Highness, Beiyuan, I'll take my younger brother home first. Seeing Chen Beiyuan relent and the situation de-escalate, Lin Zhozhou also decided to first take the playing dead Lin Zhozhou away from the scene to prevent further complications. Tonight, the Lin family had suffered quite a loss of face and taken no small blow to their reputation. However, this was still relatively good. At least he had arrived in time, preventing fatalities, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Wait! Just as Lin Zhozhou was about to leave with Lin Zhouxiao, Lin Xiao, and the others, Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke up, shattering the momentary tranquility. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned toward him. The atmosphere, which had just eased, instantly froze solid again. Even Jiang Yunhua's expression changed slightly at this moment, fearing that Chen Beiyuan might suddenly go back on his word and turn hostile on the spot. If that happened, she would be caught in the middle, facing an extremely tricky situation. However, Chen Beiyuan's next words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze then drifted toward Lin Zhouxiao, who was feigning death with damp pants and a foul stench emanating from him. Then he turned to look at the vigilant Lin Jinzhou, speaking meaningfully. To be honest, even if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have killed him, just given him a small lesson at most. Your younger brother is quite talented. I genuinely admire him. After rushing against time, the third update is finally ready. Fellow overlords, please support with a wave of 5-star reviews. Your humble author bows in gratitude. Chapter 52, The Scripture of Sitting in Oblivion. Lin Zhouxiao is a prodigy? What kind of genius could this bastard possibly be? Lin Zhozhou's expression turned slightly cold, assuming Chen Beiyuan was mocking him. With a disdainful snort, he refrained from further hostilities and immediately led his group away. Even the others present exchanged glances with odd expressions, clearly thinking Chen Beiyuan was being sarcastic.
Prince 6th John Yunhua also wore a bitter smile. Bro-in-law. Fucking legend. Bai Yuza also gave his brother-in-law a big thumbs up. Only my brother-in-law would dare to mock Lin Jojo, that venomous snake, so bluntly and decisively. If it were me, I wouldn't dare. Facing Lin Jinxiao, that little venomous snake, wouldn't scare me. But confronting Lin Jojo? I genuinely wouldn't have the confidence. Back then, even his own elder sister had warned him not to provoke Lin Jojo lightly. This man was no ordinary person. Believe it or not, truth-tellers never find believers. Seeing that no one believed him, Chen Beiyuan shook his head resignedly. Only he knew that his words were sincere truths, not the so-called sarcasm. In his eyes, Lin Jiuxiao, this pampered young master, was indeed a man of great talent. These days, true talents bold enough to kill their brothers and fathers are rare indeed. The last person who dared to do such a thing was called Lier, though even Lier didn't actually finish off his own father. Lin Jiuxiao took things to an even more extreme level in this regard. Not only did he kill his elder brother, but he also made advances on his sister-in-law during the funeral, forcibly taking her for himself, truly a deranged act. Later, overwhelmed by excitement, he accidentally let slip about murdering his own brother, and his sister-in-law found out, so he decided to go all the way and killed her as well. Unfortunately, he never dreamed that his own father, the Lin family patriarch, was standing right outside the door and had heard everything. Facing his enraged father, Lin Jiuxiao decided to go all out. Teaming up with Lin Xiao, the son of destiny, they drugged his own father, knocked him to the ground, then strangled him to death without hesitation. Now that's what you call talent. Fighting civil wars and betraying his own people, he's absolutely a natural at it. He wouldn't hesitate to kill his own father. Such a person's value when alive is immeasurably greater than when dead. To dismantle the Lin family's colossal empire, we'd have no choice but to rely on talents like him. Since ancient times, the strongest fortresses have always crumbled from within. Just now, Chen Beiyuan keenly detected the deeply hidden venomous resentment in the eyes of Lin Jiuxiao and Lin Xiao, both with their faces swollen red. Clearly, these two have already developed hatred towards Lin Jojo. Given the chance, these two would undoubtedly kill Lin Jojo. Poor Lin Jojo likely never dreamed that today he would save himself two ungrateful snakes. This imperial prodigy, also possessing the potential of an emperor, was likely doomed to be betrayed by his own people. Without Lin Xiao as the crouching dragon, Lin Jiuxiao the young phoenix would have found it hard to accomplish great things. Only by combining these two could they achieve their maximum potential. At least my efforts to bring these two geniuses, the crouching dragon and young phoenix, together weren't in vain. Deep within Chen Beiyuan's eyes, a demonic light surged as a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. When Lin Xiao was expelled from the Donghua Academy, Lin Jiuxiao had already learned about it when he sent someone to approach him, yet he chose not to intervene. The goal was to have these two masterminds each half-witted in their own way, cross paths and collude in their villainy. In his eyes, both were talents, both were exceptional talents. Both were men of great utility at critical moments. Ding! Congratulations host for altering the original fate trajectory, causing the son of destiny Lin Xiao and the important supporting character Lin Jiuxiao to develop hidden hostility and resentment toward the Lin family's young master Lin Jojo, accelerating the likelihood of the important supporting character Lin Jojo's downfall as well as the beginning of internal strife within the Donghua Lin family, significantly impacting the subsequent storyline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special reward, Scripture of Sit and Forget, Grade 8. Scripture of Sit and Forget, Grade 8. The Scripture of Transcendence and Oblivion, the foundation of eternal life. Unifying mind and spirit, aligning Tao with intent, it enables communion between heaven and man during meditative oblivion, merging one with the cosmos. The Scripture of Sit and Forget? It's actually a mental cultivation technique. Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly sensed a grand, profound cultivation technique imprint manifesting in his mind, accompanied immediately by an excruciating sensation of swelling pain. Yet this agonizing swelling sensation came and went with equal swiftness. In but a breath's time, Chen Beiyuan found himself utterly captivated by the Tao of Serene Oblivion Sutra, now engraved in his consciousness. Without conscious volition, he entered a state of meditative oblivion, his entire being seeming to merge seamlessly with heaven and earth. His spiritual power had quietly grown perceptibly stronger without his notice. Bang! Chen Beiyuan forcibly withdrew himself from the state of sitting oblivion through sheer willpower. What a domineering, sitting oblivion sutra! It can actually plunder the power of heaven and earth to nourish one's spirit and make it its own, and it has various other miraculous effects as well. Such a profound and unfathomable mental technique is perfect for compensating for my shortcomings. It seems the speed of breaking through the 6th rank War King can be significantly accelerated. Chen Beiyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Though the innate cultivation technique he practiced, prison-suppressing devil scripture, was powerful, it was incomplete and lacked mental cultivation methods. This was undoubtedly a major flaw and weakness for him. When his cultivation was weaker before, he could still overlook it, but he had now reached the peak of war commander level. To break through to the 6th rank war king, one must achieve a high-density fusion between their war soul and physical body. This requires powerful spiritual energy as an essential supplement. Some people find it easier to break through to the 6th-tier war king realm precisely because of their weak battle spirits. Yet, his innate battle spirit is Abyss. The thought of having Abyss merge completely with his physical body makes Chen Beiyuan's scalp tingle just imagining it. If the difficulty for others to break through to 6th-tier war king is 100, then his difficulty is at least 10,000. The more powerful the battle spirit, the more difficult it is to break through to the 6th rank battle king. However, once the breakthrough is achieved, combat power will skyrocket tremendously. The emergence of the meditative Tao scripture undoubtedly accelerated his pace in breaking through to 6th rank battle king. Beiyuan, during this period, you should remain cautious. Lin Zhozhou is someone who nurses grudges. Having suffered a loss this time, he will certainly not let the matter rest. I heard he's been staying in one of the Lin family's mysterious secret realms these past few years, cultivating an immensely powerful divine ability. His true combat strength is unfathomable. What he just revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. He's not as simple as you imagine. The 6th Highness Jiang Yunhua gazed at Chen Beiyuan before him and spoke with noticeable concern. Normally speaking, divine abilities are powers that only 7th-grade war emperors can master. However, some exceptionally talented geniuses were able to master it prematurely at the 6th rank war king level through their terrifying innate abilities. And Lin Zhozhou was undoubtedly one of those rare geniuses. Besides, Madman Zhu, Wei Wuxuan, Wang Daoxian, those Empire's freaks have been returning one after another recently, clearly coming for you. They all want to see how strong you truly are, to the young king destined to tower above all his peers, as proclaimed by the master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yet somehow, this 6th prince seemed to deliberately overlook Chen Beiyuan's fiancée, that celebrated genius of the empire from the Bai clan of Donghua. Chapter 53, I am destined to tower above all others. When in the presence of a man they adore, women instinctively disregard certain unnecessary matters. For instance, trivial matters like the man she fancied having a fiancé. Moreover, the distress shown by Jiang Yunhua, the imperial princess, was not without reason. The divination forecast made 6 years prior by the master of the mystic pavilion for Chen Beiyuan, while bringing immense prestige, also placed Chen Beiyuan squarely in the line of fire. Within 10 years, he would surpass all the strongest among the younger generation. How could those young prodigies of the empire possibly accept this? Who would willingly tolerate someone looming above their heads? Had it been some obscure charlatan, they might have let it slide. No one would have believed such so-called prophecies anyway. But the master of celestial secrets who divined Chen Beiyuan's fate was a top-tier powerhouse with the cultivation of an 8th-rank war emperor. Moreover, he was none other than the divine seer of heavenly secrets who had lived for centuries, having repeatedly calculated the fate of the Eastern Hua Empire and guided it through multiple existential crises. Even the imperial family and the great aristocratic clans of the empire had to show due respect in the presence of this divine seer of heavenly secrets. Yet, 6 years ago, after performing a divination for Chen Beiyuan, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion announced his retirement from fortune-telling and vanished without a trace. Thus, Chen Beiyuan became the last person to receive a divination before the master's retirement. Chen Beiyuan undoubtedly became the center of attention for countless people. Yunhua, it seems you've misunderstood something. Chen Beiyuan suddenly extended his right hand, directly gripping Jiang Yunhua's cheeks. Such an intimate gesture immediately caused a flash of astonishment and confusion to cross the stunning face of this imperial princess. Her cheeks flushed a faint pink, her body trembling slightly. At this moment, she seemed less like an unattainable celestial being, with a touch of the adorable clumsiness of a maiden in the bloom of youth. Chen Beiyuan's dark, demon-like eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yunhua, who showed no intention of resisting, and he remarked with meaningful nuance, "From the very beginning, it wasn't me who should be afraid, but those so-called imperial prodigies rushing back to Yanjing. Their haste to return suggests that, deep down, they too have tacitly acknowledged the veracity of the Celestial Divination Pavilion Master's prophecy. I am destined to stand above all others." Jiang Yunhua's pupils trembled, seemingly shaken by Chen Beiyuan's domineering declaration before him. Fear was never meant for him, but rather for those so-called imperial prodigies. This man was even more arrogant, domineering, and powerful than she had imagined. The radiance emanating from him at this moment outshone even the morning sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. It was hard to imagine he was only 18 years old. For a moment, Jiang Yunhua's gaze became utterly mesmerized. The manager of the neighboring imperial club, Jiang Beige, wisely lowered his head as if he had seen nothing. He waved his hand, signaling the club members to begin clearing out the venue and drive away the idle onlookers. The 7th-rank war sovereign from the imperial collateral lineage clearly understood one thing. The sight before them was such that even Jiang Yunhua's father, the emperor of the Eastern Glory Empire, would not have objected had he witnessed it. In fact,
they were even delighted to see it happen. Chen Beiyuan was merely engaged to the Bai family, it hadn't reached the final step yet, and the engagement could still be called off. As long as Chen Beiyuan is willing, the imperial family will always keep its doors open to him and the Chen family behind him. As the saying goes, no one can resist the temptation of marrying into the Donghua Chen family. Even the imperial family is no exception. Yet, Zhang Yunhua, with her infatuated expression, failed to notice the strange glint that flickered in Chen Beiyuan's abyss-like demonic eyes. The corner of his gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally drift toward cold ruobbing not far away. The anticipated system notification still hadn't appeared. No response? Or is it broken? Yes. Chen Beiyuan's current action was deliberate. He wanted to test whether he could score an unexpected gain from Leng Ruoyue, the luck-driven female protagonist. The outcome, however, was failure. Clearly, the system's reward mechanism might be more complex than he had anticipated. Of course, there was an element of intentionality behind his actions. Not a single word of what was said held any falsehood. In the original work, the prophecy by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master was indeed true. Without any system assistance, the original host relied solely on his terrifying natural talent, rising above failure after failure to surpass all the Empire's prodigies through sheer force of will. In fact, he even surpassed the Son of Fortune Lin Xiao to become the first 9-star war god in the original storyline. This time, with the system's support, if he couldn't even surpass his former self, he might as well just slit his own throat and be done with it. However, the only thing that puzzled Chen Beiyuan was the enigmatic master of the Divination Pavilion, who had calculated destiny for him. Even in the original story, this figure was barely described, often just mentioned in passing. This person could be considered the most mysterious top-tier powerhouse in the original work. Xiaobai, let's go. Chen Beiyuan released his hand, paying no attention to Sixth Highness Zhang Yunhua who stood rooted to the spot, her face dazed and lost in thought for a long while, like a scoundrel who stirred emotions and swiftly fled. Of course, just before leaving, he didn't forget to call his brother-in-law along. However, as he passed by Leng Ruobbing, Chen Beiyuan could clearly sense the slight tremble in her body and the suppressed emotions within her. He paused abruptly and spoke suddenly. I'm in a good mood today. The matter between you and the Leng clan ends here. It's all over. Cold Ruobbing shuddered as if unable to believe what she was hearing. When she lifted her head, all she saw was Chen Beiyuan's retreating figure walking further and further away. The thing she had been dreaming of for days was resolved so simply after all. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt no joy at this moment, only an overwhelming urge to weep. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Brothers before hoes, what happened today? I definitely won't tell my sister. Bayuza hurriedly caught up, pounding his chest with a show of brotherly loyalty. Suit yourself. Chen Beiyuan merely shot him a glance, gave a non-committal nod, then stepped into the luxury car waiting before them. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by as you wish? You're clearly doubting the bond between us brothers. Standing outside the Imperial Club, Bayuza shouted angrily at the departing car. As the vehicle grew increasingly distant, Bayuza quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a discreet number. Older sister, disasters brewing. Brother-in-law's fooling around again, and this time with royal flowers, he even got handsy. Thankfully your little brother was there to keep him in check, so he didn't dare go too far. At least their clothes stayed on, or I fear your position as primary wife might be in jeopardy. Got it. Don't worry, siblings at heart, I'm definitely on your side. I'll keep an eye on brother-in-law's every move and report back to you, old master. Alright, as long as you don't beat me up when you come back, I swear to be your faithful soldier, attacking wherever you point me. Chapter 54, The Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix Who Got Hung Up and Beaten. The Far North. A pristine white beast resembling a snow fox, with 7 fluffy tails and emanating terrifying energy, was rapidly moving, a 7th-tier ferocious creature. This 7th-tier beast moved with astonishing speed, its every motion directly stirring violent blizzards across the polar wasteland, natural disasters of horrifying scale. In an instant, countless mutated beasts and foreign hunters, unable to flee or even scream, were ruthlessly swallowed by the sudden blizzard. At that moment, perched atop the monstrous beast that had birthed this calamity, Bai Ruowei hung up her call. Her bewitching eyes chilled noticeably as she gazed toward the direction of Donghua Empire and murmured to herself, "It seems I must hurry back." She had merely taken a trip to the distant northern wastes to subdue a formidable grade 7 savage beast, only to nearly have her home stolen in her absence. Luckily, I had told that little Bai Zi to keep an eye on things before leaving, otherwise the consequences wouldn't have been bearable. That hypocrite Lin Zhouzhou actually got bested by Chen Beiyuan. Delightful, absolutely bloody delightful. That's more like it. Now there's some resemblance to the young monarch prophesied in the Sky Mechanism Pavilion's divination. Not long after leaving the secret realm and appearing on the frontier battlefield, the madman Zhu, clutching the intelligence report delivered by his family, couldn't help but burst into unrestrained laughter. The aftermath of the direct confrontation between Chen Beiyuan and Lin Zhouzhou at the Imperial Club is still rippling outward, spreading at an astonishing speed. A head-on clash between the young masters of two top-tier aristocratic families. The life and death struggle between subordinate factions of these two prominent clans in Yanjing has drawn the attention of countless observers. What's particularly noteworthy this time, it's the Lin family that came out worse in the exchange. The Lin family was the military world's second pillar of the empire, its second spear of power, a genuine colossal thigh of the empire, unyielding and formidable. Unfortunately for the Lin family, they had bumped into the even mightier, even tougher Qin family, the House of Lin of Donghua. Lin Zhozhou returned with Lin Zhouxiao, Lin Xiao, and the others, his face frozen in icy displeasure. His icy gaze first fell upon Lin Zhouxiao's guardian, Ashan. In recognition of your years of loyal service to the Lin family, go to the punishment hall and receive your clan discipline. Yes, young Master Zhozhou. Guardian Ashan trembled inwardly, his face turning pale, clearly well aware of the severity of the punishment hall's methods. That place could strip the toughest man down several layers just by entering. Yet facing Lin Zhozhou before him, even as a 7th-rank war emperor, he dared not resist in the slightest and obediently walked toward the punishment chamber. This incident had escalated too severely. As Lin Zhouxiao's guardian, he had failed in his fundamental duty. Not only had Lin Zhouxiao nearly perished on the spot, but he'd also nearly brought calamity upon the entire Lin family. Were it not for his years of loyalty to the Lin family, he would have surely met a gruesome end. His wife, children, and entire lineage would have been erased without a trace of their demise. Lin Zhao's pupils contracted sharply as he once more felt the overwhelming authority wielded by the heir of a top-tier aristocratic family. A single 7th-rank war emperor could single-handedly uphold the stature of a first-rate noble house, their status revered beyond measure. Yet in Lin Zhozhou's mouth, it was as if he were chiding and commanding a lowly servant. Is this the power of influence? Compared to the shock in Lin Zhao's heart, Lin Zhouxiao, however, stared at Ashan's departing figure with a mix of fury and indignation, his swollen face twisted with grievance as he glared at his elder brother. Big brother, what gives you the right to lay hands on my men for no reason? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Tonight, I was humiliated by Qin Beiyuan like never before. Our entire Lin family was bullied by some damn brat, yet you didn't even dare utter a word. You've got pent-up anger, so you come back and take it out on my people? What's the achievement in bullying your own? If you've got the guts, go pick on outsiders, go pick on Qin Beiyuan. You're just a coward who bullies his own. Why don't you dare throw down with Qin Beiyuan? Back when they were outside, Lin Zhouxiao had clearly been terrified into submission, knowing only how to play dead. But now that he was home, emboldened by having both parents present, his courage came flooding back, making him suddenly act tough again. He stood with his head held recklessly high, projecting an image of indomitable dignity. Yet, before his defiance could last even 3 seconds, Lin Zhozhou's 3 sharp, resounding slaps shattered his arrogance in an instant. You damn dare talk to me about bullying the weak? Who's the real bully here? Can't you tell what's what? If I hadn't shown up tonight, you'd be dead already. Do you really think Qin Beiyuan wouldn't dare kill you? Lin Zhozhou was clearly infuriated by his foolish younger brother before him. Even the dignified demeanor befitting a young master of an aristocratic family was cast aside. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused tonight? Why would you provoke Qin Beiyuan for no reason, and declaring war between the Lin and Qin families on behalf of our lineage? Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the authority? I'm not dead yet. The Lin family hasn't changed its heir. If you weren't my own blood brother, I would have strangled you back at the Imperial Club. Tonight, at least a dozen subsidiary forces under the Lin family were wiped out by the Chun family, with scores of families suffering heavy losses and vast resources being plundered. You've completely humiliated the Lin family. If I hadn't arrived in time to bow my head to Qin Beiyuan, turning major issues into minor ones and minor ones into nothing, the Lin family's losses would have been even greater. How could you still dare to stand before me? Lin Zhozhou grew angrier as he spoke, grabbing Lin Zhouxiao and delivering several more vicious slaps. Slap, slap, slap. Perhaps feeling it still wasn't enough to vent his anger, Lin Zhozhou threw his beaten stupid younger brother to the ground and roared. Guards, tie this man up immediately, I shall personally administer the family punishment. Hearing the mention of family punishment, Lin Zhouxiao, beaten to a pulp with his mind in complete disarray, suddenly jolted awake and desperately clung to his elder brother's leg. Big brother, I'm your own flesh and blood. Before his pitiful wails could stir any brotherly compassion in his elder brother, several servants brandishing ropes stepped forward. They pinned him to the ground like a hog for slaughter and tied him up without ceremony. Even Lin Xiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, was pinned to the ground and tied up along with the others. Lin Xiao? What the hell? Getting punished just for watching the show? Lin Xiao instinctively wanted to resist, but seeing the several terrifying 7th-grade war emperors emerging around him, he chose to endure it. Soon, Lin Xiao and Lin Zhouxiao, this pair of sleeping dragon and fledgling phoenix, found themselves stripped naked and hung up together, their cultivation sealed away. Lin Zhozhou now held a black whip with serrated blades in his hand, its edge glinting coldly. Bound midair and stripped naked like a piglet, Lin Jiushao nearly pissed himself in terror at the sight of his elder brother wielding that black whip, promptly letting out a wretched howl. Dad! Dad! Come save me, quick! Quit shouting. With the mess you've stirred up, Father's gone to the third war zone to seek Lord Chen's help. Don't you realize yet just how much trouble you're in? Slap! 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 The black whip lashed across the two of them, immediately eliciting wails of agony. Sealed off from their cultivation base, the duo couldn't use battle energy and had no choice but to endure the blows with their bare flesh. Lin Xiao was on the verge of cursing his ancestors right now. Ever since joining the Lin family, he hadn't enjoyed any benefits yet, just a whole lot of damned beatings. If he doesn't join the Lin family, he'll get beaten up by Chen Beiyuan. If he joins the Lin family members will beat him up. Either way, he's getting beat. Then joining the Lin family would have been for nothing. What made Lin Xiao curse even more was that Lin Zhozhou clearly favored his own clansman. When disciplining his own younger brother, he obviously held back his strength. He beat him as if he were beating his mortal enemy, truly going all out to kill. Damn your mother! Chapter 55, The Cold and Alluring Young Madam and Bu. The Long Family Ancestral Residence. Once glorious and prosperous, the Long family had been subjected to days of slow, excruciating dismemberment, leaving all their assets carved up and stripped bare. Only a remote ancestral home remained. Even the other members of the Lang clan could no longer endure the relentless tragedies and scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Yet despite this, those covetous eyes still refused to relent. After all, the Long family's ancestral estate, though isolated, covered a considerable area and was still a valuable prize. Even second-rate families would be tempted by it. However, when Lang Ruobing stumbled out of the Imperial Club in a daze and returned to the Lang family residence, he discovered that all the shadowy figures who had been lurking near the family compound had vanished without a trace. Clearly, Chen Beiyuan's words had taken effect. Everything before now, let's leave it at that. The Lang family's final haven to settle and survive has been secured. Even if those covetous parties remain unwilling, they must eventually accept this reality. The Chen family of Donghua is not a force they can afford to provoke. Just tonight, the Lin family, another top-tier aristocratic household, was forcefully put in their place by the Chen family. No one dares to disregard the might of the empire's top gunmen. Those who want a taste of bullets can keep going. It'll be quite a spectacle when blood starts flying. Dad, I'm home. Lang Ruobing walked numbly into the Long family residence, making his way to the innermost room. In the room, a middle-aged man lay on the bed at this moment, wearing an oxygen mask with numerous 4 tubes inserted into his body delivering nutrients, surrounded by an array of medical equipment. This person was none other than the head of the Lang family, Lang Aofeng. Yet, his current condition was far from favorable. The patriarch of the Long family had previously been ambushed by a mysterious beast, resulting in severe injuries. Not only was his cultivation utterly destroyed, but he also fell into a deep coma. Fortunately, kind-hearted people found him early and rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Originally, this should have been a good thing, at least it meant his life could be saved. Unfortunately, just as Lang Aofeng was halfway through the emergency treatment, the Lang family arrived and forcibly dragged him out of the emergency room by sheer force. Then, they even used the near-death Lang Aofeng to force Lang Ruobing to return from Donghua Academy, saying they'd send him back for emergency treatment only after his return. This move was the absolute pinnacle of shamelessness. By the time Lang Aofeng was wheeled back into the emergency room, he was already completely ruined. The consciousness of the Lang family head had completely collapsed, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. To put it bluntly, you'd instantly become a vegetable. He would never wake up in this lifetime. Lang Ruobing walked to the bedside and gazed at the father lying there. She tried her utmost to force a smile onto her face, but it looked even more pitiful than tears. Dad, the Long family is safe. Those people won't come to harass us anymore. Once I bring Mom back, our family can be together again. Lang Ruobing's mother, that lady of the Lang family who had suddenly fallen ill with a strange disease and sunk into a deep coma, mysteriously vanished while the Lang family was being besieged by various factions. At this moment, after securing the Lang family's last remaining shelter, Ruobing Lang's first thought was to find her missing mother. Then the whole family could finally be at peace together. However, she had vastly underestimated the complexity of the situation. Once those who had long coveted the Lang ancestral residence withdrew, the fleeing Lang family members received the news immediately and were racing back at top speed. As a member of the Lang family, this ancestral home naturally had a share belonging to them. How could it possibly be given to Lang Ruobing and her deadbeat father to use? At the same time, Chen Beiyuan had also returned to the Chen family. However, he didn't head straight back to his room to check on that ominous dragon egg in the blood pool. Instead, he immediately went to an adjoining side chamber first. In the side room, a female servant of the Chen family was currently bustling about. Upon seeing Chen Beiyuan enter, she quickly rose to greet him. Young Master Beiyuan, leave us for now. Chen Beiyuan waved his hand, signaling for her to depart.
After the maid left, Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke to the empty air. Elder Chen, guard the door for me and don't let anyone in. Understood. The always shadow-lurking Elder Chen responded with a grunt and abruptly materialized outside. Sprawling imposingly on the steps with a rust-blooded broken blade in his grip, he stood sentinel like a war god at the entrance. With preparations complete, Chen Beiyuan strode alone into the sole bedroom within the side chamber. There upon the bed lay a voluptuously alluring, coldly beautiful young matron, ripe as honeyed fruit at its sweetest. The coldly beautiful young woman bore some resemblance to Lang Ruobing, only more mature and alluring. If Lang Ruobing were like a snow lotus bud just waiting to bloom, then the stunning beauty before them was a thousand-charmed rose with thorns. Had Lang Ruobing been present, she would have been astonished to discover that the coldly glamorous woman was none other than her long-lost mother, and Bu. Chen Beiyuan walked slowly to the bedside, gazing at the stunning yet cold-faced young woman lying there in a state of unconsciousness, when suddenly he spoke. The matter of the Lang family ends here. The cold beauty in Bu still showed no reaction whatsoever, maintaining her feigned appearance of being unconscious. However, Chen Beiyuan abruptly grabbed her wrist, paying no heed to its silken texture, and directly took her pulse. Your disguise is excellent, even capable of controlling your pulse enough to fool ordinary people. Yet it's still too obvious before me. Whether you're truly unconscious or not, I'll know the moment I touch you. But unconscious and Bu shuddered upon hearing Chen Beiyuan's words, suddenly opening her eyes as a terrifying pressure erupted from her body, bearing down upon Chen Beiyuan. 7th grade battle emperor. No one would have guessed that Madame Lang was actually a 7th rank war emperor. A 7th rank war emperor is practically the standard requirement for top-tier families. Even in the Eastern Glory Empire, such strength qualifies as elite combat power. If the Lang family had a 7th rank war emperor, they would have long since risen to become a first-rate aristocratic family. Instead, they've been stuck at the bottom of the second-rate ranks all this time. The sudden emergence of an unfamiliar 7th rank war emperor's aura instantly triggered a chain reaction within the Chen family. In an instant, no fewer than a dozen terrifying figures materialized outside the room, immediately surrounding it. Simultaneously, a continuous stream of figures swiftly sealed off all possible escape routes. Beneath the Chen family estate, the secret tunnels abruptly echoed with the muffled clanking of armor as a fully armed army silently emerged. In an instant, the seemingly quiet Chen family residence transformed into a fortress of war, with a murderous aura permeating the air like a terrifying volcano on the verge of eruption. However, when the dozen or so figures exuding terrifying energy surrounding the room saw Elder Chen guarding the doorway like a god of slaughter, they were stunned, then seemed to comprehend something. Suddenly, the terrifying killing intent that had filled the air dissipated in a flash. The figures guarding all exits and passages of the Chen family vanished without a trace. The armored troops that had quietly appeared suddenly dispersed, with faint sounds of armor being removed echoing through the hidden passageway. The dozen or so ominous figures surrounding the building bowed deeply to Elder Chen standing guard outside the door before vanishing without a trace. Peace once again settled over the entire Chen residence. It was as if none of it had ever happened. Chapter 56, The Miaozheng Saintess, Inheritor of the Imperial Gu. Inside the house, and Bu's icy, beautiful face suddenly paled. Her cold and wary eyes were instantly overwhelmed by fear as her delicate frame shuddered violently. The terrifying aura radiating from her vanished without a trace. Just moments ago, she could clearly feel an overwhelming wave of murderous intent crashing down upon her, nearly drowning her completely. Even with her cultivation at the 7th rank battle emperor level, she was nothing more than an ant before that overwhelming might. The cold arrogance on her face instantly dissipated, revealing instead a touch of helpless fragility. She had intended to use her cultivation aura to suppress the man who dared to disrespect her, yet to her surprise, he remained utterly unmoved from start to finish, unaffected in the slightest. Instead, it was she who nearly crossed the threshold of death's door because of this reckless act. Chen Beiyuan smiled, unsurprised by her reaction. He released the smooth wrist he had been gripping and gently caressed her pallid cheek, whispering in a soft voice, Madame Lang, you're acting too rashly. After all, I am your benefactor. If not for me, you wouldn't have broken the soul-devouring curse so quickly or regained your memories in cultivation. It's not right to repay kindness with enmity. A 7th grade battle emperor's cultivation might be formidable, but to the Chen family, it's nothing extraordinary, hardly enough to cause any trouble. Here, even an 8th rank war emperor would have to pay a price. Is this the Donghua Chen family? Are you Chen Beiyuan? And Bu's pupils trembled, her icy beauty now etched with shock. Memories sealed by the soul-devouring curse began to unravel completely, merging together. As the memories fused, her coldly elegant face gradually twisted into madness, as if recalling the past's torments. At this moment, even Lang Ruo present on the scene would struggle to reconcile this and Bu before him with the mother from before. Soon, and Bu's expression gradually calmed down, as if the previous ferocity had never appeared. Only her rapid breathing and heaving chest betrayed the turmoil within her. Her coldly beautiful face stared fixedly at the man before her. You know my true identity? Of course, the former holy maiden of Miaozhong, heir to the Emperor Gu.
Chen Beiyuan paid no heed to Nbuyu's icy gaze, speaking with meaningful profundity. In the original story, every female lead blessed by heavenly fortune possessed her own formidable background and unique opportunities.
Lang Ruobing was no exception.
On the surface, Lang Ruobing, the primary female lead favored by destiny, appeared merely as the legitimate daughter of a second-rate minor family. Whether in terms of strength or background, she was utterly outclassed by the other chosen female leads, virtually ranking at the very bottom. But how could this be possible? Chen Beiyuan understood clearly that Lang Ruobing's luck might be the strongest among all the fate-favored female protagonists, and the secret to her cheat-like abilities was her mother, Nbu. What even Lang Ruobing likely didn't know was that her taciturn, cold-natured mother was no ordinary person. Her mother, Nbu, hailed from extraordinary origins. She was once the sacred maiden of the Miaozhong clan and the heir to the Emperor Gu. The Miaozhong clan was a top-tier power skilled in refining and controlling Gu insects. Any force worthy of being called top-tier naturally boasted the presence of an 8th-level war emperor. At its peak, the Miaozhong clan was immensely powerful, its strength nearly rivaling that of the top aristocratic families of the empire. The female Gu emperor, who had ruled the entire Miaozhong region for centuries, possessed an exceptionally powerful, imperial Gu. Even the Eastern Hua Empire had to show her a certain degree of respect. However, human lifespan is finite, and even an 8th-rank Gu emperor was no exception. In this urban fantasy world, though the cultivation system was formidable, it had one major flaw: it could not grant eternal life. Even an 8th-rank war emperor would have a maximum lifespan of only 500 years. According to some cultivation novels, this world's cultivation system possesses the power to protect one's path, but lacks the effect of eternal life. Normally, when that 8th-grade Gu emperor's lifespan was nearing its end with no successor, the Miaozhong Gu clan would inevitably fall from the ranks of top-tier powers. However, though that mysterious female Gu emperor perished, her, Emperor Gu, still survived. Before her death, the female Gu emperor used her own imperial body as nourishment, allowing her, Emperor Gu, to devour it and aiding its growth. As compensation, the female Gu emperor's descendants would gain the ability to command the Emperor Gu upon reaching the 7th-rank battle sovereign. Originally possessing combat prowess rivaling an 8th-rank ferocious beast, that Emperor Gu became even more monstrously powerful after devouring the female Gu emperor's imperial body. It was precisely this Emperor Gu's existence that prevented the Miaozhong Gu tribe from falling from their position as a top-tier power, allowing them to maintain their status despite slight decline. Nbu was both a direct descendant of that female Gu emperor and the former sacred maiden of Miaozhong, the chosen heir to inherit the Emperor Gu. Normally, she would have taken over the Miaozhong Gu clan, a top-tier faction, and become one of the world's most formidable powerhouses. Unfortunately, on the eve of her Imperial Gu succession ceremony, the holy maiden of Miaozhong was betrayed by her own people. She was severely injured, and though she barely escaped, she was cursed with a soul-devouring hex, losing all her memories and cultivation, reduced to an ordinary person. After Nbu's mysterious disappearance, another woman with the bloodline of a Gu emperor succeeded her as the holy maiden and inherited the Imperial Gu. And the following events unfolded quite predictably. Having lost her cultivation and memories, the now ordinary Nbu encountered Lang Alfing, the patriarch of the Lung family, and became Madame Lang. In the original novel, with Lin Zhao's treatment, Nbu successfully broke the soul-devouring curse, regaining her 7th-rank battle emperor cultivation and all her memories. This former sacred maiden of Miaozhong was truly ruthless. Upon recovering her memories and power, she decisively left the Lang family and returned to Miaozhong seeking vengeance, determined to reclaim everything that was hers. After enduring a storm of blood and violence, she actually succeeded. Not only did she successfully kill her enemies from back then, but she also regained the support of the Miaozhong Gu clan. However, she had paid a heavy price for it at the time and was already near death. And so, Nbu made a decision. Was to make her daughter Lang Ruoxia become the next Miaozhong Saintess, the successor of the Emperor Gu. Look, what do you call a protagonist blessed by fate? This is what you call a protagonist blessed by fate. She lazes around doing nothing while her mother fights desperately up front, nearly losing her life. In the end, all the benefits went to her. How outrageous is that? While other heroines with great fortunes were cultivating desperately, hoping to advance to the 8th-grade battle emperor, Lang Ruobing merely sacrificed her own mother and obtained an Emperor Gu, far more terrifying than an 8th-grade ferocious beast. Chapter 57, Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you? What a pity. In the original story, Lang Ruobing, the female lead blessed by destiny, had obtained the Imperial Gu, while her cultivation was still too low. As a result, she couldn't control this terrifying existence at all during the early to mid stages. On the contrary, only when she faced a life-or-death crisis would that Emperor Gu deign to intervene. A perfectly good active skill ended up being wielded by this fortunate female protagonist like a passive one. Until the later stages, when the original body's clashes with the Son of Fate, Lin Xiao, reached a fever pitch, Lang Ruobing finally managed to elevate her cultivation to the 7th rank War Emperor level, thereby gaining the ability to actively command the Emperor Gu. However, by that time, the original body had already attained the rank of Great Emperor and was thoroughly pummeling Lin Xiao, the so-called Son of Fate. TSK, if it were any of those other exceptionally gifted heroines of fortune, they could have taken off immediately after obtaining the Emperor Gu. No matter what, this Emperor Gu is even more ferocious than an 8th grade savage beast. Even Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but covet it. After all, this represented a terrifying combat power comparable to an 8th rank War Emperor, perhaps even slightly surpassing it. Being familiar with the original plot, he naturally wouldn't stand by and let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Therefore, he had someone capture the key figure in BU in advance and began setting his plans in motion. For him, the possessor of the wordless medical classic, dispelling the so-called soul-devouring curse was an effortless task that required no intervention from the original story's protagonist, the divine Dr. Lin Xiao. He who does not plan for the whole will never govern a part. Not only that supreme Emperor Gu, but even the Miao Jiangu clan, this peak faction, shall fall under my command, to be wielded at my will. The Chen family of Donghua dominates the north, while the Miao Jiangu clan holds the south, with both north and south under my control. Lang Ruobing's temperament is still far too childish, far too unpredictable. She is utterly incapable of shouldering the responsibility of controlling the Miao Jiangu clan, this paramount faction. By contrast, that woman in BU, whether in cunning or method, she is peerless. More importantly, she has a weakness, one that I can exploit. From the moment he arrived in this world, Chen Beiyuan had already begun laying his plans. Throughout this time, he had subjected Lang Ruobing, the heroine blessed with heavenly fortune, to numerous trials. Unfortunately, Lang Ruobing had disappointed him greatly. Not only was her character immature, but she would frequently collapse into despair and confusion at the slightest provocation. Perhaps her personality might undergo transformation in later stages, but Chen Beiyuan didn't have time to play with her anymore. If she can't be lifted up, then she might as well become a pawn to contain in BU. To be honest, personally speaking, Chen Beiyuan appreciated in BU's cold beauty more. In some ways, this woman was an enhanced version of Lang Ruobing, except she didn't have the protagonist's luck. In the end, all his efforts merely paved the way for his daughter's advantage. This time, Chen Beiyuan intended to support in BU in taking control of the entire Miao Jiangu tribe, seizing the opportunity of obtaining the Emperor Gu, a destiny that should have belonged to Lang Ruobing. Screw the original plot, screw the fate written in the damn stars. There's no such thing as preordained bullshit. In the original story, the reason in BU died was precisely because she was repeatedly assassinated during her revenge journey, which foreshadowed her downfall. Yet even so, right before her death, she still managed to annihilate every single one of her enemies and reclaim the Emperor Gu. This time, with his backing behind her, and BU's fate of death would not unfold as it did in the original story, and he would soon acquire a terrifying combat power comparable to an 8th stage War Emperor. As for whether in BU would obediently comply? Ha ha ha. Chen Beiyuan was not worried in the slightest. There's no denying it, this arrogant woman was truly extraordinary. But as long as one is human, they must have a weakness. At this moment, NBU, whose true identity had just been exposed, fell into instant silence. Since Chen Beiyuan was able to expose her true identity, he must have already uncovered quite a bit about her. This man is no ordinary individual. When she regained her memories and cultivation abilities, she discovered that a peculiar toxin had been administered within her body, forcibly suppressing her cultivation strength and power. The imposing aura she projected moments ago was merely a bluff. At her core, she was now like a white tiger with its limbs bound and claws sealed. All she could do was roar a few times to scare people. Unfortunately, she failed to frighten anyone and instead revealed her weakened state, leaving her completely at his mercy. Especially when Chen Beiyuan's palm stroked and patted her face, it made her feel as though her dignity was being humiliated. Chen Beiyuan gazed darkly at the silent NBU before him, as if admiring a rare and priceless treasure, whispering gently, "Madam Lang, I not only know your true identity, but also everything about your past. I can help you. Don't you want revenge? Betrayed by the person closest to you, nearly losing your life, surely you must harbor some resentment. Due to the soul-devouring curse, you've been living in a dazed stupor for nearly 20 years. Everything that rightfully belonged to you is now in the hands of your enemy. The radiance and glory that should have been yours have all been stolen by her. The Miao Jiangu clan selects a new saintess every 20 years. With just half a year remaining, this is your best opportunity. I can help you reclaim everything you've lost. The inheritance tradition of the Miao Jiangu tribe is extremely unique. A new holy maiden is chosen every 20 years, and the previous holy maiden would soon pass away after the transition ceremony. The top-tier combat power of the Emperor Gu isn't so easily wielded. This thing can essentially be described as sustaining itself by devouring life. Unless you can break through to become an 8th rank war emperor, the inheritor will only live for about 20 years. And Bu trembled slightly, suddenly feeling as though Chen Beiyuan before her had become unfathomably mysterious. Those demonically tainted eyes seemed to see right through her entire being. An unusual sense of humiliation began surging in her heart. However, at this moment, she too seemed visibly moved by Chen Beiyuan's words. After all, those words had practically spoken to the depths of her heart. "What do you want?" And Bu asked hoarsely. She understood perfectly well, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every scheme harbors grand ambitions. She had already mentally prepared herself, as long as Chen Beiyuan's conditions weren't excessive, she could accept them. Yet, the words Chen Beiyuan spoke next instantly twisted her delicate, coldly alluring face into an ugly expression, to the point where even the fury in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. Chen Beiyuan, at this moment, gently caressed her face while tenderly uttering the coldest words. "Madam Lang, I need a dog, one that obeys and bites. Would you be my dog?" "You!" And Bu's face flushed red with rage, her eyes blazing with fury that threatened to incinerate the man before her. But Chen Beiyuan turned a blind eye and continued speaking gently. "Of course, you could refuse. But as for what might happen to your paralyzed, vegetative husband or your lovely daughter, who can say? Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you?" Chapter 58, and Bu, Master. Keeping cold Ruobing alive all this time was precisely for moments like these. Otherwise, Chen Beiyuan could have chopped her head off the moment he transmigrated here. Daring to conspire with fate's chosen Lin Xiao to scheme against him? Did they really think he couldn't wield his blade anymore? The reason he had suggested ending things at the Imperial Club and leaving the Lang father-daughter pair a sliver of hope was simply because they still held some value to him. Chen Beiyuan's face still wore a gentle smile, but his eyes were icy and indifferent, devoid of any warmth, as frigid as millennial-old ice. At this moment, Chen Beiyuan finally shed his previous disguise, revealing another side of himself to outsiders for the first time. Though he didn't speak another word, his expression had already made his stance clear, and Bu's flushed face abruptly paled, the fury in her eyes vanishing in an instant. That detached, indifferent gaze made her feel as if she were standing at the edge of an abyss, being slowly consumed by its depths. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined she would witness such a look from an 18-year-old youth. It was a chilling, heaven-defying indifference toward all living things, unyielding as the celestial laws themselves. Heaven is both compassionate and merciless. At this moment, she understood clearly that the man before her was not joking. If she refused, within moments the heads of her daughter and husband would likely be placed before her. "I understand." And Bu's coldly enchanting and bewitching face flickered with a moment's hesitation and struggle, yet ultimately dissolved into silence as she gradually lowered her proud head. Clearly, she had already made her own decision. This was precisely what Chen Beiyuan admired most about her. Only children concern themselves with right and wrong. Adults only talk about naked interests. In this situation, if it were any other woman, there would probably be a dramatic act of preferring death to dishonor and stubborn resistance. But for Bu, lowering her head and submitting seemed to be the most optimal choice at the moment. As long as I can exact my revenge and protect the one I love most, then it's all worth it even if I have to become someone else's dog. Madam, I'm growing more and more fond of you. Chen Beiyuan's icy indifference abruptly dissipated upon witnessing the other's submissive state, replaced instead by a glimmer of warmth as he suddenly spoke. "But, madam, a dog doesn't behave this way before its master." And Bu trembled, then closed her eyes. Struggling with her weakened body, she slowly crawled to the ground, knelt down, and clung to Chen Beiyuan's thigh like an obedient dog, relishing the stroke of her master's palm. "Master!" A coldly enchanting, bewitching voice rang out, carrying an unusual allure. Seeing Bu immerse herself in the role so quickly, Chen Beiyuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is precisely the greatest difference between a maiden and a married woman. If it were Lang Ruoyin instead, she'd probably fight to the death before managing to reach such a level like her mother. In the end, it's simply due to never having truly suffered the harsh realities of society. I wonder what Lang Ruobing would think if she saw her own birth mother kneeling before Chen Beiyuan. Chen Beiyuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Normally, any healthy man would feel some stirring seeing such an enchantingly beautiful woman kneeling before him. Yet Chen Beiyuan remained unmoved by the tempting sight before him, maintaining his composure. Sometimes, power is more alluring than beauty. When your power reaches the heavens, even the most unattainable talented women will kneel before you. Though Miaojiang is located in the south with mostly barren mountains and harsh waters, its vast territory rivals that of the current Chen family's domain in Donghua. Moreover, it conceals vast untapped resources. Once we gain control over the Miaojianggu clan and gradually expand our influence, we can dominate the entire Miaojiang region. TSK. At this rate, the Eastern Shen clan's territory might surpass even the imperial family. Tell me about the Miaojianggu clan. Given that you once became their saintess, you must have had your own faction.
In the original story, NBU couldn't possibly have reclaimed her position as saintess through sheer power alone. That would be far too unbelievable. There must have been supporters within the Gu clan backing her. These events were all treated as insignificant background details in the original novel, but for Chen Beiyuan at this moment, they were extremely important. Master, but that bitch has controlled the Miaojian Gu clan for nearly 20 years. She must have established her own forces during this time. The power I once commanded has surely been suppressed and scattered by her, making it difficult to borrow strength from them. However, Master, the purest bloodline of the Gu Emperor flows within me. That damned bitch is merely from a collateral bloodline. The Gu clan places utmost importance on bloodline heritage. As long as I return, even the most conservative elders, including their most rigid great elder, will switch their allegiance to support me. And the Emperor Gu was bound by a blood oath established by my ancestor back then. Unless her descendants betray the Gu clan, she can never harm those of her own bloodline. This means that bitch can't use this ultimate trump card against me. And Bu lowered her head and calmly recounted her schemes. But whenever that bitch who took everything from her was mentioned, her voice would always turn icy and chilling. It was clear she harbored hatred down to her very bones. The Lin family. The wise strategists who had been hung up and whipped for 2.5 hours were finally taken down and escorted to their rooms. The Lin family summoned skilled physicians to attend to the two men whose flesh had been torn open, beginning the process of applying medicine. Brother Lin, this time, it's all thanks to you. Lin Zhouxiao, half dead from the beating, gazed at Lin Xiao before him, his flesh torn open, wrapped like a mummy, lying utterly still, with deep emotion etched across his face. Fortunately, Lin Xiao, the chosen one of destiny, shouldered the greatest pressure from his elder brother for him, otherwise, he would have been utterly finished. In the past 2.5 hours, he endured it for less than half an hour before fainting. The remaining 2 hours were left for Lin Xiao to endure in his stead. A true brother is in the heart. From now on, you and I are brothers who share weal and woe. What's mine is yours. You're now a 5th grade war commander too. I've got a few millennium grade spiritual herbs here that I don't need anymore, they're all yours. My second sister gave me a treasure map some time ago, that thing's beyond my comprehension. It's yours too. For heaven's sake, don't die on me. With you around, I'll feel much safer next time I get into trouble. Lin Zhouxiao clutched the mummy before him with an expression of exaggerated grief, terrified Lin Xiao might actually kick the bucket. After this thorough beating from his elder brother, his bond with Lin Xiao had soared to new heights. In critical moments, having a brother who can take a beating is truly a blessing. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, currently wrapped up like a mummy, nearly choked hearing that bastard Lin Zhouxiao's wailing theatrics. However, upon hearing Lin Zhouxiao mention those precious spiritual herbs and treasures, the chosen one couldn't help but feel a surge of delight in his heart. Obtaining these things would likely come at a considerable cost for him. Yet Lin Zhouxiao casually handed it over to him. This beating wasn't for nothing after all. With these treasures, his cultivation speed is about to skyrocket. For a moment, Lin Zhao's resentment towards that unreliable idiot Lin Zhouxiao lessened somewhat, replaced instead by a touch of gratitude. Just as the bond between the two was growing warmer. Not far outside the door, Lin Zhouxiao stood with hands clasped behind his back, silently watching without uttering a word. At least he's not a complete fool, he knows how to win people over. My efforts haven't been entirely wasted. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 59, My Lady, please take a seat. Those who can be established as heirs of top aristocratic families may have some minor character flaws or small issues. However, when it comes to matters of major principles, they must maintain a sense of the bigger picture that far surpasses ordinary people. Otherwise, what right would one have to lead the entire family forward? As the young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhouxiao appeared to never have taken Lin Xiao, the protagonist and divine physician, seriously at all. Yet in his heart, he actually valued Lin Xiao immensely. How much did he value him, you ask? To what extent? Lin Xiao received the family discipline punishment alongside Lin Zhouxiao. This meant Lin Zhouxiao truly regarded Lin Xiao as one of their own. He saw him as a younger brother. For a low-born youngster to reach the 5th rank war commander level at just 21 years old, his talent and potential were among the Empire's very finest. Even if not as monstrous as Chen Beiyuan, he was still comparable to many of the Empire's prodigies. How could he not know about these things? Previously, his repeated humiliation and suppression acted more like playing the villain, waiting for his third brother Lin Zhouxiao to play the heroic role, all to win Lin Xiao, the genius from humble origins, over to their side. Yet, Lin Zhouxiao had been utterly useless back then, pretending to be dead most of the time. However, this time, that foolish third brother finally showed some sense and learned how to win people's hearts. At least it gave him some slight consolation. Originally, given Lin Zhouxiao's temperament, he had intended to recruit Lin Xiao for his own use. But in the end, after careful consideration, he left this person to his notoriously unreliable younger brother. I hope that after subduing Lin Xiao, that fool Zhou Xiao will start using his brain more when handling matters. That way, he'll cause less trouble for me, his elder brother. Luckily second sister isn't here, or you'd be getting another beating.
Lin Zhozhou sighed, withdrew his gaze, and with a turn of his figure, chose to leave directly. He still had plenty of matters to attend to and naturally couldn't afford to waste any more time here. However, what Lin Zhozhou didn't know was that shortly after he turned to leave, he's gone, no need to continue. Inside the room, Lin Xiao, wrapped up like a mummy, suddenly reached out and nudged Lin Zhozhou, who had been muttering to himself. The next moment, the entire room fell into dead silence. The pair of master strategists immediately found themselves staring at each other in wide-eyed confrontation. Lin Zhozhou's face changed as swiftly as an actor's mask, his grief vanished without a trace, replaced instantly by a hint of ruthlessness and madness. Damn it, good thing you warned me just now, otherwise, I'd probably be in for another beating. Initially, fresh from the whipping and thrown back into his room, Lin Zhozhou's first impulse had been to curse his elder brother behind his back. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. Someone was secretly watching. He quickly shot Lin Zhozhou a warning glance. Lin Zhozhou was the first to react, quickly changing his tone. Thus, what should have been an exchange filled with angry curses instantly turned into a performance of social etiquette. Little did Lin Zhozhou expect that he would end up being manipulated by this pair of sleeping dragon and young phoenix. And Lin Zhozhou's supposed playing the tough role ended up being an act performed for the blind. After enduring so many beatings, these two had long since grown bitterly resentful of him. Damn it, do you really think I can't see through your schemes? You want to train me like a dog and make me your Lin family's lapdog? Dream on. I will pay back every single humiliation I suffered before. Sooner or later, I'll freaking kill you. Wrapped up like a mummy, Lin Zhao's face was filled with resentment as he silently cursed in his heart. Clearly, this miracle doctor protagonist had also discerned Lin Zhozhou's true intentions, and this undoubtedly touched his deepest taboo. He only wanted to be the master of his own fate. The thought of serving as someone's dog had never crossed his mind. Lin Zhozhou had already climbed to the second spot on his kill list. Compared to Lin Zhao's fury and murderous intent after seeing through Lin Zhozhou's true intentions, Lin Zhozhou, the third son of the Lin family, appeared much more straightforward in contrast. Already harboring extreme resentment toward his eldest brother, certain desires within him grew even more intense. Just because you're the Lin family heir, you can beat me like a dog? I'm your own brother, even dad never hit me like this. I won't accept this, I refuse. Why do you get to be the Lin family's young master, basking in endless glory and worship, while I'm just some worthless playboy, some privileged brat? When it comes down to it, our eldest brother is just too weak, always submitting, always yielding. The Lin family will surely rot under his leadership. Why wasn't I chosen as the Lin family's heir back then? Had they chosen me, the Lin family wouldn't be in this state. If only I were the young master of the Lin family, tonight's events would never have happened. How dare Chen Beiyuan lay a finger on me? The resentment and jealousy burning within Lin Zhozhou's heart ignited into nameless flames of desire. In the depths of his heart, his dissatisfaction with his elder brother had reached its peak. Suddenly, his mind conjured up images of his sister-in-law's alluring figure, her voluptuous curves and that breathtaking smile capable of toppling cities. For a moment, he felt strangely exhilarated, as if he'd stumbled upon a way to get back at his elder brother. But the moment he recalled his eldest brother's ruthless methods, a chilling fear gripped him. He immediately buried that thought deep within himself, terrified that the slightest hint might slip out and get him beaten to death by Big Brother. Yet the desire stirred by his sister-in-law was not so easily suppressed. This wife-loving playboy instantly felt as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. Since I can't have this coveted married woman for now, perhaps I can find a substitute first. For some reason, Lin Zhozhou suddenly recalled that coldly glamorous figure from the Imperial Club and froze in place as if possessed. That woman, wasn't her name Ling Ruobing? One of the four great beauties of Yanjing? And she was supposedly played by Chen Beiyuan? Doesn't that mean she's a married woman? Lin Zhozhou's eyes lit up. Wasn't that his favorite kind? After all, that woman had already been discarded by Chen Beiyuan after he tired of her. Surely playing around with her a bit wouldn't matter, right? Besides, if Chen Beiyuan could play with her, why couldn't he, Lin Zhozhou? When Chen Beiyuan messed with him, he'd mess with the women Chen Beiyuan had played with, treating it as indirect revenge. For a moment, he seemed bewitched, his mind incessantly conjuring up Ling Runing's delicate figure. Gulp! Lin Zhozhou swallowed hard. He'd never played with such high-class goods before. She was one of the four great beauties of Yanjing. The other three were beyond his reach, but Ling Ruobing, she might be worth a try. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Xiao standing nearby as he muttered in a low voice. Brother Lin, I believe you have Ling Ruobing's contact information, don't you? Once I recover from my injuries in a few days, help me arrange a meeting with her. Don't worry, you'll definitely be well rewarded afterwards. Lin Xiao looked utterly bewildered, as if he couldn't follow the other's train of thought. Until Lin Zhozhou revealed his intentions. Lin Zhao's face instantly turned green, feeling as if a green light was spreading above his head. Ling Ruobing was, after all, the woman he loved most deeply in his heart. He himself had never dared to lay a hand on her.
That bastard Lin Jiuxiu is actually considering it? His first instinct was to refuse, but the other party was simply offering too much, so much that even he was tempted. Previously, Ruobing had failed to fetch a good price from Chen Beiyuan. Instead, she'd practically given herself away for free. This time, I could probably fetch a decent price from Lin Jiuxiu. Alright, I agree. Lin Xiao forced out a faint smile. Lin Jiuxiu was also overjoyed and couldn't help but throw an arm around Lin Zhao's shoulders, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, rest assured true brotherhood lies in the heart. Damn it, if you really considered me a brother, how could you dare make a move on my goddess?" Lin Xiao was absolutely furious. Silently, he added Lin Jiuxiu to the third spot on his must-kill list. Inside the Qin residence, bedroom, Chen Beiyuan was unaware that Lin Xiao and Lin Jiuxiu, that pair of master strategists, were planning to stir up trouble again. Having listened to Nbuyu's account, he finally gained a general understanding of the Miaojianggu tribe, a top-tier power, and began forming ideas about some upcoming matters. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Nbuyu, this coldly beautiful married woman, had been kneeling on the ground for quite some time. As the young master of a top-tier aristocratic family, his upbringing was impeccable even when the other party was now voluntarily acting as his dog. Yet as the master, he still maintained a certain degree of respect towards them. Keeping someone kneeling indefinitely was clearly inappropriate. A more dignified approach would be better. "Madam, please have a seat." Chapter 60, Shockwave in Yanjing. Chen Beiyuan did not believe in human hearts, for hearts were ever-changing. He was no deity, incapable of omniscience and omnipotence. Though Lang Ruobing and her father could serve as vulnerabilities to control the ruthless yet alluring Nbu, yet Chen Beiyuan naturally wouldn't forget to set up a few special measures uniquely his own. Perfect timing. The wordless medical canon contains several poisons that are immensely significant even to a 7th-rank war emperor, capable of acting directly on the deepest levels of bloodline power. With just one activation, it could strike a fatal blow instantly. Unless Nbu could successfully break through to the 8th-grade battle emperor and forge an emperor's body. Otherwise, the bloodline poison formed by the accumulation of various toxins in his body would never be detoxified in this lifetime. With this additional safeguard, Chen Beiyuan finally felt somewhat at ease towards Nbu. At this moment, Nbu, having just broken free from the soul-devouring curse, had only recently regained her cultivation and memories. She still needed a period of recuperation before she could return to her peak condition. Stay with the Chen family for the time being and focus on regaining your former strength as quickly as possible. I'll ensure all the resources you need are provided. When the time is ripe, you shall return to Miaojiang first, and begin seeking opportunities to incite upheaval. Reclaim all that once belonged to you. With my support behind you, you are destined to become the new king of the Miaojianggu tribe. Very well, master. Seated peacefully, Nbu replied with obedient compliance. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. Throughout these 2 days, Chen Beiyuan remained in his chamber contemplating the path of sitting oblivion scripture, merging his being with heaven and earth, allowing his spiritual energy to rapidly elevate. It must be said that Chen Beiyuan, the fated antagonist, possesses innate talents and comprehension abilities unrivaled in this world. The profound mysteries of the Tao of seated oblivion scripture and 8th-grade cultivation technique are no less than those of his primary cultivation method, the Sutra of Suppressing Hells. An ordinary cultivator might spend decades, even centuries, and still fail to grasp its true essence. After all, cultivation is fundamentally about innate talent and comprehension. Either you grasp it instinctively, or you never will. But once Chen Beiyuan obtained the forgetful Tao scripture, he immediately grasped its mysteries and began embodying heaven and earth himself, directly comprehending the scripture's true essence. Such natural talent and comprehension could only be described as terrifying. In just 2 short days, he had completely mastered this fearsome Tao scripture. His spiritual power surged more than 2-fold. The way of sitting in oblivion scripture is truly profound. Not only does it strengthen the spirit and nurture the soul, but it also allows me to merge with the very essence of this world, accelerating my cultivation speed. As long as I enter the Zen forgetfulness state, my cultivation speed has increased by at least 150% compared to before. At my current cultivation speed, I can consider breaking through to the 6th-grade War King realm in at most 3 months. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his eyes, their dark depths as profound as black holes, containing the power to annihilate all things. Boom! Outside the closed-door cultivation chamber, terrifying spiritual power began to emanate, stirring the winds and clouds. A massive spiritual energy vortex abruptly formed, frantically absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy. Such enormous commotion instantly alarmed the entire Qin clan. Figures radiating terrifying auras instantly appeared one after another, gathering uniformly outside Chen Beiyuan's room. What terrifying mental energy! I doubt even those 6th-rank war kings who specialize in psychic cultivation possess such formidable spiritual power. Were it not for my certainty that the person inside is the Northern Abyss young master, I might have mistakenly believed it to be a peak 6th-rank war king.
The Northern Abyss young master has already reached the peak of 5th rank cultivation. It seems he'll soon break through to 6th rank War King. To advance through multiple major realms within a single year, the Northern Abyss young master truly possesses extraordinary talent worthy of a 9th rank war god. The gathering consisted almost entirely of the elder clan members of the Donghua Chen family, most being 7th rank war emperors, the very foundation of the Chen family's strength.
Among them were even several ancient-looking elders whose cultivation depths were unfathomably terrifying.
At their forefront stood an old man leaning on a dragon-head cane, his face withered in gaze roomy.
This person was none other than Grand Elder Chen Longshao of the Chen family.
This Grand Elder had already lived for nearly 300 years. His seniority was so great that even Chen Shanha, an 8th grade war emperor currently stationed at the distant border front lines, belonged to a younger generation compared to him. Zhiqing truly has raised an outstanding son. With such a prodigy in our midst, the Chen clan shall prosper for at least 1,000 years. The great elder leaned on his dragon-headed cane, unable to resist praising. Suddenly, his murky eyes turned toward a room beside him.
At this moment, Beyu in the adjacent side chamber was startled by Chen Beiyuan's sudden movement.
Before she could react, a group of terrifyingly powerful old monsters abruptly appeared around her. Even the weakest one was significantly stronger than her at her peak.
Surrounded by so many terrifying old monsters, even Beyu, despite his formidable mental fortitude, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Is this the true depth of the Donghua Chen family?
No, this must only be a fraction.
The family's main stronghold lies in the north, these are just the guardians left behind.
Even at its peak, the Miaojianggu tribe probably never reached the terrifying heights of Donghua's Chen family. At that very moment, Beyu suddenly sensed a celestial-level pressure bearing down upon her, as if heaven and earth themselves were collapsing upon her. However, this oppressive force that descended like divine wrath came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Beyu's face turned slightly pale, nearly unsteady on her feet, her eyes filled with utter disbelief.
That's Emperor's aura? No, it seems somewhat weaker.
As a former holy maiden of Miaojiang, Beyu had encountered the Emperor Gu before and had naturally experienced the pressure of emperor-level power. The surge of oppressive aura just now gave her the terror of facing an emperor-level existence, yet it somehow seemed incomplete. Regardless, it was not a presence she could directly confront. At this moment, the Grand Elder leaning on his dragon-head cane withdrew his gaze, showing little regard for Beyu's existence.
Who hasn't been young and reckless before? After all, Chen Beiyuan was only 18.
As long as it didn't hinder his cultivation path, indulging in a bit of wild behavior didn't really matter.
Those are trivial matters. Why is there a trace of Emperor Gu aura on that woman? Could she be from the Miaojiang Gu clan? A direct descendant of the female Gu emperor?
The Grand Elder truly lived up to his title, his vision was razor-sharp. With merely a glance, he had roughly discerned Beyu's true identity. However, figuring it out was one thing, he had no intention of pressing for answers.
Meddling in everything would only make people resent him.
The future belongs to the young, let them forge their own path through the chaos. As an elder from the old era, his role was simply to clear away obstacles for them when the time came.
The Chen family's enormous commotion didn't just alarm their own people.
It even startled all the various factions throughout Yanjing. In an instant, numerous terrifying wills began turning their attention toward the Chen family's direction.
Chapter 61, Dragon Egg Hatches. The Blood-Sin Dragon Emperor Reborn. White Residence.
Dressed in white robes with graying temples, the refined and mild-mannered white family patriarch Bai Yinyun suddenly rose to his feet, staring in astonishment toward the direction of the Chen household with an expression of disbelief. In just a few days, he's already made another breakthrough. Such terrifying spiritual power, he'll likely soon break through to the 6th rank War King realm and stand among the Empire's top prodigies at the same level. And he's only 18 years old. With his talent, he's destined to become yet another 8th grade war emperor. The Chen family will likely ascend to even greater heights. At this thought, even Bai Yunwen felt a trace of concern. Although Chen Beiyuan was already engaged to her daughter Bai Ruowei and would become the Bai family's future son-in-law.
But can Bai Ruowei really keep Chen Beiyuan tied down? Given the terrifying talent Chen Beiyuan has displayed, it's likely to cause upheaval among various factions and inspire ulterior motives. Perhaps even the imperial family might have other ideas? An engagement after all is just an engagement. Still not safe enough.
That old bastard Chen Zhiqing keeps making excuses, saying his boy is still young, just barely an adult, and there's no hurry to marry him off, that they can discuss it again in a few years. Just thinking about it made Bai Yun boil with rage. Such an excellent son-in-law, too outstanding, too damn coveted by others. Already in a foul mood, he was further irritated by a sudden commotion outside. His eyes landed on Bai Yuza, who was laughing and playing like an idiot, making his blood pressure spike instantly. At the same age of 18, Chen Beiyuan was already on the verge of reaching the 6th level battle king. Yet this little bastard is still only a 4th level battle general? Without comparison, it's manageable, but once compared, the difference is truly like heaven and earth.
Wretched brat, all you know is how to fool around? The Lin family. Chen Zhiqing has truly raised a fine son. Lin Shufeng's face was stern, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly in the direction of the Chen family residence. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lin Zhozhou standing beside him. Yet, my son is also exceptional. You flatter me, father, Lin Zhozhou remarked calmly. Yet within his eyes, one could clearly discern a trace of solemnity and fighting spirit. Clearly, Chen Beiyuan's cultivation speed had somewhat exceeded his expectations. The Lin family's rear courtyard. After 2 days, Lin Xiao, who had already completely recovered from his injuries, suddenly changed expression, his gaze toward the Chen family's direction filled with icy hostility. Over the past 2 days, through Lin Zhoshao's connections, he had gathered quite a number of powerful predator venom sacs. Using their toxicity to strengthen himself and enhance his battle spirit, his power had advanced yet again, now reaching high-tier battle commander. He had initially thought this would allow him to catch up to Chen Beiyuan's progress. Yet unexpectedly, I'm still far behind. He's actually on the verge of breaking through to War King realm. I feel as though I'm living in his shadow. Every time I make a breakthrough, he reveals even greater cultivation. Damn it! Imperial Club. Zhang Yunhua stood atop a high place, her platinum dress embroidered with a phoenix pattern fluttering in the wind, the fiery bird nearly coming to life before one's eyes. Her radiant star-like eyes gazed toward the direction of the Chen family, seemingly carrying some special emotion. Beiyuan, Donghua Academy, Principal's Office. Jiang Bai's movements suddenly halted as he gazed toward the Chen family's direction, his stern and majestic square face flashing with a trace of astonishment and surprise. Then, it all dissolved into silence. What a remarkable individual. If only he had been born into the Jiang family. Chen Beiyuan's single action once again drew the attention of all major factions across Yanjing City. His cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast, so rapid that it evoked disbelief, astonishment, wariness, and outright dread from observers. This clearly indicated that the Chen family would enter a new era of dominance in the coming centuries, with their military influence likely to grow even stronger. This would undoubtedly bring joy to some while causing others to worry. However, just as all the forces gathered at the Chen family, no one noticed the subtle changes occurring far away in the Empire's third war zone. The change lasted only briefly, vanishing in an instant as if suppressed by some formidable force. Then, unrestrained triumphant laughter resounded throughout the entire combat zone. The Chen family. The gathered elders and senior members of the Chen family gradually dispersed. Inside the secret chamber, Chen Beiyuan absorbed the terrifying vortex of spiritual energy he had summoned, converting it into demonic energy before slowly rising to his feet. Standing guard before him now was a massive demonic puppet, several zhang tall, with a blue face and tusks, wielding a giant club. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic chill. This formidable 7th-grade demonic puppet had been handed to him by his father, Chen Zhiqing, just 2 days prior. It was the masterpiece of a top puppeteer from the Donghua Wei family. Its combat power was sufficient to contend with an ordinary 7th-rank war emperor. The moment Chen Beiyuan obtained it, he refined it immediately. A puppet unafraid of life and death, yet possessing the combat prowess of a 7th-rank war emperor, its value was beyond imagination. Yet, when Chen Zhiqing handed it to him, he merely patted his shoulder and said nothing more. I wonder how father is doing now. With the enlightenment pill's assistance, his breakthrough should proceed smoothly. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the towering, formidable troll puppet before him as he muttered to himself under his breath. 2 days ago, when Chen Zhiqing handed the troll puppet to him, Chen Beiyuan gave him the enlightenment pill in return. The enlightenment pill in his hand yielded negligible results. But for Chen Zhiqing, who stood at the peak of the 7th-rank war emperor realm, things were different. Chen Zhiqing had been stuck at this stage for 10 years, always lacking the crucial opportunity to advance further. The blue wisdom pill, that could sustain its effects for 48 hours was precisely that opportunity. Once Chen Zhiqing managed to break through, an entirely new world would open before him. Constantly taking from the family without giving back is never a good thing. At necessary times, one should naturally reciprocate appropriately. A stronger family also means a more powerful backing for him. Even the massive commotion just now was deliberately orchestrated by Chen Beiyuan. He could have quietly concluded his cultivation session, yet he deliberately chose to create such a grand spectacle, precisely to attract attention from all sides. I've done all I can, now it's up to father. With a wave of his hand, the towering demon puppet before him suddenly transformed into a streak of light, morphing into an obsidian ring that settled on his right hand. Suddenly, a profound tremor from the depths of his bloodline triggered an intense reaction within him. His gaze suddenly snapped toward the adjacent position. It was unmistakably the direction of the blood pool. The blood fiend dragon emperor has reincarnated. Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted violently as he instantly transformed into a demonic shadow, appearing before the blood pool where his eyes met the sight of a shattered dragon egg floating ominously in its crimson depths. The being inside the dragon egg had vanished without a sound. Escaped? Chen Beiyuan instinctively walked to the edge of the blood pool, stroking the shattered dragon egg that still felt warm and moist. Clearly, it must have just hatched. There's absolutely no chance of escape. At that very moment, an enormous shadow silently appeared behind him. A scalding hot breath, thick with the metallic stench of blood, suddenly washed over the back of his neck. Chapter 62, Dragon Emperor? Or Empress? Right behind. Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted sharply, clearly not expecting that the other party could actually evade his perception, something that had never happened before. Bear in mind, even a 7th-rank war emperor couldn't escape his detection. Without paying attention to the itch from the scorching breath on his neck or the strong scent of blood flooding his nostrils, he slowly rose to his feet and turned around with deliberate caution. As he turned, what met his eyes was an eerie yet majestic dragon head, its massive form less than a fist's distance away from him. A pair of pitch-black dragon horns burning with crimson flames, scarlet scales lining its body, a fearsome maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, and striking crimson mane billowing wildly around its neck. Yet what struck Chen Beiyuan most profoundly were its eyes. Unlike the blood-red orbs of a blood calamity dragon, these were congenital dual pupils. Within the enormous dragon's eyes, the contrasting black and red pupils intertwined like yin and yang, forming a swirling circle that rotated slowly. As the eerie dual pupils turned, one could faintly discern the surge of cryptic and enigmatic patterns, exuding a terrifying, world-destroying pressure. Under the gaze of those 4 sinister dragon eyes that slowly revolved, Chen Beiyuan could only feel the world before him crumbling away bit by bit, like a painting being shredded, as his soul plunged into an infinite void of darkness. He floated in boundless, empty darkness when suddenly a terrifying upheaval turned his world upside down, followed by a sight he would never forget for eternity. The sky now bore 2 crimson moons and twin dark suns, entwined and circling one another. Through the dark, barely visible scaled horns and razor claws effortlessly tore through the void, sending monstrous waves rippling through the abyss. Something colossal, hidden within the void's darkness, now loomed over him with a gaze from above. Foolish and filthy humans, become this emperor's slaves. A majestic and sullen voice, brimming with terrifying might, suddenly erupted from the heavens like a sovereign reigning supreme. Blood-Sin Dragon Emperor? Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted sharply. He felt as if his very soul had been struck by an unprecedented impact, teetering on the brink of sinking into boundless, eternal darkness. His gaze gradually grew dull and vacant, as if he had lost control of himself. But at that very moment, a state of sitting in oblivion suddenly emerged from his being, instantly entering the oblivion state to stabilize his mind and protect his soul. It was unmistakably the sitting oblivion scripture, activating its effects autonomously. Simultaneously, the demon subjugation scripture, his innate cultivation technique, also detected the anomaly and began undergoing eerie transformations. Deep within his pupils, an unspeakable terrifying existence was abruptly alerted by this sudden mutation. Rip! A terrifying abyssal fissure, bottomless and dreadful, suddenly tore open in the darkness of the void. The abyss had descended. In an instant, both the void's darkness and the colossal entity hidden within were utterly devoured by the abyss. At the final moment of devouring, one could faintly hear an enraged dragon's roar mixed with shock and fury. No! This furious dragon's roar seemed to carry traces of fear and terror toward the unknown. What was even more astonishing was that this voice sounded somewhat feminine. Crack! The massive abyssal fissure slowly sealed shut once more. Burp! The abyss emitted a satisfied belch. What a blood-fiend dragon emperor! So he actually planted a hidden safeguard, leaving behind a spiritual imprint in advance. I nearly capsized in a tiny ditch. Chen Beiyuan jolted back to awareness, his expression darkening as he realized just how close he'd come to being ambushed by the blood-fiend dragon emperor. Fortunately, he had an abundance of hidden trump cards, just a tad more than the average person. Otherwise, he might truly have fallen prey to their underhanded scheme. Once the mind is corrupted, it's actually him who becomes the other's slave, to be manipulated at will. He had originally planned to take the other as his beast pet, but nearly ended up becoming their human pet instead. When the time comes, this human pet of his might have to accompany the reborn Blood-Sin Dragon Emperor all the way as his guardian. Hiss! Chen Beiyuan admitted that he had somewhat underestimated his opponent before. He had thought that once the other party was reborn and lost their memories, they would be easy to control. But unexpectedly, it was almost him who ended up being controlled. Indeed, any being that could evolve into an 8th-rank fierce beast was no simple character. The trap left behind could easily kill someone without them even knowing. But that Blood Oath Dragon Emperor's final roar sounded a bit strange. It almost sounded like a female? A dragon empress? Chen Beiyuan's expression turned strange. He clearly hadn't expected the infamous Blood Oath Dragon Emperor, legendary for its bloodthirsty madness and penchant for hunting dragons, to actually be female. This wasn't quite what he'd imagined at all. He raised his eyes and saw a massive creature nearly 3 meters long tilting its head, looking at him with curiosity. Those naturally double-pupiled dragon eyes no longer held the domineering majesty they had in the void's darkness. Instead, they appeared innocent, clear, and bright, resembling those of a newborn creature.
Its crimson sinister dragon scales covered a terrifyingly powerful body with robust limbs ending in dragon claws, while the scales on its belly were pitch black. Its blood-red tail swayed back and forth, suggesting it was in a good mood? Clearly, after being reborn, the blood-sin dragon emperor had evidently lost all his previous memories, just like a newly born individual. What made Chen Beiyuan's lips twitch was that the blood-sin dragon before him was emitting the aura of a 6th grade fierce beast. Born as a 6th grade? A whole realm higher than him? One can only say, this is truly purebred dragonkind after all. Its starting point is a height that countless people could never reach in their entire lives. Perhaps sensing his gaze lingering upon it, the blood fiend dragon began to stir unexpectedly, moving directly toward him. Chen Beiyuan's mind stirred slightly, yet he made no further movements, as though curious to see what this creature intended to do. At this moment, he didn't sense any malice from the other party. Instead, he felt a vaguely familiar sense of closeness. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by a terrifying constriction, as if coiled by a giant python. The crushing force was so immense that even his body, as sturdy as a 6th grade divine weapon, felt suffocated. The blood-sin dragon outright brazenly coiled around him, just like the prelude of some giant serpent preparing to slaughter its prey. At this moment, a trace of astonishment flashed in Chen Beiyuan's eyes as he found himself entangled. Such terrifying power was likely unmatched even by some 7th-rank ferocious beasts. Instinctively, he activated Blood Dragon Transformation. Vital parts of his body gradually became covered in crimson dragon scales, his physique grew noticeably taller and more robust, sinister draconic patterns emerged on his face, and sharp crimson dragon horns sprouted, his entire being exuding an aura of majestic yet sinister authority. With the activation of Blood Dragon Transformation, his physical strength surged instantly, dissipating most of the suffocating pressure he had felt moments before. The dragon scales of both entities grated and clashed against each other, producing crisp, almost musical sounds with each collision. The colossal dragon head slowly approached him, seemingly poised to swallow him whole in one gulp. Yet, the next scene left Chen Beiyuan both stunned and utterly bemused. To his astonishment, the enormous dragon head rubbed affectionately against his face once it drew near, displaying extraordinary intimacy. Come, play with me. Ah, writing about pets is truly the most challenging, especially when you have to make them appear intelligent and realistic. It took a full 2 hours just to finish this single chapter. Even my silly dog back in the day never gave me such a headache, probably because I've raised dogs but never a dragon. Finally, the author wishes everyone a happy National Day. Chapter 63, 8th Grade Divine Weapon, Primordial Dragon Shackles. Come, play with me. Although the blood-sin dragon emperor made no sound whatsoever, Chen Beiyuan's mind suddenly registered a childish lowly voice, adorably naive and innocent. In a sense, Chen Beiyuan, who had absorbed the dragon emperor's essence blood, now carried part of the dragon bloodline within his body, allowing him to understand its meaning to some extent. Moreover, the other party clearly regarded him as one of its own kind, or perhaps even family, showing unusual intimacy. After all, in his current state after entering Blood Dragon Transformation, he did bear some resemblance to the blood-sin dragon. Chen Beiyuan stretched out his right hand, now covered in dragon scales, from the confines of the dragon body and gently stroked the massive dragon head before him, attempting to communicate with it. Do you remember what happened before? Come, play with me. The blood-sin dragon emperor swayed its head, seemingly unopposed to his touch, even appearing to enjoy it, much like a puppy being petted by its owner. That crimson dragon tail wagged even more enthusiastically, madly thumping against his thigh. What do you want to play? Come, play with me. No matter what question Chen Beiyuan asked, there was only one response: come, play with me. This reaction vividly revealed the playful nature of a freshly hatched dragon hatchling. Everything is just fun and games. Faced with such a playful young dragon, even Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead in exasperation. It's hard to connect this playful young dragon before me with the tyrannical, cold-blooded blood-sin dragon emperor who once dominated the void's darkness. Sure enough, even the most ferocious and terrifying beings are this adorable during their infancy. However, don't be fooled by its seemingly naive and clueless appearance. Chen Beiyuan knew very well that its physical strength far surpassed even his own after activating Blood Dragon Transformation. If it truly started fighting, ordinary 7th-rank ferocious beasts probably wouldn't stand a chance against it. Then let me give you a name. How about, from now on, you'll be called Anu? Perhaps it was because of the spiritual imprint left by the blood-sin dragon emperor just moments ago, which declared its intent to make him its human slave. This led Chen Beiyuan now to choose a name with a somewhat mocking and playful undertone. However, much to his surprise, instead of continuing its usual playful antics, the blood-sin dragon emperor tilted its head slightly, seeming momentarily stunned. Ah, slave. Could it be that a blind cat caught a dead mouse? Did he actually guess the blood-sin dragon emperor's name correctly? At this moment, even Chen Beiyuan was momentarily stunned. He had just randomly picked a name. What were the odds?
However, the reaction from Anu that followed clearly showed he was just overthinking things. All he saw was the creature tilting its head, freezing for less than 3 seconds before reverting to its playful nature. Come, play with me. Indeed, what were the odds of such a coincidence? However, the sudden system notification that followed truly stunned Chen Beiyuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for altering the original fate line, saving the 8th tier ferocious beast Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, who was destined to fall into the void turbulence and perish completely. The host has successfully assisted in its rebirth. The reborn Blood Sin Dragon Emperor harbors an inexplicable affection toward the host and will become a future ally, enhancing the host's destined villain aura to a certain extent. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, Primordial Dragon Binding Chains, 8th tier divine weapon. Primordial Dragon Binding Chains, 8th tier divine weapon. In ancient times, the Primordial clan expended their entire lineage's resources to forge 9 Primordial Dragon Binding Chains to counter the terrifying physical prowess of the dragon race. Once unleashed, even an 8th tier pure-blooded dragon would be bound and subdued. When united, the 9 chains can seal even a 9th tier dragon god. Because of the appearance of this item, the entire dragon race was thoroughly enraged. In the end, the ancient clan was destroyed by the furious dragons, and the 9 great dragon shackles vanished without a trace. 8th grade divine weapon. The ancient prison dragon shackles? Chen Beiyuan's pupils contracted violently. He never expected that saving the Blood Sin Dragon Emperor, who hadn't appeared in the original storyline, would reward him with an 8th grade divine weapon. One must understand 8th grade divine weapons are forged by fusing the body of an 8th grade feral beast with vast quantities of rare treasures, and they possess the destructive might to annihilate nations. Even the most elite factions possess only a scant few 8th grade divine weapons at their disposal. After all, this thing is far too rare. Some 8th realm war emperors might not even possess such an item, making do with 7th realm divine weapons instead. Even as the young master of the Chun family, he didn't have access to such a terrifying divine weapon of this level. The few 8th realm divine weapons in the Chen family were currently all in the hands of his grandfather, Chen Shanhe. His father Chen Zhiqing might also have one. It wasn't that he wasn't qualified to possess it, but 8th grade divine artifacts were incredibly powerful. Without sufficient cultivation, one simply couldn't wield them effectively. With his current cultivation level as a 5th rank war commander, he probably couldn't unleash even 1,000th of the power of an 8th rank divine weapon. A single misstep could even draw the covetous eyes of some 8th rank war emperors. It'll be like a child walking through a crowded market holding gold, easily robbed within minutes. There was already a tragic precedent before. A top-tier powers war emperor once equipped his favorite grandson with an 8th grade divine weapon, only for it to be snatched by a rogue war emperor who fled overseas and went into hiding. Powerful as that top-tier faction was, their arm simply wasn't long enough to reach him. Since that incident, all major powers have stopped giving 8th grade divine weapons to their heirs, opting instead to assign them suitable guardian cultivators. Ancient Dragon Shackles. This 8th grade divine weapon is quite renowned. Specifically designed to suppress the formidable physiques of dragonkind, it proves extraordinarily effective against them, let alone other races. Even an 8th grade war emperor of the human race would find themselves powerless once bound by it. In the original storyline, Lin Xiao, that favored child of fortune, also obtained a set of ancient dragon shackles from an ancient clan's ruins and kept it as his trump card, stealthily eliminating numerous enemies with it. The Chen family's ancestor, Chen Shanhe, met his end when battling alien beasts. Suddenly ensnared by the dragon shackles binding his limbs, he was ultimately torn apart by those monstrous creatures. The fall of Chen Shanhe directly marked the beginning of the Chen family's decline, and the collapse of the entire border defense lines led to the loss of more than half of the Eastern Splendor Empire's territories. The Chen clan members were also brutally slaughtered by the monstrous beasts of foreign races. Chen Beiyuan gazed at the primordial dragon shackles placed within the system space, with terrifying killing intent faintly shimmering in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, immersed in thought, Chen Beiyuan had yet to realize one crucial fact. That from the very beginning until now, he had been maintaining the formidable beast divine ability, Blood Dragon Transformation, without showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. The Blood Sin Dragon Emperor Anu coiled around him seemed to have formed a special connection with him, significantly reducing the consumption of Blood Dragon Transformation. The Long family. Lang Ruobing's circumstances hadn't been favorable during this period. While tending to her vegetative father, she had simultaneously begun searching for her missing mother. A large group of the Lang family suddenly came to their doorstep, intending to drive out the father and daughter pair and take sole possession of this ancestral Lung family home. It was clear they were taking advantage of her family having no one left, planning to seize everything now that the line was cut off. If she hadn't used Chen Beiyuan's intimidating reputation to briefly scare off those scumbags, they might have already been thrown out. Yet she knew full well she couldn't rely on Chen Beiyuan's borrowed authority for long. Eventually, the deception would be exposed. Please show your support, give a 5-star rating. Thank you very much. Chapter 64, The Son of Fortune wants to offer women again? What should I do? They'll soon realize I'm just bluffing. Chen Beiyuan won't interfere with me anymore. How infuriating.
Those greedy bastards abandoned the Lung family when we were in trouble, taking everything and fleeing. Now that the crisis is over, they're all crawling back, trying to seize the ancestral home and even attempting to sell me off under the guise of being elders. You made my father a vegetable and now you're selling me for a profit, calling it revitalizing the Lung family. What a pack of blood-sucking, vulture-like bastards. Lang Ruobing's face darkened, her fists clenching so tightly her knuckles turned white as undisguised killing intent flashed through her eyes. It was clear these past few days had weighed heavily on her, provoked beyond endurance by so-called family. Those people were nothing but monsters in human skin, parasitic scum living off others' suffering. Those people not only wanted to seize the Lang family ancestral home, but also claimed to have found her a good future. A young master from a prestigious family had long admired her and was willing to take her as his mistress.
What exactly is a mistress? In reality, it's basically a kept woman, a lover maintained outside the household. I'd rather be Chen Beiyuan's lover than some bastard rich kid's mistress. Lang Ruobing's face turned as cold as ice.
If only she had enough strength, she would have turned against the Lang family in a heartbeat. However, among those people, there were still several old-timers who were fourth-rank war generals. Yet she was merely at the peak of third-rank war spirit. If it were just me alone, I could easily take refuge in Donghua Academy. No matter how reckless those people are, they wouldn't dare cause trouble there. But Dad is in a vegetative state now and needs someone to care for him.
Chen Beiyuan won't help me either. From now on, I can only rely on myself.
As long as I break through to the fourth-rank war general and apply for early graduation from the academy, everything will start to get better. Through years of diligent cultivation and the support of her family, her cultivation had reached the peak of third-grade battle spirit, just one step away from condensing a battle soul and achieving the fourth grade. Once she broke through to become a fourth-grade battle general, she could apply for early graduation, pass the graduation trials, and obtain the letter of recommendation. With that, she could secure a prestigious position in a powerful imperial department. With such status as her shield, even the Long family would think twice before acting so brazenly against her. Mountains crumble, people falter, only one's own strength is the true path forward. Just obtaining the recommendation letter would mean half the battle is won. It would mean stepping into the system of the Eastern Glory Empire. By then, why couldn't I, Lang Ruobing, rely on my own efforts to climb step by step to the upper echelons of the empire and become a true figure of prominence? And by then, I might also find Mother sooner. The icy expression on Lang Ruobing's face melted away, his eyes gradually brimming with excitement, as though he had found a path to escape his current predicament. Just as she was lost in her beautiful fantasies about the future, a sudden phone call abruptly interrupted her. The caller was none other than Lin Xiao. Lang Ruobing frowned, an unconcealed look of disgust flashing across her face as she immediately hung up the call. However, Lin Xiao was extremely persistent, calling incessantly. The relentless ringing gradually worsened Lang Ruobing's mood that had been improving, instantly making her irritable. Finally, on the 10th call, Lang Ruobing could endure no longer. She answered directly and coldly snapped, "Lin Xiao, what do you actually want?" "Ruobing, I've found your mother." Lin Xiao's uncontrollably agitated voice came through from the other end of the call. His words froze Lang Ruobing in her tracks. "Her mother found? Imperial Emperor Private Room, Kyoto Nightclub. I found your mother through the Lin family's connections. Her condition isn't good right now, she's still in a coma. Yes, she's currently with me. You should come here as soon as possible." Lin Xiao quickly ended the call and turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao beside him. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he spoke. "She said she'd be here in half an hour. Ah, brother Lin is truly unmatched. Your acting just now was genuinely impressive. If you pursued acting, you'd definitely win an Oscar." Hearing this good news, Lin Xiao's face lit up with unconcealed excitement. Ever since meeting Lang Ruobing at the Imperial Club a few days ago, he had been utterly captivated by this icy campus belle, her image lingering in his thoughts ceaselessly. Even while recuperating at the Lin residence these past few days, he hadn't stopped, instead growing increasingly obsessed, as if possessed, craving to taste the charms of this renowned beauty ranked among Yanjing's famed 4 great belles. I heard Qin Beiyuan chase this woman for 6 years, only to discard her after one night. What a waste of a treasure. Well then, let this Lin fellow enjoy her instead. For this purpose, he specifically had Lin Xiao arrange to meet her here, planning to handle her on the spot. Brother Lin, true friendship lies in the heart. Help me with this, and I swear I won't forget you. That 1,000-year poison dragon grass you wanted, I've already sent someone to retrieve it. Then I thanked Zhou Xiao for this. Though he had obtained the celestial treasure he desired, Lin Xiao found himself unable to feel joy at this moment. Instead, a strange sense of loss welled up within him. Had he really fallen so low as to trade the goddess he adored for cultivation resources? Damn it, wasn't this just pimping? What's the difference between this and those brothel pimps? Last time with Chen Beiyuan, he could still convince himself that it was a reluctant decision made under desperate circumstances. But is the current situation really one of desperation?
He could have refused, yet he still agreed. At this moment, the excited Lin Jiuxiao naturally noticed a hint of melancholy in him and couldn't help but connect some dots. He quickly spoke up. Brother Lin, don't tell me you like this woman too? I heard you were humiliated at Donghua Academy because you were competing with Chen Beiyuan for her affection. As he said this, Lin Jiuxiao's sinister face seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, as if steeling himself with great resolve. Fine. As brothers, loyalty comes first. When Long Ruoro arrives, you'll stay too. We'll handle her together. Clearly, Lin Jiuxiao genuinely regarded Lin Xiao as a brother, otherwise, given his usual spoiled and reckless nature, he would never have spoken such words. To tell him to give up now would be absolutely impossible. Then good brothers should stick together. Lin Xiao's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of temptation. The anticipation of what might unfold next stirred a surge of excitement within him. Yet deep in his heart, the guilt and regret he felt towards Leng Ruobing made him afraid to stay and face her, especially when he would have to witness her humiliation with his own eyes. Forget it, Zhou Xiao, as long as you're having fun. I won't stay here and disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. Lin Xiao ignored Lin Zhouxiao's pleading behind him and resolutely walked out of the private room, heading outside. Coming from poverty, one has to resort to any means necessary. I'm not wrong. I never wanted this either, never wanted this. What else could I have done? Even if I refused, would Lin Jiuxiao ever let Leng Ruobai go? Impossible, he'd undoubtedly use other methods anyway. In that case, wasn't it better for me to claim some benefit? I just made the choice that suited me best. That naive and kind mountain boy from back then is dead, long dead. I killed him with my own hands. This damned world has no place for good men. He muttered to himself with bowed head, his whole demeanor becoming increasingly deranged, as if he'd gone mad. He didn't even notice accidentally bumping into someone at the nightclub entrance. Which son of a bitch dares to bump into me? Bayuza, who had been bumped into, was just about to unleash a torrent of abuse when he noticed Lin Xiao's absent-minded state and muttered words, momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao? What's up with this guy? Did someone in his family die, making him lose his mind and go crazy? Before he could react, he watched as Lin Xiao muttered something incoherent and vanished into the dark night. Just then, a hurried figure came rushing toward them, his face filled with anxiety. Bayuza, still standing there dumbfounded, nearly got knocked over again and hastily dodged aside. But as he dodged, Bayuza caught a clear glimpse of the flustered figure's true appearance. Lang Ruobing? Why would she be here? Chapter 65, Bayuza, you dare touch the woman my brother-in-law has played with? Break his damned legs. Upon receiving news about her long-missing mother, Lang Ruobing was undoubtedly overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to the capital nightclub with utmost urgency, so frantic that she barely cared about nearly bumping into people along the way. There's no other way, according to Lin Zhao's description. Her mother in Bu isn't in a good situation right now. Having already lost her father, she couldn't bear to lose yet another loved one. At this moment, under the intervention of family affection, she didn't even question the authenticity of Lin Zhao's phone call, nor did she consider whether her destination might be a dragon's den and tiger's lair, or perhaps an endless abyss. Emperor's Supreme VIP Room 1. In her frantic search, Lang Ruobing quickly found her destination and, filled with excitement, pushed the door open. However, upon entering the private room, she saw neither her imagined mother nor Lin Zhao's figure. Only the sinister-faced Lin Zhouxiao remained seated on the sofa, watching her with amusement, his eyes filled with wicked gleam. Miss Lang, no, I should say Madam Lang, welcome to my territory. You're the third young master Lin? Lin Zhouxiao? Where's Lin Xiao? Where's my mother? What have you done with them? Lang Ruobing's expression darkened slightly as her agitated thoughts instantly sobered. She sensed something amiss, realizing this might very well be a trap. Instinctively, I retreated backward toward the exit. Thud! The door slammed shut with heavy force. Ashan, who had originally been curled up in the corner wrapped in bandages beneath his black robe, had somehow appeared behind the door, blocking the only way out. Ah, Miss Lang, don't be afraid. Your mother is at the Lin residence right now. As long as you behave and satisfy me properly, I'll take you back to find your mommy. Why, you could even look for your daddy if you want by then. Seated on the couch, Lin Jiuxiao greedily stared at the cold yet alluring figure before him, the wickedness in his eyes growing more pronounced, carrying the mocking glee of a cat toying with a mouse. At this moment, the prey had already fallen into his trap. She was entirely at his mercy. The night was long, and there would be plenty of time to play, no need to rush things. Damn it! Lang Ruobing's heart trembled as she instantly realized this was a trap specifically designed for her. All that talk about her mother being found was fake. Lin Xiao had once again used her as a bargaining chip, selling her off directly to secure his own future path. Her peripheral glance caught the black-robed guardian Ashan behind her, but soon after, despair resurfaced in her expression. 7th grade battle emperor. This was absolutely beyond what a mere 3rd grade battle spirit like herself could hope to contend against. Her little actions were naturally noticed by Lin Zhouxiao,
and the amusement in his eyes grew increasingly evident.
Lin Jiuxiao, have you lost your mind? Chen Beiyuan won't let you get away with this.
In the critical moment, Lang Ruobing once again played the Beiyuan card, hoping to intimidate him. What Lang Ruobing probably never realized was that ever since Chen Beiyuan severed ties with her, the first person she thought of whenever she was in danger was still him. Whenever something happened, they'd scare people by invoking the name Chen Beiyuan. In the past, simply playing the Beiyuan card would almost always make others hesitate with fear. Unfortunately, this time, her strategy failed.
You bitch, using Chen Beiyuan to threaten me? If Chen Beiyuan can play this game, why can't I, Lin Jiuxiao?
Lin Jiuxiao's expression instantly turned sinister and frenzied, clearly provoked, with none of the previous playful amusement of a cat toying with mice remaining on his face. Later, I'll make sure you experience firsthand just how formidable I am.
Damn it!
Faced with the increasingly aggressive advance of Lin Jiuxiao, Lang Ruobing's complexion drastically changed.
He obviously hadn't expected that merely mentioning Chen Beiyuan would directly infuriate the other party.
This was truly a case of the biter being bit. At this moment, all escape routes had been cut off for her, and her fate was all too predictable. At this thought, she instinctively drew a dagger from her pocket, pressing it against her neck as her despairing eyes gradually hardened with resolve. Even if it means taking my own life, I won't suffer such humiliation.
However, she clearly underestimated just how low Lin Jiuxiao's moral boundaries could sink.
Ha ha ha, thinking about killing yourself? What fucking spirit, so feisty, never tried screwing a corpse before. Later, I'll drag your dead body around the city streets for everyone to see. Facing the frenzied Lin Jiuxiao, Lang Ruobing's face turned deathly pale. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated that someone could sink to such despicable depths. Today, it seems she won't escape this deadly fate. Yet somehow, the figure of Chen Beiyuan suddenly surfaced in her mind, as if he would appear at this critical moment to save her.
But how could that be? He no longer cares about me.
Lang Ruobing revealed a bitter smile, her dagger-holding wrist trembling slightly. However, what she didn't know was that from the moment she left the Lang family until her arrival at the Kyoto nightclub, an elderly woman had been silently shadowing her like a ghostly presence, maintaining a careful distance the entire time. Since Chen Beiyuan had already decided to use her as a pawn, he naturally arranged for someone to both monitor and protect her. At this moment, the hunched old woman stood outside the private room, keenly aware of every movement within. Even Ashen, a 7th-grade war emperor, failed to notice her presence at this moment. The younger generation of the Lin family is becoming increasingly incompetent. The hunchbacked old woman knew very well that Lang Ruo would remain unharmed inside for the time being. So, she leisurely pulled out an old-fashioned phone and, somewhat clumsily, dialed a secret number.
The Chen family. Chen Beiyuan, fully nude, soaked in the blood pool with his eyes closed, relishing the scalding blood of ferocious beasts.
A pair of delicate, plump little hands were currently massaging his shoulders and sturdy back. And Biu, clad in sheer gauze resembling a maid serving her master, somewhat clumsily kneaded and massaged the young man before her. Her cold yet alluring face flushed slightly as she gazed upon the robust figure submerged in the blood pool. At that very moment, the phone placed by the blood pool suddenly rang. Chen Beiyuan slowly opened his eyes, casually picked up the phone beside the blood pool, frowned slightly upon seeing the caller, and then answered.
What is it?
Young Master Beiyuan, Lin Jiuxiao and Lin Xiao set up a trap and lured Ling Ruobing to the Kyoto nightclub. They likely have ulterior motives.
Shall this old woman take action?
The hunched old woman's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lin Jiuxiao? Lin Xiao.
Chen Beiyuan's eyes snapped open, flashing with a cold glint as he instantly saw through the peculiarity in this situation.
Well then, Lin Xiao, this so-called son of fortune truly has an addiction to gifting away women. Seems he wants to hand them out to everyone he meets.
In the original story, at most, it only delivered him, the destined arch-villain. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he felt the pressure on his shoulders grow heavier by several degrees. Due to being in an enclosed space, and since Chen Beiyuan hadn't asked Biu to leave, she naturally overheard the conversation. Upon hearing her daughter was about to be in danger, the cold yet alluring young madam immediately panicked, itching to rush to the rescue. But the other party was from the Donghua Lin family, clearly not someone a lone woman like her could contend with.
She was no longer the holy maiden of Miaojian she'd once been.
In such circumstances, only Chen Beiyuan could intervene.
Master, continue.
Faced with Biu's pleading gaze, Chen Beiyuan paid her no heed. He slowly closed his eyes, as if determined to stay uninvolved. Just as despair washed over her face, Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke coldly into the phone to the elderly woman on the other end.
Bring the person out.
As for the rest, break their legs. I understand, elder. After receiving instructions from the young master of Beiyuan, the hunchbacked old woman was about to hang up the phone and get to work. Then she saw Bayuza approaching with several towering, burly figures, advancing with an imposing momentum. Bang! Bayuza led the charge, kicking open the private room's door with one foot, instantly startling everyone inside.
Get the fuck out of here with that dagger at your neck. Wanna die? Go die outside. A dumbfounded Lang Ruobing stood there still holding the dagger as he was unceremoniously shoved out. Wham! The private room's door slammed shut again. Bayuza, you bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? Ruin your mother's plans. You dare touch a woman my brother-in-law has already played with? If I don't break your fucking legs today, I'll take your last name. Get him. Chapter 66, Blood Pool, contains a dragon? Lang Ruobing? Hunchbacked old woman? The sudden turn of events instantly left both of them stunned. What the hell? Especially Lang Ruobing. One moment she was trapped in a perilous situation, completely engulfed in despair, preparing to end her own life. The next instant, Bayuza burst in with a group of people, forcibly ejecting her from the private room before cornering Lin Jiuxiao. That man seemed to be Chen Beiyuan's brother-in-law? Could it be that Beiyuan sent him here? Realizing what was happening, Lang Ruobing didn't even pay attention to the dagger pressed against her neck. She instinctively scanned her surroundings but failed to spot Chen Beiyuan's figure. Her despairing face couldn't hide a hint of disappointment. No, I must leave first. If Beiyuan really sent someone to rescue me, staying here would waste this precious opportunity. Lang Ruobing murmured to herself. Immediately after, she fled toward the outside without hesitation. Although the possibility of Chen Beiyuan sending someone to rescue her was incredibly slim after all, he had already made it abundantly clear that they were through with each other. Yet for some reason, deep in her heart, she had this inexplicable premonition, a certainty that Chen Beiyuan wouldn't just stand by and watch. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but be occupied by that domineering, cold silhouette. Whenever danger arose, his presence seemed like a protective talisman, always shielding her at crucial moments, even though he had already left her world. Beiyuan. The hunchbacked old woman silently watched Lang Ruobing's departure, then glanced at the tightly shut private room from which screams and wails continued to emanate, her face twitching slightly. She never expected that Lang Ruobing would emerge completely unscathed before she even had a chance to intervene and save him. Her young master's brother-in-law, Bayuza, had gone and ambushed the Lin family members single-handedly. And to make matters worse, Bayuza had brought along a whole damn crew with him, mostly young scions from the aristocratic families of Yanjing City. Among them, there are even several 7th-grade War Emperor-level guardians. With so many people attacking, Lin Jiuxiao and one injured guardian from the Lin family couldn't possibly hold them off. Right now, he's being pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. The hunchbacked old woman paid no attention to the screams from the private booth as she reported into the vintage phone receiver still pressed to her ear. Young Master Beiyuan, Lang Ruobing has departed completely unharmed. However, Bayuza has gathered a band of idle young masters and several 7th-ranked war emperors to corner that little whelp from the Lin family. They're currently engaged in combat. The Chen family's blood pool. Xiaobai, how did this guy get involved? He couldn't have just stumbled into it by coincidence, could he? Chen Beiyuan was also a little stunned at this moment. He had clearly heard Bayuza's curses from the other end of the phone just now. This brother-in-law is truly reliable when it comes to matters involving his brother-in-law. He genuinely steps up. Sure enough, Bayuza's earlier words, brothers are in the heart, weren't just empty talk. Without even bothering to call him first, he'd already rounded up a crew and taken care of that little brat Lin Jiuxiao. You don't need to worry about this matter. Xiaobai knows his limits, and I'll back him up if anything happens. Just follow Lang Ruobing's lead. Yes, young Master Beiyuan. As the call ended, Chen Beiyuan slowly massaged his temples. Originally, he had planned to seize this opportunity to discipline the Lin family once more. Unexpectedly, Baiyuje stepped in and drew all the hostility toward himself. Still, it was his brother-in-law's kind intentions after all. Though if things escalate later, it might get somewhat troublesome. But knowing his brother-in-law as he did, if things went too far, the man would call him immediately. Master. Only at this moment, after confirming her daughter was safe and sound, did Biyu's worried expression fade away for the most part. A trace of emotion and remorse surfaced on her stunningly beautiful, icy yet enchanting face. Moments ago, she'd been agonizing over her daughter's safety, never expecting that Chen Beiyuan had already arranged protection for Ruobing in advance. Without Chen Beiyuan's intervention, Lang Ruobing might well have been toyed to death by that wastrel from the Lin family tonight. Such incidents were frighteningly commonplace in Yanjing City. Lin Jiuxiao was yet another twisted pervert who had taken countless women's lives over the years. The death of some young noblewoman from a minor family was nothing significant. It wasn't like some scion of a powerful clan had died. This wouldn't stir up major waves. At worst, he'd just be made to drink 3 cups of apology wine as if they could actually demand Lin Jiuxiao's life for this. Given her current status and position, she was in no position to confront the Lin family head-on. Fortunately, Chen Beiyuan was there to shoulder all the pressure for her. In her heightened emotional state just now, she had clearly used too much force in her movements. Thud! Suddenly, a powerful hand gripped her neck, instantly choking her and cutting off her breath. Madam, always remember your place. What I want is an obedient dog that knows how to bite. My affairs require no interference from you. I've told you, as long as you work for me, neither your daughter nor your husband will come to harm. I, Chen Beiyuan, always keep my word.
Chen Beiyuan spoke calmly without turning his head.
I understand, master.
Just as Nbiyu was about to suffocate, she suddenly felt the pressure around her neck loosen slightly. In the next moment, she was thrown into the blood pool with a dizzying swirl of sensation. The thick, metallic stench of blood flooded her nostrils, making it hard for her to breathe. Splash! Nbiyu surfaced from the blood pool, gasping desperately for air thick with the scent of blood. Her face was flushed, her long hair disheveled, making her appear utterly disheveled. But for the sensation of nearly suffocating to death just moments ago, she felt not a trace of resentment. Instead, there was a forbidden kind of pleasure and emotion. Just as she raised her head, preparing to look at Chen Beiyuan, she suddenly sensed an intense fluctuation behind her. The entire blood pool abruptly surged several degrees higher. A fear stemming from her very soul abruptly emerged, causing every hair on her body to stand on end as if something behind her was staring straight at her.
Nbiyu froze instantly.
Through the reflection in the blood pool, her enchanting eyes clearly saw an enormous dragon head slowly emerging from the crimson depths, stirring up towering waves.
The colossal dragon's head now hovered mere inches from her face.
Scorching, blazing breath blasted against her neck, instantly evaporating the moisture from her ink-black tresses. A pair of unsettling double pupils stared fixedly at her head.
Dragon? There's a dragon in the blood pond?
Nbiyu's pupils trembled violently as her entire body stiffened, as if she'd been pinned by some terrifying presence's gaze. What terrified her even more was that she faintly sensed a bloodline pressure emanating from this dragon, one reminiscent of the Emperor Gu.
Ding, ding, ding. Just as the atmosphere had frozen into stillness, a ringtone shattered the stalemate.
Chen Beiyuan paid no attention to the standoff between the human and dragon ahead, directing his gaze instead toward the ringing phone. The caller was none other than his brother-in-law, Baiyuza.
Chapter 67, Baiyuza, brother-in-law, save me. 3 minutes ago.
Inside the Emperor's supreme VIP room at CRIPPLE nightclub, when Baiyuza barged in with his gang of degenerate friends accompanied by several 7th-rank Imperial battle adepts as bodyguards, the outcome was already predetermined. Lin Zhaoxiao's guardian Aishan, still recovering from injuries sustained during his last clan punishment, was swiftly subdued when surrounded by multiple 7th-rank battle adepts. Faced with the gang of spoiled rich kids led by Baiyuza, Lin Zhaoxiao instantly found himself at a disadvantage and was immediately pinned to the ground for a beating. Of course, it was mainly Baiyuza doing the beating, the other rich kids at most just helped hold Lin Zhaoxiao's limbs. After all, they were just called in as backup. Lucky for me I was sharp enough to realize something was off right away, otherwise you damn bastard would have actually gotten away with it.
Motherfucker, why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection?
A woman my brother-in-law has played with, you think you can touch her? If I don't break at least a couple of your legs today, then Baiyuza might as well quit this underworld business. Baiyuza's face twisted savagely as he spewed the venomous words. Originally, he had only planned to have some fun at the Jingdu nightclub, but he unexpectedly encountered the disheartened Lin Xiao, followed by the hurriedly arriving Lang Ruo. This troublemaker from the Bai family was no fool, he immediately sensed something amiss. Immediately, they summoned the boss of the Kyoto nightclub and learned that Lin Zhaoxiao, that little brat, was in VIP room number 1.
Coincidentally, Lang Ruobing was also looking for VIP room number 1. Well then, there must be something fishy going on.
It's almost certainly that damned Lin Zhaoxiao stirring up trouble. Baiyuza knew that perverted bastard Lin Zhaoxiao all too well. Odds were he was setting another trap for some woman. Damn it, if he'd targeted anyone else, Baiyuza might have let it slide. But how dare he lay hands on a woman who belonged to his own brother-in-law? Today I'll beat you until you shit yourself if nothing comes out. That just means your bowels were empty to begin with. Without another word, Baiyuza immediately summoned all his trusty scoundrel friends. He even phoned the Bai family for backup, claiming he was being bullied outside. Through sheer insistence, he managed to mobilize 2 7th-rank battle sovereigns from the Bai clan.
Well, that settled it.
Lin Zhaoxiao, who'd been planning to leisurely enjoy himself, found himself in deep trouble, receiving a thorough beating instead. Baiyuza went straight for the bastard, breaking Lin Zhaoxiao's 2 damn legs on the spot, causing him to howl in pain and spew curses filled with hatred.
Baiyuza, you fucking son of a bitch. You're just Chen Beiyuan's damn dog. My big brother and the Lin family won't let you get away with this. Fuck your entire bloodline, you piece of shit.
Baiyuza's stubborn temper flared up as he grabbed a customized golf club and swung it straight at the center.
Bang!
The heavy impact was followed by a sickening squelch, like chickens scattering and eggs smashing, revealing the gruesome aftermath. Lin Zhou's eyes bulged wide, veins bursting red across them in sheer disbelief, staring down at the mangled, bloody mess between his now shattered legs. His screams and shouts instantly ceased as he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness.
Holy shit! Yuza, you're actually serious. Yuza, you've really messed up this time. It's over, it's all over. This has escalated way too far.
Breaking his legs was one thing, but if you've ruined that part of him, the Lin family will never let this go.
The young scions who'd been holding down Lin Jiuxiu's limbs were stunned into releasing him immediately.
They all swallowed hard as they took in the sight of Lin Jiuxiu lying unconscious on the ground, his crotch a bloody mess.
This is absolutely deadly. Conflicts among young masters from noble families, whether due to love rivalries, jealousy, or outright brawls, are nothing serious. Even broken limbs hardly matter, given how their families never lack medicinal elixirs for recovery. If you lose a fight, just settle the score later when you get stronger. That's how it works. But there's a limit to this kind of thing too. What do you mean by smashing that damn thing? This is practically asking for death. Yuza, get out of here quick. Return to the Bai family immediately and lay low for a while. Don't let the Lin family intercept you, otherwise your fate won't be pretty. Lin Jiuxiu's elder brother isn't someone to be trifled with. As the Lin family heir, he'll certainly demand an explanation for what happened to his brother. Conflicts among the younger generation should be settled by themselves. The older generation shouldn't interfere. You're in deep trouble now. One of the playboys from Donghua's Wang family, who was on good terms with Bai Yuza, quickly spoke up. At most, these people here could only help by restraining Lin Jiuxiu's limbs, they'd just be accomplices at worst. Bai Yuza was in real trouble, he was the main culprit. The matter had escalated to such proportions that the Lin family would undoubtedly come for him first. The Lin family was one of the empire's military powerhouses, not someone to be trifled with. Several other playboys who were on good terms with Bai Yuza hurriedly urged him to flee for the time being. It must be said that although Bai Yuza could occasionally be unreliable, in critical moments, his so-called bad company still proved themselves quite loyal. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to summon so many people with just one phone call. Young Master Bai, leave quickly. Return to the family first to lay low. Have the family head step in to negotiate with the Lin family. The Lin family must have received the news by now and is coming to block our escape. If we're even a step too late, disaster will strike. Bai Yuza's guardian and the Bai family's war emperors were also frightened by the scene before them and hurriedly tried to take Bai Yuza away. Lin Jiuxiu possessed no ordinary status, he was one of the core members of his illustrious family. To put it bluntly, if anything were to happen to Lin Jiuxiu, he would become one of the Lin family's immediate successors. An incident of this magnitude was a direct blow to the Lin family's prestige, they would never let such a humiliation slide without retaliation. Now, even Bai Yuze, having sobered up somewhat, began to comprehend the full enormity of the calamity he had unleashed. If breaking just 2 legs was the only issue, it might still be manageable, but, no, we can't go back to the Bai family. Once the Lin family receives the news, besides sending people here, they'll definitely have men waiting on the road to the Bai residence. Going back now would be like walking right into their trap. And with things getting this out of hand, even if I really go back to the Bai family, the old man would most likely break both my legs. After calming down, Bai Yuza stared at the unconscious Lin Jiuxiu on the ground while his mind raced at lightning speed. The only solution now is to beg brother-in-law to save me. The Lin family dares to block the Bai family, but they might not dare to block the Chen family. I'll give my brother-in-law a call first, see if he's willing to bail me out. It has to be said, Chen Beiyuan's intuition was spot on as always. As soon as things get out of hand, the first person my brother-in-law thinks of is his brother-in-law. The Chen residence. Ring, ring, ring. Soaking in the blood pool, Chen Beiyuan glanced at the incoming call from his brother-in-law, as if he had anticipated it, and immediately picked up. Get straight to the point. Brother-in-law, I've gotten into a bit of trouble. Can I hide at your place for a while? Bai Yuza's mischievous voice came crackling through the phone line. However, his voice clearly carried a trace of unease, his slightly labored breathing betraying the fact that he was currently on the run. Tell me, what trouble have you caused now? Though he'd anticipated as much, Chen Beiyuan still wanted to know just how big of a mess his brother-in-law had made this time. He called after just 3 minutes, clearly in a hurry to flee and take refuge. This was somewhat unexpected for him. It's nothing major, just broke Lin Jiuxiu's lackey's legs. Just breaking his legs? That's not such a big deal. Can't even the Bai family handle such a small matter? Does Bai Yuza really need to flee for safety? Wait. Chen Beiyuan immediately sensed something amiss, his lips twitching as his expression turned grave. Which leg was broken? Both the left and right ones, oh, and the one in the middle too. Chapter 68, Lin Jiuxiu of the Lin family pays a visit to the Bai family patriarch to demand justice for my third brother. Both the left and right ones, and the one in the middle too. Chen Beiyuan finally understood why his brother-in-law had been so desperate to seek refuge with him. This whole incident had escalated quite significantly. Both legs could still be treated with heavenly spiritual herbs, allowing him to run and jump normally without issues. But as for that thing in the middle, forget whether it could even be cured even if healed. Would it still function properly? Would there be psychological trauma? What if it just refused to rise to the occasion? This thing is for carrying on the family line. If you mess with someone's precious like that, it's no wonder the Lin family would go insane. For any noble family, ensuring the continuation of the bloodline will always be the utmost priority. Bayuza had indeed crossed a taboo of the aristocratic families. Even Chen Beiyuan hadn't expected this guy to be so reckless, going completely mad and even smashing Lin Zhouxiao's family jewels. Moreover, given his understanding of his brother-in-law, the guy had almost certainly downplayed the situation. Lin Zhouxiao's family jewels were probably in worse shape than simply being broken. This time, he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Brother-in-law, I'm your own sister's brother, you can't just abandon me. Before my sister left, she specifically told me to come to you for anything major. Now I don't even trust my own father, I haven't even gone back to the Bai family. You've got to help me. You're dearer to me than my own father. I'll be your brother-in-law for life. Bayuza pleaded pitifully, like a stray dog with no home to return to. Clearly, he realized he'd stirred up serious trouble this time, and the Bai family might not be able to protect him. Death might be avoided, but a severe beating was certainly unavoidable. The best course of action now was to seek help from dear brother-in-law. Look at your pathetic state, making such a fuss over trivial matters. Just come over here yourself. No, actually, I'll send someone to fetch you, lest something happens along the way. Chen Beiyuan felt speechless. Still, the man must be protected no matter what. After all, he's my brother-in-law, still useful. Though things got somewhat complicated when my brother-in-law butted in, ultimately it's nothing serious. Maybe for the Bai family this matter is troublesome after all. The Lins are one of the Empire's gun barrels. Who'd be stupid enough to go head-to-head with the barrel of a gun? These days, those who carry guns definitely outrank those who just flap their gums. Even among top-tier aristocratic families, hierarchies still exist. But for the Chen family, this matter isn't particularly troublesome. After all, the Chen family wields the Empire's most powerful spear, thicker than the Lin families, larger than the Lin families, harder than the Lin families. To put it in the crudest terms, your spear isn't as big as mine. This was the fundamental reason why Bayuza immediately sought help from his brother-in-law to save his life. The Lin family dares to block the Bai family, but would they dare block the Chen family? Can't they tell who's in charge here? Chen Beiyuan took out his young master token and sent a message to the strong cultivators of his family, asking them to fetch Bayuza. This was to prevent the guy from being intercepted by the Lin family halfway and taken directly to the Lin residence. By then, he might lose his third leg. The situation is escalating, even the Bai family has been dragged into it. This is going to be quite a show. Chen Beiyuan's eyes were deep and unfathomable, like an abyss, as he murmured to himself. Not far away, and Biyu was already ensnared by Anu. The massive dragon head was surveying its surroundings, deciding where to take the first bite. A pair of eerie dual pupils radiated a terrifying draconic pressure, making Biyu's scalp tingle with fear. It was clear that this dragon probably saw her as a meal delivered right to its doorstep. Anu, come here. Chen Beiyuan's voice came from ahead, and Biyu suddenly felt the weight lifted from her body as the terrifying dragon's coils around her instantly loosened. The massive dragon head plunged into the blood pool, charging toward Chen Beiyuan with the unrestrained enthusiasm of a Siberian husky at play. The majestic and domineering dragon's head affectionately nuzzled Chen Beiyuan's face, occasionally emitting soft dragon murmurs, giving off an unexpectedly endearing and adorable vibe. You've grown quite a bit again. Chen Beiyuan patted its head, carefully inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction. The fresh beast blood in the blood pool was replaced daily, all coming from beasts no weaker than 5th grade, the absolute best nourishment for the Blood-Sin Dragon Emperor. Within just a few short days, it had grown from its original 3-meter length to now over 10 meters, demonstrating astonishingly rapid growth. What surprised Chen Beiyuan even more was that as Anu grew, the beast-derived divine ability, Blood Dragon Transformation, within his body also gradually strengthened, becoming increasingly sustained. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Little did Bayuza know in his wildest dreams that his immediate decision to flee the Kyoto nightclub and seek refuge with his brother-in-law was so brilliant, because, not long after he and his little buddies escaped, a full 10 7th-rank battle emperors from the Lin family arrived and encircled the entire Kyoto nightclub. Lin Zhouxiao, who had passed out in the private room, was promptly carried away. If Bayuza had fled any slower, he likely would have been intercepted by the Lin family and forcibly kidnapped. Soon after the Lin family left, Kyoto nightclub suddenly caught fire, the flames raging violently, leaving no survivors, including the owner. And Bayuza proved even more cunning by ignoring the advice of his so-called fair-weather friends and the family's war emperor, refusing to return to the Bai estate. Because, immediately after news spread of third brother Lin Zhouxiao's mishap, Lin Zhouxiao immediately dispatched 10 7th-rank war emperors to the Kyoto nightclub. Yet this young master of the Lin family chose not to follow them, heading straight for the Bai residence instead. At this very moment, the young master of the Lin family was standing right at the Bai family's main gate. Lin Zhouxiao of the Lin family has come to visit the Bai family head to demand justice for my third brother. A resounding voice instantly echoed throughout the entire Bai manor, startling even the surrounding elite families. No one could have anticipated that the young master of the Lin clan would dare to demand an explanation from the Bai family, completely alone. A sixth-rank battle king demanding an explanation from a top-tier aristocratic family, this seemed utterly ludicrous. But when Lin Zhozhou came as a representative of the Lin family, surely someone wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. For example, Bai Yinin, the current patriarch of the Bai family. This head of the Bai family, known for his refined and affable demeanor, now wore a rather unsightly expression. Bang! That damned wretch! Clearly, he too had been infuriated by his youngest son's actions. A single moment of inattention had allowed the boy to create such an enormous mess. This has left him in such a passive position now. The Lin family sending Lin Zhozhou made their stance clear. Matters between the younger generation should be resolved among themselves. As an elder, if he were to forcefully intervene, then the Lin family's elders wouldn't show any courtesy either. At that point, it would be all-out war. Bai Yinyun clearly understood the Lin family had undoubtedly laid down an inescapable trap along the Bai family's inevitable path. If that disobedient son of his dared to return, he'd be willingly throwing himself into the net. Lin Zhozhou had come precisely to silence the Bai family. After all, the Bai family isn't justified in this matter. At this moment, Bai Yinyun was absolutely livid, itching to break his disobedient son's legs. What an utterly troublesome brat. Just then, a figure silently appeared and whispered a few words in his ear. Bai Yinyun's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Good evil spawn, at least you weren't stupid enough to run home. Now the real show is about to begin, dear readers. Give us those 5-star ratings, pure satisfaction guaranteed. Chapter 69, The Lin Family's Fury. Upon learning that his wretched offspring hadn't fled to the Bai family, but had instead run straight to the Chen family, while cursing inwardly, Bai Yinyun also felt a flicker of relief. At least this damned wretched offspring wasn't completely brainless and still had some sense left. As long as the Chen family was willing to help, there might still be room to maneuver in this situation. Butler, please invite young Master Zhozhou in. Bai Yinyun also regained much of his composure, reverting to that cultured and amiable demeanor of his. After all, it was their own cub who caused the trouble. As the patriarch, he still needed to help resolve the matter. Compensation would indeed be necessary. However, Lin Zhozhou, who was blocking the Bai family's entrance, also received news at this moment that Bai Yuza had taken refuge with the Chen family. What a fine Bai family this is. His expression darkened as he flicked his sleeves and left abruptly, showing no consideration whatsoever for Bai Yinyun's seniority. Having come this far, how could he possibly let the matter end so easily? Who dares lay a hand on someone from the Lin family? Nowadays, who in the entire Yanjing doesn't know that the third young master of the Lin family had his 3 legs crippled by Bai Yuza? This is nothing less than slapping the Lin family across the face. The Lin family. The unconscious Lin Zhozhou was immediately surrounded by countless physicians whose skills rivaled the finest medical experts in the country upon being brought back to the Lin family. Upon seeing the extent of the injury, even the assembled master physicians couldn't help but gasp in shock, feeling a chill run through their lower regions. Hiss, this thing has been completely shattered. Even if we use heaven and earth spiritual herbs to heal it, there will likely still be problems. With such severe damage, I'm afraid we can't preserve it all. We'll need to remove half of it. Not just that, I'd say at least 80% needs to be cut off. To restore it later would require no fewer than 3 limb regeneration herbs. Then let's proceed. If we miss the optimal treatment window, severe infection may set in, then we might have to remove the entire limb. One had to admit, the resources of top-tier noble families were truly extraordinary. Severed limb regeneration herb, this supreme-grade celestial spirit medicine, was casually taken out, along with many other precious heavenly treasures as supplementary ingredients. With the intervention of several renowned divine physicians, Lin Zhozhou's condition showed significant improvement remarkably quickly. When Lin Zhozhou returned to the family with a sullen expression, the rotted flesh between Lin Zhozhou's legs had completely healed, even appearing noticeably whiter as if it had freshly regrown. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of emotion crossed Lin Zhozhou's icy countenance as he turned to the lead physician nearby and inquired, "How are things progressing?" Young Master of Zhozhou, third young master's condition has stabilized, and his missing limbs have fully regenerated. However, further observation is still required. But, the lead physician carefully weighed his words, his face showing traces of hesitation. But what? Lin Zhozhou's expression shifted slightly as he continued questioning without batting an eyelid. However, the third young master's fertility might become problematic. The leading physician swallowed hard and stammered out his words. Even the other physicians behind him now had flickering gazes, not daring to look Lin Zhozhou straight in the eyes. On the surface, the person was cured, but there were still significant after effects. But this clearly exceeded their capability. Yet contrary to their expectations, Lin Zhozhou didn't erupt in fury as imagined. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, nodding faintly. I understand. You physicians have worked hard. The Lin family's promised payment won't be lacking by even 1 cent. Moreover, there will be an additional generous gift. Steward, see our guests out. Our deepest gratitude, young Master Jojo. Thank you, young Master Jojo. Thank you, young Master Jojo. The physicians were overjoyed upon hearing this, never expecting the young master of the Lin family to be so considerate. Their anxious hearts gradually calmed down. Soon, under the butler's guidance, the various physicians left one after another, each carrying a gift of considerable value. Lin Jojo stood at the entrance and suddenly spoke to the air, muttering to himself, "Not a single one of those people from earlier is to be spared. Bury them together with their entire families, burn those gifts for them. A bunch of quacks who couldn't even cure a man, yet still have the audacity to live? Do they truly think the Lin family runs a charity?" "Yes, young master." From the corner emerged a ghostly figure that vanished without a trace. After instructing his subordinate to clean up the matter thoroughly, Lin Jojo finally stepped into the room reeking of alcohol and blood, gazing at his deathly pale younger brother lying unconscious on the hospital bed. The young master of the Lin family's face gradually twisted into a sinister grimace, his eyes growing increasingly vicious, like a beast provoked into wrath. Behind him, the phantom of a terrifying horned beast silently emerged, its massive predatory eyes locked unblinkingly ahead. Suddenly, Lin Jojo's eyelids trembled faintly on the sickbed, his fingers twitching slightly as he lay unconscious. The dreadful beastly phantom instantly vanished without a trace. The ferocious madness on Lin Jojo's face instantly dissipated, returning to calm as if the previous scene had never occurred. "Brother!" Lin Jojo slowly opened his eyelids, feeling numbness throughout his body and noticing the lump of rotten flesh cut beside him. With a deathly pale face, he looked at his emotionless elder brother. "Avenge me!" His voice was weak and hoarse, yet dripping with a chilling venomous hatred. Lin Jojo watched expressionlessly, neither agreeing nor refusing, simply staring at him with unblinking intensity. Under his elder brother's gaze, Lin Jojo grew increasingly unsettled, as if being completely seen through. The resentment on his face gradually faded, replaced by a servile timidity, as if struggling to explain himself. "Brother, take good care of your injuries." Lin Jojo finally spoke, making no mention of the Kyoto nightclub incident. Then, he turned and walked toward the door. Lin Jojo timidly watched his elder brother's retreating figure when suddenly, as if remembering something, his expression changed subtly. "Brother, Lin Xiao and Ashan had nothing to do with this matter. Don't drag them into it." Being the one who most understood his elder brother's ruthless methods, Lin Jojo knew full well that Lin Xiao and Ashan must have been captured by now. What happened at the capital nightclub simply couldn't be kept under wraps. If he doesn't wake up, both of them will have to be sacrificed. Even if he does wake up, these two will likely wish they were dead. But one is his sworn brother, the other his longtime guardian. How could he bear to let anything happen to them? At this moment, in his agitation he actually half-raised himself, trying to get up only to fail and collapse into another violent coughing fit that seemed determined to tear his lungs apart. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Jojo paused mid-step upon hearing the commotion behind him, his foot hovering above the threshold. Unexpectedly, he agreed. "All right, outside the door." When Lin Jojo stepped out, he saw his father, Lin Shufeng, the current patriarch of the Lin family, waiting for him in the courtyard. Lin Shufeng observed his eldest son's expressionless face, fully aware that his fury was genuine. While anger churned within him, he also felt a touch of relief. The anger stemmed from his worthless youngest son's failures. The relief came from knowing that even though his most capable eldest son possessed a ruthless temperament, he valued family above all else. This was undoubtedly a good thing. "What do you plan to do about this? No one gets to insult the Lin family lightly. Everyone involved will pay the price. Junior matters should be settled by juniors themselves. But as the elder brother, how can I not stand up for my younger sibling?" Lin Jojo spoke calmly. Lin Shufeng gazed at him with approval and nodded contentedly. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you to handle." Lin Jojo nodded to his father before departing swiftly. Shortly after Lin Jojo left, the steward entered. "Master, the head of the Bai family has come visiting." "Absolutely not." Lin Shufeng rejected the proposal tyrannically. "At this point, what's the damn use of talking anymore?" The Chen family. After frolicking with Anu in the blood pool for a while, Chen Beiyuan leisurely changed his clothes with Nbiyu's assistance and headed alone toward the reception hall. In the reception hall, Baiyuza, who had been left waiting for some time, couldn't sit still upon seeing Chen Beiyuan appear, his face lighting up with excitement. "Brother-in-law, you're not stupid, knowing to come to me. If you'd run back to the Bai family, Lin Jojo would have intercepted you halfway. Those two Bai family war emperors you sent back to deliver the message were captured by the Lin family halfway." Chapter 70, The Army of the Extraordinary. "Brother-in-law, don't laugh at me. Luckily you sent someone to pick me up, otherwise those Lin family pups would have caught me long ago. Those damned mongrels have one hell of a nose, they actually sniffed out which way I'd run. This time, I finally understand why the Lin family is one of the Empire's strongest spears, they're all a bunch of freaks." Baiyuza wore a bitter smile. His face still bore scratch marks, his clothes were torn and tattered, and his entire appearance was utterly disheveled. Nothing remained of the dignified young master from a noble family he once was. Clearly, his escape journey hadn't been as straightforward as imagined. Even Chen Beiyuan had to admit that his brother-in-law's luck was truly extraordinary. When trouble struck, he fled straight to Qin territory instead of foolishly staying at the Kyoto nightclub or running to the Bai family. Had he done otherwise, Lin family members would have captured him long ago. In contrast, those two Bai family battle emperors who tried to run back to warn their clan were intercepted by the Lin family halfway, and their fates remain unknown to this day. Yet despite this, Bai Yuze, protected by his family's guardian, narrowly escaped being ambushed and captured by pursuing Lin family experts during his desperate flight to the Qin territory. At that time, Bai Yuze and his guardian were already being ground into the dust by a group of the Lin family's war emperors, about to be beaten half to death and dragged back to the Lin residence. Bai Yuze probably never dreamed in his wildest nightmares that the Lin family possessed such terrifying combat strength. In just a few engagements, his own guardian was utterly defeated. At the critical moment, it was Chen Beiyuan's dispatched men who arrived just in time to directly retrieve them. He only suffered minor injuries, fortunately, but his personal guardian is still in critical condition. Those men were all veterans the Lin family withdrew from the battlefield, monsters who crawled out from piles of corpses and beast graves. You've offended the Lin family thoroughly this time, they wouldn't have unleashed those creatures otherwise. But still, what matters is that you're unharmed. Chen Beiyuan looked at his crestfallen younger brother-in-law before him and shook his head with a faint smile, appearing utterly unperturbed. The fact that the Lin family could serve as the empire's second spearhead was no simple matter. Since ancient times, those who wield military power have always fought their way to it. Even within Manhwa Empire, the Lin family ranked among the top 5 supreme factions. Even the imperial family had to show a certain level of respect to the Lin family. Despite the Bai family's strength, they ultimately weren't firearms experts. A direct confrontation was naturally out of the question. Brother-in-law, I never fully understood the weight of the Chun family in Donghua until now. I feel it crystal clear today. The Lin family members acted like minor ghosts seeing the King of Hell when they spotted your men, didn't even dare lift a hand, just turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Bai Yuze looked at his brother-in-law's calm and composed demeanor before him, his face a complex mix of emotions. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying power of the Chun family of Donghua. Just moments ago, when he and his family's guardian were pinned to the ground by those Lin family monsters and about to be forcibly dragged away, his brother-in-law's people arrived just in time. Those Lin family monsters dared to lay hands on the Bai family members, yet the moment they spotted his brother-in-law's people, they immediately released them and backed down without a word. At this moment, he still vividly remembered how those expressionless Lin family monsters had looked utterly horrified when they saw the Chun family's envoys, their eyes even flickering with a trace of fear. If those people dare to make a move, next year's date will mark their death anniversary. Chen Beiyuan appeared remarkably calm as he raised a teacup by his side and took a sip. The group he had sent to fetch Bai Yuze was, after all, an elite squad of aberrants from the Chen family. The veterans of the Lin family might as well have seen a ghost. What is a hybrid? The foreign tribes along the border often abduct human women, violate them, and ultimately give birth to a group of hybrids with foreign tribe characteristics. Their veins flow with the mixed blood of exotic races and humans. Those exotic bloodlines include the Minotaur tribe, the Fierce Tiger clan, the Catfolk, the Panther kin. Hybrids possess the formidable physiques of exotic races while inheriting humans' capacity for cultivation, embodying the best traits of both species. Unfortunately, the mingling of these two bloodlines caused those hybrids to develop highly unstable temperaments, prone to bestial madness and slaughterous rampages. They were like unstable volcanoes, liable to erupt and harm those around them at any moment. Even when attempts were made to eliminate the hidden dangers within their bodies, all efforts ultimately proved futile. Thus, even among humans and other races alike, these unstable freakish monstrosities were unwelcome, regarded as genetic mutation aberrations. However, the Donghuachin family possesses an elite core specifically composed of abnormals, each member a veritable lunatic. Once these madmen spring into action, their frenzy knows no bounds, a relentless fight to the death. Even decapitated, headless bodies continue wielding butcher blades to slaughter, both men and beasts alike. This is an army born solely for carnage. Even the savage tribes and monstrous beasts along the border front shudder with primal dread at the mere sight of this legion of abnormals. To this day, no one knows how the Chen family controls this fearless para-human army. Even within the Eastern Hua Empire, no one has been able to figure out how the Chen family accomplishes this. To be honest, when the Lin family's so-called monsters see this thing appear, their reaction is practically no different from seeing a ghost. Because once a fight breaks out, that para-human unit might suffer losses, but they would undoubtedly annihilate their opponents completely. This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. Brother-in-law, you're fucking amazing. At this moment, Bai Yuze couldn't find any other words to describe it. Only the simplest, most crude language could express the awe in his heart.
When push comes to shove, it's always your own brother-in-law who delivers. Counting on his old man for rescue, he'd probably have been taken to the Lin family long ago to face the music. He might survive with his life intact, but his precious little white would likely lose its bird-brained existence. Young master! At that moment, a figure draped in a pitch-black cloak appeared by Chen Beiyuan's side, crouching down to whisper something. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly changed as he keenly noticed the pair of fluffy cat ears beneath the dark cloak of that figure. Immediately recalling the team that had come to rescue him earlier, he couldn't help but gulp nervously. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the cat-eared stranger shrouded in the dark cloak, whose features remained obscured, abruptly lifted their head. A pair of eerie green feline eyes glinted with a chilling light, instantly sending a bone-deep tremble through Bai Yuza, nearly making him wet himself. Good. You've worked hard. You may leave now. Yes, young master. The figure clad in the dark cloak withdrew his gaze, nodding respectfully towards Chen Beiyuan before vanishing without a trace, swift as a shadowy black cat. Chen Beiyuan set down his teacup, eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he regarded his terrified brother-in-law before him, speaking with deliberate weight. Just moments ago, Lin Zhozhou personally paid visits to the Wang, Wei, Zhu, Yi, every one of those top aristocratic families, to demand justice for Lin Zhozhou. Every last one of your friends has had either their legs or arms broken. Not a single one was spared. Next chapter, the climax begins. Chapter 71. The fiancé's call. Lin Zhozhou comes knocking. What? Bai Yu's expression drastically changed, clearly terrified by this sudden news. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he forced a smile and stared at Chen Beiyuan before him. Brother-in-law, you must be joking, right? How could old Wang, old Wei, old Zhu, and old Ji have their limbs broken? They haven't done anything wrong. How could their influential families possibly allow this? Could Lin Zhozhou really compel several top-tier aristocratic families to lower their heads? Bai Yuza simply couldn't believe that the group of close friends who had just been gathered together moments ago had now met such a miserable fate in the blink of an eye. If the Lin family has fire, shouldn't they be looking for him instead? You're still too young, too naive, too inexperienced. Seeing Bai Yuza's disbelief, Chen Beiyuan shook his head helplessly before deciding to teach his brother-in-law a harsh lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Although, age-wise, his brother-in-law was actually a few months older than him, the guy's mindset was still far too immature. A certified man-child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something as reckless as breaking Lin Zhozhou's third limb. Did he really think he could get away with something like that? At this point, do you still think it's no big deal? Don't you realize you almost crippled Lin Zhozhou this time? That was a direct slap across the Lin family's face. Right now, every faction in Yanjing City knows about this incident. If the Lin family doesn't strike back with thunderous force, they'll become the empire's laughingstock. Tonight, everyone involved will face retribution, not a single one will escape. Do you think your friends' families will protect them? Wrong. Utterly wrong. Those noble houses won't break with the Lin family over some spoiled brat's recklessness, especially when they're clearly in the wrong to begin with. The moment Lin Zhozhou showed up at their doors, the family heads decisively handed over their spoiled young masters. Back at the capital nightclub, whoever helped pin down Lin Zhozhou's hands had their own hands brutally broken by Lin Zhozhou. Those who assisted in holding his legs had their legs shattered directly. Chen Beiyuan gazed pensively at his brother-in-law, whose face had turned deathly pale, and sighed softly. Before you act, consider the consequences. Some things can be done, others cannot. You must think carefully. The games played in the Empire's upper echelons aren't meant to be played like this. This time, you've gone too far. Even Chen Beiyuan had previously only had the hunchbacked old woman break someone's legs. But Bai Yuza intervened midway, not only breaking Lin Zhozhou's legs but also going after that most crucial third leg. This guy is truly ruthless. Chen Beiyuan dared to have people take action because he could withstand the pressure. To put it bluntly, if he had been the one behind tonight's incident, the Lin family would most likely have chosen to swallow their pride. As for Bai Yuza, who the hell does he think he is? How could the Lin family possibly swallow this? Seeing his brother-in-law dissect the entire matter point by point, laying everything bare without the slightest mercy, Bai Yuza immediately fell silent. He wasn't a fool either. Born into a prestigious and wealthy family, he had simply grown accustomed to arrogance over the years. With the Bai family backing him, he feared nothing in heaven or earth. Add to that his identity as Chen Beiyuan's brother-in-law, and who wouldn't show him deference? Yet this time, he had met his match. It gave him a sobering realization of just how serious certain matters could be. Alright, stay at the Chen residence these next few days. Since your sister isn't here, as your brother-in-law, it's only natural I'll look out for you. Chen Beiyuan had barely finished speaking when, suddenly, a phone rang. He picked it up and saw that the caller was none other than his fiancée, Bai Ruowei. Chen Beiyuan was taken aback for a moment before realizing that his betrothed must have also received word about his younger brother's accident. He glanced at Bai Yuza and directly answered the call. Ruowei. Beiyuan, is Xiao Bai at the Chen family now? Bai Ruowei's charming and mature voice came through, carrying a hint of the warmth of a girl next door. Yes, at the Chen residence.
Chen Beiyuan's eyes shone with a profound calm as he spoke. Even though this was his first conversation with his fiancée, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and closeness. Even the prison-suppressing demonic chi within him was inexplicably restless. He knew full well it was because of his fiancée's unique constitution. This by-family fiancée of his was no ordinary woman. Aside from being one of the 4 great beauties of Yanjing, she is also the 3rd destined female lead in the original story. Among all destined female leads, she is the most formidable one. In the original novel, even the main antagonist, the original host, suffered significant losses because of this fiancé. Beiyuan, I'm causing you trouble this time. Please take care of Little Bai for me. I can return to Yanjing tomorrow, and then I'll come to you to pick up Little Bai. As for the Lin family's matters, I'll handle them myself. The younger generation has their own ways of resolving matters. If Lin Zhozhou wants an explanation, then I'll give him one. Bai Ruowei spoke softly as she expressed her gratitude to Chen Beiyuan. But when he reached the final words, his tone took on an edge of sharpness. The Bai family's status as one of the empire's top aristocratic clans was certainly not achieved by mere luck. The most formidable among the younger generation of the Lin family is Lin Zhozhou. The most skilled fighter in the younger generation of the Bai family is Bai Ruowei. Originally, this was a conflict between the younger generation, making it inappropriate for the elders to intervene. Previously, since Bai Ruowei was absent and the other younger members of the Bai family were no match for Lin Zhozhou, they had no choice but to endure silently. But now that Bai Ruowei is clearly about to return, it's imperative for her to challenge Lin Zhozhou and settle the score. This matter concerns her own younger brother. How could she possibly back down? Of course, what was more important was that she believed Chen Beiyuan was still in his growth phase and might very well not be a match for Lin Zhozhou at this stage. She feared Chen Beiyuan might act impulsively, take responsibility for the matter, and even come to blows with Lin Zhozhou. She didn't deny that her fiancé possessed the greatest innate talent and potential in the entire empire. But Lin Zhozhou was a full 14 years older than Chen Beiyuan, with over a decade more of cultivation experience, and his cultivation level was an entire major realm higher. Once Chen Beiyuan comes into conflict with Lin Zhozhou and they start fighting, I'm afraid he might suffer the worse end of it. And naturally, Chen Beiyuan also discerned the implied meaning and the undisguised concern within those words. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. You're worried I might come off worse if I fight Lin Zhozhou, aren't you? I didn't mean it that way, Beiyuan. I truly believe that with your talent and potential, surpassing him is only a matter of time. But right now you. Bai Ruowei momentarily froze before hurriedly attempting to explain with visible anxiety. You don't need to explain, it seems someone couldn't wait to come knocking. I might have underestimated him a bit. Chen Beiyuan abruptly cut her off, his eyes turning toward the outside. In the next moment, a resonant voice suddenly rang out from beyond, instantly echoing through the entire Chen family estate. Lin Zhozhou of the Lin family pays a visit to the young master of the Chen family. Chapter 72, The person is inside. You won't be taking them away. Lin Zhozhou of the Lin family, here to pay a visit to the young master of the Chen family. In the reception hall, Bai Yu's expression drastically changed, clearly not expecting Lin Zhozhou to dare come to the Chen family. Even Bai Ruowei, who was thousands of miles away rushing back at breakneck speed, had her expression shift in disbelief. This was evidently somewhat beyond her expectations. What a Lin Zhozhou! Chen Beiyuan's gaze grew profound as he couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. For the sake of his third brother, Lin Zhozhou had practically thrown caution to the wind. Not only did he dare to personally confront several top aristocratic families to demand explanations. Nowadays, how dare someone still come to the Chen family alone? Such boldness truly lives up to being hailed by the Lin family as the heir possessing the potential of an emperor. Beiyuan, don't act recklessly. Ruowei, leave this matter for me to handle. Chen Beiyuan ignored Bai Ruowei's frantic warnings, hanging up the phone directly as he rose to head outside. With Lin Zhozhou personally paying a visit, how could the young master of the Chen family possibly hide away? Perhaps his fiancée meant well, but clearly, she'd underestimated him. At this moment, he feared no one. Perhaps the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master's prophecy of a teenage monarch won't require 10 years to come true after all. My path of invincibility begins today, 1,000 miles away. Through the clouds in the sky, a black shadow suddenly flashed past, immediately tearing open a massive gap and leaving behind a long trailing mark. A monstrous figure was moving at a terrifying speed. Its speed was so fast that even the most advanced radar systems struggled to track it. At that moment, a tall and alluring figure stood atop the giant beast's head, her star-like eyes blazing with boundless fury as they fixed unwaveringly on the east. The mobile phone in her hand creaked dangerously under the force of her grip. Lin Zhozhou, if you dare harm a single hair on Beiyuan's head, I'll make sure you die without a grave to bury you in. 6 years ago, she had already claimed that youth as her exclusive property. Whoever dared touch what belonged to her would pay with their life. As Lin Zhozhou made his grand appearance outside the Chen family's gates, instantaneously, it caused a seismic uproar. all factions across the entire Yanjing city were stirred into action. Countless prying eyes turned their gazes toward the direction of the Chen family.
Not only the aristocratic families of the empire, but even the imperial family turned their gaze toward this moment. No one had expected that Lin Zhozhou, the young master of the Lin family, would actually dare to go to the Chen family. Moreover, he even openly demanded to see the Chen family's young master, Chen Beiyuan. It looks like there's going to be quite a spectacle next. This matter involves military families from two great empires, and not even those lofty figures would dare to underestimate its significance. On the surface, the entire Chen family and its surroundings appeared calm, yet in reality, countless powerful figures had already turned their gaze toward it. Rumors even suggested that the legendary 8th-rank war emperor might have cast his attention this way. Lin Zhozhou stood alone outside the gate, disregarding the multitude of peering eyes around him, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the entrance of the Chen family, as if waiting for something. Crack! The gates of the Chen family swung open. Chen Beiyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his noble and imposing face exuding an air of dominance. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he looked down at Lin Zhozhou outside. Brother Zhozhou, what brings you here? Beiyuan, let's not beat around the bush. I know this matter has nothing to do with you. As for the incident at the Kyoto nightclub, Zhou was at fault first. That's why I didn't order anyone to take action against Leng Ruobing. As your elder brother, let me first offer you Jiang Zhouxiao's apologies here on his behalf. Lin Zhozhou gazed at the Chen Beiyuan before him, his attitude unexpectedly amicable, completely devoid of any intention to demand accountability. He even proactively apologized for Lin Zhouxiao in his capacity as the eldest son of the Lin family. Clearly, the incident at the Kyoto nightclub hadn't escaped the notice of this young master of the Lin family. He was well aware of his third brother's reckless personality and its consequences. Lin Zhozhou's initiative to apologize not only astonished the secretly observing big shots but also made them lower their heads in silent acknowledgement. Such a character, capable of bending and stretching, has boundless prospects ahead. Even Chen Beiyuan at this moment nodded slightly in approval. This is the dignified demeanor a true noble heir should possess. Unlike those brain-dead young masters in trashy novels who constantly spew insults and act like vulgar nouveau riches, those are the real oddities. However, Lin Zhozhou's tone suddenly shifted. His handsome face twisted with a sinister expression as he stared fixedly at Chen Beiyuan before him. But Zhou Xiu is still lying sick in bed. How could I, as his elder brother, just stand by and watch? Beiyuan, for Ermiai's sake, hand Bayuza over to me. Consider it Lin Zhozhou, no, consider it the Lin family owing you a favor. Even Chen Beiyuan had to admit that Lin Zhozhou's devotion to his family members was somewhat beyond his expectations. For the sake of that eccentric third brother of his, he could actually humble himself before him. Unfortunately, this eldest son of the Lin family still hasn't realized that his third brother is an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. In the end, he too will die by his third brother's hand. How do you know this wasn't something I instructed Bayuza to do? Chen Beiyuan suddenly spoke up. Lin Zhozhou's expression darkened, his eyes instantly turning savage as he glared fixedly at Chen Beiyuan before him, as if trying to discern the truth. But soon, he shook his head. It couldn't be you. If it were really you, you'd only have your subordinates do the dirty work. There'd be no need to drag fools like Bayuza into this or hide in the shadows. If it truly were you, you wouldn't have volunteered that information either. So it seems you're refusing to hand him over. Lin Zhozhou's expression gradually turned cold as he clearly understood Chen Beiyuan's implication. Chen Beiyuan's next words confirmed his premonition. The person is inside. You won't be taking them away. The smile faded from Chen Beiyuan's face, replaced by calm indifference as he delivered his merciless declaration. Things have reached this point, how could they possibly be resolved with just a few words? If Lin Zhozhou were to really take Bayuza away from the Chen family, forget about whether he could explain it to his fiancée. This would be a downright slap to the Chen family's face. How dare the second-in-command come knocking on the boss's door to demand someone, and he actually took the person away too. What kind of impression does that leave on the underlings? The lower ranks don't care about causes or consequences, nor any bullshit excuses, they'll just think the boss can't control his deputy anymore. The Chen family can't control the Lin family anymore. By then, if everyone forgets who's truly in charge, that would be absolutely unacceptable. At this stage, the nature of the matter has completely changed. This is no longer merely a personal grudge between Bayuza and Lin Zhozhou, but rather a clash between the two imperial families, the Chens and the Lins. Since that's the case, Lin Zhozhou would like to experience firsthand just how much weight the legendary young king of the Chen family, praised even by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master, truly carries. Chen Beiyuan, dare you fight me? Lin Zhozhou's face darkened with a sinister expression, his eyes turning icy cold as he directly issued the challenge. At this point, there was no possibility of him backing down. In the end, we'll have to settle this with a fight. Who says I don't dare? Chen Beiyuan responded domineeringly. Boom! Two terrifying surges of fighting spirit instantly erupted and soared.
Chapter 3, 5-star ratings and free gifts are greatly appreciated. Chapter 73, The Horror of the Zhuoang Dao Scripture. Boom! With the breakdown of negotiations, two terrifying surges of battle intent instantly swept across the battlefield, their collision sparking rolling thunder and roaring flames. In an instant, even the numerous powerful figures watching from afar unconsciously held their breaths. These two were not only the empire's pinnacle geniuses and heirs of its greatest noble houses, they were also future commanders of the imperial military. This battle could almost be called the ultimate clash between two great aristocratic families. Their cultivation levels were also revealed. 5th rank War Commander Peak. 6th rank War King Intermediate. Although Chen Beiyuan was a whole major realm lower than Lin Zhuozhou, yet at this very moment, he showed no weakness in terms of aura, even displaying a tendency to overwhelm the other side instead. Even Lin Zhuozhou never expected that one day, he would be overpowered in terms of aura by a teenager more than a decade younger than him. Let it be known, he was once an empire's top prodigy who had slain a 7th grade war emperor. So this is the boy the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Master praised as a young monarch. A shame, your cultivation is still far too weak. His eyes flickered with a profound gleam as powerful soul fluctuations instantly coalesced into a soul-piercing spike, aiming to ambush Chen Beiyuan with a treacherous strike. Battle skill, soul-devouring spike. A 6th rank battle king not only achieves a high-density fusion with their war soul but also possesses soul strength far surpassing that of a 5th rank battle commander. The disparity between them could easily be described as tens or even hundreds of times. With just a single burst of spiritual pressure, one could overwhelm the souls of weaker cultivators, grievously wounding them and reducing their combat effectiveness to less than 30%. This is the natural suppression brought by superior cultivation. And this move of his, Soul-Eating Thorn, was a soul battle technique, an exceedingly rare kind. It was a fortuitous encounter he had stumbled upon, discovered within the rotting corpse of a soul-eating demon he'd chanced upon in some abandoned ruins. Once unleashed, even other monstrous prodigies of the same caliber would suffer losses. Now, using this against Chen Beiyuan is truly using an adult's strength to bully a child. However, the next scene completely stunned Lin Zhuozhou. Chen Beiyuan's dark and profound eyes remained utterly tranquil, standing tall and unshaken like a towering mountain piercing the heavens. An enigmatic and profound fluctuation circulated within his body, effortlessly deflecting the soul-devouring thorn. His soul-devouring thorn had actually proven completely ineffective? How is this possible? A flicker of astonishment flashed through Lin Zhuozhou's eyes. He had long known that Chen Beiyuan's physical body was extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary battle king, but he never expected his soul to be equally formidable. Who the hell is the real war king here? Hexagon warrior, huh? What the hell are you trying to pull? Chen Beiyuan paid no heed to Lin Zhuozhou's stunned expression before him, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. With the sit and forget Dao scripture safeguarding his soul, even if Lin Zhuozhou's soul attack were twice as powerful, it wouldn't be able to breach his defenses. Playing dirty, huh? Well then, it's his turn now. Sit and forget scripture was unleashed to its peak in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he entered the state of sitting oblivion, becoming one with heaven and earth. 10 moves, that's all it takes to finish you. Maniac, this can't be? Lin Zhuozhou was actually amused by Chen Beiyuan's arrogant attitude at this moment, planning to finish him off in 10 moves? What absolute nonsense. Not even other top-tier prodigies would dare make such claims. What gives a 5th rank war commander the right? Yet what happened next nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Chen Beiyuan vanished into thin air without a trace. No, he hasn't vanished. His body still stands in its original spot. Yet his aura and oppressive pressure have completely disappeared without a trace. People could still see him, yet Lin Zhuozhou could no longer sense his presence at all. It was as if Chen Beiyuan before him had truly become a wisp of air. Such an uncanny sight sent chills down Lin Zhuozhou's spine, an icy dread piercing through him. Whoosh! Chen Beiyuan gave him a faint smile, only to vanish completely from his sight in the next instant. Such a bizarre scene immediately caused Lin Zhuozhou's expression to drastically change. Even the countless hidden observers were struck with astonishment. What a strange ability. The Chen family actually possesses such bizarre techniques? What an extraordinary Chen Beiyuan, truly remarkable. Lin Zhuozhou immediately spread his spiritual sense in all directions attempting to track Chen Beiyuan's traces, yet found not the slightest clue. This is impossible? What kind of bizarre ability is this? Slap. Lin Zhuozhou suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder. Brother Zhuozhou, were you looking for me? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, tinged with a mocking amusement. Lin Zhuozhou's pupils contracted, his expression drastically changing as he instantly activated his movement technique, transforming into a phantom-like figure in an attempt to evade, but he was a step too late. Boom! Chen Beiyuan threw a direct punch. A terrifying surge of prison-suppressing demonic chi erupted instantly, mixed with the savage strength capable of subduing dragons and tigers, smashing ruthlessly into Lin Zhuozhou's back. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the dark robe on Lin Jiuzhou's body burst with a dazzling glow, protecting his vital points. 7th grade magical robe? A surprised voice rang out. Boom! Lin Jiuzhou was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, violently crashing into the surrounding buildings. Boom! 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 One after another, buildings ahead crumbled, stirring up countless storms of sand and gravel. Chen Beiyuan frowned slightly, feeling as though the force of his punch had somehow been deflected by something. That sensation, was it like snake scales? Interesting. Boom! Through the sandstorm, a terrifying giant python suddenly appeared, its body covered in 7 ominous patterns, darting towards the direction where Chen Beiyuan had just been. He truly did come up empty-handed. Once again entering Zen state of oblivion, Chen Beiyuan merged with heaven and earth, vanishing without a trace before everyone's eyes. It must be said, although the Zen oblivion scripture is an auxiliary mental cultivation technique, its peculiarities left even Chen Beiyuan utterly amazed. Damn it! The terrifying python's eyes actually flickered with human-like emotional fluctuations. This monstrous python was none other than Lin Jiuzhou's transformed state. He practiced the Lin family's 8th grade cultivation technique, the profounding demon transformation scripture. By absorbing potent blood essence, it allowed him to reconstruct his body and transform into the legendary physique of a demonic fiend. This is an extremely sinister and terrifying cultivation technique. Once used, it grants a monstrous physique capable of rivaling ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lin Jiuzhou is transformed into a special documented in ancient texts, the blacking heaven-devouring python. This is a terrifying creature said to ultimately evolve enough prowess to swallow the heavens themselves. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that he couldn't locate Chen Beiyuan's traces, Lin Jiuzhou decisively transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, preparing to shift the battlefield. At this moment, he couldn't find Chen Beiyuan's whereabouts at all, leaving him no choice but to endure the beating passively. Even with his heaven-devouring power, he was completely helpless. Do you think you can escape? A haunting voice suddenly rang out. In the sky, terrifying chains condensed from prison-suppressing demonic energy coiled from all directions, converging to seal Lin Jiuzhou within their grasp. In an instant, they tightly bound his colossal serpentine form. Prison-suppressing chains. A monstrous demonic palm as massive as a mountain descended from above, bearing down with crushing force upon the gargantuan serpent. Forbidden Extinction Demonic Flame Palm. Chapter 74, I said, you can't take her. Above Yanjing City, a terrifyingly massive serpent covered in eerie glowing scales was tightly bound by countless, hell suppression chains, emerging from the void. The profounding heaven-devouring serpent, transformed by Lin Jiuzhou frantically struggled, causing the black shackles constricting its massive body to creak and groan under the strain. The more he resisted, the tighter those pitch-black shackles became, almost constricting into his very flesh. The terrifying demonic hand, massive as a mountain range, now pressed down upon the bound colossal serpent. This scene mirrored the mythic tales where mighty deities subdued monstrous beasts of chaos. Such a terrifying spectacle instantly alarmed the entire city's populace, drawing countless gasps of horror. Even the countless hidden figures secretly observing the scene were utterly stunned by what unfolded before them. Has Lin Jiuzhou, the young master of the Lin family, been subdued so easily? One must know that this top genius of the empire is ranked among the top 5 even among the younger generation. He even had the terrifying record of slaying a 7th-rank war emperor. Yet, from start to finish, Chen Beiyuan merely made casual moves and pushed this top-tier imperial prodigy into a desperate situation, and was even preparing to suppress him completely? Just how strong has Chen Beiyuan become? This scene struck many with immense shock. To many, this should have been an evenly matched battle between formidable opponents. In fact, most people had expected Chen Beiyuan would likely suffer defeat. After all, he was far too young. In comparison, Lin Jiuzhou, with his abundant combat experience and formidable track record, should clearly be the stronger one. Yet, the scene unfolding before their eyes was a brutal slap to their faces. Chen Beiyuan's displayed ability, both elusive and terrifying, almost effortlessly toyed with Lin Jiuzhou, leaving him with no opportunity to fight back. Something's not right. High in the sky, Chen Beiyuan, relying on his terrifying physical strength to fly through the air, looked down at Lin Jiuzhou, who was about to be suppressed. Yet, instead of showing any hint of triumph, his brows furrowed slightly. Everything had gone too smoothly, so smoothly that it felt unnatural. Was Lin Jiuzhou truly this weak? How could someone recognized as the heir by a top-tier aristocratic family be this simple? Unless he did it on purpose. At that very moment, the terrifying giant serpent, still bound in chains, fixed its sinister serpentine gaze in his direction. Its eyes seemed to pierce through layers of mist and clouds, locking onto his figure. A sinister light erupted instantly from the serpent's eyes, piercing through the mountain-like thickness of the forbidden extinguishing demon flame palm, petrifying it, and then directly assaulting Chen Beiyuan. A strange stiffness suddenly seized his body. Chen Beiyuan clearly saw the surface of his skin instantly covered by a layer of gray, as if his entire body had been submerged in concrete. At this moment, even his thoughts seemed to turn to stone. I guessed right, your ability isn't invincible. When you launch an attack, you can't maintain that elusive state. The terrifying giant serpent, now restrained, emitted a chilling, human-like voice. It had allowed itself to be trapped intentionally, all to use itself as bait, laying a deadly trap for Chen Beiyuan. This heir of the Lin family actually discerned the flaw in the sit and forget scripture in such a short time that Chen Beiyuan couldn't maintain the state of spiritual communion while attacking, inevitably revealing his true form. And this was his opportunity to strike back. Such keen combat instincts were truly terrifying to behold. Even in his petrified state, Chen Beiyuan couldn't help but marvel at his opponent's lightning-fast reflexes. Indeed, none who are chosen as heirs of aristocratic families can be simple characters. Roar! A terrifying giant beast with ram's horns and a human body, radiating ferocious fury, suddenly appeared behind him. Its pitch-black maw gaped wide as it lunged to devour Chen Beiyuan. This was none other than Lin Zhozhou's supreme battle spirit, Tao Tai. The Tao Tai, a legendary monstrous beast, possessing the terrifying ability to devour all things. As early as when he was a 6th-rank war king, Lin Zhozhou had already mastered a powerful divine ability that should have only been attainable by a 7th-rank war emperor, using his own, gluttony, battle soul as its core. Devouring heaven. Roar! The ravenous beast Tao Tai opened its maw, a black hole abyss, sweeping clouds and winds before it. A terrifying suction force instantly dragged everything nearby into its gullet, including the petrified Chen Beiyuan. The previous Lin Zhozhou had relied on such a terrifying divine ability to devour a 7th-rank war emperor, refining him into a withered skeleton. Without a doubt, Chen Beiyuan, now swallowed into the maw of the gluttonous beast, was already doomed to defeat. And perhaps, there was even the possibility of his demise. At this moment, it seemed as though everything had already come to an end. For some unknown reason, Lin Zhozhou, now transformed into a terrifying giant serpent, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Was it just his imagination, or had Chen Beiyuan's lips actually curled into a faint smile the moment he turned to stone and was devoured by the glutton? Something's wrong. He did it on purpose. He had long anticipated this deadly trap of his own making. An almost impossible conjecture suddenly surged into Lin Zhozhou's heart, like a towering mountain pressing down upon him. But how could this be? Could Chen Beiyuan possibly have broken his, heaven-devouring divine power? What a terrifying opponent. If I didn't have just a bit more tricks up my sleeve than ordinary people, I might have really capsized. In that case, let's reveal another ace card. Let me see if my fierce beast divine power can break your devouring heaven divine power. Trapped within the Taotia's belly, facing the darkness surging from all directions, Chen Beiyuan smiled faintly, his gaze serene, activating blood dragon transformation without hesitation. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar suddenly erupted. The storm-sweeping, Tao Tai, battle spirit abruptly let out a shrill scream, its massive body convulsing violently as if it couldn't withstand the dreadful force emerging within. Boom! A pair of crimson dragon scale claws suddenly pierced through Tao Tai's abdomen, tearing through space itself. Cracks instantly appeared across the body of the gluttonous war soul. Rise up! Under countless disbelieving gazes and amidst the agonized wails of the gluttonous one, those crimson-scaled draconic claws brutally tore apart the previously dominant, gluttonous one, from the inside out. The torn gluttonous battle soul instantly dissipated, dissolving into scattered points of starlight. A towering figure wreathed in terrifying pressure, its body covered in crimson dragon scales, its features both sinister and regal, abruptly appeared before everyone. It was none other than Chen Beiyuan. This can't be? You've actually mastered divine abilities? Lin Zhozhou, whose battle spirit had been torn apart and was now suffering soul wounds, widened his eyes in shock at that domineering figure. Not just him, even the countless imperial elites watching were dumbfounded. A mere 5th-rank war commander had actually cultivated divine abilities? This is defying heaven itself? RIP! Chen Beiyuan's domineering, icy figure suddenly tore through space, appearing instantly before the restrained Lin Zhozhou as if teleporting, poised to strike with a crushing fist. Not good! The terrifying python wore an anthropomorphic look of shock as it endured excruciating soul pain, suddenly opening its bloody maw to shoot forth an incomparably sharp giant sword. Under immense pressure, the colossal sword turned into a blurry afterimage, slicing horizontally toward Chen Beiyuan's midsection. That was unmistakably a 7th-grade divine weapon. Even at this critical juncture, Lin Zhozhou had still concealed such a sinister trump card. At such close range and with the sharpness of a 7th-rank divine weapon, even a 7th-rank war emperor could be bisected at the waist with a single careless move. If it had been anyone else, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Beiyuan. Clang! The massive sword sparked against the crimson dragon scales, yet failed to leave even the slightest mark. After the blood dragon transformation, Chen Beiyuan's physical body could rival a 7th-grade divine weapon. The game ends here. Chen Beiyuan lowered his gaze upon the enormous serpent head, its expression frozen in shock. His crimson dragon-scaled fist surged with terrifying demonic energy before smashing down violently. No! Boom! A colossal figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, countless serpent scales shattering as it crashed heavily onto the ground. Krakum! Outside the Chen family gates, a massive crater suddenly appeared. Lin Zhozhou, reverted to human form, stood in the deep pit. His 7th grade magical robe lay in tatters, his entire body crisscrossed with cracks, through which glimpses of squirming crimson flesh could be seen. I told you, you won't take him away. Chen Beiyuan walked slowly toward the Chen family's main gate, his back turned to him. Crack! The great door slowly closed. Standing Lin Zhozhou's body trembled violently as his cracked skin suddenly sloughed away, transforming him into a blood-drenched figure in an instant. Thud! He collapsed. Chapter 75, Divine Ability, Body-Binding Curse. Lin Zhozhou was defeated. This young powerhouse, hailed by the Donghua Lin clan as having emperor-level potential and ranked among the empire's top 5 supreme talents, was defeated so swiftly that many barely had time to process the outcome. Though the battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, its intensity far surpassed any combat between 6th-rank war kings. Indeed, it was even more ferocious and terrifying than clashes between some 7th-rank war emperors. The murderous intent contained within was truly ever-changing in the blink of an eye. The contingency plans each had prepared, along with their displayed combat intelligence, were nothing short of astonishing. It's hard to believe this was merely an exchange between a 5th-rank war commander and a 6th-rank battle king? Chen Beiyuan's displayed physical prowess was particularly terrifying. Could this really belong to a mere 5th-rank war commander? Both in physical body and soul, he far surpassed a 5th-tier war commander, even surpassing the terror of the empire's top genius, Lin Zhozhou. What shocked people even more was that Chen Beiyuan had actually mastered an extremely powerful divine ability. A 5th-tier war commander mastering a divine ability that only 7th-tier war emperors can wield. This isn't just unheard of. Since the founding of Donghua Empire, such a thing has likely never happened before. What a pity! If Lin Zhozhou's devouring heaven divine ability hadn't been suppressed by Chen Beiyuan's mysterious technique, which tore apart his Taotai war spirit, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lin Zhozhou's defeat was no accident. The killing trap he just set might have worked against other empire prodigies, but unfortunately, he encountered a monster younger, stronger, and more terrifying than himself. This old man originally thought Chen Beiyuan would need years of accumulation to stand shoulder to shoulder with monsters of the younger generation like Lin Zhozhou. It seems I've underestimated him. Looking at it now, among the powerful of the younger generation, Chen Beiyuan is likely worthy of ranking in the top 3. The waves behind drive on those before. With such a prodigy in the Chen family, they can flourish for centuries, perhaps even millennia. Countless imperial dignitaries stared at the tightly shut gates of the Chen family, observing the severely injured Lin Zhozhou lying in a deep coma, and couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. In a way, today's battle was also a covert clash between two top aristocratic families, the Chen and Lin families. Many had initially believed Lin Zhozhou could overwhelm Chen Beiyuan with his superior cultivation and age advantage, yet the final outcome left them utterly dumbfounded. At the very moment Lin Zhozhou collapsed, experts from the Lin family appeared on the scene and swiftly carried him away. The Chen family. Lin Zhozhou's strength ranks among the top 5 of the younger generation indeed. He forced me to use 2 of my trump cards, truly remarkable. As the young master of the Lin family, he likely carries some final life-saving trump card. Killing him wouldn't be easy unless I resort to my other hidden cards. But why should I kill him? Not to mention that once Lin Zhozhou perishes, the Lin family will undoubtedly go completely berserk and wage an all-out war against the Chen family. Wouldn't that just pave the way for Lin Zhozhou and Lin Xiao, that pair of masterminds, to rise to power? Now, Lin Zhozhou is more valuable alive than dead. Chen Beiyuan's eyes darkened as he murmured to himself. Top aristocratic families possess numerous methods. Young masters like Lin Zhozhou typically carry life-preserving measures within them. Generally, 8th-grade war emperors would leave a hidden mental imprint within their heirs, which would activate automatically at critical moments. Under such circumstances, attempting to kill these elite aristocratic successors is extremely difficult. This was precisely why the battle between Chen Beiyuan and Lin Zhozhou had been an all-out fight from the start, with neither side holding back in the slightest. Because both sides understood perfectly well that death wasn't on the table here. At worst, they'd suffer some flesh wounds, maybe lose a hand, a foot, or even their family jewels. They could always use heavenly treasures to reattach whatever got severed anyway. In the original story, the reason Lin Zhozhou, this young master of the Lin family, ended up dying was precisely because his life-or-death struggle with the original protagonist, the fated archvillain, forced him to expend his life-saving trump card, leaving him severely wounded. In the end, he was stabbed in the back by his own ungrateful younger brother in Lin Xiao, who secretly plotted his demise. Of course, given Chen Beiyuan's current possession of numerous trump cards, he still stood a considerable chance of killing Lin Zhozhou. For one thing, this time, he only revealed 2 of his trump cards, the Tao of Silent Forgetfulness Scripture, and Blood Dragon Transformation.
Aside from these, he still had untapped aces up his sleeve such as the wordless medical scripture, the divine transformation stone, Anu, Bloodsin Dragon Emperor, the primordial dragon binding chains, grade 8 divine weapon, abyss, innate battle spirit, and more. With so many trump cards in hand, even Lin Jojo's life-saving methods couldn't save him from death. But why would he want to kill Lin Jojo? To pave the way for Lin Joshua and Lin Xiao, those two formidable talents? Without Lin Jojo holding him back, the ungrateful wolf Lin Joshua would probably manage to rise to power under the halo of Lin Xiao, the favored son of destiny. By then, this pair of brilliant strategists would likely reap immense benefits. Moreover, the entire Lin family would unite in common hatred, becoming exceptionally cohesive to fight the Chen family to the death. It would be better to follow the original plot and let Lin Jiuxiao follow the script of fratricide, patricide, seizing his sister-in-law, and betraying his second sister. Only then would an internally chaotic Lin family be easier to deal with. Next, the imperial family should step out to to mediate the conflicts between all parties. This time, the Chen and Lin families didn't fight to the death. I'm afraid quite a few people must be disappointed. The empire's military power has been coveted by many for a long time. Chen Beiyuan curled his lips into a smile, his expression undisguisedly mocking. At this moment, the long-dormant, defying fate system reappeared. Ding! Due to the host's intervention, the tragic fate of Cold Ruobing, fortunate female lead, being humiliated was averted, leading her to develop secret feelings for the host. Simultaneously, this indirectly caused Lin Jiuxiao, major supporting character, to suffer fertility issues and develop twisted sexual orientations and personality traits, resulting in bizarre shifts and subsequent plot developments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining special rewards, Dragon Blood Dao Fruits X2. Ding! The host made a dominant strike, defeating Lin Jiuzhou, major supporting character, the young master of the East Flower Lin family, in full public view while asserting his status as the heir of the Chen family. This dealt a heavy blow to the Lin family's prestige and publicly cemented the Chen family's position as the foremost military power in East Flower. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a special reward, Immobilization Curse, Divine Ability, Body Fixing Curse, Divine Ability, one of the ancient Taoist divine abilities. Using one's own vital energy, blood, essence, and spirit as medium, it forcibly immobilizes both the soul and body of the target, rendering them incapable of movement or resistance. The actual effect depends primarily on the disparity in cultivation levels between the caster and the target. When the gap in power is too vast, there is a high likelihood of divine ability backlash.